Subaru, the former lightning god, once stood at the absolute peak of humanity during the apocalyptic era. He was the beacon of hope, an undefeated war god, until his trusted comrade backstabbed him right in the middle of a deathmatch against the world-ending tyrant dragon. Talk about a total snake move. Fate, being the troll it is, decided to hit the restart button for him. 20 years later, Subaru wakes up in some weak mid-tier body. Meanwhile, the traitor from his past life is now being worshipped as the world's savior. What a fraud. Fueled by unadulterated, bottomless rage, Subaru begins his journey of absolute power leveling. With the combat experience of a god general and burning resentment in his heart, he's not just here to reclaim his lost stats, he's aiming for heights his past self only dreamt of, so that one day his lightning will strike down from the heavens to judge that lying clown and take back everything he's owed. Let's get it. Welcome to the 8th floor of the tower, also known as the Barren Plains, a place so cold and depressing even ghosts wouldn't be caught dead here. Amidst the blizzard, battalions of soldiers are marching in, their aura so hype you'd think they were heading to a rave. Leading this mob is a pretty boy blonde with hair gel that costs more than my rent, walking with the confidence of a main character. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks and signals the army to halt. Turns out it's an old acquaintance, Kyoto Kazuki, rank 6 leader of the Blue Zone Guild. He yells, trying to sound like a Chad. Today we gather once again to clap the cheeks of the 8th floor's unbeatable guardians. The armored knights listen with bated breath. Dude's really trying to sell the hype. Don't get complacent just because it's a raid party. If we can't clear this floor, floor 9 will stay a pipe dream forever. Mid-speech, Kazuki suddenly snaps his head around, his face screaming, "Wait, who the hell is that?" Out of the blizzard, a pair of cold eyes pierces the screen with a chilling remark, "Oh, so you actually showed up?" Whoa, absolute drip alert. A crew of edgy-looking legends arrives on the scene, known to the streets as Blue Ice. And at the front, the final boss himself, rank 1 leader of Blue Ice, Narukami Subaru. Mask on, aesthetics 1010 pure danger energy. The moment Kazuki sees his partner, his attitude does a 180-degree flip. He's smiling like a fanboy running to greet his bias. Subaru. They clasp hands in a totally not sus bro moment. Mask-kun plays it cool, my bad I'm late. But Kazuki waves it off. Late? Nah, you're literally the first one here. While the CEOs are busy networking, the herd Takbeasi is coming too. Herd's Narukami pushing for the lead. Another scrub rolls his eyes, probably hoping to scavenge some scraps, typical. Subaru ignores the jealousy because his aura is just built different. He reaches into his pocket and flexes back. If you're looking for scraps, he stuffs something directly into Kazuki's hand, leaving the rank 6 leader completely shook. Kazuki opens his palm and a brilliant red glow literally blinds the entire frozen landscape. Kazuki is sweating bullets, eyes locked on the system notifications him, legendary item, Archangel's Blessing, equipment rank 50. Effect when fatigue hits 100%, instantly recover 50% HP. Uses 1. He's stuttering, completely cooked by this flex. Subaru just walks past him. I need this raid to succeed at all costs, keep it as backup. Kazuki stumbles to catch up. Wait, don't you need this too? Subaru tilts his head, dropping a recruiting line so smooth it's practically flirting. By the way, once this war is over, what do you say about coming back to Blue Arise? He glances at the priceless red gem, adding a tactical reminder, you can pay me back then. Hearing that, Kazuki just sighs, totally speechless at his friend's calculated generosity. Seeing him stunned, Subaru pats his shoulder to close the deal. Well, if you aren't interested, just keep it. But before their bromance moment can peak, the entire space starts shaking like a magnitude 9 earthquake, a killing intent so thick it makes them both flinch. They look up, faces tense as steel. It's here, Kazuki sweats. Subaru grumbles, showing up this early, are we? Yo, check it out. The Floor 8 Guardian just entered the chat, and this behemoth is actually blocking out the sun, sending the fodder army below into a full-blown panic. Nobody's clowning around now. Kazuki is screaming his lungs out, bracing for the inevitable wipeout. As the mist clears, the absolute monstrosity reveals itself. Multiple heads drool everywhere, zero hygiene. The Hydra has officially arrived to ruin everyone's day. But while everyone else is wetting their pants, Subaru is just chilling, exhaling a puff of cold air like a total Chad and muttering, what a disgusting piece of trash. He clenches his gloved fist and suddenly golden arcs of electricity start crackling around him. He mutters with pure disgust, you're making my skin crawl, you absolute NPC. System notification, lightning aura activated, power level spiking off the charts. Surrounded by that main character energy lightning, Subaru unsheathes his blade and drops the coldest line. Your death sentence starts now, monster. Let the slaughter begin. The Hydra cracks open a bloodshot eye, staring down at the ants below with pure murderous intent. All 3 heads rear back, jaws wide open, teeth looking like a jagged disaster as they charge up a massive blue death beam. Kazuki is losing his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs, it's a breath attack, everyone retreat. But Subaru, he just steps forward unimpressed and says no need. Without missing a beat, the masked man launches himself straight at the beast while the backline watches in total confusion. What the hell are you doing? At that exact second, the Hydra blasts a massive laser of destruction downward, ready to delete the entire army from existence. The storm is crashing down on his head, but Blue Ice's goat doesn't even blink. He settles into his stance, gripping his hilt as lightning surges across his body. In a blink, Subaru swings his sword, a massive golden shockwave of pure energy tears through the sky, clashing head-on with that extinction-level beam. A top-tier cut if I've ever seen one. Subaru's lightning-infused strike literally cleaves the Hydra's breath in two, saving the entire army from becoming red mist. Having barely dodged death, Kazuki gasps for air, looking at Subaru with pure awe. Subaru, you really are always. But before he can finish his emotional moment, the blue ice boomers show up to kill the vibe. The shirtless redhead flexes his gains and smirks. Sick, all that training finally paid off, Subaru. Meanwhile, some blonde guy just sighs. You stole my spotlight. I was totally about to step in. Then, the black-haired girl in the crop top strolls up to Subaru, getting all curious. What did you give Asuki earlier? The final boss just keeps his mystery aura intact. You'll see soon enough. Shutting down the drama, Subaru turns to his crew, eyes glowing behind his mask. Are you ready? The blue ice squad gets into formation, looking absolutely dripped out. They drop the vow. Let's cook this oversized lizard and clear this garbage floor 8 once and for all. Leaving Kazuki and Asuki standing there like NPCs, the whole crew charges straight at the drooling dragon heads, and Kazuki just watches, stunned. With his main character status snatched away, he blinks, muttering with a hint of salt. How touching. Just as the mood gets weird, a mustachioed officer rolls up to report. Troops are deployed exactly as planned, sir. Kazuki snaps back into leader mode, turning to the group of mysterious cloaked figures behind him. Perfect, let's get this party started. The hooded man gives a calm nod. Good luck. Taking the hint, Kazuki stuffs his hands in his pockets and struts forward with an expression of pure, unadulterated seriousness. The camera cuts back to the fiery battlefield, where the blue ice mage is standing against the blizzard, locking onto her massive target. Sky turns into a high-octane aerial arena. The blue ice melee squad is parkouring off the clouds, diving straight for the beast's ugly mugs. One dragon head lunges, gaping maw full of rot, tongue whipping out like it's hunting for a snack. The crop top queen dodges midair with style, while a teammate shouts from below, "Hey, don't just go solo without telling us." Ignoring the noise, her eyes are razor-sharp as she zeroes in, her blade flashing with a lethal, icy gleam. With one fluid motion, she slashes through the monster's hide, blood spraying everywhere, and fires back. What's the big deal? Same old, right? Standing on a peak of ice, the white-haired dude waves his hands, conjuring a dozen magical circles, and yells at his clowning teammates, "Read the room, guys." In another corner, the spear wielder flashes a cocky grin, his body surging with a violent red aura. Yo, anyone want to bet who gets the most damage points here? Accepting the challenge, he delivers a spear thrust with god-tier power, piercing through the dragon's scales and absolutely nuking a chunk of the beast's body. The poison dragon lets out a pathetic screech, blood gushing out like a fountain from its shredded, ugly snout. Beneath the rain of gore, a cold voice accepts the bet. Fine bet. Our MC steps up with maxed out aura, weapons glowing in a sick neon blue and purple mana. He launches himself with a grin, dropping the ultimate Chad line, "Loser pays for dinner tonight." He dives from the sky like a thunderbolt, decapitating the dragon in one clean swipe, black blood painting the snow. Talk about a W. As the monster's head flops down, he yells, "Sorry, Chino." The mage girl looks up, completely caught off guard. She's the definition of a ride-or-die waifu, immediately waving her staff to conjure a massive pink magic sphere, shouting, "Don't worry about me." A giant hexagonal shield pops up, perfectly blocking the debris. She's got absolute mommy hyping the squad up. "Keep attacking, boys." But just when the vibe is peaking, a chilling voice whispers from behind her, "Chino." She freezes, turning around in a panic. "Surprise, motherfucker." It's the heroic leader Kazukiya, acting all smug. He leans in with a toxic smile and says, "Did you really think you could block this?" Chino just gasps, "Huh?" Before she can process the plot twist, he strikes. Her eyes go wide as saucers in pure horror, blood trickling from her mouth. Kazuki, the loyal ally, just backstabbed her. He gives a ruthless smile. "Honestly, you guys were just way too arrogant." Her dying gasp fades into the blizzard. "Subaru, far away," the masked leader snaps back, his mana crackling with pure unadulterated rage. His aura is off the charts. Losing her steam, Chino collapses into the snow, her HP draining as blood soaks her gear. Standing over her, that traitorous clown Kazuki casually flicks the blood off his blade, smiling like he just did a public service. Seeing the betrayal, Subaru's eyes glow with lethal intensity through his cracked mask. This man is hitting his limit break. With a fake-ass friendly smile and blood splatter on his cheek, Kazuki mocks, "Subaru, not the time for daydreaming, bro." Mind-blown, Subaru stands there like an NPC, ignoring the dragon head still trying to bite him. Isuki why? As life hits zero, the flashbacks start rolling in. A system notification hits him with that canon event energy. "You have been chosen by the tower." The massive tower piercing the heavens. Climb the tower and prepare for the beginning. That was the first message. Is it a blessing or just a rigged game? Still a total mystery. The sages are keeping their identities hidden, and everyone just mindlessly follows orders like brainless bots. So we aim for the top, where literally no one has ever set foot. The oath from back then rings out. From Earth, Mareem, Runatara, Elfris, people from every dimension, all with their own missions, still out here grinding the climb. The hallucination vanishes, dropping us back into the cold reality of the blizzard. Wide shot of the battlefield. The Hydra is shredded, but at what cost? The ground is littered with bodies. His squad, the Blue Ice Guild, is finished. Some got skewered, others just laying there in the snow. Total L for the team. Subaru is gasping for air, his chest heaving in pure raw pain. He's slumped over, armor trashed, with a spear stuck through his side. Since Boss Floor 8 Hydra defeated, Subaru mutters in despair, "I told you idiots to run, but you never listen. Everyone said this guy was unbeatable, yet here we are." He stares at his fallen squad, his eyes misting over. "I never gave you guys permission to die, damn it." Blood paints the ice red. These clowns were already mid, and then they tried to buff mid-fight. Absolute tragic combo. The system UI is flashing red. Status: passive healing disabled. Fatigue at critical levels. He laughs bitterly. If I survive this, they're probably gonna say, System alert, fatigue levels hitting 100%. Death is knocking on the door and it's not taking any excuses. Subaru glares with bloodshot eyes, reading the mocking text. Classic Narukami Subaru, always getting played. The memories of being hailed as the Thunder Emperor are now like blades cutting through his heart. The traitor steps forward, casting a literal shadow over his vision. Subaru's teeth-gritting rage is peaking. But this absolute rat? He's the complete opposite of suffering. Kazuki, with his hands in his pockets, looks down with that I'm just an NPC smile. Subaru screams in agony. Why? Why go through all this petty bottom-tier drama? The villain casually kneels before his dying friend. Subaru roars, give me an answer. Kyo just sighs, it's been 10 years, Subaru. You've been running like a headless chicken for this day. You should have seen this coming. He leans in, whispering with that toxic villainous aura, this is the only way to break you. I had to kill your focus. He glances at the corpses of Subaru's crew, mocking them. Besides, I couldn't have your precious blue ice friends interfering, could I? Suddenly, Kazuki's face twists into a mask of pure pathetic envy. He screams, you have no idea how much your generosity suffocated me. That's why I chose this world over you. With his vent session over, Kazuki's face returns to that cold, dead-eyed mask. That's all there is to it. He stands up and stretches, looking at the blizzard like a winner who just stepped on his best friend's soul. Too bad it had to end like this. But hey, every story needs a finale. He pulls out the legendary red orb, tossing it in the air like a toy. Oh, and I guess I don't need to return this, right? Since Blue Eyes is getting wiped off the map with you. Kazuki turns his back, leaving behind more toxic drip. Don't make that sad face. You'll go down in history as a hero, even if you're not around to see it. Trying to wrap up this pathetic tragedy, Subaru lets out a twisted, chilling smirk. He whispers, after all that talk, that's really all you've got to say? Subaru's bloodied hands claw into the freezing snow, digging deep into the frozen earth. He stares at the traitor walking away, his gaze burning with pure, unadulterated vengeance. If this is how it ends, I'm not going down without taking someone with me. He doesn't hesitate. Subaru slams his inventory open, a blinding UI screen pops up. He's scanning his gear with ice-cold focus. No way he's just gonna lie down and die like a total fraud. Kazuki, enjoying his victory lap, suddenly freezes. His eyes bulge as he breaks into a cold sweat. He senses something behind him. Subaru is standing tall, wielding an absurdly regal silk fan. System equipped, legendary grade LVL-80. This beastly engine generates, so it's a localized cyclone that yeets targets 10 km away. Kazuki's jaw hits the floor, no way. Subaru swings the massive fan with the force of a literal god, a twisted grin on his face. Kazuki panics, you still have charges left on that thing? The Thunder Emperor roars back, do I look like an idiot who'd tell a piece of trash like you? Subaru's eyes glow with bestial intensity. System, charges remaining, 4. He does the quick math. 4 more times he can wipe the floor with these NPCs. Through the raging storm, his eyes land on his comrades gasping for air on the snow. His heart aches for the last of the Blue Eyes. Just 4 of you left. With a resolve to protect his own at any cost, he swings the fan again, creating a whiteout blizzard that blinds everything. Wind magic activates. A magical gale scoops up his 4 teammates, launching them out of the kill zone. Everyone is left stunned. Seeing his prey escape, Kazuki's cool mask shatters. He screams at his minions, chase them now, don't let a single one get away. The henchmen scramble, weapons drawn, shouting, let's go, ready to hunt them down. But actually, absolutely not. The holy fan, crackling with purple lightning, starts to fade. He drops the final verdict with a tone colder than the tundra. No, Subaru stands like a mountain amidst the snow, spear grounded in one hand, gathering crackling lightning in the other. You're all staying right here to die. System alert, fatigue at dangerous levels. Forget the warning, a massive lightning storm rips through the night sky. Fatigue 95% critical system. Thunder Emperor status duration limited. A visual nuke, a pillar of golden lightning drops from the heavens directly onto Subaru, vaporizing the ground. The peak of his power is here. The Thunder Emperor has arrived. Kazuki, squinting against the blinding light, tries to maintain his ego, his face sweating profusely. Subaru, you really are one stubborn bastard. The camera cuts to Subaru's hand, veins popping, gripping his blood-soaked blade. Death is knocking louder now, fatigue 96%. Wrapped in gold lightning and black killing intent, Subaru readies his spear. He whispers to himself, I don't know what you all were expecting from this Kyo guy, but you bet on the wrong horse, and honestly, I have no idea if this is even the right move. The blood-drenched spear tip, crackling with raw electricity, points directly at Kazuki and his pathetic squad. His final words cut deeper than the cold, but I hope you're ready to pay for this with your lives. Those blue eyes are burning with pure hellfire now. Subaru hefts that massive spear onto his shoulder like a complete Chad, absolute main character energy. From now on, nobody moves without my permission. Take one more step and you're finished. Facing that suffocating pressure, the leftovers of the enemy army start sweating bullets. One fraud bites his lip and tries to gaslight his own team. Don't be scared. If we're gonna die, we die fighting. The fodder mobs charge in like brainless NPCs, roaring like they've got a chance. Talk about a suicide mission. Subaru moves like a literal cyclone, swinging his spear in a flash of golden lightning, slicing those losers in half. The gore is painting the screen red. Absolutely mid-tier durability on these guys. A huge brute tries to sneak up for a cheap shot, but Subaru is playing 4D chess. He's too cold to be taken down by these low-level mobs. He grips his spear, lightning crackling around it. He's charging up his ult. He's thinking about the next variable, then unleashes a devastating AoE smash, blowing the squad to bits. If Kazuki actually joined the fight, things would be a total canon event of chaos. Fighting and retreating with tactical brain, Subaru checks the UI. Fatigue at 97%. He's done the math, the distance is right, but that stamina bar is giving him the middle finger. Subaru's face is etched with exhaustion. The death countdown is ticking, and he knows he can't waste a single millisecond. No sooner had he thought that than some random trash mob lunges and stabs him right through the chest. The price of breaking his limits hits instantly. He's coughing up blood, enduring the agonizing pain while the UI screams, "System, fatigue at 98%. Pressing his advantage, the mob keeps spamming attacks on Subaru, followed by a blade piercing deep. The blood splatter is insane, turning the whole scene into a violent masterpiece. Beneath the twilight, he's pinned there, surrounded by a swarm of enemies waiting for their W. But even the best weapons run dry. He grips the spear one last time, then lets it fall with a final thud. Seeing the monster drop his weapon, a random NPC soldier starts screaming like he just won the lottery. "I did it! I finally clapped Narukami Subaru." But before he can even finish his victory lap, Subaru's hand, crackling with raw lightning, grabs his shoulder. With eyes like cold steel, he whispers, "Who exactly did you kill, scrub?" In a flash, a massive electrical blast detonates, sending the surrounding fodder flying like ragdolls into the stratosphere. The soldier's face contorts in pure agony as the lightning fries him before the shockwave sends him to the Shadow Realm. In seconds, the ground is just a pile of smoking, charred corpses scattered across the snow. Trash cleared, he pulls the blade from his own body, his legs failing as the lightning fades. He collapses to his knees, totally drained, right in the middle of the enemy's trap. Seeing their evil god fall, the rest of the fodder stops, shaking in their boots. He's down? Did we really get him? Their terror is palpable. That demon just tore through them like tissue paper. Kazuki struts forward with that annoying "I'm the protagonist" aura, looking down at Subaru with utter disdain. Giving a smug, arrogant smirk, the leader mocks him. "Can't believe your era ended this easily. Pathetic." Meanwhile, Subaru's life force is blinking red. Fatigue at 99%. Warning imminent death if fatigue reaches 100%. Ignoring death's doorstep, Subaru grips his spear one last time. Golden lightning flares up for one final dance. He grits his teeth. "Kuki, you should know better than anyone, right?" Muscles bulging, he kicks off the snow, dumping every last ounce of his life force into one final desperate charge. With a soul-tearing roar, Subaru launches himself, spear aimed right at the traitor's throat with pure murderous intent. The thrust carries the weight of a thunder god, tearing through reality itself. A blinding beam of light aimed straight for the target. Kazuki doesn't even flinch, pulling his Archangel's blessing artifact and smirking, "Thoughts and prayers, loser. As long as I have this, I'm invincible." But he doesn't even get to finish his gloating, the artifact starts shattering. His face twists into pure, unfiltered panic as his unbreakable defense crumbles, and the light of destruction consumes him in his final screams. "Possible." Subaru's echo rings out. "The winner is me." Everything fades to black. Subaru's soul is just a faint blue shadow now, drifting in the void. He laughs at himself. "Talked a big game, but look at me now, what a disaster." He feels a twinge of regret. "Kyokazuki, I really wanted to see that bastard die with my own eyes, but my final winter strike definitely landed." He sighs, "Funny, I'm dying in the void and I'm still thinking about this garbage." He winced, spiraling into an existential crisis. Is this bottom-tier life sentence absolute torture? Ugh. Suddenly, a rancid stench assaulted his nose. What is this? This smell? Wait, I can actually smell things? At that exact moment, in a completely different world, the lid of a metal dumpster went flying, clattering onto the damp pavement with a loud thud. From the suffocating pile of trash, a scrawny teenager in a shredded tank top dragged himself out. With an apple core stuck to his head and his face caked in mud, he looked around like a total NPC. Panicking, he muttered, "Is this actually hell?" Suddenly, that familiar system UI popped up. Name Narukami Subaru Origin. Earth 11. Fatigue 61. Blinking at the name, he let out a massive sigh. This stat block is pure trash. What kind of joke is this? A sharp, stinging pain electrified his brain, sending a surge of agony through his body that forced a guttural roar from his throat. Simultaneously, fragmented memories shredded his mind, echoing with the mocking voices of some random thugs. When it comes to being a disgrace, Earthlings are basically bottom-of-the-barrel trash. What the hell are you even doing here? Oh right, Narukami Subaru used to be some kind of anomaly. Or are you just trying to be a background character now? Try being half as good as the Subaru who died 20 years ago. His pupils dilated rapidly, and he let out a confused, high-pitched gasp. Huh? Staring at his reflection in the glass, he breathed, "Narukami Subaru died 20 years ago? Then whose body is this?" Squatting on the dumpster lid, he stared up at the bizarre skyscrapers. Subaru screamed in pure panic. "Are you kidding me? This has to be a dream, right?" Before he could even process it, he tripped over his own feet, face-planting into the pile of garbage. "Ow, what the?" Scrambling to get up, his eyes suddenly locked onto a rectangular device lying in the filth. He snatched up the gadget, a flicker of hope sparking in his eyes. A player kit, that's right, if I use this. With trembling fingers, he tapped the cracked screen and desperately searched the keywords. Blue ice. A flood of holographic news articles blinded him. Blue Zone. Are they just unworthy successors to Blue Ice? The secret behind the Blue Zone name, Narukami Subaru's trash naming sense. Blue Eyes, Blue Zone continues to grow, carrying on the legacy of Blue Eyes and Narukami Subaru. Guild leader Kyozo swears victory in the next tournament, 20 years ago today. Remembering the heroic spirit of Blue Eyes. Reading these mocking headlines, he stood frozen. No way. His gaze landed on the portrait of the enemy, smiling smugly on the news. His heart skipped a beat. He's not dead? His fingers tightened around the screen, displaying the traitor's face as old memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. "Kazuki, we weren't always enemies." The flashback dragged him back to a silent rooftop at night. Kazuki had whispered, "What's wrong? I can't believe you called me out at this hour. I was actually thinking about leaving Blue Ice, Subaru." In his memory, Subaru replied in shock, "Huh, why, all of a sudden?" Kazuki stared deep into his eyes. "I wanted you to be the one to tell everyone. Thanks for everything, my friend." His lips curled into a bitter sneer. That's at least what I thought of Kazuki back then. The forced smile on the day they parted ways came back into sharp focus. "Someday you'll understand why." Kyozo once swore a blood oath. "Don't worry, even if we're apart, I'll always be your shadow." But then, the brutal truth hit like a face slap. A few years later, Kyozo founded a guild and popped up right in front of me, waving a banner with the very name we used to joke about. Back in reality, he dragged his heavy feet through the street, the gossip about Blue Zone echoing in his head. That's the name of the shadow he used to talk about. "And you're still stuck on the 9th floor of the tower? It's been 20 years. Did you really achieve nothing?" Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. A massive public screen displayed an enormous structure with the headline, "Narukami Subaru Memorial." Tourists flocked to pay their respects on his anniversary. "Still influencing people after 20 years?" he gasped in disbelief. "My memorial?" Staring up at the majestic, looming building, the sign Narukami Subaru Memorial sparkled under the sun. He was completely mind-blown. Swallowing hard, he muttered in stunned silence. "It's way more impressive than I ever imagined." But then, right above the entrance, he saw it, the mask emblem he used to wear. Walking into the bustling grand hall, a massive hologram of him fighting in his prime was being played with total reverence. Standing like a total nobody among the crowd admiring his own past, his face turned deathly pale. "What's the point of remembering me?" Looking down at the glowing hologram reflecting off the floor, he whispered, "What was this all for?" He looked up at the giant portrait of himself being exploited for profit, questioning his enemy in vain. "Why would you do something like this?" Over the loudspeaker, Kazuki's hypocritical voice droned on. "He will always be a shining example for all of us." Subaru grabbed his face, teeth gritting, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. The fake-ass eulogy keeps looping, praising the hero of the invincible guild Blue Ice, Narukami Subaru, while the man himself watches from the shadows, eyes burning with absolute bottom-tier hatred. A massive hologram of that traitorous fraud, Kazuki glares down, acting all high and mighty as if he's mourning me and my squad. Veins popping on his forehead, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass, he spits out, "Are you kidding me right now?" The screen shows Kazuki, suited up and looking like a total clown, beating his chest and bragging, "We built this memorial in their honor." Every word out of his mouth makes Subaru's jaw clench harder. The fire of vengeance is literally cooking his soul right now. Watching that snake's smug, calm face on the big screen, Subaru is screaming internally while the recording drones on. Narukami Subaru and Blue Ice might be gone, but listen up, you NPCs who inherited their noble spirit. We Blue Zone are the only guild standing. Subaru grips his fists until they white out, hissing, "Damn you. Don't you dare act like you actually meant any of that." His eyes are bloodshot, radiating enough murderous aura to freeze hell over. "Killing me wasn't enough? Fine. If that's the play, I'll resurrect just to crush your pathetic expectations." The heartfelt ending of the speech hits and Subaru stares down the screen, dropping a declaration of war. "Just you wait." Kazuki's smug, half-smirk is still plastered all over the projection. "We will never forget them." Subaru turns his back on the fake-ass projection with a cold, decisive stride. He vows in his heart, "I'm going to rewrite these memories from scratch, starting at zero." Carrying that burning grudge 20 years into the future, his eyes are locked in. "I'm not letting you pull this mid-tier trash again." His pace quickens, tearing through the crowd like a main character on a mission. "I've got a second chance at life. There's no way I'm wasting this." Suddenly he stops dead as a kid in a red hoodie trips and faceplants on the polished floor, letting out a soft whimper. Instinct takes over. Subaru rushes forward, gently placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Hey, you good, kid?" But the moment the boy looks up, Subaru's smile vanishes, his face contorting into pure unfiltered shock. "Wait, what?" The kid lifts his head to reveal a black mask with gold trim covering half his face, muttering, "My mask." Just then, a couple rushes over, the man panicking. "I'm so sorry. Did he hurt you?" He turns to the kid. "Minato, are you okay?" The kid waves it off. "Don't worry, just a minor slip." Subaru is frozen solid. Both the man and the woman are wearing the exact same masks. He's spiraling, eyes darting across the hall in total confusion. What the hell is this? He frantically rubs his eyes, trying to force away this insane hallucination. But it's no use. His pupils shrink to pinpricks. He's stuttering, stupid. What kind of cursed timeline did I wake up in? Everywhere he looks, hundreds of people are walking past, all wearing those damn masks. Standing in the middle of this nightmare, he's spiraling. Why did everything turn into this? Memories flood back, Kazuki's fake, plastic smile echoing in his brain. What a tragic loss. Please don't look so sad. The traitor's words cut deep like a dagger. Even in death, you'll always be a hero. Ignoring the sea of faceless NPCs, Subaru stands rooted to the spot, veins bulging in his clenched fists, muttering, "Is this really all you wanted?" His eyes are glowing with a lethal vengeance, staring into thin air as if he's ready to tear his enemy apart. His frustration hits its peak. He starts pushing through the crowd, bulldozing his way through the mindless, masked sheep. At the end of the hall, a massive memorial altar appears, but the irony is sickening. The portrait is of himself. Standing before his own fake grave, he hisses in disgust. Was all of this just a pathetic scheme for you to steal Blue Ice's clout? Just as his rage peaks, his gaze locks onto a specific corner of the altar. Amidst the depressing pile of chrysanthemums, a single crystal flower is glowing with a faint, familiar blue mana. His pupils dilate, his heart skips a beat. He knows exactly what that is. Without wasting a single frame, he shoves the praying NPCs aside, trampling through the crowd, not giving a damn about the losers complaining behind him. Yo, hold up. What is this NPC behavior? Get in line, bro. You're rushing in like a beast that hasn't seen food in a decade. He reaches the altar, knees slamming into the cold, unforgiving stone like he just triggered a trap. His veins pop as he reaches out, snatching that glowing flower hidden in the cluster like he's looting a legendary drop. Clutched in his hand, the blue relic pulses with light. He looks back, hope igniting in his eyes. Is that Usagi Asagiri? Meanwhile, miles up on a skyscraper, a polished black heel steps onto the edge of the ledge with zero fear. A mysterious guy stands there, arms crossed, staring down at the memorial with peak main character aura. Looks like we've survived another year without any drama. He turns to his cloaked partner, teasing her with total indifference. You're so chill, it's scary. If we were any later, we'd have run straight into the Blue Zone goons. Behind that hood, the woman reveals dark, moody lipstick and snaps back. Do we really need to do this pilgrimage every year? If you wanted to leave an offering, a daisy would've been enough. The guy just runs a hand through his platinum hair, looking like a total Chad. Who knows? Maybe it's worth it. The platinum-haired dude takes off his mask, smirking to himself like he's got a secret plan. Maybe Subaru will actually notice the flowers I left him. Behind him, the cloaked girl crosses her arms, dropping a cold reality check. You actually think the kid is alive? We haven't seen a shred of evidence in 2 decades. He doesn't even bother to turn around, just letting out a dramatic, tired sigh. Whatever. Kyojo would probably find our hideout before we ever found Subaru. Triggered by his trolling, she totally loses it, breaking the cool guy atmosphere. And if he is alive, he's not gonna just sit around while we get hunted for 20 years. You moron! Ignoring the drama on the roof, the sun sets and a murder of black crows cuts across the twilight sky. Back at the memorial, which is clearly just a fake flex, Subaru's running for his life, sweating bullets and gasping for air like he's speedrunning his own death. He slams his sneakers into the dry dirt, coming to a dead stop. Gritting his teeth, he leans on his knees, panting in the middle of the empty forest, mind absolutely racing. He stares at the sunset, clinging to a thread of hope. Is she actually still out there? His trembling, sweaty hand grips that cold crystal flower. Jer, he whispers, calling out to his old teammate. Night falls, and Subaru crashes into his trashy apartment, staring at the ceiling. Is this really how the original Subaru lived? The guy was straight up broke, huh? Big L for his bank account. He flops onto the bed and scrolls through his transparent tablet, brow furrowed in annoyance. I've been digging for info on Blue Ice all day and got absolutely zero results. He tosses the tablet like it's mid-tier loot, his hand reaching out with sudden intense resolve. But I know one thing, she's still alive. He grabs his head, stress levels hitting the ceiling while trying to connect the dots. Alive, but hiding for 20 years. His eyes flash with pure cold vengeance. It's definitely Kyojo. He never lets anyone who knows the truth stay breathing. Memories of that massive mana explosion hit him like a replay, sending his squad flying. I don't know if Saiger is the only survivor or if any of the other 4 made it out. The image of his golden-haired teammate screaming in the gale haunts him. But as long as Kyojo has that much power, trying to reach out is basically a suicide mission. He stands by the window, catching his weak reflection in the glass, bitter as hell, especially since I have 0 power right now. Rushing in is just asking to get cooked. His eyes drift to the table where the golden-rimmed mask and the crystal flower sit. Time to get to work. He holds his scrawny hands out, flexing his core, trying to feel the energy flowing through his veins. I need to get my original power back no matter what. He grabs a starter sword from the corner, assessing the situation based on the original Subaru's memories. In 2 days, the tutorial for the player qualification starts. He points the blade forward, daring fate to stop him. His eyes glow with a supernatural intensity if they're alive. The golden reflection in the blade mirrors his cold, ironclad vow. As long as you're breathing, we will meet again. 2 days later, at a massive arena built like a Roman Colosseum, the brutal rookie selection trials are officially underway. Center stage, a contestant stands stranded in a literal sea of blood and goblin carcasses. Judge her, a bald, jacked, goatee-sporting uncle, crosses his arms looking bored out of his mind. The ponytail-wearing candidate is shaking, sword in hand, caked in dirt and slash marks, wheezing for air after barely surviving the final boss. The judge glares at the ragged newbie, sighs, and drops the bomb. Congrats, kid, you cleared the tutorial. But then he keeps it cold. The kid's eyes widen, stammering. Wait, 5 more rounds? Before he can even process the L, a holographic UI screen pops up to ruin his day, flashing a nightmare rule. Do you want to proceed? Each level adds another goblin. Clear higher rounds for better loot. The ponytail kid immediately folds, tossing his dignity out the window. Hell no. Are you insane? How am I supposed to beat 3 of those things at once? The judge snaps back. Keep it down. You're giving me a headache. Get out before I fail you. The guy gets particles dusted by the system, but he's still screeching as he vanishes. A clear is a clear, right? The judge looks at the pile of goblin sludge, scoffing cool trash, stuck at the tutorial phase. He can't believe he has to deal with losers like that all day. Scanning the chaotic arena where every other NPC is getting absolutely mogged by goblins, he sighs. Apart from Isaac, the son of Reinhardt who hit round 20, there's not a single ounce of talent in this batch. He's busy logging data into his tablet, whining about how low the difficulty is and how the new generation is falling off. Suddenly, his eyes twitch. He looks up, intrigued. Thump thump, firm footsteps on stone. A young man walks in, sword dragging, catching the judge's attention immediately. He scrolls through the new guy's profile and the judge's eyes sharpen. Subaru, he mutters, smelling trouble. He drops the professional act, stuffs his hands in his sleeves, and gives a snarky chin-up. Boy, that's only if you can actually pass the test. Facing the grumpy judge, eyes are razor sharp as the system UI lights up the stage. Reality warps, and two hideous goblins with spiked clubs spawn in. System 2 goblins spawned. Defeat them. The judge clears his throat, ready to play it cool. Alright, begin the tutorial. He doesn't even finish the sentence before a shockwave hits him. Subaru turns into a blur, blitzing past the judge with speed that defies physics. A goblin's head goes flying, black blood spraying everywhere. The judge is left standing there, absolutely shook. Wait, what the hell just happened? Subaru turns on a dime, landing perfectly 10 meters away, flicking the blood off his blade as the second body hits the floor. He smirks to himself. 2 days of testing this new body was time well spent. Not gonna lie, this hardware is top tier. He twirls his wrist, the blade dancing like flowing water. He's checking his stats. This guy clearly has the potential. Looks like the original Subaru was just a total fraud who didn't know how to use his own stats. The system prompts the next round. Subaru doesn't even blink, shooting back an arrogant grin, obviously. Time is money, so hurry up and spawn the next batch. In the distance, the bald judge's jaw is hitting the floor, his face a perfect O of pure shock. Round after round gets deleted in seconds. Another green head rolls and stops right at the tip of the judge's boot. He looks around the arena. It's a literal slaughterhouse. Hundreds of limbs and corpses everywhere. He panics. What in the actual hell is going on? He can't look away. The judge grips his tablet, watching this guy move like a grim reaper dancing through a buffet of monsters. Cold sweat is dripping down his forehead. He's breathless. He's not just swinging randomly. He's thinking 2, no, 3 moves ahead. With a masterclass spin, Subaru uses centrifugal force to turn his blade into a lethal arc, decapitating the incoming horde in one clean sweep. He grips the hilt tight, black blood sliding down the steel, reflecting the light like a death sentence. Watching that black cloak flutter in the carnage, the judge gulps, realizing, that's not just good swordsmanship. That level of movement? That's impossible even for me. Standing in the middle of a mountain of corpses, Subaru looks back, flashing a devilish, riz-filled smirk that's somehow colder than the bloodshed behind him. The judge's brain is literally glitching. He's spiraling, thinking, unless this kid is the reincarnation of Narukami Subaru himself, that level of combat aura shouldn't even exist. Thinking it's a numbers game, a goblin shrieks and charges from the blind spot, baring its jagged teeth to take a chunk out of the MC. Too easy. He doesn't even blink. Subaru casually swings his blade, slicing through the air like butter, bisecting the monster as blood fountains out like a geyser. Suddenly, the system UI flickers with a blinding notification. Round 49 cleared. Challenge the final boss? He glances back, a smirk pulling at the corner of his lips. He lets out a sigh of pure arrogance, issuing a short, icy declaration, bring it on. The moment he hits accept, an invisible pressure crushes the area, literally tearing the space around him. Subaru digs his blade into the floor to hold his ground. The arena floor starts shaking violently, stone tiles shattering and exploding into 1,000 pieces. From the depths of the crater, a massive obsidian black, vein-popping hand bursts forth, shredding the wind. The judge's face turns sheet white. He's screaming his lungs out now. Stop. No matter how cracked you are, you're not Narukami Subaru. If you value your life, abort the mission now. But the warning came way too late. A hulking shadow swallows the sun, completely eclipsing the tiny sword-wielding Subaru standing below. The horned behemoth lets out a bone-chilling roar. The system UI flashes deep red. Goblin King has detected the sacrifice count at round 49. The Goblin King is enraged. The judge's neck veins are popping, terrified this candidate is about to get deleted. He's literally begging at this point. Give up before it's too late. Fighting the Goblin King is straight-up suicide. The monster's massive foot prepares to turn the kid into paste. The judge gulps, passing his verdict. This is game over. Don't be greedy. You can't gap a boss with stats like that. Standing in the shadow of the king, Subaru's gaze is ice cold. He's fully aware of the savage reality. I know, he thinks, his metal-gloved hand tightening around the hilt. He does the mental math. With his body's current stats, I can't even scratch his HP bar. Regardless, he mutters something under his breath, opens his palm, and delivers a wild, disrespectful rejection. Pass. He immediately drops his only weapon. It clatters into a pool of blood, rolling under the boss's giant boots. He just intentionally disarmed himself. Watching this brain-dead play, the judge is clutching his bald head, eyes rolling back, veins throbbing. Why the hell would you throw away your weapon? Are you actually lobotomized? Ignoring the judge's mental breakdown, Subaru stands there, hands deep in his pockets, cool as a cucumber. The Goblin King lunges, claws extended to crush him. The judge's heart is failing, muttering, I knew this guy was sus from the start. But the moment the claws of death are about to connect, a sharp object pierces the air, slamming into the boss's thick hide. Green blood sprays everywhere. The Goblin King freezes midair, eyes rolling back, confused as hell, growling because of the sudden sting in his thigh. Cold sweat beads on the monster's hideous face. It looks down to find the guy who just pulled that sneak attack. Instead of running, the kid is just casually squatting in the pile of dead goblins, looting the corpses like he's playing a side quest. Subaru stands up, flashing a provocative grin. He's got metal, stylus-shaped daggers gripped between his fingers, asking coldly, surprised? The Goblin King roars in fury, ripping the projectile out of his leg. Standing before the enraged boss, Subaru raises his new gear, declaring with peak Chad energy, wanna bet? His eyes suddenly glow with a demonic golden aura, his killing intent absolutely mogging the monster. He growls, let's see if you kill me first, or if I turn you into a human pincushion. No more talk. He enters his throwing stance, launching his arm with terrifying speed, turning the daggers into streaks of lethal light that tear through space. Thwip! A barrage of metal pierces the king's eyes and face, making the behemoth scream in soul-shattering agony. Blinded and reeling, the monster is thrashing around, its body losing balance and stumbling backward. In a panic, it swings its axe like a total NPC losing control. But Subaru isn't a statue. With movement speed that defies physics, he glides through the air, dodging the death axe by a hair's breadth and landing as gracefully as a predator. His hand touches the broken floor, eyes locked onto the target, never blinking, not even for a millisecond. His pupils constrict, dead set on the weak point of the blind, flailing behemoth. At this life-or-death moment, a memory from his past life flashes back. A muscular man throwing knives at a target on a tree, but with the trajectory completely off. The throwing knife misses the target by a pathetic margin. The man just clicks his tongue and calls out a woman's name. Rena, a total bombshell with messy black hair, steps up and hits him with that main character sass. "You're throwing it all wrong, loser." Rena flashes a confident smirk, twirling a metal pen between her fingers like a pro. Anything can be a weapon if you've got the aura for it. With a flick of her wrist, her thumb and index finger channel absolute precision into the end of the pen. The pen pierces the air like a literal bullet. Her voice echoes in his memory, a masterclass in lethality. It's a perfect projectile as long as you know where the center of gravity lies. The pen slams dead center into the bullseye, shredding the wood with surgical accuracy. Back to reality, Subaru is living out that assassin's tutorial in real time. The frame shifts to the Goblin King's throat, where a metal dart is lodged deep into his kill zone, blood geysering out like a broken pipe. Taking the crit, the Goblin King buckles backward, blood spraying like a red rainstorm. He spreads his arms wide, letting out one final pathetic death rattle. Standing amidst the pile of corpses, Subaru spins the blood-soaked darts on his fingers, muttering the ultimate assassin's truth. Power is proportional to rotation, and hesitation is the enemy of accuracy. A flicker of nostalgia hits his face, followed by pride. He's clearly giving credit to his queen, Rena. In the distance, the bald examiner is standing there like an NPC in The Matrix. He's low-key analyzing Matrix. The goblins haven't despawned yet? This kid is literally using a trash-tier mechanic to pull off a top-tier flex. He recalculates the kid's combo. Not only does he have S-tier sword skills to wipe the trash mobs, but he's perfectly mixing in projectile arts to hit millimeter-perfect crits. This brat, he's an absolute genius. Meanwhile, the giant carcass of the Goblin King twitches, letting out one last grunt. The examiner is literally shaking. A genius? Nah, that word is way too mid to describe this level of power. Finally, the monster's last bit of HP hits 0. The colossal body collapses onto the cold stone floor, dead silent. Boss fight cleared. Subaru strolls over to the pool of blood, reaches down and picks up that rusty iron sword he ditched earlier. He gives it a light flick to wipe off the filth. Looking down at the mountain of meat at his feet, he drops the coldest goodbye. No hard feelings, honestly. You were just XP. Splat. He drives the blade deep into the monster's chest for that final overkill, sending blood flying everywhere. In that exact moment, a neon purple system window pops up in midair, flexing on him. System. You have defeated the Goblin King. Followed by, System. You have cleared the Phase 50 tutorial for the first. Subaru wipes the sweat from his forehead and sighs. Trash system. This is just the tutorial? Who puts a raid boss in a practice room? That's just toxic, bro. His complaining is cut short by a barrage of system pop-ups. Level up, credits received, achievement points unlocked, beginner shop now open. Looking at his stash of 2,425 points and the shiny new shop menu, Subaru blinks in curiosity. Time to see what kind of Isekai Amazon deals he can snag. Honestly, first time seeing this shop, let's see if it's worth the hype. He scrolls through the shop, eyeing the health pots and low-cost skill scrolls. He rubs his chin, feeling like a high roller. Prices range from 5 points to 200 points? Alright, looks like I'm about to go on a shopping spree. Suddenly his scrolling stops, his eyes widen and a quiet gasp escapes his lips. Right there, staring back at him, is a weapon so cracked it's basically illegal. The nameless demon blade for 1,000 points. He gulps. I can actually buy this? A legendary failsafe from the Demon Smith kin, sitting right here in the tutorial shop? He reads the fine print. Drains the user's physical and mental stamina. He starts sweating bullets. The power is peak temptation, but if this thing sucks his life force dry like a battery, is it really worth the risk? Right next to it, Miranda's Holy Sword, 400 points. Buffs endurance, extends combat duration. Subaru's inner monologue is struggling. Do I need the high damage Demon Edge or the safe bet Holy Sword? Go full, glass cannon DPS, or play it safe and stay alive. He furrows his brows, weighing the options. He pits the two weapons against each other in his head, then shakes his head. Neither feels like the perfect play. Every point matters right now. He's got to be calculated. Just as his brain starts to fry, his eyes catch a hidden detail at the very bottom of the menu. Wait. He taps the edge of the UI and scrolls down further. You can go deeper? At the very bottom, he finds an F-rank skill for 400 points called Greed Stake. The effect? It negates all side effects from items and skills used by the user. Subaru's lips curl into a sinister smirk, his eyes glowing like he just found an infinite money glitch. I have literally never seen a skill this broken and dirty in my entire life. Without a second of hesitation, he smashes the confirm button. His brain is already firing on all cylinders. This is it. It'll negate the Demon Blade's drain, and I can probably even neutralize the debuffs from my own lightning skill. This is the ultimate W. System transaction. Success. 1,400 points vaporized for the Greed's piercing stake skill, plus another 1,000 to snag this nameless Demon Blade. Total robbery, but we ball. A cold, lethal glow flashes as a pitch-black greatsword veined materializes in Subaru's grip. This gear setup? Pure drip. It's time to see if this combo actually cooks or just flops. He flexes his wrists to get a feel for the weight. Perfect. Why grind basic skills when you can just manifest a cursed sword and start speedrunning? The synergy is actually insane. The bald judge, Hooer, snaps his fingers to break the silence, trying to regain his imposing aura. Impressive setup, he grunts, but as a judge, I'm honestly baffled by your choice. Hooer strokes his silver beard, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Why pick that skill? It's a gamble, kid. You have zero guarantee it won't just blow up in your face. Subaru tosses the red glowing blade over his shoulder, throwing a look of pure I'm done with this NPC boredom. Look, old man, do you really need me to break down every single detail for your slow brain? Triggered by a bottom-tier rookie's attitude, Hooer's body bloats with ominous black killing tint forcing Subaru to step back. Wait, did you just talk back to me? Use some honorifics, you little punk. Realizing he almost lost his cool, Hooer clears his throat, desperately trying to save face. You must be tired from the test, I'll let it slide. Don't think it's personal, I'm Hooer. He gazes into the distance, his eyes glazed over with memories, looking like he's about to give a monologue in an anime flashback. To think the brat who couldn't even wipe his own nose is now a judge. A memory hits, a timid, starry-eyed kid clutching a notebook, trembling as he approaches his idol. I'm your biggest fan, can I get an autograph? Facing him was a tall, imposing figure in a golden mask surrounded by a crowd. The guy didn't even blink, just ice-cold rejection. An autograph? I don't do that peasant stuff. The kid frantically bowed, shoving the book forward. Just write your name then. Please, my name is Hooer. Back to reality, Hooer starts his back in my day lecture. Kids is always demanding rights, calling us old fogies. Subaru just scoffs internally. The times have changed, Pops. Just like your hairline, it's gone. Subaru cuts him off. I'm not answering that. Keep the exam results quiet. Hooer rolls his eyes. Typical rookie, trying to mask his ignorance with some random internet theory. Suddenly, Hooer puffs out his chest, laughing like a villain about to drop a boss fight announcement. Fine, since you want to be a brat, I'll personally drill some manners into that thick skull of yours. He offers an invitation with a heavy flex. How about it? Join the Knights Guild. Subaru just turns his back, tossing a not interested over his shoulder. Hooer is scrambling, practically begging. Do you have any idea how rare it is for a judge to scout a rookie? Subaru doesn't even flinch, staring at the system UI. Transfer to floor 2? Confirmed. Subaru's body dissolves into ethereal blue light. The bald guy is left grasping at air, screaming into the void. Wait, get back here, you little. Hooer stares at the empty spot, shoulders sagging, looking absolutely defeated. Seriously, I'm just disappointed. Flash. Subaru's boots hit the stone pavement of the second floor with satisfying precision. Welcome to the starting city. It's absolute chaos, flags flying, merchants screaming, and the smell of deep-sea fish and dried meat hitting his senses. Total starter town vibes. He strolls past stalls selling everything from marine silk to earth-imported hoodies. Subaru's eyes glint with a dark, complex resolve. He's back. He finally has a chance that most people only dream of. Every step he takes is heavy with intention. He's running it back. Standing in the middle of the crowded street, he straightens his posture. He's lived this life once already. Time to play 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Images of his former comrades smiling around a campfire flash in his mind, only to be replaced by the cold, bloody reality of their deaths. This time the vengeance will be served ice cold. He ditches the nostalgia and pushes through the doors of a specialized private training room. The perfect spot to test his new gear and see if his skills actually slap or just tickle. He hits the front desk. The old man behind the counter looks up, bored. Which floor are you from? Subaru taps his sword on the counter. Straight from the bottom. Give me the room everyone knows about. The old man smirks, dangling keys 1 and 2. Take room 1, kid. It's got straw dummies for beginners like you. Subaru completely ignores the kind advice. Straight up man's jaw drops. Room 5? The geezer scoffs, waving a hand. Listen, kid, I'm trying to save you money. Stick to the beginner room. Subaru stays ice cold. Thanks for the concern, but I'll take it for 30 minutes. The old man throws the key at him, shouting as Subaru walks away. What, you think you're the main character in some trashy soap opera? Don't come crying to me for a refund when you get wrecked. He swipes his card, and the system coldly dings. 50 credits deducted for the training room fee, remaining balance 10,050 C. In this place, the higher the room number, the more sadistic and lethal the traps become. Standard gacha RNG logic, I guess. Glancing at the next room, I see some NPC trying to outrun a giant rolling boulder like he's in an Indiana Jones movie. I smirked. It's only natural for these clowns to look down on a low-tier rookie without top-tier gear. My black-gloved hand grips the metallic handle, and I shove room 5 wide open. Entering the gloomy, debris-filled room reeking of death, I crack my knuckles. Alright, let's get this party started. Both hands tighten around the hilt of the nameless demonic sword. It's time for a life-or-death stress test. The moment energy flows into it, the obsidian blade erupts with a terrifying crimson aura. System alert, nameless demonic sword has recognized its master. Simultaneously, a notification hits. Temporary stat boost initiated, draining stamina, and my face contorts in pure agony. I grit my teeth, feeling the toll. But that's where my cheat code comes in clutch. Greed Spiling Lev 1 activates, countering the sword's backlash and restoring a portion of my lost stamina. Still, this demonic sword is way too cracked to be fully suppressed. The system flashes red. Greed's Piling Lev 1 failed to fully negate damage. I'm panting, clutching my chest. Expected as much. Level 1 is mid, but I've got to push a little harder. Ignoring the internal decay, I roar and swing the glowing blade, shattering space itself as the system grants me the Tyrant buff. Stat scaling proportionally to my drained stamina. enduring the pain of my muscles tearing, my eyes glow with a beastly predatory red, my lips bleed as I break into a manic, satisfied grin. So this is my current ceiling? Not bad at all. As soon as I hit that wall, the system drains 10,000 credits without hesitation. Skill, Greed's Piling upgraded, the sword in my hand vibrates, resonating with the massive power surge. A dazzling level up aura engulfs me. Skill. Greed's Piling negates side effects of skills and items. Next upgrade costs 20,000 C. I slam the blade into the floor, creating a shockwave. The system reflects better results. Greed's Piling Levi 2 successfully resisted backlash. I stand tall, surrounded by a blood-red aura of absolute dominance. Grip tightening on the great sword, the system shows me the cost is finally manageable. The sword's drain is no longer a death sentence. My eyes gleam with lethal focus as my stats skyrocket. Gotcha. No hesitation now. I stomp the floor, shattering the tiles, and launch myself forward like a cannonball. I swing the massive blade, carving through the air and obliterating every obstacle in my path with destructive force. I scream in pure adrenaline, time for a test drive. Meanwhile, back in the quiet lobby, the old receptionist is still passed out at his desk, drooling like an NPC in sleep mode, completely oblivious to the chaos inside. He jolts awake, blinking as he spots a massive ominous shadow looming over him, blocking out the light. Huh? His pupils dilate, his face wrinkling in pure terror, cold sweat drenching his forehead. Am I still dreaming? Standing in the blinding light of the exit, I walk out, leaving a trail of bloodstains behind me. The old man is absolutely shook. Was that a hallucination? Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he stares at my blood-soaked back, gulping hard. Is that the kid who just went into room 5? Don't tell me he survived in there for less than 10 minutes? Suspicious, the old guy scurries to the door, knocks tentatively, and calls out, "Hey, little dreamer, you still in there?" Silence, no answer. He swallows hard, grabs the handle, and cracks the door open to peek inside. The moment his eyes adjust, his jaw hits the floor. He lets out a scream that could shatter glass. What the hell? The room looks like a nuke went off. Broken traps, the giant boulder split in two, a death scythe buried in the wall. The place is completely cooked. He's trembling, stuttering. What kind of monster did I just let in here? Cut to a peaceful room bathed in sunlight. Subaru shifts on his soft bed, groaning in fatigue. Ugh, I sit up, stretching as my joints crack like glow sticks. How long was I out? My body feels like a literal plank of wood. Thank God that demonic sword was a defective one. A normal cursed blade would have chewed me up and spat me out. Looking out at the bustling cafe, I analyze the gains from my high-stakes gamble. The physical drain has decreased significantly. That's how I managed to unlock the sword's true power, even with these pathetic stats. 17 strength, 16 stamina, 8 mana. I laugh at my own bottom-tier status. I shouldn't even have been able to lift that sword, let alone swing it like a pro. Recalling the moment I shredded those traps in the training room, I nod in satisfaction. The compatibility between greed and the demonic swords is undeniable, which means I pick up my coffee and take a sip. Subaru smirked, his lips curling into a devious, calculated grin. This setup is going to absolutely shred once I layer in some lightning element skills. But wait, his vibe check hit rock bottom the second he saw his credit balance, a pathetic 50. Meanwhile, the system demanded 20,000 just to level up. Cold sweat, engaged. The real grind isn't just fighting monsters, it's chasing that bag to upgrade my skills. Was my past self actually this broke? He propped his chin on his hand, radiating "I'm done with life" energy, mourning the tragic fate of a genius forced to scrape by for pocket change. I've already died once, can't the universe cut me some slack? Just then, an annoying, high-pitched voice shattered his inner monologue. Subaru peered out the window, looking at a dude built like a tank, wearing a pink crop top and cat ears with a bow, prancing down the street while scrolling through a virtual screen. Current status, doing a live exploration on the second floor, bringing back all those nostalgic feels from when I was a newbie. Right guys, today's stream rating the fits of these stylish kings, let's get it. Suddenly, the stream overlay exploded with flashy donation effects from a whale named Alexander, followed by, "Miss the old days, bro." The cat ear streamer immediately started squirming and squealing like a fanboy. "Thank you for the 1,000 credits, Alexander. You're the GOAT." Out of nowhere, the guy dumped a full cup of coffee over his own head while the brain-rotting repetitive donation notification blared in the background. "Direct hit perfection. Thank you a million times, senpai." Watching this chaotic NPC behavior from the second-floor cafe, Subaru's eye twitched. He wiped a drop of sweat from his cheek, thinking, what is actually wrong with this guy? Is he lobotomized? His golden eyes narrowed, partly in cringe, partly in despair, but suddenly a chaotic gold digger-level idea flickered in his brain. He tapped his UI, frantically searching for keywords, how to farm credits fast. The era of PvP where every third player is a streamer and credit lotteries. This is how I make millions. Subaru rubbed his chin deep in his villain arc thoughts. Wait, live streaming? Sitting alone in the corner of the cafe, he scrolled through the net, connecting the dots. A system where you stream in real time and get literal handouts? It's actually brain rot content, isn't it? A condescending voice cut through his thoughts. Huh? Is that you, Subaru? A tall guy with slicked back hair, rocking a black designer trench coat with gold stitching, strutted over with a smug, main character sneer. Can't believe a loser like you actually made it up here. He stomped over, projecting major "I peaked in high school" energy. What a coincidence, you lost or something, wandering around this area? Facing that trash-tier grin, Subaru's pupils flickered. A bead of cold sweat rolled down, his body was reacting on instinct. Damn, the previous owner of this body really had some toxic history, huh? Ignored, the pretty boy twitched with rage. Yo, I'm talking to you. You deaf? You trying to make me talk to myself like an NPC? Subaru stayed frozen, finally understanding the sensation. No, this isn't just annoyance. His hand gripped the table until his knuckles turned white. He gritted his teeth, admitting the truth, it's fear. Swallowing the pathetic emotions of the original owner, he deadpanned, "Oh, is that so? I just got here." Without an invite, the guy dragged a chair over, flopped down, and crossed his legs with total disrespect. Damn, I'm actually shocked. He leaned in, his smile bearing fangs, whispering with peak zero integrity energy. Never thought a bottom-tier trash can failure like you would actually survive the tutorial. The second their eyes locked, a wave of horrific memories hit like a canonical event. Subaru's gaze sharpened. I remember now, it's Isaac. The scene shifted to a dark, filthy alleyway. A younger, disheveled Subaru was huddled on the ground, battered and sobbing. Why are you doing this to me? Isaac stood over him, hands in his pockets, raining down pure contempt on the kid trembling at his feet. Huh? You're asking why? Because you're literal trash. Isn't it obvious? He munched on some snacks while dropping verbal blades that cut deeper than any sword. Your very name disgusts me. You can't even do simple chores right. What, you trying to prove you're a useless orphan? The past Subaru screamed in despair, tears streaking his bruised face. But the credits you gave me weren't enough. Isaac didn't even let him finish, landing a brutal kick that sent the boy flying. You talking back to me, you piece of garbage? Looking down at his prey, Isaac smirked maliciously. Yeah, that spot fits you perfectly. Remember this, from today on, this is your home. He chewed loudly, his eyes glowing with sadistic intent. No matter what happens, you are never allowed to leave. You know what's going to happen if I catch you outside, right? The flashback faded. Back in the present, Subaru lowered his lashes, feeling massive second-hand embarrassment for this body's past submissiveness. What an absolute clown. Don't tell me this is why I woke up in a trash heap. Ignoring the vibe, Isaac kept yapping about his achievements. I cleared the tutorial up to stage 20, shattered my old man's record. The examiner is literally glazing me nonstop. He says I'm a true heir to the Wren family name. Subaru just gave a deadpan cool story, bro. Huh? Seeing the silence, Isaac kept flexing, pointing at his face. By the way, I got a skill reward for clearing that stage. Rank B, baby. Highest tier you can get from the tutorial. Anyway, all that talking made me thirsty. Think I'll grab a drink. Subaru downed the last of his coffee, grabbed his sword, and stood up without a second thought. Yeah, enjoy yourself. I'm out. Isaac, still acting like the world's biggest main character, propped his chin up. Wait, on your way out, get me a coffee. And pick up some snacks too. Doesn't matter what. Subaru stopped, turned his head, and gave him a look that could freeze hell. Huh? Shaken by the unexpected pushback, Isaac clicked his tongue, annoyed. Still just as stubborn as ever, huh? The blood rushed to Isaac's head, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. He hissed, "What's your problem? You staring at me with those buggy eyes because you want to get folded? You possessed or something?" Ignoring that barking mad dog, Subaru turns his back and walks away, dropping the cold truth. I'm broke, buy your own coffee, NPC. Imagine having your ego bruised by someone you've been bullying as trash for years. Isaac's smile evaporates, replaced by a dark, murderous aura. Subaru keeps walking, hands in his pockets, unbothered, while his inner monologue is already cooking up a slaughter. Sorry, I don't have time to play hero for your past self, but if you step in the way of my grind, you're getting cooked. Suddenly his eyes sharpen, pupils dilating as he senses a sudden force from behind. Isaac's hand flashes out, locking onto Subaru's arm like a hydraulic press, dead stopping him in his tracks. The guy is straight up tweaking, eyes bloodshot with pure villain energy, teeth gnashing as he hisses. You really want to see what happens to a piece of trash that tries to run away? Subaru glances back with icy indifference, dropping a warning that screams main character energy. Let go of me, unless you want to lose that hand. The air in the coffee shop drops to zero. The vibe is heavy enough to crush anyone watching this daylight standoff. Isaac's face goes full demon mode, veins popping. He growls, "Don't you dare act arrogant with me," while Subaru just clicks his tongue and mutters, "Cringe." The way Isaac looks at him, he's basically trying to eat him alive, showing off that classic I'm the main character toxic behavior. Facing the blatant provocation, Subaru stays cold. Can't cause a scene here. Too many eyes and the drama ain't worth the XP loss. Suddenly, the tension shatters as Isaac lets out a mocking, trashy laugh. He lets go wearing that classic I'm the superior Chad face. Scared? I was just messing with you like old times. Still the same weak loser as always, huh? Flexing his undeserved superiority, he adds, with your bottom tier stats, you probably struggled just to pass the tutorial. I get it. You're feeling yourself, right? Then, the sound of his expensive loafers thudding on the tile, he steps in, trying to mog Subaru with pure intimidation. He whispers, his threats sounding like a cheap villain trope. You really think trash like you can fight me? I could make you disappear and nobody would even blink. You know who my dad is, right? Having finished his cringe monologue, he turns on his heel with a snarky wave. Stay safe, buddy. Ignoring the bottom tier drama, there are actually two ways to power up in this world. First, the tower challenges. You dive into the trials, climb the floors, and get rewarded. It's basically a safe virtual grind. If you die, you only lose credits and progress, but yeah, you gotta pay to play. And the second way, a hell of a lot more brutal. Hunting. You boost your stats at warp speed by farming monsters in the wild or clearing hidden dungeons. It's way faster than tower climbing, but since these zones are in the real world, if you die there, you're staying dead. Standing outside the gloom-ridden Orc Nest dungeon, the reality hits hard. That's why most players are cowards who refuse to gamble their actual lives for power. Sweat dripping down his neck, Subaru sighs, sitting on the cold floor next to a massive, freshly slain corpse. He concludes the truth. Safety equals stagnation. Staring at his sword buried deep in the monster's chest, he mutters, and danger is the only way to level up fast. His gloved hand skillfully spins a thin tablet, the device humming as he swipes through the interface. His eyes narrow with curiosity as a live stream pops up on his feed. Wait, what? The title reads, "Finally hitting floor 4 today. He's Narukami Subaru and 80,000 viewers. The audacity." On screen, a streamer wearing a knockoff black and gold mask is doing the most, shouting, "Alright guys, the moment you've been waiting for. I'm hitting floor 3, while the chat is flaming him. Deja vu? This is the 8th time, bro. Classic Suban behavior. Subaru just looks at the screen, face twisted in pure disgust. The name, the mask. Seriously? How many of these clout-chasing frauds are trying to steal my persona now? Right on cue, a massive donation alert explodes on screen. Narukami Subaru is a total clown who just opened a 20-point C bounty mission. The fake streamer instantly flips his hair, grinning like a lobotomized NPC. "Oh, Narukami Subaru, I'd be absolutely honored to play the fool for you. Thanks a ton for the 20-point credits, fam." Subaru's pupils dilate, his teeth grinding loud enough to hear. 220 credits? Are these idiots actually getting paid via a mission system just for clout? Then comes the whale parade, throwing money like it's confetti. Baldy enthusiast drops a 10 C bounty. Empty wallet chimes in, "Show me proof and I'll dump 5 C on your head." To cap it all off, some whale tosses 15 C like it's pocket change, and the streamer is busy finger gunning and blowing hearts at the screen. Thanks for the overwhelming support, guys. I'll definitely crush this challenge for you all. Reality hits like a truck. While this Narukami Subaru fraud is grinding for clout and easy cash, the real Subaru is out here covered in filth, gambling his life just to bash in monster skulls. He mutters under his breath, "This is absolute bullshit." Glancing at the pathetic 50C on his own status board, he grits his teeth in pure envy. These guys are out here racking up bank. Frustrated, he kills the screen, gripping his tablet so hard it's a miracle it doesn't shatter into dust. A moment later, Subaru stands up, yanks his nameless demon blade out of a slimy carcass, and lets out a long, ragged exhale. Phew! Black blood sprays as he swings his blade through the air, his eyes sharpening with cold, stone-hard resolve. Alright, one last run before I call it a day. Before he can finish, a massive, scaly green foot slams into the ground, shaking the entire dungeon. From the shadows, a horde of orcs emerges, muscles rippling, eyes glowing blood red as they bare their fangs at their prey. Trailing behind them is a giant tower of muscle. The system pings red instantly. Warren Orc Commander Boss appeared. Facing the mob, Subaru just lazily heaves his greatsword onto his shoulder with a faint smirk. Oh, it's just a Rozo again. Even without those poison-tipped darts from last time, the nameless demon blade erupts in a crimson, hellish glow. The system starts spamming alerts about life drain, stat spikes, and his tier 2 stake skill fighting back against the recoil. He tightens his grip, a manic grin spreading across his face. Today, I've got a much deadlier toy. I'm in a hurry, so why don't you all just jump me at once? Suddenly, a purple system notification flashes, feeding him a hit of stamina, Nooser health and stamina, partially rest court. He lets out a mocking roar, his heavy boots crushing the skull of an orc minnow. "I don't have time to waste on bottom-tier trash like you." Without a second of hesitation, he launches himself like a red streak through the air, ignoring the confused minions to dive straight for the boss. The orc commander barely has time to look up, its mouth hanging open in a mix of shock and pure terror as the Reaper descends upon it. With a gravity-defying spin, he unleashes a brutal arc of steel, deleting the entire group of orcs in one single clean sweep. After the system announces the orc nest is fully cleared, the scene shifts to a dark room. Subaru holds a black and gold mask in his hand, murmuring, "Never thought I'd actually have to wear this thing." Standing before a full-length mirror, he mutters with a sharp, lopsided smirk, "Now I see why these streamers are swimming in cash." He slowly presses the mask to his face, his eyes burning with absolute determination. "If I'm going to do this, I'm going all in on my home turf." The second the mask locks into place, his aura shifts, becoming more mysterious and lethal than ever before. Click. With his sword back on his shoulder, he strides out the door, oozing confidence. "Besides, I'm the real deal anyway." Instantly, a global system notification rings out. Narukamu has started a live stream. The stage is set for a new act. The scene cuts to the sleek, high-tech offices of Seon Entertainment. A stunning woman in a stylized outfit is staring daggers at her tablet, brow furrowed in annoyance. She grinds her teeth, her cherry-red lips curled in pure rage. She slams the table, stands up, and grabs a blue-haired coworker by the collar, shrieking, "Ugh, this is so ridiculous." Falling back into her chair, she continues her tirade, slamming her fist against the desk until it cracks. "Idiots, morons, useless trash, 5 people and they still can't clear the gate?" The blue-haired guy panics. "Hey, you know the penalty for profanity is 1,000 credits, right? You almost triggered it." "Anyway, what's the drama this time? Who is it?" She grits her teeth. "Subki." The blue-haired guy smirks. "Subki? Is he a Narukami Subaru knockoff or fake?" "Which one?" She glares. "Who knows? Just some hybrid mutt." Since the real Narukami Subaru hasn't surfaced, whoever has the biggest channel becomes the real one by default. She sighs, exhausted. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry is cosplaying as Narukami Subaru now. The live streaming industry is absolutely cooked. The guy waves it off. "Hey, don't jinx it. We live off these streamers, remember?" She fires back, but it's the truth, isn't it? They can't even master the basics. There are thousands of actual players risking their lives to climb the tower. This is just disrespectful. The guy clicks his rookie antics again, huh? "So, why'd you quit climbing the tower just to rot away doing this bottom-tier job?" Hit with the cold, hard truth, she stares into the void before dropping a dry reply because it's boring. Getting triggered, she snaps. "Listen, I quit because I don't have the skill, okay? You don't sound like you're joking, so maybe pipe down for a sec?" He doesn't hold back either. "Besides, you quit too, didn't you?" If you've got the energy to talk trash, how about actually scouting some decent talent instead of yapping? The blue-haired guy sighs, his voice heavy with L energy. Man, she only started climbing to find Narakumako. Once that goal died, her motivation went 0 to hero, in reverse. Suddenly, her eyes light up. Wait, what is this? She leans in, basically kissing the monitor. Yo, we've got a total freak of nature here. She frowns, annoyed. What? Did you find another NPC to glaze? Is this some new Narukami cosplayer? The screen shows Subaru in his starter gear, masked up, gripping a sword in a dark dungeon with mid-tier stats. The guy starts screaming in alien tongues. This dude is a certified maniac. He keeps losing his mind. You call this scouting? Why waste time watching a Floor 2 stream with 0 viewers? She just sighs. Yeah, I know. She gently strokes the screen, eyes full of sadness. But every time I see that mask, I can't help but hope just a little bit. Suddenly, she snaps out of it and holds her hand out for the bet. Oh, and you owe me 1,000 credits, by the way. The blue-haired guy just bows his head, defeated. My apologies. Meanwhile, in a different instance, Subaru officially enters the challenge as the system notifications start flooding in, commencing Floor 2. Clear the beginner dungeon and extract. Achievement points based on total kills. Sauntering into casually scrolls his tablet, low-key judging the floor. Floor 2, mid. Nothing to sweat about. He glances at the virtual screen, dropping his voice to a whisper. Though, knowing someone's actually watching does add a bit of pressure. Right on cue, a comment from a viewer named Lee pops up. What floor is this? The lone viewer keeps pressing. First Subaru replies, eyes locked on the stream. Yeah, first run. Lumen's kindness starts flooding the chat. You good? Should you even be streaming? If it's your first time, you probably don't even know the pathing. Meanwhile, a winged monster creeps out from the shadows, ready to gank him. A hideous one-eyed bat shrieks and dives for the kill. But instead of dodging, Subaru snags the beast by its head speed that's actually hacking. The monster barely gets a confused squeak out. Without a second of hesitation, he crushes it like a bug and flicks the dust off his hands. System, one-eyed bat eliminated, +1 achievement point. He tilts his head at the screen, cold as ice. Something wrong? The system updates the Floor 2 quest while Subaru just strolls deeper in. The viewer count just ticked up to 3. New faces are flooding the chat. That reaction time is cracked! Wait, people actually stream Floor 2? Usually they quit because nobody watches. One guy tries to backseat game. Stay safe, don't get greedy, just wait for a party. Subaru smirks, dropping a savage rejection. Appreciate the advice, but that's not happening. He flat out refuses. I prefer solo play. The chat immediately explodes with hate and L takes. The viewer count jumps to 6. Ignoring the brain rot in the chat, he keeps pushing into the darkness, calculating. Using the name Narukami Subaru is enough to bait views even if I just stand here doing nothing. A mud merman bursts from the ground, jaws dripping with jagged teeth, lunging for his throat. Subaru just swings his sword in one clean, perfect arc. He doesn't even look back, walking away while the monster gets cleaved in half in a shower of pixels. The only plan now is to grind until I drop. System. Mud merman eliminated, +2 achievement points. The chat is absolute chaos. Did anyone see that? I think he just deleted it, right? From deep in the cave, dozens of one-eyed bats scream, descending on him like a black storm. He responds with a flurry of blade work, lightning fast, a total massacre finished in a blink. Standing among the loot, Subaru wipes his hands casually. The chat is in shambles. View count 10. What just happened? Is he hacked? Something is definitely going on. System. One-eyed bat X2, +2 AP. Mud merman X2 eliminated. He coldly explains to the confused NPCs. If you actually listen to the audio, you'd know. Standing over the corpses, he flexes. I know how many are coming and exactly where they are. The chat instantly shifts from clown him to glaze him. We've been played. Is he a pro? I knew it. Poison, what's your level, bro? He props his chin on his hand, baiting them even harder. If you know, then I'll speak my mind. The chat goes nuclear. Most people couldn't do that, you know? LOL. Skill issue. Wow, he's still keeping the persona. Bro is really glazing Narukami Subaru at this point. Cringe. LOL. Ignoring the haters, he turns his back, radiating that lone wolf aura with absolute focus. Still not enough. Gotta grind for those achievement points before I bounce. He keeps walking, while the chat is literally tweaking over his bizarre behavior. Wait, is this dude just walking in a straight line? A real chat stays silent and keeps the grind going lol. Bro, you doing any research? If you keep going straight, you're getting cooked, fam. His sneakers suddenly screech to a halt on the dusty floor. His golden eyes peer through the mask. Looks like we've reached the final boss room. He looks up and yikes. That's a nightmare fuel moment. Thousands of one-eyed bats are hanging from the ceiling like a cursed chandelier. Deep within the swarm of mobs, a giant bloodshot eye slowly opens, locking onto his tiny figure. Seeing the sheer number of mobs and the massive boss, the chat is already spamming L and writing his obituary. Told ya. Haha rip, see you at the respawn point, scrub. Right on the edge of a canon event, a random viewer with a poverty tier username drops a quest notification. My abandoned stream just bet 100 credits. If you clear them all, then... This absolute trash tier bet triggers a wave of roasting with everyone calling him a clown. Is this guy trolling? He's getting clapped for sure. LOL, my sides are hurting. Ignoring the toxicity, he just tilts his head and gives a polite shout out to the first viewer who actually bet on him. My abandoned stream, thanks for the 100 credits. Meanwhile, back at the Son Entertainment office, a fist slams down on a desk. The blue-haired guy is losing his mind, screaming at the screen over some unrelated loss. Bruh, what are you doing? We already cleared to the 6th floor, so why are we dying here? Refund my money right now. Realizing he's acting like an NPC, he tries to smooth things over with his coworker. Oh my bad, I got a bit loud. But she's not even listening, her eyes glued to the tablet with an expression of pure disbelief. Seeing her go full silent mode, he nervously asks, "What's up? What are you staring at?" She doesn't budge, just mutters something haunting. Something's wrong. It freaks him out, so he starts backpedaling. "No, it's not that much money, seriously. I can pay you back." "You sure?" Her eyes spark with a weird intensity, the reflection of the live stream dancing in her pupils. She whispers, "It's not about that. If I bet again, feel free to—" She suddenly drops the name of a long-lost legend, Narukami Subaru. The blue-haired guy freezes. "Huh? You're still watching that flop stream?" He lunges over to snatch the tablet from her, looking absolutely shook. "You gotta be kidding me, right?" The screen shows Subaru single-handedly obliterating the giant bat swarm while the chat goes into full-blown panic mode. The guy mutters, "How many is he soloing at once?" In the middle of the monster sea, Subaru stays ice-cold, every sword swing landing with terrifying precision. A blurry flashback. Two figures standing in a courtyard. A man says, "Subaru-kun, you're amazing. Even when you shift your sword mid-swing, your breathing and eyes don't even twitch." Subaru looks ahead. "Shift my sword?" To me, it just looks like one fluid motion from the start. Is he actually reading the enemy's flow and calculating every move in advance? Subaru rubs his chin deep in thought. I wasn't really thinking about anything, though." The guy laughs. "Wow, that's a god-tier flex. Most people can't even get back to reality." Subaru dodges a bat attack, explaining to the viewers like he's bored. "See, it's weird, right? Key to communication is eye contact and keeping it simple. When facing a swarm of one-eyed bats, don't waste time targeting their eyes one by one." He continues his lecture while dodging like a pro dancer. "These one-eyed bats only know how to lunge forward, so the more there are, the more openings they give you." See? He delivers a perfect arc of steel, clearing the entire mob wave in one go, just like that. The chat explodes with comments that are just pure comedy. His explanation explained absolutely nothing. Who called him a rookie? Show yourself. Wait, is that all he's going to say? He sighs, shaking his head. Communication is so hard. The chat keeps rolling. "I'm stuck on floor 4 and I have to listen to a floor 2 scrub lecture me?" It's like saying if you move your legs, you can walk. Right then, Lumani chirps in. "Don't forget to claim your credits." Subaru stops, looking confused. Oh right, he clumsily fumbles with the tablet, looking completely lost. Through his mask, his eyes blinked in confusion, having absolutely no clue what to do next. Standing in a pile of bloody corpses, he scratched his head and wondered, how do I even accept these quests? The chat went absolutely feral, laughing at him. The guy might be cracked at combat, but he's a total NPC when it comes to streaming. Lumani to the rescue again, tapping the accept button on the quest prompt for him. Subaru followed suit, and the system pinged immediately. "Quest complete. Received 100 credits from your abandoned stream." He replied with surprising politeness. "Thanks." He turned his back and headed deeper into the cave, declaring, "Alright, next one is the last one." His status window updated. 150 credits in the bank and 118 achievement points. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the night, echoing from outside the Sautan Company building. Inside the office, two managers were clutching their heads, faces pale as ghosts. She muttered, "It's over, it's all over, we're cooked." The blue-haired guy was just as panicked, but fired back. "The only thing over is your career, lady." She shook her head violently. "What? Have you ever seen something like this before?" The guy tried to keep his cool. "You're overreacting. It's still just the second floor, okay?" She slammed her hand on the desk and shrieked, "Of course I'm overreacting," causing the guy to flinch and mumble a quick apology. Sorry, suddenly her face lit up like she'd hit the jackpot, eyes sparkling with total simp energy. Where did he come from? Earth? Narukami Subaru from Earth? Is this fate?" She spread her arms wide, drifting into her own little fanfiction world. Could he be the reincarnation of Narukami Subaru? It happens all the time in those isekai light novels. Oh, thank the heavens. The blue-haired guy just sighed. Whenever the topic shifted to Narukami Subaru, her brain completely checked out. She clutched her forehead and leaned back dramatically. What do I do? I'm getting dizzy. Hey, Sa, if I close my eyes now." The guy cut her off with a shout. "Don't you dare." She looked confused. "What? I can't even close my eyes." He kept yelling, "That's not the point. You're actually thinking about scouting him, aren't you?" She wasn't having it and pushed back just as hard. The guy tried to reason he might have a bit of talent, but he's a total noob, a bottom-tier fraud. "Do you know that?" She snapped back. "I know exactly what he is." The guy whispered, "No, you don't. If you report this to the boss, we're both gonna get roasted." She slammed the table again. "You're betting against him? Since when did you get so serious?" She pursed her lips and huffed, "Fine, just wait and see." Her sharp eyes stayed glued to the virtual screen, where a youth in a black and gold mask was live streaming, as if she were trying to pierce through the mask to see what kind of god-tier player he really was. Meanwhile, in the suffocating darkness, Subaru's heavy boots crunched over broken tiles as he walked straight toward the blinding light at the end of the corridor. He pressed his gloved hand against the cold stone wall and nodded to himself, acknowledging his grind. "We're here the end of the dungeon." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and two massive stone doors groaned as they split open. Standing before the threshold, Subaru squinted into the void, coolly delivering narration like a true streamer main. And sitting right there in the ruins is a giant werewolf with gray-blue fur, just chilling in a meditation pose. The beast let out a low growl at the intruder. The monster loomed, his massive frame blocking the light, radiating pure pressure with the title, Wolf Warrior Grey. The chat immediately started spamming, "Help, the pressure is real. Keep it a secret that this guy wiped me 8 times, okay? The first time he spawn camped me so hard I thought it was a bug."
The purple system window hovered in front of Subaru.
Plot objective, gain the recognition of the Wolf Warrior to proceed through the door. If you pass this, you can continue the test. Subaru blinked at the beast, pulling from his past life memories. The Wolf Warrior wasn't just some mob. He was a gatekeeper, built to test if players had the stats to survive past the tutorial dungeon. Just as his inner monologue was getting peak heroic, the system pinged with the sound of pure cash. The sugar daddy donor was back, sub-goal, 3,000 credits if you defeat the Wolf Warrior. A sweat drop rolled down the broke youth's forehead. His eyes glinted with the greed of a man who just saw a payday. Fine. 3,000 credits, huh? With the viewer count climbing to 20, Subaru stood tall against the giant wolf. The audience kept roasting his greed. Another demon has appeared. They aren't actually pay him, right? Lol. PSA, my wallet is officially closed. He's not even a boss you're supposed to kill, lol. He started observing the monster with surgical precision. After the scan, the beast stepped back, baring its razor-sharp claws in a battle stance. The system automatically tagged it. Wolf Warrior Gree, second floor gatekeeper. Its yellow eyes narrowed with piercing intelligence. A voice like rolling thunder boomed, a player. Standing in the shadow of the giant, Subaru looked like a tiny action figure lost in a mountain of fur. Terrifying. The werewolf bared his fangs and growled pure suspicion in his tone. You came alone? His ears twitched, a giant question mark hanging in the air. You're really going at this by yourself? Subaru stuffed his hands in his pockets and replied, ice cold, see for yourself. Intrigued by the arrogance, the wolf leaned in, growling with a twisted appreciation. You're an interesting human. You smell like a great warrior. The chat went dead silent while Subaru roasted the bias system. What the hell does smelling like a great warrior even mean? And you're calling me smelly? People usually tell me I smell like a rotting corpse. Subaru's sharp eyes narrowed, mentally calculating the absolute meta of this scenario. Wolf warriors can sniff out the true essence of a person. The wolf's snout pressed against his cheek, exhaling a blast of hot air. It's not the stench of a rotting corpse, but the scent of a true soul. You have earned the right to pass. It stepped back, gesturing to the massive carved door behind it. The test is over. This sudden, cringe-worthy peace out left the audience stunned. What is this guy's problem? No discrimination? Since when is this part of the script? Unlike the NPC's casual attitude, Subaru scratched his head, sweating with regret over the lost violence. Even in his past life, he'd never seen a boss just walk away. That sucks, but my mission is actually you. The wolf warrior's friendly smile froze. He pointed to his own chest, confused. Me, not the door behind me? Subaru looked up, his eyes glowing gold behind the mask, radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. Exactly, I was ordered to kill you. Veins popping and fangs bared, the beast let out a feral roar mixed with pure ecstasy. Just as I thought, a man carrying the soul of a true warrior. While the bloodbath for 3,000 credits was about to pop off on the second floor, the scene flickered to a lush green plant bathing in the sunlight of reality. In a high-end luxury office, a savage manager and a timid blue-haired colleague stood stiffly, reporting to a guy with absolute CEO of the world energy. The department head's calloused fingers hammered the keyboard, his voice dripping with barely suppressed rage. When he looked up, the air in the room turned toxic. How many viewers does that streamer have right now? Under that crushing pressure, the blue-haired guy sweated bullets. About 20, sir. But the manager beside him cut in, frowning. Ignoring her colleague's anxiety, she smirked confidently. No, it just passed 30. The boss just sneered. You idiots, what the hell is that supposed to change? Feeling triggered, he leaned in, his icy gaze pinning them to the wall. Are you two trolling me right now? Cornered, they listened to the boss lose his mind. Heon, are you really gambling with company time? You think I don't know? I told you to find someone with potential, and you bring me a guy with a measly 20 viewers? Not backing down, the manager narrowed her eyes and shot back. 30 viewers, which only triggered more shouting. That is not the point. Fury hitting the ceiling, he pointed at her. Hasuka, why don't you stream yourself? Your skills are proven, you'd get fans instantly. She quickly interrupted. Boss, I just checked, it's over 40 now. Hey, are you two even listening to me? As the office descended into chaos, the scene snapped back to the tense battlefield where the small youth stared up at the giant boss. Without a second of hesitation, the wolf man bared his fangs, unsheathed his razor-sharp claws, and launched himself like a heat-seeking missile at his opponent. Facing the blitz, the youth gritted his teeth, yanked the cursed sword from its sheath, and hyped himself up. Don't think, just move. As the blade glowed red, the system dropped a warning. Cursed sword nameless is draining user stamina. Stats increase proportional to stamina lost. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Stay calm. Simultaneously, a spark of resolve lit up his eyes as a support skill activated. Greed level 2, disable recoil of nameless cursed sword. His confidence hit a new high. Even if this is my first time, I'm gonna cook. As the beast delivered a lethal blow from above, the youth tensed every muscle to clash. Just do what you always do. With superhuman reflexes, he swung the blade, smashing the giant claws and creating a blinding explosion of magical power. Knocked back, the wolf roared in rage, surging his claws with blue light to stack more damage. Attack after attack, the beast pressed his full body weight down, forcing the youth to bend under the pressure. The crushing physical force made his boots skid, carving deep trenches into the solid stone floor. Locked in a struggle of pure force, his hand started shaking. He was honestly shook. He's too strong. Sweat drenched his forehead as his eyes analyzed the situation. Just as I thought, going toe-to-toe with his raw physical power is literally impossible. But the beast's predator eyes were glowing with ecstasy, growling in satisfaction at the prey's resilience. Just as I expected from a warrior. With that, the wolf smashed his hand into the ground, but with elite mobility, the youth flipped backward, just in time to dodge. The moment he lands, the beast lunges, shredding the air with a savage swipe and a side of arrogant trash talk. Cute attempt, but you're still nowhere near my level, fraud. Pressed against a wall, he grips his sword hilt so hard his knuckles turn white, triggering a massive surge of mana that sets his blade on fire. Using the momentum to spin, he parries the wolf's claws with a fiery slash that sends the chat into absolute chaos. Defense to offense. Let's go. Is that even possible? This guy is actually built different. Straight up cracked. Taking advantage of the boss's brief stun, he hops back to catch his breath while the viewers lose their minds. If he tries this 2 or 3 times, he might actually pull it off. The quest giver is definitely sweating bullets right now. He could have cleared this easily, but man, this looks like a high-diff fight. His eyes narrow, calculating as he counters the beast's mockery with a cold, smug smirk. Sometimes brain power brute force, buddy. You're finally starting to be fun, warrior. The giant wolf loses its cool and pounces, claws raised high for the finishing blow. Game over, kid. But through the dust, the teen's predator-like eyes flare with cold bloodlust, stealing his stance as he fires back a legendary line. That's my line, you NPC. The beast's confidence instantly shatters into pure panic as he slides under the massive arm, thinking pattern recognition is a hell of a drug. Your moves are basic, man. With a ghost-like dash, he weaves past the giant, landing a clean slash while taunting, "Too slow. Is this even a challenge?" Not letting his prey blink, he launches himself into the air, driving his blade straight into the wolf's chest, forcing a pathetic, high-pitched screech of agony. Pressing the advantage, he double grips his sword, funneling every last drop of mana into the blade, which is now radiating pure, unadulterated death. A massive blood-red slash arcs through the air, cruelly tearing through the werewolf warrior's massive physique. Through the mist of blood, his glowing golden eyes lock on with laser focus. His veins bulge as he keeps a death grip on his weapon, ready for anything. The fight ends as the wolf tilts its head back, blood spraying like a fountain, yet it manages to choke out a final nod. Magnificent, you truly are a warrior. The giant shadow crashes into the rubble and the system coldly flashes the win. Target: werewolf warrior defeated. Immediately, a flood of purple notifications fills his vision. Level up X2 +1 CM +1 mana +2. Stepping over the corpse, he gets 500 achievement points while the chat goes full-on meltdown mode. Wait, he actually did it? He deadass killed him. This stream is legendary, lol. Has anyone even cleared this guy before? I don't think so. Covered in blood and sweat, he smirks with absolute main character energy, confirming the kill as the chat hypes him up. Soloing it? Absolute Chad move. Shout out to the quest giver. You guys didn't think he'd actually clear this, did you? Ding, the sweet melody of the system confirming the quest completion. He gets 3,000 crits and checks his inventory with a satisfied grin. Time to spend this on something useful. Achievement sets. 6-1 TP. The massive ancient doors at the end of the dungeon grind open, pouring out a blinding god-tier light. He steps inside, but his eyes widen. The ground beneath him is shaking like crazy. The chat is in full panic. Yo, something huge is moving. A massive tree-shaped system interface pops up, branching out into a million paths. Ice, earth, fire, and every element in the book. The sheer scale makes the viewers drop their jaws. 13 options? Is this a joke? Wait, isn't the record 16? That's the highest ever? I only got 2. The number of choices literally scales with the player's potential, guys. Among the chaos, the system highlights a glowing purple node. Will you challenge the trial of lightning? The chat spams in idiotin. Pick it. If he doesn't pick lightning, he should just delete his account, honestly. He smirks, his choice already locked in. Obviously, the system registers trial of lightning selected. Instantaneously, a pillar of crackling blue lightning strikes him, shrouding his entire body before yanking him into the new trial zone. The scene cuts to a high-end office where the entire fight was being broadcasted on a massive screen. The room explodes. The manager and the intern are jumping, hugging, and screaming in pure ecstasy. Asuka's eyes are literally sparkling as she points at the screen, fangirling hard. He did it. 60 viewers, boss. Can you believe it? Have you ever seen a streamer grow this fast? And seriously, 13 choices? Most people only get 2 or 3. The manager regains his composure, stroking his chin with a thoughtful damn. That's impressive look. To beat the werewolf warrior? As far as I know, he's never been taken down before. Even so, a bead of nervous sweat drops down his face as he stares at the analytics. He's still just a rookie on the second floor, though. The risk of scouting him this early is massive. Sensing the opening, the savage manageress leans in, resting her arms on his chair with a competitive grin. So boss, want to make a bet? He raises an eyebrow. A bet, huh? Her smile turned absolutely devious, while her poor colleague in the back looked like he'd seen a ghost when she dropped the bombshell. If Subaru fails to snatch the lightning, Sion Hyon and I are taking a 5-year salary freeze. But if he pulls it off, you sign him on the spot. No questions asked. Panicking that she was literally gambling her entire youth away, the colleague started flailing like a headless chicken. Wait, hold up. Who the hell even is this guy? Ignoring the noise, the boss smirked, his eyes cutting straight through the manager. You really think he's got that much aura? He's basically a beta tester, and the only one to ever touch the lightning is Narukami Subaru. You do know that, right? Unbothered, she tilted her head with a toxic, radiant smile. You'll never know the result unless you test it, right? Finally, the unit of a man leaned back and locked it in. Fine, you've got a bet. As the manager aggressively muffled her colleague's protests, the scene shifted back to the glitchy, cracked battlefield. A menacing system notification materialized amidst blue sparks tearing through space. The lightning trial had officially begun. Landing in this cursed wasteland, our guy looked around confused as hell. Where am I? Only for a blood-curdling scream to shatter the silence. Before he could even react, a armored figure body-checked him, sending him flying out of his spot. A split second later, a massive shockwave decimated the ground where he'd just been standing, sending debris flying as he let out a panicked gasp. As the smoke cleared, a giant bald brute with veins popping like roadmap cables stood there, clutching a brutal stone mace. While the mercenary who saved him started barking orders, he flared up in pure rage. The merc turned to glare at the clueless rookie. "What the hell are you doing? You trying to speedrun your death?" Dropping to one knee, the protagonist's pupils constricted at the bright red quest text floating in his face. "Defeat the Giant Shard." He broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "Why is this thing here?" The monster let out a demonic roar and swung that death mace, causing the chat logs to go into total meltdown. "What is this situation? Isn't this the lightning trial? Yeah, that mob is supposed to be in the giant race arc. Why is it spawning now?" His eye twitched, sweat pouring down as his brain desperately calculated this fatal paradox, a boss-tier mob that shouldn't appear until the second half of the trial. One thought flashed through his mind. Did killing Greg change the canon event? Before the thought could even settle, the giant slammed his mace down, cratering the earth, but the MC dodged the insane pressure with peak reaction speed. Fast as a ghost, he glided across the cracked ground, his eyes cold and calm, leaving the overgrown NPC in the dust. While moving, he low-key judged the situation. Just a big, brainless stat stick, nowhere near Greg's level. He smirked. "Good thing I knew what was coming, though I guess I did come here to save you." Ignoring the runaway pleas, he channeled mana into his flame-engulfed blade, deciding, better end this before someone else crashes the party. As the red system warning flashed, nameless magic sword draining user stamina. All stats increased proportional to stamina loss. His go-to support skill triggered to balance the build, Greed level 2, negating the recoil from the nameless sword. Not wasting a single millisecond, the second the giant swung that massive mace, the MC lunged forward, clashing head-on with his burning blade. When he didn't get crushed, the monster tilted and stomped its massive foot, trying to send a shockwave to knock the little fly away. Rocks exploded everywhere from the second brutal stomp, but the MC's agile frame was already airborne, vaulting over the destruction. Using the enemy's own attack against him, his boot landed perfectly on the stuck mace, using it as a literal platform. Launching off the weapon, he turned into a red blur, sprinting up the giant's muscular arm like he was in a parkour montage. In a flash, he reached the stratosphere, leaving the boss looking up in pure confusion, shocking the NPC mercenary below. Huh? At the peak of his jump, he spun in midair, gripped his sword with both hands, and channeled his entire weight into a punishing strike aimed at the boss's crown. Mana exploded, carving a lethal glowing red cross-slash, shredding the giant's steel-like skin and sending blood spraying everywhere. Ignoring the reeling monster, he landed cold-blooded right on its nape like the Grim Reaper. With eyes glowing red, he ground his teeth, dragging his blade deep into the bone, whispering a dark threat, "Shut up." He finished the beast with a cold-hearted verdict. "Stay silent." A second later, the giant's massive body shattered, blood gushing from his throat alongside one final pathetic gurgle. The violent light in those soulless, dead-white eyes finally flickers out, officially closing this blitzkrieg of a boss fight. As the gargantuan corpse crashes into the dusty earth, the system drops the notification faded. The chat goes nuclear. Everyone is losing their minds. Stage 4 cleared, and with that over-leveled victory, a literal monsoon of rewards floods the screen. Strength +2, agility +1. He's panting, chest-heaving, barely keeping himself upright by leaning on his blade. He silently claims the rest of the loot. Stamina +2, magic power +1, and a nice little haul of 400 achievement points. Not done yet. The system drops 2 radiant loot crates, Giant's Heart obtained, Sound of Thunder obtained. Witnessing this sheer broken level of RNG, the mercenary's jaw is glued to the floor while the chat spams 4,000 points in pure hype. He just got the rewards for stages 1 through 4 all at once? That is absolute developer generosity. So, did he just casually speedrun the Wolfman Tri-Boss stages 1 through 3? Still reeling from the shock, the NPC rookie scurries toward our MC's blood-soaked back, stammering a formal greeting. "My lord, the chat is dying of laughter. Is this guy a fanboy, family now? Look at him switching to honorifics so fast. I mean, anyone would be suspicious if a player like that dropped into stage 4 out of nowhere." Swallowing hard, the soldier trembles as he probes. "Who on earth are you?" The protagonist just glances back with half a cold face hidden behind his mask, retorting dryly, "Can't you tell by looking?" He turns around fully, that crimson bloodlust still swirling around his sword. He drops his name with main character energy. "I'm here to kill the giants." The chat immediately roasts him for the edgy dialogue. "Ew, someone's trying too hard." "Oh, I'm here to kill giants." A bit vague, isn't it, bro? In a blink, the smoky, shattered ruins fade, replaced by a peaceful fantasy town where red-tiled roofs bask in the crystal-clear sunlight. Daily life flows perfectly, with NPCs greeting each other as if a massacre didn't just happen 10 minutes ago. Tucked away behind a locked door, in a room bathed in golden light, our guy sheds his death god persona, lounging on the edge of the bed with his virtual screen in hand. The corner of his mouth curls into a smug, satisfied smirk as he scrolls through the desperate requests from his surging viewer. Count. Show US the loot. Give edits magic tier. Nah, forget magic tier, that's gotta be rare tier, no doubt. Happily playing to the crowd, he taps the glowing system board with a grin. "I'm curious too. Let's see what we got." A ring encrusted with a glowing red gem materializes in his palm. Giant's Heart, rare accessory. Effect. Stamina's 2, a ring carved from a giant's heart boosts stamina and recovery. He nods approvingly. Accessories are always high value. I do love a good stamina boost. Then, the jet black armor with gold trim. Defense +5. Infused with the power of lightning. Can activate Sound of Thunder once per day. Status immunity. Charges 3. He smirks. Exactly what he needed. The chat is going wild. Absolute drip. Even with a limit, you can use that until level 5. Nah, the heart is the real endgame item. Its value is basically whatever the highest bidder wants to pay. As he tries on the armor, which hugs his chiseled frame, a notification dripping with pops up. Love Subaru has registered a quest 5,000 credits. If you get the Thunder skill, go for it. He's about to hit them with that smooth idle tier thank you. Love Subaru-san thank you. But the system cuts him off with another ding. Iban registers a quest. I'll bet 5,000 credits for the same thing. Immediately, a barrage of sponsorships floods the screen. Mission Villian drops 3,000 credits. Then the legendary whale viewer joins the party. I'm throwing in 7,000 credits. Facing this downpour of cash, he adjusts his coat, turning back to the camera with supreme god-tier confidence. Thanks everyone. The thunder, I'll be sure to show you. Still his golden eyes dim slightly in thought. He realizes the expectations are sky high. Everyone is waiting for that lightning. It's actually popping off now. He wonders to himself, straightening his black collar and mask, he mutters a name from his past life. Narukami Subaru, maybe he's more special than I thought. Shaking off the deep thoughts, he reaches for the door handle while the chat continues to be pure chaos. Timing is perfect. Lol, was he eavesdropping behind the door? No doubt about it. Does this guy register quests 24/7? LL. The second the door creaks open, he's greeted by the familiar mercenary standing nervously next to a golden-haired knight in shiny silver plate. The mercenary scratches his head, breaking the tension. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Peleus, the captain of our village knights. The captain bows with refined grace. It is an honor to meet you. Our guide listens calmly as Peleus lays out the situation with a grim expression. The giant attacks have been happening way too frequently lately. The mercenary chimes in, crossing his arms. For the villagers' safety, we've ordered a lockdown. Our knights are armed and on guard 24/7. He laughs bitterly, sweating over his earlier intrusion. That's why I ended up approaching a complete stranger like you in such a chaotic moment. Interrupting the excuses, Peleus bows sincerely, showing deep gratitude. I heard you protected our village while I was away. On behalf of the people, I thank you. Even with the praise, the protagonist stays cold, his eyes sharp as a razor as he glances at the captain. Don't mention it. I just did what needed to be done. Peleus is clearly the main character of this village's narrative, a brave knight standing tall against the giant threat. The MC listens as he reports. Fortunately, during our latest recon, we've pinpointed the location of the giant leader. The captain's blue eyes flash with suicidal resolve. We plan to bet our lives on this. We're ending this once and for all. Suddenly, both the captain and the mercenary drop to their knees, begging, swallowing their pride. I beg of you, please save our village. Our MC just stares at the two NPCs begging for their lives while the live chat is absolute chaos, spoiling the future like they're paid to do it. Vus, don't die. Wait, Vilius is gonna kick the bucket? Yo, shut up with the spoilers. Behind that mask, his eyes flicker as memories from his past life hit him like a truck. If I remember correctly, the next stage is a mental snapshot of the proud captain. His armor shattered, blood-soaked, and drowning in the shadows of death flashes through his mind. Cutting that tragic timeline short, he reaches out a black-gloved hand to lift the kneeling knight. His voice remains smooth and cold. Please, get up. Bathed in the morning light, he smirks behind the mask, ready to rewrite this plot armor. I got you. I'll handle this. The captain's eyes well up. He grabs our MC's hand like he's found his savior. Thank you, my lord. Stage 5, survival mode initiated. Scene shift to a flaming sunset where a massive battalion led by Peleus is marching up the treacherous craggy mountains. Tucked away in the ranks, our golden black masked MC follows silently, his bored gaze glued to the glowing virtual interface in his hand. Seeing the viewer count skyrocket, the chat moving faster than a landslide, he sighs, honestly, it's a struggle. The comments are going insane, the view count is hitting the roof. I can't even stream properly at this rate. Just as the clout starts giving him a headache, he stops in his tracks as Peleus signals the troops to halt and dive behind the foliage. Peleus points toward the sun-drenched clearing, his face dead serious as he reveals the threat. That is the giant leader. Coming into view, a gargantuan beast with a snow-white beard, rippling muscles, and jagged black tattoos is sprawled out, sleeping like he hasn't got a care in the world. The captain draws his silver wind blade, whispering the battle plan. I'll draw his aggro. Sir, you circle around the back. But before he can even finish, a black-gloved hand firmly lands on his shoulder. Hold up, wait. Peleus spins around, confused, only to staring straight through the massive carcass with eyes full of pure malice. His voice drops into a warning. That thing. And just like that, the ground tremors violently under the weight of massive thundering footsteps approaching. Peleus and his knights go pale as death. Cold sweat drips down their faces as the cliffs above start cracking, rocks raining down on their heads. Peering through the mask, the MC's predatory eyes narrow, judging this pure trash. That's not human. Suddenly, a pale, shriveled face with a sadistic, jagged grin rips through the space, slamming into the team's field of vision. Its hollow eyes lock onto the battalion below, staring them down like snacks. A whole swarm of these bald, tattooed giants, all looking like clones, come lumbering into view. A massive army of giants charges down like an avalanche, turning this into a literal nightmare for these tiny humans. Desperius' eyes bloodshot, he lets out a gut-wrenching scream. Wait, why? Why is this happening? Before anyone can react, a giant snatches a knight out of the air, lifting him high above, ignoring his pathetic wails. Stop it! Regardless of the desperate pleas, the monster's demonic hand crushes the soldier, blood spraying everywhere, painting the landscape crimson before his horrified comrades. That brutal display reflects in Peleus's tear-filled eyes, shattering the brave captain's will to fight. The giant murderer, bathed in fresh blood, rolls its milky white eyes and cracks a deranged, sick smile celebrating its kill. Pure panic sets in, the formation breaks, the knights push and shove, sprinting for their lives while screaming in terror. Everyone, fall back to the foot of the mountain now. Behind them, the swarm of monsters is sprinting, mouths wide open, roaring with a hunger for fresh meat. One unlucky knight trips, and before he can even stand, he's flattened into a red smear on the cold ground. His squad mates try to drag each other away, tears streaming as they scream at death itself, but it's hopeless. Wait! Casting a shadow over the fallen soldier is a cold, emotionless giant ready to butcher him, ignoring the brother's soul-crushing cries. Big bro! Big bro! Done running from his own cowardice, Peleus grits his teeth, slams his shield against the beasts, and screams, "Everyone move, that's an order." With tears in his eyes, the captain barks at his trembling squad, "Think of your families, this isn't the end, we can rebuild." He glances back, entrusting the survivors to the mercenary trailing behind. "Foe, I'm leaving the retreat to you." But in that final life-or-death moment, Peleus freezes as the masked youth flashes past him, charging straight into the meat grinder. Despite Peleus's desperate pleas, the boy unsheathes a demonic sword radiating pure bloodlust. "You need to run too. Please go rebuild the knights." The giants tilt their heads, eyes tearing through the shadows like cold steel. The MC shuts down his pathetic dying speech. That's my line, actually. He strolls forward, draped in a crimson aura, leaving a stunned Peleus behind. "You're not running? What do you even mean by that?" With icy, god-tier arrogance, the boy dismisses him without a second thought. "I can't move freely with you around. If you stay, we're both just gonna end up cooked." Peleus's knightly pride creates a dilemma, but one icy glare from the masked youth silences him. "Don't make me say it twice." Feeling the absolute aura pressure, Peleus tucks tail and runs, trying to save face. "Fine, I'll go rally the troops. Just try to hold out." He gets hit with the coldest response ever. "Thanks, no thanks." Tears shimmer in the sunset as the captain roars back, leaving his savior behind. "I owe you my life. Please stay alive." Once the weaklings are out of sight, the giants stomp the earth in a frenzy, charging to tear the lone obstacle to shreds. Unlike the panicked NPCs, grips his cursed blade and rockets forward like a bullet. Seizing the opening, he lifts his crimson sword high, gold eyes locking onto his prey. "You clowns are my opponents now." The cursed blade slices through the lead giant's tendons like butter, sending blood spraying everywhere. Not missing a beat, he pivots on one foot, spinning into a lethal arc that smashes into the second giant charging him. Shredded and caught off guard, the two flesh tanks stumble back, eyes rolling as they howl in pure, triggered agony. Resetting his stance with the flaming blade, he calmly reads the system notification. Eliminated Giant Trail X2 obtained 20 achievement points. Even as the red mana eats away at his body, his eyes shine with irrepressible arrogance. "Even if this is just a challenge, I've never been a fan of being left behind." Meanwhile, Captain Peleus is sprinting for his life down a sun-drenched dirt path. After a bit, his guilty conscience hits and he stops to look back, eyes full of anxiety. Sweat drips as the knight fights an inner war, hating himself for abandoning his benefactor in the death trap. But reality is cruel, and he just bites his lip until it bleeds, forcing himself to turn away and finish the mission. While the NPCs have their drama, the chat is going wild watching the lone youth stand against the horde. "Is he actually trying to fight? That's straight up suicide. There's too many of them. Wait, why chase the others away? Don't points change based on survivor count? So surviving isn't enough. This game is cracked." Ignoring the noise, the tyrant's eyes glow behind his mask. "Peleus was supposed to die here, but with my current stats, I might just save everyone." He snaps back to reality, parrying a dual fist slam from two rampaging giants. He moves like a red streak, severing throats and coolly greeting the notifications. Eliminated Giant Trail obtained 10 achievement points. He lands, immediately spins into a flawless arc, decapitating another beast. Eliminated Giant Trail obtained 10 achievement points. The cursed sword flashes a warning. Warning, cursed blade is draining user stamina. His stats are buffing in proportion to his fatigue, leaving him panting. Clearing them one by one isn't hard. Gripping the hilt until his hands bleed, he calculates his limit. The question is, how much longer can I borrow this power? Now's the time. With elite tier agility, he vaults into the air and cleaves a giant in half. Need to clear my line of sight and find the boss. He stomps off a giant's arm, using it as a launch pad to clear the suffocating circle of monsters. Suspended in the sunset, he swings his blade, painting the sky with a blood-red crescent. Then he dives like a literal meteor, tearing through the atmosphere and slamming straight into the middle of the disgusting mob below. The giants stood there like NPCs, necks craned, thinking they could just snack on him in one bite. Big mistake, he used his mana-fused boots to deliver a god-tier kick right to the leader's ugly mug. He's dancing across their heads like he's parkouring on park rocks, putting on an absolute masterclass in aerial combat. Watching these acrobatics, the live chat is losing its mind. One slip-up and he's straight to the afterlife. Aerial combat was Naruto Subaru's signature move, but look at this kid fly. LOL. While mid-air, the system mercifully regens his stamina, keeping the greed level 2 passive from recoil locking his nameless magic sword. Stamina and mana restored, thank God. Having top-tier gear is the only thing keeping him from hitting his limit. Regaining his breath, his eyes sharpen like a hawk locking onto its prey, zeroing in on the real objective. Before I hit my limit, I gotta find the boss. Cutting through the fodder, his gaze snaps to a massive figure with a flowing white beard. Found you. Off in the distance, the giant leader is staring back with a sadistic, ear-to-ear grin, letting out a deranged, provocative roar. No time for trash talk, the boss swings a stone mace the size of a skyscraper, ready to swat our MC like a mosquito. Desperately dodging those mountain-sized arms, he pushes his body to the absolute limit. If I don't end this right now, I'm the one getting deleted. The giant mace screeches through the air with enough force to shatter the earth, slamming directly into the spot where he was standing. The blast of destruction reflects in his wide, terrified eyes. He holds his breath, praying to the gacha gods. Please, let this skill actually work. Instead of using his sword to parry, he snaps his gloved fingers with a sharp, crisp crack into the empty air. At the point of life and death, blinding golden lightning erupts, engulfing him as the system triggers an insane comeback. Skill activated, thunderclap. As the epic notification echoes across the battlefield, a pillar of golden lightning drops from the heavens, encasing him in pure aura while the monsters watch in absolute shock. The blinding light and suffocating pressure leave the two elite giants clutching their faces, screaming like bees in temporary blindness. Even the arrogant white-bearded boss has to shield his face with a beefy arm, staggering back from the sheer destructive energy. Shaking off the impact, the boss's white eyes burn with rage. He gnashes his jagged teeth and hisses one word, human. Ignoring the threat, he uses the momentum of the lightning to launch himself higher just as the system delivers a cold warning. Nameless magic sword is draining the user's stamina. Mid-air, his tyrant eyes glow crimson, his hands crushing the sword hilt as he pours his remaining life force into a slash that could split the sky. In a heartbeat, he drives the sword down, crushing the giant's skull in one fell swoop. His gaze turns ice cold, locking onto the fatal weak point on the leader's neck. The giant spews a fountain of blood as the critical hit lands. The massive skyscraper-sized body freezes, head tilted back in a silent, horrified gasp, unable to get a single word out. As the massive carcass collapses, shaking the earth in a cloud of dust, the system chimes with the victory notification. Giant Seed defeated. A shower of glorious reward panels floods his vision. Survival Phase 5 cleared. You have achieved an incredible feat. Standing tall in the blood-soaked field, he exhales as the loot drops rain too. Strength +1, agility +2, stamina +2, mana +1. As he calmly wipes the blood off his blade, the chat goes absolute feral. Has anyone ever cleared this before? No way, how the hell did he kill it? It wasn't even meant to be a killable challenge. When did the execution window even open? The audience keeps the memes coming on the world channel. He just speedran a non-killable boss. What a menace. I hate how fragile this body is, he thinks with a bitter smile. If this were a manga, the MC would pose and call it a day. But reality is a harsh mistress. His thoughts are cut short as the sky suddenly turns pitch black. Dark clouds churn as jagged blue lightning tears through the space. The remaining giant minions, about to rush for revenge, suddenly freeze in their tracks, clutching their heads in terror as they stare at the eldritch horror above. At the worst possible moment, his body betrays him and he stumbles, drenched in cold sweat. The system delivers the final death sentence. Greed level 2 has failed to resist the recoil of the nameless magic sword. The absolute recoil hits him like a truck, forcing the MC to his knees as he drags his heavy-ass magic sword. Bro's literally laughing at how cooked he is right now. Yeah, no kidding. He uses his free hand to steady himself, panting like a dog while trying to analyze this trash situation, knowing even if he clears this wave, he's still not out of the woods. Everywhere he looks, it's just massive shadows surrounding their exhausted prey. These mobs aren't despawning until the test is officially over. He slams his blade into the ground to stand up, clicking his tongue. He can't believe the exploit abused last times is now literally back to mog him in the face. Cold sweat mixed with the metallic scent of blood drips down his chin, hitting the dry, dusty floor with every salty drop. As the demons close in with those bloodthirsty grins, his vision starts to tunnel. Damn it, he's completely out of mana and stamina. But just as despair tries to swallow him whole, the sky goes berserk, black clouds swirling into a vortex as lightning crackles like a glitched game engine. A blinding, brutal blast of holy light nukes down from the heavens, tearing through the darkness with pure raw power. The golden glow hits his sweat-drenched face, making him look up in total shock. This is some main character level of plot armor right here. The shockwave of destruction slams right into the center of the mob, sending rocks flying and blasting the monsters into non-existence with a blinding flash. The rage of the storm vanishes as quickly as it arrived, and the blood-soaked slaughterhouse suddenly cuts to a quiet, ancient forest. All the screaming and chaos gone. Just absolute eerie peace among the gnarly trees hidden in the morning mist. The flaming, ruined hellscape of the battlefield has completely faded away. Under a sun-drenched wooden porch, the gorgeous Hasuka is chilling on a rocking chair, staring hard at a holographic screen. Absolute mommy energy, honestly. Forget the usual fire, she looks soft and low-key melancholic with her messy black hair covering her face. That vibe check ends when a cold silver-haired Chad with Ice Cold's aesthetic energy kicks the door open. He walks up, his deep voice radiating main character energy. "What are you doing here?" she replies with total indifference. "The weather is nice, don't you think?" The air is pretty crisp. Sighing, she taps the screen, muttering to herself like she's in a tragedy anime. Gotta enjoy it while I still can. That ominous remark stops the silver-haired dude in his tracks. He stares at the burning horizon and drops the bomb. It's almost time, isn't it? 1 year, at most. He smirks, those icy blue eyes narrowing into slits, dropping a line that basically kills the hope of the entire server. The end of this game is coming fast. Ignoring his edgy aura, she stays glued to the chair, eyes downcast. She's not about to engage in some mid-tier trash talk. That don't-care attitude triggers him. He storms over, frowning. "Are you even listening? Why are you so obsessed with that trash?" She holds it up. "Oh, this?" Turns out the tiny screen is a live stream of our masked MC going beast mode. She smiles. I think his name is Narukami Subaru. As soon as that name drops, the silver-haired guy goes full tilt. Subaru? You said Subaru? She gives him a look that could freeze hell. Obviously, it's not that Subaru. The screen keeps showing the MC going ham, and she stays calm. Just some NPC using the name, I guess. He's clearing floor 2 right now, even while the chat is losing its mind over his insane movement and rookie status. The guy just makes a confused hun noise. Suddenly her face drops, looking genuinely heartbroken as she whispers toward his back. You know the truth too, don't you? She drops a savage truth bomb. If the real Subaru survived that, Kazuki Kyozo would have been wiped from this tower ages ago. He snaps back, what the hell are you talking about? With dead, empty eyes, he drives the final nail into her heart. Subaru is dead, okay? Just accept the L and move on. Triggered, she screams his name, Seer. But the dude just walks off, telling her to drop the topic like a cold-hearted boss. Not letting it go, she jumps out of the chair, gripping her phone and yelling after him. How long are you going to keep hiding in his shadow? Seer stops, looking back over his shoulder with a look of pure disdain. What about you? He doesn't stop at the talk. He marches back, slaps the screen out of her hand, and snarls, why are you even watching this useless garbage? Backed into a corner, she awkwardly pulls back her hand, sweat beading on her forehead as she darts her eyes away to save face. I was just killing time, okay? But the exact millisecond she glances at the screen, her eyes pop out of their sockets. Her pupils are literally doing backflips as she lets out a shrill, breathless scream. Huh? Watching her goofy-ass reaction, Saiger frowns, completely over it. What the hell is it now? We're in the middle of a raid, for God's sake. But as he glances at the screen, the Platinum Ranker's killer aura evaporates instantly, leaving him pale and drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling like a leaf. This is? Right then, a massive explosion of golden light tears through the ground, and standing at the eye of the storm is our masked MC, looking absolutely unhinged. Under the sheer brutality of the blast, 2 giant ogres charging in are sent flying like ragdolls, their faces twisted in pathetic, helpless agony. Standing in the center of the blinding vortex, his bandages shredded, he grips his sword hilt tight. He smirks, whispering to himself, time to go nuclear. As the system pings a high-tier debuff, lightning crackles and fuses into the nameless demon sword. Gripping the great sword now pulsing with wicked red electricity, he swings it in an arc that shreds the air, dropping a final boss-tier declaration. Time to turn this hellscape into a playground, just like the old days. That single swing releases a gargantuan crimson lightning storm. It's like a shockwave ripping the battlefield in half, clearing every piece of trash in his way. A whole legion of unfortunate giants gets caught in that violent surge. Their massive bodies are tossed like broken toys, shredded to pieces inside that swirling crimson blender. When the dust settles, our guy stands with his back turned, looking iconic but hunched over, chest heaving for air, steam rising off his body and his sword buried deep in the ground. Through the crack in his mask, Subaru's eyes are bloodshot, exhausted, and straight up salty. He curses under his ragged breath. Damn it, I meant to save enough stamina to at least walk home. The camera pans down from high above, revealing a graveyard of giant corpses that would make anyone's skin crawl. He collapses, trying to justify his over-the-top performance. Man, I really messed up the dosage on that one. His trembling hands barely hold onto his demon sword for support so he doesn't hit the dirt. His pained, ragged breathing echoes in the thick, metallic air. Just when you think it's over, a squad of silver-clad knights drops in from behind the dust clouds, fully kitted out, creeping into the battlefield with clueless I'm lost energy. The blonde captain in front stares with blue eyes wide, cold sweat dripping as he stammers out one single baffled word. Wait. Huh? Realizing this scrub just witnessed a solo map clear, the knight suddenly lunges forward, sprinting past the giant corpses with arms wide open like a fanboy seeing his idol, screaming, "Oh, mighty savior!" Startled by the screeching, our exhausted MC struggles to turn his neck, looking at this annoying mob with the most I am so done with this life expression possible. He lets out a heavy bone-deep sigh, radiating the pure power of a guy who just wants to go home and nap. Huff, while that smooth-brained knight is still sprinting for his life, our MC just closes his eyes, accepting his fate, thinking one final, scathing thought, what an absolute moron. Ignoring the MC's pure-level despair, the blonde knight gives it his all, face streaming with tears of joy. You actually came? Cut to a modern, sun-drenched room. A paper-thin smartphone lights up on the desk with a notification. The brown-haired manager is curled up on the sofa, hiding her face in her hands, vibrating with pure cringe and embarrassment. The bearded director is sweating buckets, turning to the blue-haired subordinate. Is it really worth going this far? The blue-haired guy just shrugs, dodging all responsibility with a deadpan face. Don't ask me. I don't speak girl heart. Tuning out the chatter, she's still spiraling, face burning red, whispering into her palms, this is so bad. She snaps her head up, eyes watering, face looking like a ripe tomato. She's spiraling. What do I do now? Back to self-loathing mode, she's running through 1,000 scenarios in her head. Was I too cold? What if he thinks it was just a work text? I should use more emojis. Watching his subordinate implode, the blue-haired guy leans back, dropping the brutal truth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it was just a work text. Are you seriously simping for this guy? As she's left speechless, the director sighs, completely done. Unbelievable. First you wanted to be a streamer manager, and now this? Triggered by the truth, she bolts upright like a spring, waving her arms in a red-faced panic. I was a hardcore fan before I became a manager. Okay, I can't help it. Still riding the hype, she leans in, intimidating the director and making the poor uncle flinch as she asserts with absolute confidence. Besides, I already told you. The director clutches his chest, spouting off with eyes burning with passion, the lightning that only Subaru Narukami once had. Now it's a power that only Subaru and his kind can possess. Ignoring the blue-haired guy's heavy sigh, she adds, "At least it protects our payroll, right?" Hearing this, the director strokes his chin, wearing a sneaky, calculating smirk. No wonder no one else could reach that level. That kid is definitely one to watch. Just as things get serious, a phone alarm goes off, making the manager jump, her face instantly lighting up as she turns around ecstatic. "Ah, director!" Clenching her fists in pure excitement, she beams like she hit the jackpot. Looks like he finally read the email sent to Narukami Subaru, but before her smile can even fade, a second later her face turns into a soulless stone statue. Her pupils dilate in pure agonizing despair. Yeah, read and ignored. The shock of being repped was so brutal that her soul literally yeeted itself out of her body, floating straight to the ceiling. Leaving our cursed manager behind, the scene cuts to a voice as deep as a basement dweller's soul. A guy is sitting with his back to a god-tier PC setup, muttering, "Let's get this show on the road." System notification confirms he's a professional streamer who analyzes player combat. This dude has built an empire off his high IQ plays and stream strats, farming wins off countless losers. Let's drop the name that has everyone shaking, Hokuai. On the stream screen, Hokuai is dissecting footage of a buff player like he's a surgeon. He's analyzing everyone, including the new Blue Zone entrant, Kurokawa Amon. He's hyping him up as the next big thing, a dark horse climbing the tower with zero chill. They're even calling him the next Narukami Subaru. And he doesn't stop there. He pivots to the next target, Kijo Kazuki, the Blue Ice OG Hoshi. Hokuai is baiting the chat. Can he top the strongest man in the Blue Zone, Kyozu Asuki? Kazuki is the poster boy for Earth players, carrying the weight of the world, but today we're looking at his skills, boys. Of course, the legend himself, Narukami Subaru, gets the spotlight. Hokuai goes all in. Say what you want, but the title of Thunder King stays with this man. Narugamiko, if I ask you for the one untouchable player, who comes to mind? Exactly, the man living rent-free in your heads, Narukami Subaru. Stream officially live. Hokuai's grinning, hands popping off with energy. Yo, what's up guys, it's Hokuai. Thanks for tuning in. Today we're locking onto the hottest topic, Narukami Subaru. The chat is instantly losing its mind, scrolling faster than light. He clicks his mouse with a black ring-clad finger, his voice dropping into that "I know something you don't" tone to calm the chaos. Chill out, boys. Stop the spam. Keep it professional. He plays the leaked clip of the MC turning giants into dust with lightning. Hokuai is glued to the screen whispering, "Bro, this is insane. What am I even watching?" The chat is a dumpster fire of WTF and cap. He wipes a sweat drop off his cheek, his smug streamer face actually struggling to process this raw power. He barely manages 3 words. "Oh, my God. Look at that focus." No normal human pulls off a fresh skill with that kind of efficiency. With a sly smile, Hokuai touches his headset, explaining to the confused chat he's controlling the flow perfectly. He poured exactly the right amount of juice into that blade. Zero waste. That's pure aura. He keeps dropping the deep lore, the precision, the micromanagement, the decision-making. He didn't make a single mistake the entire fight. He pauses, questioning reality. Where did this monster even come from? Half of you don't even realize how cracked he is. Finally, he covers half his face for that cringe but iconic Chunibu pose. This guy? He's gonna be a legend. I'm Hawkeyeing him from here on out. The hype in the chat just hit a new ceiling. No closing summary today? Hokuai taps his ringed finger against his chin, smirking, "Ah, right. Almost forgot the Hawkeye final verdict." If we're talking pure raw control, this guy might actually be greater than peak era Narukami. Meanwhile, our MC suddenly bolts upright on his cheap-ass mattress, gasping for air. Right on cue, the cold, emotionless system UI pops up. Stage 6 pending. Pale purple notifications swarm his vision. Fatigue restored. It offers him the option to pause the trial. Reading through the wall of text for the pause conditions, previous stage cleared, next stage not started, fatigue at 0, the guy just grabs his head and groans. Even if my body is fully recovered, this mental exhaustion hits different. I need a break, man. Mid-thought, he glances at his thin-as-paper phone and jumps, his eyes widening behind his mask. Wait, what? He forces a stiff, awkward smile at the camera. Thanks for watching, guys. He stares in horror at the 742 viewers, with the chat spamming for more content. The hell? When did my view count spike this hard? He rushes to wrap it up. Sorry guys, I'm taking tomorrow off. Catch you guys the day after. The moment the Narugami host stream ended, notification hit. A blinding white light erupted, swallowing the room and our boy whole. As the light faded, his sneakers hit cold white tile in a place he didn't recognize. A system UI appeared, stage waiting room. Our MC stood alone in a void of pure white, speechless, just letting out a long string. Suddenly, a massive ancient stone gate floated out of the void, making him whip around on full alert. Before he could even approach it, his phone pinged with an email. Star Entertainment to Narugami Ho. I'm HS from management. Check this. We support streamers and offer the best revenue split in the industry. He's absolutely speechless again. He holds the phone up close, cold sweat streaming down his face. He peels back half his mask, muttering, "Is this a boss-level DM?" He tilts his head, squinting at the random company name, confused as hell. Star Entertainment? What the hell is that? Cut to a high-end aesthetic cafe basking in the morning sun under a cloudless blue sky. Inside, Arga minus the mask, revealing messy black hair, sits chilling with a hot coffee, eyes glued to his phone with pure exhaustion. The system UI pops up, showcasing a slick modern office building. Seon Entertainment, a massive MCN hub that's basically printing money right now. Our MC hits us with the main character energy, thinking, bro, this is the world we live in now? Even entertainment agencies are built like this? Talk about a total server wipe. He narrows his eyes, scanning the stats. Damn, this place is actually top tier. A massive MCN agency in the streaming industry? They're definitely a top dog guild. He scrolls down to the comments, where the chat is straight up toxic. Everyone's brawling over some guy named Hawkeye. Wait, he's targeting Hawkeye next? Oh wow, this guy's takes are pure cope. Cap, Hawkeye's analysis is god tier, y'all just salty he's spitting facts. Remembering that clown streamer Hokuai, he realizes, wait, Hokuai is signed to Seon too? A streamer who built his entire brand on being brutally honest? No wonder the comment section is a war zone, straight up NPC behavior. Even though he hates the noise, he gives a small smirk and lets out a sigh of begrudging respect. Gotta give it to him though. The guy's got eyes like a hawk. Outside the cafe, heavy-duty combat boots are slamming into the pavement with pure I woke up and chose violence energy. The guy rocking the boots is a unit, absolute tank build, wearing dark gear with gold trim. He stops dead in front of the cafe, staring at his phone with enough cold aura to freeze the server. He's staring at a quote from Hawkeye. When it comes to control, he's arguably better than Narukami Subaru in his prime. The guy is shaking with rage, his voice a low, raspy growl. He's no sage, he's just some paper-tier trash who barely crawled his way up to the second floor, right? His face twists into a psychotic grin, eyes glowing red with pure malice. This loser lost his mind? I swear, I'm gonna gouge those eyes out the second I reach that floor. Can't contain the L energy, he hawks a massive loogie right onto the sidewalk, absolute degenerate behavior. After that charming display, he kicks the cafe door open like a main antagonist in a low-budget movie. God damn it, nothing ruins my morning faster than this trash. As soon as he enters, he lets out a jagged, ominous laugh from the depths of his chest. Heh, luck of the draw, huh? He stomps toward the back, locking eyes with the MC. Am I cursed today or what? Can't get a moment of peace. Meanwhile, our MC is still staring at his phone, letting out a sigh that screams, I'm too tired for this NPC side quest. Without saying a word, Gold Trim Boy marches over and stands right next to the table, radiating enough oppressive aura to trigger a status effect. Immediately, he pulls a total villain move and swipes the coffee cup off the table, sending hot brown liquid flying everywhere. Startled by the sudden aggression, the MC dodges back, irritation finally showing on his face. Huh? Regaining his cool, he looks up at the clown who ruined his morning. The villain just smirks, fake as hell. Oops, my bad. Staring right at his victim, the guy fixes his hair, grinning like he just pulled off a pro gamer move and acts surprised. Oh, Subaru, he looms over the MC, looking down his nose. We keep running into each other, don't we? He clicks his tongue. The second floor is way smaller than I thought. Ignoring the baiting like a true Chad, the MC just sets his phone down and stays stone-cold silent. Seeing no reaction, the guy turns his back, hands in his pockets, acting all high and mighty. You gonna pay for that coffee? I know you're broke, so I'd really appreciate it. He glances back, his eyes bloodshot, radiating enough bloodlust to delete the MC's account for good. Not even bothering to engage with this bottom-tier bullying, the MC stands up and starts walking to the door, triggering the guy's ego. Hey. The MC stops and glances back. I warned you last time, didn't I? Is your brain laggy, or are you just stupid? The guy loses it, grabbing the MC by the collar and screaming curses. This trash-tier villain is really pushing his luck. The MC remains totally unbothered, even with the guy breathing down his neck. Apologize, don't think you're walking out of here alive. If you want to delete yourself, just say the word. Instead of panic, the MC calmly grabs the guy's wrist. His voice is smooth, zero signs of tilt, my bad. Then he squeezes with terrifying endgame level strength. He forces the guy to let go, the dude's hand practically crumbling in agony. The MC finishes coldly, I don't have time for your side quest bullshit. Clutching his mangled hand, the guy is sweating bullets, eyes wide in absolute disbelief. Wait, since when was this loser this strong? After handling the trash, our MC strolls out with hands in his pockets, leaving that clown looking like a total NPC with a cold, consider the coffee on me, thanks for paying for my humiliation. The dude's veins were popping out like a roadmap of his own failure, roaring like a literal beast. As our MC pushes the wooden door open, the loser is still salty, screaming, get back here. But all he gets is the dingling of the door chime, the ultimate L, effectively ending the conversation. Standing there like a lonely clown, the guy grinds his teeth, fuming with that grade AM cooked energy. 8 clenching his fists until his knuckles turn white, his eyes burning with pure malice, he mutters, I just wanted to climb this tower in peace, but first Narukami Subaru, and now this Hosoi Subaru guy? He stomps away, his ego bruised and his head full of murder, declaring, you guys are really testing my patience. Meanwhile, out on the streets, our MC pulls out his phone, suddenly remembering a side quest. Ah, right, almost forgot. His finger, clad in a fingerless glove, dances across the screen to fire off a text and transition alert. We shift to a bathtub overflowing with bubbly white foam. A slender, delicate finger is busy poking a tiny yellow rubber ducky. The owner of that finger is an absolute goddess with wet brown hair soaking in total relaxation, until she sees a text from Narugami Who on her phone. Let's meet up sometime. Absolute mommy energy. Forget the vibes, we're back in a damp, dark dungeon where glowing green water flows past the corpses of lizardmen, illuminated only by the faint light from a sewer grate. Our MC grips the hilt of his nameless magic sword, immediately triggering a surge of golden lightning. The aura is insane, literally tearing through the darkness. Standing tall in the center of the room, a purple system notification pops up to confirm. We're entering a deathmatch in the boss room of the exiled lizardman. His eyes turn razor sharp. The system confirms his greed level 3 passive is active, countering the sword's recoil. He smirks, getting used to this body now, are we? Suddenly, a spark ignites in the void ahead, flickering in the pitch-black air. That spark explodes into a massive, fire-breathing salamander beast that dives from the ceiling with speed that would make an F1 car look like an NPC. The beast lets out a screeching roar, jaws full of razor-sharp teeth. System alert. Boss Salamander has entered the chat. Quick as a flash, Subaru shifts into his stance, locking onto his prey, his brain overclocking to avoid last time's mistakes and maximize that lightning efficiency. He drops his center of gravity like a coiled spring, whispering, "Time to test the limits of this build. Let's see what my max output really looks like." In a split second, he stomps the stone floor to pieces, channeling every drop of raw current into his legs. System. Lightning infusion to lower limbs successful. Zoom, Subaru launches into the air like a rocket, aiming straight for the lizard's head. Mid-air, his gaze turns predatory. A phantom image of his past life Chad fuses with his current form. 2 souls, 1 kill. The beast's jagged, monstrous maw slams shut with a bone-chilling crunch. Immediately, it spits a column of fire straight at Subaru. He tightens his grip on the magic sword, ready to deliver the ultimate face slap. No hesitation. System. Lightning infusion to nameless sword active. Golden arcs of electricity start crackling violently around the blade. Charged with thunder, Super slices through the wall of fire with god tier speed. System. Greed level 3 mitigating recoil, but as the sword descends, the system flashes red. Fatigue level increasing. Doesn't matter. Subaru's fighting spirit is maxed out. That past life phantom glows brighter, forcing him to grit his teeth and drive that blade home with pure willpower. The sheer pressure obliterates the fire lizard's body. It crashes into the stone. Game over. A perfect speed run. The battle ends and the loot screens light up. Level up. STRV and mana increased by 1. The pace slows down as Subaru strolls through a misty underground forest, totally casual, like he's just taking a walk in the park. He pulls up his stat sheet, muttering, "The fatigue reduction is better than I thought. Sitting at 61%, still plenty of gas in the tank. I can definitely crank the power higher." Then he sees the 40,000 credit price tag for his next skill upgrade and his face drops. Seriously? Doubling the cost every time? That's some predatory game design, man. Staring at the sky with a massive sigh, our broke hero is manifesting some serious luck. Man, if only a headhunter would just show up and drop a high-paying gig on my lap, that'd be peak. The universe heard him loud and clear. An icy killing intent slammed into his neck, making Subaru's pupils shrink like he just saw a jump scare. He froze dead in his tracks. Through the thick mist, a massive, muscular silhouette stood there with arms crossed, lurking like a predator waiting to feast on a stray NPC. The shadow stepped forward, the heavy stomp of his boot screaming danger, followed by a voice dripping with mockery. "So, you're looking for a headhunter, huh?" In the dim light, his face shifted into view, a sinister, predatory smirk that absolutely reeked of bad news. It was none other than that arrogant prick from the cafe. He grinned like a total psycho. "We've known each other a while, but this is a surprise even for me." Seeing this absolute clown, Subaru couldn't even be bothered to hide his disgust. He rolled his eyes and deadpanned, "You're surprisingly persistent for a loser, aren't ya?" Ignoring the obvious shade, the guy went on a power trip. "I've been thinking hard about this, but my patience is officially at 0. He stomped forward, closing the distance to assert his dominance like a classic bottom-tier villain. He leaned into Subaru's personal space with a punchable, smug grin, growling, "How about we make sure we never see each other again after this?" Subaru just stood there like a stone-cold statue, looking at the guy with pure apathy, thinking, "This guy is really interrupting my main character moment, huh?" The scene shifts to a bustling steampunk-style city street, where a massive airship floats lazily against the backdrop of a gorgeous sunset. At the entrance of a high-end tavern, a blonde dude with dangling earrings, a streamer, pushes the door open. As he walks in, someone greets him with a wave as casual as a main character walking into a harem. Waiting at the table was a buff uncle with a massive scar across his face, rocking a shiny purple suit like a literal mafia boss. He gave a subtle nod back. The scarred uncle spoke with a heavy, gravelly voice. "Yo, long time no see. How's the streaming career going?" Leaning in with a creepy, ear-to-ear grin, Haye shrugged. "Hey, it's mid. The chat's been dead silent and the sub count hasn't moved an inch." The uncle sipped his hot tea, dropping some tactical wisdom. "That's actually a good thing. Whatever you're building, you want it to last. Don't want it to collapse like a house of cards." Not in the mood for small talk, Haye propped his chin up and went straight for the throat. "Cut the crap. You're not here just for tea, so spill it." "Caught," the uncle smirked. "Damn, you're sharp. No wonder you're named Haye." The playfulness vanished. The uncle's face went deadly serious. "It's about that kid, Narukami Subaru, you reviewed yesterday. You were being serious, right?" Hearing the name, Haye sipped his tea and replied casually, "Oh, the rookie? Yeah, I meant every word. I think his raw talent actually mogs Narukami Subaru in his prime." As he set his cup down, one of Haye's eyes glowed with a magical golden light. His gaze was sharp as a blade. But whether he can actually reach the top like that legend, that's a whole different story. Hearing the verdict, the uncle nodded, satisfied. "I see. So that squinted. Why ask me?" The boss dropped the bombshell. "I'm planning to scout him for the agency." Haye laughed out loud, throwing his hands up. "Classic. Your eye for talent is top tier, but the kid's viewership is practically 0. You're gonna scout a ghost?" The uncle's massive hand tightened around his cup, his voice dropping into a tone of absolute resolve. "True. But after hearing your review, I'm 100% sold on him." The CEO's eyes glinted with corporate greed. He crossed his arms and finalized the plan. "We're doing a collab. You and Narukami Subaru. Our mission, boost his views and turn him into a household name." Flashback. We're back in the dark underground dungeon. Far from the boardroom, our arrogant villain is baring his teeth in a crazed grin. Now it's just the two of us. Facing that low-tier bloodlust, Subaru kept his face blank and emotionless. "Oh, is that so?" Thinking Subaru was trembling in his boots, the guy laughed like a deranged fanboy. "This is what happens when you're too cocky to enter a dungeon. Look at you. Not even a scratch. You must have run away the second you got here, right? That's why I told you to stay in your lane, buddy. He leaned in, face twisted with pure jealousy. Acting like you got here on skill? You delusional enough to think you're the next Narukami Subaru? You trying to cosplay that guy or something? Fueled by pathetic, unearned rage, he grabbed Subaru's collar, veins popping on his hand. Narukami Subaru, that piece of trash. If he's dead, he should stayed rotting in the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, screaming like a lunatic. Anyone associated with him is just eyesore trash. You and your kind are all the same. Suddenly, Subaru turned his back on him. The sheer disrespect left the guy completely stunned. Huh? Subaru sighed, visibly exhausted by the stupidity of the world. I never thought I'd live to see an era filled with so many pathetic posers trying to impersonate Narukami Subaru. Zero fluff. Subaru grabs this arrogant fraud, his gaze turning cold enough to freeze hell. Let's keep it 100. Why exactly are you so obsessed with trying to clap back at me? The pressure alone has the clown sweating bullets. Before he can even recover, Subaru goes for the jugular. Exposed a nerve? Is it just because my name is Subaru? Why the hate? Everyone else loves the name, right? Direct hit. The guy's pupils shrink to pinpricks, cold sweat drenching his forehead. He grinds his teeth, absolutely seething with pure salt. Fragile ego shattered, he loses his cool, lunging forward while banking on his daddy's status. Do you have any idea who my father is, you little shit? Subaru just hits him with that "you're a massive loser" look. What does this have to do with your dad? You're a grown-ass man, yet you're still hiding behind your father's skirt? The moment dad is mentioned, we get a flashback sequence, a massive titan sitting on a throne of shattered blades. System notification, high ranker, floor 9. Subaru's eyes go wide, the puzzle pieces click. No way, is he the one/Sword Saint Reinhardt? A nightmare of a memory rips through reality, the sky choking on ash. We see the past version of Narukami Subaru back turned to the world holding a sword radiating pure apocalyptic energy. The entire world was shook. This was a literal canon event that broke the scaling. The camera zooms down to the dirt where a blonde guy is lying in the mud, completely cooked. Hitchbooks confirm it. Narukami Subaru from Earth S, the blue-eyed comet who absolutely mocked Reinhardt, the Runeterra ranker. The frame widens, showing a crater so massive it broke the map, a testament to power that defies human logic, dealt in exactly one swing. Reinhardt's face is a crimson mess of rage and total impotence. The commentator's voice echoes. It took less than 30 seconds. Reinhardt is wheezing, desperate. Wait, I can still fight. The Sword Saint's trembling hand reaches out, trying to grab onto his fading dignity, but it's all over. His stamina is at 0%, and he collapses into the rubble. A legend ends right there as we snap back to the present. That pathetic "my dad is a legend" trauma has turned this kid into a rabid dog. Veins popping out of his neck, eyes bloodshot, he shrieks at Subaru. You bastard! Stop tossing that name around like it's trash! Subaru pieces it together, his eyes flashing with realization. He tilts his head, casually roasting the guy's entire existence. Ah, I get it. You hate me because of the one/legend, or is it just because of your daddy's reputation? Thinking of the original Subaru suffering, his gaze darkens, every word dripping with ice-cold fury. Do you even know how much hell the real Subaru had to go through just because of that name? With his main character complex punctured, the trust fund kid completely loses his mind. Flames erupt around him. Shut your mouth. If you say one more word, I'm ending you. He stomps the ground, triggering a massive shockwave of fire. He bellows, no chance. Facing the incoming firestorm, Subaru doesn't even flinch, hands buried in his pockets, his aura completely calm as the flames converge, molding the guy's right arm into a massive demonic claw, ready to incinerate everything in its path. His face is a twisted mask of blind hatred. He roars, stop yapping, and just drop dead. As he launches a giant fireball at Subaru, he finally lets out all that hidden toxic. Despises the name Narukami Subaru. Just hearing it makes me sick. He was a total NPC, yet everyone treated him like a god. Under the hellfire, Subaru's eyes narrow while the guy keeps glazing his own ego. Because of that brain-dead guildmaster, the Blue Ice weaklings actually believed in him and got themselves deleted. The deathfire swallows Subaru whole. The guy is practically orgasming from the spite, watching the inferno roar. He cackles like a maniac. I bet he's rotting in the depths of hell right about now. He points at the center of the blast with a smirk, and as for you, your luck ran out the second you got cursed with that name. Boom, a blinding explosion tears through the area, sending shockwaves and debris flying everywhere. Standing coolly behind his attack, he smirks, exhaling a satisfied cloud of smoke. Stroking his flaming claw, he fakes a sad face. My bad, lost control for a sec. We were technically friends though, didn't I go a bit too hard? His smile becomes even more unhinged, licking his lips as he plots his next move. I should probably go handle that masked streamer next. But before his grin can even settle, a familiar sound echoes, making his pupils shrink into nothingness. Mask, he snaps his head back, staring into the center of the raging inferno. A massive shadow rips through the flames and steps out. The dust settles, but Subaru is standing there, completely unscathed. He casually brushes off his glove, looking at the villain with pure mockery. Is this the fire you were barking about? All that rich kid arrogance just shattered into pieces. He's backing away, sweating like he's in a sauna. No way, this is impossible. Pure terror is vibrating in his eyes as he stutters. You took my flames head on, didn't you? Why even let this NPC breathe? Subaru scrapes his boot against the floor, igniting golden lightning, his voice dropping to a sub-zero chill. I really don't like that tone of yours. He moves like a glitch in the system, closing the distance before the guy can even blink. Listen here, you absolute fraud, and just like that, a lightning-charged hand clamps onto his face. The rich kid is frozen, eyes wide as saucers, completely mogged by someone way out of his league. He's gasping for air, choking on his own ego. Crunch Subaru slams his face into the cracked earth without a single hint of mercy, pinning him down like the insect he is. The impact is so brutal he's coughing up blood, turning the ground into a literal crime scene. Subaru looms over this pathetic dog, his gaze radiating pure killing intent. You dare run your mouth and disrespect them? He's flailing in the dirt, struggling in his final moments. Why? Cough, you bastard, this can't be real. Subaru holsters his sword, steps back, and stuffs his hands in his pockets, looking down at his victim like he's looking at literal trash. Let's have a little pop quiz, shall we? He pulls out that iconic mask, eyes cold as ice, and you right now. Is it Hoshino Subaru, the weakling you bullied? Or is it the masked streamer, Narukami Subaru? He presses the mask against his chest, his eyes glowing with the absolute aura of a king. It's Narukami Subaru of blue ice. Suffocating under the pressure, the guy grovels on the floor, gritting his teeth in denial. Ugh, nothing but garbage. So, let me get this straight. You're actually admitting you're that streamer? Blood dripping down his chin, he's still trying to save face. What a joke. What's so special about that lightning, anyway? He's sneakily gathering fire in his palm, thinking, does this nobody really think he can beat me with that mid-tier skill? He's spiraling into full-blown psychosis. If a piece of trash like this can master lightning, then I'm obviously greater than the original Narukami Subaru, right? He pours his remaining life force into a cheap shot, aiming for Subaru's face. Die, you son of a bitch. Like you could ever sneak attack a Chad. A crimson bolt of lightning cuts through reality. The magic sword swings in a lethal arc, bisecting the flames and severing the arm of the attacker before he even realizes what happened. Blood sprays everywhere. The guy is just staring at the stump where his arm used to be, brain officially offline. Subaru stands tall amidst the embers, looking at him like he's a crumpled piece of waste. Wrong answer. How can you be so confident while spewing such trash? The blade is now pressed against his throat. All that rich kid ego? Gone. He's shaking like a leaf. What do you mean? That sheer terror finally broke the final wall of his fragile, pathetic mind. Subaru's eyes are as cold as a frozen grave. He spits out the words, channeling the original owner's rage. Do you have any idea how much Hoshino Subaru suffered because of you? I don't like that. Not one bit. He's emitting an aura so heavy it's crushing the air out of the room. And I especially hate hearing a bottom-tier fraud like you bad-mouthing them. Facing his own canon event, the guy's face is a distorted, bloody mess. He whimpers in total despair. No, it can't be. The glow of the magic sword highlights the sharpness of Subaru's face as the guy finally gets it. You're Narukami of blue ice. He didn't even wait for the final word. The sword came down in a clean, ruthless strike. He sheathes his blade with absolute finality, dropping the cold verdict. Game over. The strike was so heavy the guy's legs just gave out, collapsing into the dirt and passing out for good. Subaru calmly puts his mask back on, smooths his hair, and thinks, that's plenty of fan service for one day. Standing in the middle of the scorched battlefield, he whispers a final tribute to the soul who was here before him. Consider this my way of saying thanks for everything you did. Subaru hit the cafe, his mind locked in long game mode. Keeping his identity hidden as Narukami Subaru was his biggest W, the enemies having zero clue who he is. That's massive plot armor right there. He was busy maintaining his aura of mystery until a brown-haired girl suddenly launched herself out of her seat the moment he arrived. I'm so sorry for making you wait. Camera zooms in and this girl is straight up malfunctioning, blushing hard, stuttering, and looking like an absolute NPC in a social anxiety loop. Lovely to meet you. I'm the one who reached out. She claps her hands together, trying to channel CEO energy but failing miserably. My name is Hasuka. Manager Subaru replies, sliding his hand across the table with that signature Chad composure. Hasuka goes full fangirl mode, death gripping his hand and shaking it like a soda can. It's a massive honor to meet you. Staring deep into his eyes, she freezes, her cheeks turning beet red. Internal monologue hitting hard, he looks exactly like him. The ghost of the hero she lost begins to overlap with the masked guy in front of her. She's spiraling. What if Narukami Subaru actually returned safely? Is that why he's hiding his face behind that mask? Subaru tilts his head, confused by her staring contest. You okay? She snaps back to reality, letting out a shriek that could kill a low-level mob. Yes, her brain immediately flashes an image of her scarred, screaming boss. Crucial rule 1, build trust with the client immediately. The boss's voice echoes in her head like a trauma debuff. She's internally screaming, I already blew it, I'm cooked. Maximum cringe levels reached. Hasuka is literally grabbing her own hair, creating a chaotic atmosphere, while Subaru just stands there with 3 giant, floating over his head. To break the awkward silence, she leans over the table, eyes sparkling with pure unadulterated glazer energy. Were you a fan of the original Narukami Subaru? Yeah, I'm a legit super fan. Subaru is sweating bullets from her intensity. I'm not the real deal, so chill. Besides, Hasuka immediately claps back. Nope, because I'm a fan of you too. The chatterbox mode is officially active. She's speedrunning a monologue, not even stopping to breathe. I followed you since you had 0 viewers. I'm your day one. Do you have any idea how shocked I was when you clapped that one-eyed dude? You passed Greg's test, challenged him fairly, and then that lightning trial. The whole arc was legendary. Subaru just sits there, listening to this anime protagonist-level monologue. She's actually a day one. She remembers more details than I do. Under the mask, a warm, genuine smirk appears. He acknowledges his OG fan. I was pretty mid back then, but it's great to know someone was watching. Being noticed by her idol, Hasuka is basically surrounded by anime flowers now. She clenches her fists, vibrating with excitement. It's crazy. It feels like it was yesterday. It must be fate. That's why I begged the company to let me manage you, Narukai-san. Like a total switch-up, she blinks and suddenly pivots to pro mode. Focus, Hasuka, secure the bag. Right. Let's be professional and get that trust. She puts on her best corporate face. I've prepped the contract. I know you're busy, so I'll keep it brief. Her slender fingers slide the documents forward. Her tone is sharp, professional, and dripping with let's make money energy. Ads, clips, event collabs, the works. Our company will maximize your value as the Narukami Subaru brand. Subaru looks up, straight to the point. So, what do I actually have to do? Hasaka flashes a confident $1,000,000 smile. Just keep streaming exactly like you've been doing. Subaru internally sighs. Hasuka starts the sales pitch again. I mean, you're the first one to unlock the lightning skill. The whole company has high expectations for you, Narukai-san. Yes, keep the momentum going, Hasuka. She leans in, pressing the contract. What do you think? Are these terms acceptable? Subaru cuts her off with a cold, savage question. Are all the managers at Ton this energetic? Hasuka glitches in real time, waving her hands in a panic. No, everyone else is way more professional and trustworthy than me. Not that I'm unprofessional, but Subaru notices her overreacting and corrects himself. My bad, didn't mean it like that. Under the mask, his eyes narrow. Judging by the aura she's radiating, she's no average NPC. Has the player level cap increased so much that someone this talented is just stuck doing management? Camera zooms in on his sharp jawline. His guard is at 100%. In other words, the competition from here on out is going to be way tougher. No time to slack. I need to level up now. While the MC is playing 4D chess, Hasuka is on the verge of tears, spiraling again. I definitely looked like a fraud. What if he says no? Do I have to force him to sign? Just as she's about to hit rock bottom, a hand reaches out across the table. Hasuka gasps. Subaru delivers the ultimate Chad line. I can see that you're someone I can trust. Hand still extended, Subaru seals the deal with maximum drip. I'm looking forward to working with you. Emotions overflow. Hasuka turns bright red, grabbing his hand and shaking it like her life depends on it. Me too. I'm so excited to work with you. Snap. Cut to the stream screen. The live button turns red. Subaru appears, sword in hand, assassin mask on. The chat is already going berserk. He's here. The stream is up. We've been waiting for this moment. Wait, is that the same mask? Still rocking the starter gear? That's just his vibe, man. Camera pans to the system UI in the corner. Subaru's eyes widen. 700 viewers the second I go live? That's definitely thanks to Hasuka's marketing. A chibi Hasuka pops up, singing while typing furiously at her PC. Above her, a signing schedule. Equipment checked. Subaru takes a deep breath, eyes focused. Alright, let's start the show. The system glows with a purple hue, the legendary 6th floor, initiated. Sudden transition, dark gloomy night. Rain is hammering down on a cluster of army tents hidden deep in the silent, suffocating forest. Footsteps crunching over wooden crates. Shadowed figures trudging into the tent to escape the absolute downpour. Inside, under flickering candlelight, a squad of armored knights is huddled around a tactical map like it's a life-or-death exam. Their blonde captain Peleus is sweating bullets, asking, is our savior still not here yet? Standing right next to him, the scarred knight sneers. Nope. A brown-haired knight crosses his arms, letting his salt levels show. I'm still doubting this. Should we really trust some random guy who isn't even a knight? His friend chimes in, exactly. It's sus as hell that some random NPC just shows up and soloed a giant boss. A slick-back knight decides to start drama, fueling Peleus's fire. Unless you saw it with your own eyes, you're probably just getting scammed. Was it actually a giant boss, or just some trash-tier mob, insulting the benefactor like that? Peleus loses his cool, slams the table, and barks. Who gave you the right to talk like that? The whole squad panics, trying to calm him down. Easy, Peleus. Right as the tension hits a breaking point, the tent flap opens. The scarred knight beams, our savior is awake. Behind him, Subaru walks in, sword on his back, mask radiating pure aura. Peleus rushes over to help savior. Are you okay? Subaru brushes him off, cold as ice. I'm fine, thanks. I don't need a babysitter to walk. From the corner, someone whispers, is that really the guy who clapped that giant boss? The skeptical knights start siding him, passing judgment. He doesn't even look strong. Sure, he talks polite, but that mask is peak suspicious behavior. Hearing all the chatter, Subaru glares through the mask, silently roasting them. Guess you guys don't believe I killed it, or maybe you're just too salty to accept reality. Suddenly, a flashback. Subaru and Hasuka looking at a phone screen. Subaru explains his hack. By using a saved pose, I can tune the mic frequency so only my viewers hear me. He smirks to himself. Pretty useful feature for boring situations like this. Back to reality, Subaru chin checks the entire room, flexing on the knights in front of hundreds of viewers. Absolute Chad energy. The chat is already popping off. Don't sleep on him. Did he just smirk under that mask? That confidence is top tier. Suddenly, a heavy armored hand reaches out, cutting through the cringe atmosphere. First off, let me thank you. It's an old knight with a grizzled beard and a serious vibe. He introduces himself, I am Dale. Subaru shakes his hand, getting straight to the point. Nice to meet you, I guess. Yes, I was defending the village, but everyone, they got crushed. Hearing that devastating intel, Subaru's eyes widen. Crushed? Dala nods solemnly, then drops a bombshell that makes his heart stop, because he was sweating bullets. Subaru, shocked, asks, wait, is there someone even more dangerous than that boss? Dala replies with a single chilling word from under his helmet. Exactly. The vibe drops and Dale recounts the legend. As you know, the giants were the ones who once waged war against the gods. Scenes of glowing, cracked stone appear, illustrating how they were sealed away and vanished from history. Cut to the white giants with their grotesque smiles. Dale, most of the giants here are just illusions or echoes of what they left behind. The old knight clutches his head, sweat pouring down, panicking. But the giant that showed up after you killed the boss? That one was different. It was nearing the level of the legends. Can't believe a creature like that is still walking. As the tent enters panic mode, the streamer's chat is busy theory crafting. So it's like a floor 8 monster? Nobody's even made it that far. Who knows? If it's actually that strong, how do we even beat it? Ignoring the chaos, Subaru's god-tier angle flashes on screen, looking unbothered. He smirks, dropping a casual one-liner. Then I'll just have to kill it too. That arrogant line triggers the stuck-up knights. They sneer. You're pretty confident, huh? We're begging for help, but isn't that literally impossible? You can only talk big because you haven't seen it yet. Not letting his subordinates disrespect the carry any longer, Captain Peleus shouts, "Benefactor," silencing the room instantly. Peleus gets serious, dropping the last ray of hope. There's a legend from ancient times, the Millennium Mountain. At the peak of that towering cliff, a shard of lightning is hidden. Sweat dripping, his eyes burning with hope, he adds, You're the only one who can find it." Subaru turns back, a total badass silhouette, silently soaking in Peleus' final hype up. "It's you, Benefactor. I believe in you." Immediately, a flashback of a fiery tragedy plays, the village engulfed in flames, villagers screaming as they run for their lives. Those massive white giants are stomping through, wrecking everything in their path. A mysterious guttural roar echoes out from the distance. Amidst the inferno, a colossal titan with terrifying long hair emerges. His booming voice echoes like a death knell as he looms over my boy. Knights are getting yeeted left and right, screaming like NPCs in a botched raid. "Oh God, please stop!" The giant leader's eyes glow with murderous intent in the night, casually snatching a knight. He starts his villain monologue, but before he can finish, crunch. The giant grips tight, turning that poor knight into human ketchup. Blood sprays everywhere like a fountain of L's. With hands drenched in gore, the monster gives a demonic grin. "Time to send you all to the afterlife with your own blood." That gruesome, bloody massacre is permanently etched into the cold, glowing eyes behind Subaru's mask. Back in the present, Subaru is barely surviving on horseback, dodging the monster while muttering, "It's him." The chat is spamming, "Did you beat his kid last time? He's huge. Is he even a real giant?" Being chased like a stray dog, Subaru drifts his horse, sweating bullets. "He's actually trying to delete us." The chat agrees. "This test is literally trying to kill you." The moderation test is the key, bro. Puss's warning echoes in his head. "It'll take 3 days for the giants to reach you. If you haven't found the thunder by then, run. It's your only chance at survival." Oh my savior. Despite the danger, Subaru reaches the base of the Thousand-Year Mountain, plotting to humble this giant. The Thunder's power is the MVP here. Gotta be the crux of this test. The chat is glazing him. "Just restart. Try at least twice." But with maxed out pride and a main character aura radiating off his back, he drops the classic Chad line. "There isn't a single test in this tower that I can't clear." A second later, he's sweating profusely, muttering, "Oops," said the catchphrase again. The chat is losing its mind. The confidence is insane. Where have we heard that before? Is that his signature emote or what? Suddenly, the donation UI starts popping off like crazy. Say Face It has started a quest. "If you win, here's 3,000. Narukama Subaru added to the quest. Jobbit donated 100 coins. Subaru sighs in relief. Nice, they didn't notice, and the reaction isn't half bad. Nothing motivates a man like a fat stack of donations. Without skipping a beat, Subaru grips the reins tight. The warhorse understands the assignment, neighing loudly and rearing up to perform a sick landing. He jumps off with main character energy, boots hitting the rock with a splash, absolute drip. Patting the horse, Subaru glares into the night. So, a fragment of the thunder is hidden right here. Towering before him is a massive cliff, jagged rock stabbing the sky like giant fangs. He approaches slowly, touching the cold, slippery stone, sinking into deep thinker mode. Memories of Peleus fled back. The thunder fragment is just a legend. Is it a special a person? Honestly, nobody knows. When he asked how to get it, the answer was peak helplessness. Unfortunately, we only know the location and the myth. Even so, Peleus's unwavering gaze gave him strength. One thing is certain, whoever controlled the thunder in the past absolutely wiped the floor with these giants. The scene cuts to reality, the office. Someone holds a document looking lost. What just happened? The only response is suspicious silence. In the corner, the manager Hookah is literally jumping for joy, phone in hand. "The deal is sealed, Chief." The voice on the other end is shook. "Wait, for real?" Hookah skips back to her desk, giggling like a win streak addict. Her boss is hyped too. "Nice job." Finally, Hookah is acting like a real professional. Hookah beams at the phone, right? "I'm finally a respectable person." She pauses. Wait, was that a compliment? Then she goes dead serious. "Anyway, I met the guy." A hand clicks the screen, cutting off the call, but the message lingers. "He wants to discuss business with you soon." Shedding the work stress, Hookah faceplants onto her bed in bliss, tossing her phone. Finally done. Time for the stream. She's glued to the screen, cheeks blushing, eyes sparkling like an absolute simp for her idol. The screen shows Subaru riding through the blizzard. Hookah is melting, watching him on screen while being his real-life manager. This is peak otaku goals. But then Subaru's edgy mask-on profile pops up, and he drops the line. "There isn't a single test in this tower that I can't clear." Her pupils dilate. She looks like she just discovered the secret to the universe. She springs off the bed like a trapdoor spider, sweating eyes wide as she mutters, "Wait." Her face goes pale as she realizes the massive plot twist. He just casually dropped a line from 20 years ago. Back to the gaming world, where literal thunder is tearing the black sky apart and nuking these jagged cliffs. Subaru stands in the middle of the storm, letting arcs of golden lightning dance across his body while the chat goes absolutely feral. Is he grief maxing? Nah, nobody's saying that. Ignoring the noise, Subaru clenches his fist, channeling raw voltage into his knuckles, basically daring the rock to see who's harder. He winds up and throws a punch so heavy it cuts through the wind. Time to wrap this up for good. The lightning-clad fist slams into the boulder, triggering a blinding explosion that sends debris flying like confetti. The recoil is insane, sliding Subaru's boots backward, shredding the stone floor like it's made of butter. Before the dust even settles, Subaru looks up, flashing a wild grin under his mask, surrounded by crackling electricity. Found it, he shifts his stance, stomping his battle boots into the cracked earth to lock in for the next round. His fist is still glowing, and he glances at the chaotic chat. What? Brain-dead brute force strat? Keep coping, NPCs, you wouldn't get this feeling even if it hit you in the face. The camera pans to his sharp jawline, eyes locked on the hidden target as he mutters, a massive power source is vibrating in perfect sync with my lightning. Behind the shattered rubble, a giant stone door engraved with demonic titan carvings emerges. He knew it was behind there the whole time. No hesitation, Subaru strides forward, stepping through the rain puddles like he owns the place. He looks like an ant in front of that massive door, and the chat is popping off again. Is that a titan door? How's he gonna open that without a key? Watch him smash it, that's his whole brand, Lemao. Ignoring the fanboys, Subaru calmly rests his gloved hand against the freezing surface. The second he touches it, gold lightning surges into the cracks. He smirks, the hint was obvious, and system notification confirms the level 3 lightning greed passive is already negating the backlash. Subaru charges up with black and gold lightning, steps back, and winds up. The real test starts now, and the viewers are losing their minds. He's actually gonna shatter it. His fist is now engulfed in a mix of pitch black and radiant gold lightning, peak power achieved. He lunges forward with a destructive strike, dropping a Chad response. Since you invited me so warmly, I guess I have to return the favor. The impact creates a massive golden shockwave that blinds the entire area, absolute cinema. Under the sheer force, the titan door cracks into a spiderweb of fissures, leaking light like a mini sun. The great gate finally creaks open, and our MC walks in like he's the main character, because he is. The door tears open, revealing a dark, ominous abyss waiting on the other side. Subaru's silhouette stands before the corridor. The chat is panicking. He's really just walking in. Is a raid boss waiting for him? Let's go! Tuning out the fan noise, Subaru keeps his cool assassin mask on, silent and observant. He takes a firm step with his armored boots, marching into the unknown. The MC walks alone into the depths of the dark hallway, his aura so heavy it literally clears the smoke and dust. As he crosses the Titan gate, the system pops up a purple, ominous warning. Entering the path of the lightning striker, no retreat until the trial is complete. The scene cuts back to the Knights' camp, drowning in a cold, depressing downpour. But inside the tent, the vibe is different. The Knights are huddled around a map, beers in hand, actually having a party. Old Man Dale frowns, side-eyeing the young Captain Puss, asking, you actually think he can snatch the lightning? Peleus just raises his mug with a glowing smile. Can he? I'm betting my life on it. Dale is still hating, calling him out for trusting a stranger, but Peleus shuts him down. He already proved he's him, no more room for doubt. Running out of arguments, Dale turns away, sweating bullets, screaming in pure pessimism, even if he gets it, we're all dead anyway. The room's vibe just hit rock bottom. That brown-haired knight who was running his mouth earlier is now trembling, head buried in his hands, muttering, you guys have no idea. His face went ghostly pale, drained of all life, eyes rolled back as he chewed on his own fingers like a straight-up NPC witnessing a horror movie. That giant, the raw power it has. I literally survived that nightmare in the village. Seeing his subordinate crumbling into a puddle of depression, Puss slides in, leaning down with that supportive mentor energy. So, does that mean we're just gonna fold? Placing a hand on his panicked homie's shoulder, the captain offers a Chad-level smile. Trust the kid for once. Our young hero is out here sweating blood for us, not even asking for a payout. Even with the pep talk, the knight's trauma is real. He bites his thumb until it bleeds, looking up with watery eyes. Easy for you to say. The debate gets cut short immediately. The tent flaps are ripped open, and every knight inside spins around, absolute shock written all over their faces. The sheer terror hit so hard that someone dropped their wooden mug, spilling beer everywhere and soaking the tactical map like a total amateur. A scout comes barreling in, pointing outside, screaming like his life is on the line. It's happening, he's actually here. Hearing that the Grim Reaper arrived ahead of schedule, the big four knights look like they've seen a ghost. Sweat pouring, eyes bulging, looking absolutely cooked. Skipping the military drama, the scene shifts to Subaru's POV, where a massive glowing crystal ice cave pierces deep into the earth. Walking casually through the frozen tundra, he narrows his eyes, trying to play 4D chess. What exactly is this test trying to make me do? All he sees is an endless empty ice tunnel. Even the live chat is clowning on it. It's literally just hollow, there's actually nothing here, lol. The camera zooms in on Subaru's sharp gaze behind that mask. The chat suggests the lightning is moving too fast to see. He nods, fair point. Before the discharge, electricity is just scattered ions in the air. Standing in the middle of the glowing cave, he stretches, finally having his eureka moment. It's obvious why I can't see it. This isn't a game of Where's Waldo with my eyes. Closing his eyes to enter the zone, he connects the dots. The name of this trial is the Path of Lightning. Power starts surging, golden sparks dance around his clenched fist. His brain is overclocking. The raw power of the lightning is calling to him from the void. Suddenly, his eyelashes twitch, his eyes snap open, and a flash of genius-level realization hits him. Subaru instantly drops into a low stance, slamming his palm, now crackling with electricity, onto the ice floor, smirking. The test is about not hesitating. Subaru flicks his wrist, launching a rock shard forward. The stone flies ahead and he watches the electricity dance around it, analyzing the data. Lightning scattered in the air is invisible, and the deeper I go, the more aggressive it gets. Suddenly, a massive bolt of golden lightning crashes down from thin air, obliterating the rock in a blinding flash. The chat is absolutely speechless. Wait, what just happened? What kind of BS test is this? Behind his mask, Subaru sighs at the system's try-hard difficulty. I know it's rigged, but I've got no choice but to push forward. What a trash hobby you have, system. Regaining his focus, he drops his center of gravity and sprints straight into the eye of the storm. Seems like this is a test of pure endurance. Savage bolts of lightning tear through the air, hitting him with brutal force. The cold reality sets in. If he can't tank this, he's dead. In the heat of this life-or-death moment, the system UI pings with a donation alert. 100 credits from ENLG. You're afraid of what? Subaru ignores the pain and charges through the lightning rain, while the whales start flexing their wallets. Mission Villa Inn started. 1,000 credits if successful. Received 1,000 credits from Naru Kamasubaru. Bro, stop, you might lose the lightning you just learned. Living player started a mission. Let's go, 2,000 credits. Seeing that bag makes the pain vanish. Subaru's eyes turn cold and determined. Thanks for the mission, loot whales. The scene cuts hard to a cozy wooden cabin where a pot of soup is bubbling away on an open fire. Total contrast to the icy blizzard, a long-haired, white-haired dude is lounging on the sofa, scrolling through a tablet like he's watching Netflix. He squints, looking dead serious, eyes glued to the screen without saying a word. Suddenly, the door creaks open and the guy jumps out of his skin. He spins around, terrified, only to see a badass dark-haired girl standing at the entrance with her hands on her hips. Meanwhile, the white-haired fraud is panic-hiding his tablet under his thighs like his life depends on it. Oh, she hits him with that smug grin, leaning in to roast his pathetic attempt at secrecy. Trying to hide your homework folder, aren't we? The guy's sweating buckets, fumbling over his words like a total NPC caught in 4K. I'm not hiding anything. My eyes are just tired, okay? She just rolls her eyes. Oh, is that so? She flops onto the sofa with main character energy, pointing at him while cackling. You know, they say hair grows faster on absolute creeps. He's blushing furiously, waving his hands. Stop talking nonsense. That's not true. Stuffing his face with bread, she complains about how boring life is. Since you told me not to, I've been ghosting my streams. I'm literally dying of boredom. I get it. So what are you gonna do? Seeing her attitude, he starts tweaking and shouting defensively. What kind of reaction is that? Are you seriously telling me I can't relax on my own couch? Cornered and cooked, he grits his teeth like a shark and starts full-on mauling. Fine, if that's how you want it, I'll suffer through it to the end. You don't need to say all that. She covers her ears, annoyed by his screeching. Bro, are you trying to pop my eardrums? Quit yelling out of nowhere. Under the blanket, his hand frantically hits the mute button, but he's still yapping. Just relax however you want and stop worrying about every little thing I do. The black-haired queen glares at him with pure judgment. Usually, this guy is too stubborn to listen to anyone. He's acting so weird it's actually making him break a cold sweat. She stands up to leave, looking done with his BS. You're so annoying for real. The guy stammers, trying to bait her back. Wait, where are you going? Terrified of being suspicious, he pleads with his roommate. You can stay longer, you know. Have some bread, take a nap, do whatever. Ignoring his mid-attempt at hospitality, she walks upstairs, slamming the door hard, leaving him in an awkward, deafening silence. Once the coast is clear, he yanks out the tablet, wipes the sweat off his forehead, and breathes a sigh of relief. Close one almost got caught. The screen shows Subaru's livestream. He mutters the cold hard truth. If she knew I was watching this stream, she'd go full berserk. Man, I don't even want to imagine that. His blue eyes soften with a hit of nostalgia. Even if we swapped places, Subaru would never forget us. Watching Subaru dodge lightning on screen, he smirks while echoing a familiar line. If I can't handle this, I'm basically dead. His personality and the way he talks, he really is just like Subaru. But when the screen shows our MC grinning at his donation total, he chuckles. Thanks for the quest rewards, buddy. Even if his thirst for credits is definitely not like the original. He leans back, eyes glued to the screen, vibing. Heh, what's actually going on here? And who exactly are you? Suddenly, a frozen cold hand grabs his shoulder. A chilling voice whispers right in his ear, making him go completely silent. You really thought I wouldn't notice? The black-haired beauty is back, her face shrouded in darkness with eyes glowing like a total demon. You're 100 years too early to try and scam me. Cut back to the action, Subaru's life-or-death struggle. System notification, endure the lightning path. Sweat drips down his mask as he grits his teeth in pure focus. He slides across the ice, then launches himself forward, gripping his heavy sword with absolute intent. Every heavy step of his armored boots shatters the frost, sparking gold lightning that surges with raw power. Diving into the heart of the storm, lightning strikes him repeatedly. The system notification coldly pings, progress 2.3%. Pushing through the pain that feels like his skin is being torn off, he reaches out his brawny arm, grabbing the raging electricity. His amber eyes flash behind the demon mask. Subaru clenches the lightning in his palm with pure Chad energy. Feels familiar. I've dealt with lightning way too many times for this to kill me. Behind that terrifying mask, his cold gaze shifts, the golden lightning reflecting perfectly through the slits. The system cruelly updates the bar. His body jerks violently from the shock and he's gasping for air. Heh, still got a long way to go. Despite his legs being shredded by the storm, he stomps down on the cracking ice, pushing through the lightning rain until the screen hits progress. 5.1%. Subaru tells himself, at least it's kind enough to show me the finish line. Meanwhile, the chat is losing it. Why isn't he running? Just dash already. Speed it up. Please. The lightning hits him, and he just sighs. I don't think I can read the chat anymore. The viewers are still spamming. He looks wrecked. He can't even read. But his survival instincts are elite. Instead of dodging, he's literally catching the lightning and calculating his next move. Obviously, hitting the goal is the only option. Even with electricity frying his nerves, he smirks with pure ambition. But if I can, I want to aim for something even bigger. Meanwhile, in another room, some random NPC is sitting there, glued to his monitor, watching Subaru like a total creep. This dude's wearing a cringeworthy, flashy jacket, slumped in his gaming chair, eyebrow furrowed and deep in thought. A flashback hits him. Some absolute unit of a guy suggested a collab with Narcosuperudi, and he's like, bro, how long has it been since you actually did some real content? Johnson slams his coffee mug down, and the guy replies with pure Sigma male delusion. Didn't I tell you already? Jaw leans back, ready to drop some mid-tier philosophy about streaming, claiming you can only control half of a stream's success. The blonde guy strokes his chin, listening to this partner spout nonsense. I know who's getting clout. Fame is decided by the NPCs that live in this era. Zoe flashes a smug grin and starts roasting the MC. Exactly, Narukami's stream isn't even for fans, it's just a solo vlogger yapping to himself. He locks in the plan. Narukami's a rookie, but tell him to keep doing his lame observational content. The blonde guy is speechless at the sheer audacity. Zoe creeps closer, whispering that forbidden temptation. This is your big break. Use this comment for your own gain. The blonde guy's eyes go wide, completely falling for the manipulation, both of them thirsty for that main character energy. Back to the present, his pupils dilate, fire in his eyes as he stares at the screen like it's his ticket to the big leagues. Looking at Subaru, he lets out a manic laugh. Running away because you can't climb the tower? I've been there, bro. We've all had our trash phase. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as if he's trying to capture the entire galaxy in his vision. Imagining himself drifting in deep space, he tilts his head back, acting all poetic like a total cringe lord, aiming for the stars. He reaches out trying to grab a star, wondering if he'll ever actually be on their level. His main character moment gets ruined by a loud cuckoo from the speaker, making him fall out of his chair like a complete clown. He scrambles back up, looking absolutely pathetic. He's sweating bullets, panicking. What the hell am I even doing on company time? He glances back at the screen and his face turns ghost white, mouth wide open in sheer terror. Wait, for real? Is this guy actually serious? The feed shifts back to the Eye of the Storm, where Subaru is getting absolutely shredded by a colossal lightning strike. The shockwave hits like a truck, tearing his skin and spilling blood, but he's still grinning through the pain. Absolute Giga Chad energy. His arms are shredded, muscles twitching, but his eyes behind that mask, unwavering, he refuses to fold. The lightning is literally eating him alive. He's biting his tongue until it bleeds, letting out a stifled, savage roar. Ignoring the agony, he plants his heavy boots into the ice, refusing to stop his advance. No time to step back, he stomps the frozen ground, triggering a massive thunderclap explosion under his armored boots. Blood drips and mixes with the sweat pouring down his chin. Subaru's gasping for air, clutching his chest under the mask. Ha! He flexes his hands, glowing with lethal current, embracing the numbness ripping through his cells. The more lightning, the stronger he gets. Standing tall in the center of the static chaos, he grabs the raw power, whispering with absolute insanity. This is enough. Instantly, yellow electricity pierces his flesh, illuminating his heart pounding like a drum. The lightning is flowing through my channels now, starting from the conception and governor vessels. System notification. Body undergoing violent breakthrough. Progress 20.7%. Meridians clearing. Thunderous power acquired. Magic power +1. He grips the lightning with iron willpower, forcing his meridians to break open, absorbing the raw juice. He's making it his, no matter the cost. Subaru glows like a supernova in the snowstorm, rationalizing his recklessness. In other words, my internal energy has permeated every corner of my body. He's staggering through this violent purge, roasting his former self, clearing out impurities from the small meridians, something the original Subaru never touched. You could say I'm taking the shortcut. System notification, status effect, electrocution active. Blood rains onto the white snow. The MC grits his teeth, acknowledging the reality. Usually you'd do this with your own mana. Subaru grimaces, paying the price for the shortcut. Using raw lightning to force open his channels is absolute hellish agony. Even though the fraud is tripping and leaving a literal crimson slip and slide on the ice, this stubborn NPC is still crawling forward like his life depends on it. Meanwhile, we cut to a dark bedroom where a brown-haired waifu is basically hibernating in her blankets, glued to her phone screen. Watching the MC get deep-fried by lightning on the livestream, her hands are death-gripping her phone. Straight-up mommy energy concern right there. Wait, her emerald eyes go wide as saucers. She realizes this idiot is trying to unlock his minor meridians. Is he actually trying to suicide speedrun this right now? Back at the Eye of the Storm, Subaru is tanking high-voltage torture. Our girl is frantically analysis maxing, realizing he's bypass hacking his power instead of using actual mana. She's stressing out, cold sweat dripping, imagining the agony. Honestly, most NPCs would have permadied from the shock alone, but our boy is built different. Blood is literally leaking from his mask. Even if this is a simulation, the pain is 100% canon-level real. Her eyes are shimmering with pure sadness, and why are you like this energy as she stares at the monitor? Why you gotta go this far, man? Ignoring the pain, Subaru's armored boots stomp the ground, shattering the lightning like glass. System notification, 50.3% meridians unlocked, lightning domain active, mana +1. Suddenly he buckles, black lightning clashing with gold. It's all my fault, he mutters, absolute L energy. His body is twitching, half his face hidden by hair. It's like I killed them myself, didn't I tell you? Flashback, a mysterious hooded guy stands on the snowy peak, the definition of main character aura. No trial is impossible to clear. He drops the mask, hits us with that main character grin, don't worry. The squad appears in the vision, smiling like everything's chill. The ones who win in the end will be us. Subaru snaps back, blood streaming from under his mask like a horror movie, if only I. Then he lurches forward, stumbling like a drunk. He swings his arms, letting the lightning shred him. If I hadn't said those heartless things, if I hadn't pushed them with my own trash ego, his face plunges into the shadows, eyes glowing red, dripping crimson tears. None of us would have died, right? Then the villain pops up on screen, face a gory mess, laughing like a total psycho. The villain's smile widens, flashing white teeth in the dark. You guys failed because you were way too cocky. Back to reality, Subaru's body jolts violently as a barrage of golden lightning nukes his back. He's face down in the ice-cold blood, tanking the voltage like a masochist. It's all my fault. His body gives out, face planting into the frozen blood-stained snow. Even while sprawled out, his shredded hands are still twitching from the static electricity. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a serene grassy field under a clear blue sky. The mysterious hooded guy is just standing there. Subaru frantically looks around, eyes darting everywhere. Where am I? He spots a group of people chilling by a campfire under an ancient tree. Cold sweat breaks out. He's wide-eyed, stumbling toward them like he's seen a ghost. His pupils shrink. He starts whispering their names, one by one. Sosoa, Siori, even Sigur and Rina. He sprints into the grass, gunning it for the campfire like his life depends on it. It was all just a dream. But just as he gets close, the silhouettes of those two guys start fading away into the wind. Tears streaming down his face, Subaru lets out a twisted grin. I knew it. It had to end like this, right? He reaches out to grab the person in front of him. Man, talk about a cursed nightmare. Let's see what this delusion is cooking up. Just then, a massive crimson light emerges, accompanied by a booming voice. Subaru. The corpses turn around, eyes falling out of their rotting sockets as they latch onto him. How dare you lead us to our deaths? I don't want to die. Subaru gasps, sweating bullets as those soul-crushing voices wail from the blood-red abyss. Subaru is losing it. Under a sky blood dry of color, a woman sits with her back turned, sneering. After all that arrogant trash talk, as she turns around, a massive bleeding hole gapes in her stomach. Why didn't you protect us? His eyes widen in pure terror, and suddenly, a pillar of blood-red energy erupts from the campfire, shackling everyone in sight. He tilts his head back and lets out a primal roar. Die. Tattered black shadows are seen flailing their limbs within the crimson flames. Without a second thought, he lunges forward, shoving his hand straight into the burning energy pillar. Hey! His arms merged in blood, flails desperately. Everyone, don't go! Just wait! Tears continue to slide down his sweat-drenched cheeks. Losing his footing, Subaru falls backward, plummeting into the void. Please! The entire hallucination shatters like glass. Subaru's hands are planted on the ice, kneeling and gasping for air amidst a storm of lightning. Haha. Is this the mental obstacle they talk about during minor meridian breakthroughs? Almost got me possessed by a demon. System notification. Progress at 9787. Currently unblocking minor meridians. Lightning element absorbed 1. He looks up, eyes glinting. I don't know who cooked up this mid-tier test. He pushes himself up, taking a massive lightning strike head-on, but thanks for the reminder. Under the blinding flash, the enemy's silhouette comes into focus. He stands firm. Wait, why am I still alive? Meanwhile, at a village in the dead of night, dozens of armored knights and civilians are huddled together. In the back, a mob of villagers holds shovels and knives, trembling as they stare ahead. Suddenly, a pale-skinned monster with bulging muscles drops from the sky, slamming onto the gatehouse. The crowd below instantly panics, scrambling to escape like NPCs. The monster widens its eyes, flashing a jagged, predatory grin. Standing in the ranks, a soldier yells out, "Which one is the real boss? The guy in the mask definitely bailed on us." Hearing this, a blonde knight in the front clenches his fist. Our savior will return, he says, shocking the guards behind him. The blonde knight shoves past the two guards, barking, "You entrusted the fate of this village to a stranger whose name you don't even know, and now you're doubting him?" They stumble back, stuttering, "We didn't mean it like that." He scowls, staring them down. "Have you no shame, and you call yourselves knights?" An older knight with a thick mustache places a steady hand on his shoulder. With a calm alpha-tier tone, he says, "You're right. Before blaming anyone else, protecting this village is our main quest." His hand moves to his sword hilt, a blue aura beginning to surge. Drawing his glowing blade, he declares, "Knights aren't meant to be protected. They are the shield that protects others." He stomps his armored boot, cracking the cobblestone floor beneath him. Charging at the lead, he lets out a heroic battle cry. "Today we die like true knights." Meanwhile, in the frozen wasteland, the system UI hits 99% progress. Subaru is getting absolutely fried in a literal gold-lighting mosh pit, when a blinding golden energy orb condenses out of the static and just hangs there in midair. Subaru's stumbling toward it like a total NPC, no clue what it is, but the quest marker says, "Go here," so he's locked in. The system's flashing red warnings like a Christmas tree. His fatigue is at 97%, and he's leaking HP from his mouth, stumbling like he's had one too many at the tavern. The system's practically begging him to stop. "Hey, stop inting, you're gonna die," but he just ignores the prompts. Screw the warnings, he gathers his remaining brain cells and commits to the most reckless jump of his life. Cut back to the village, where the OG veteran knight is out here mogging the monster, landing a clean elbow strike to the face. He spins in the air, his whole body shrouded in a sick blue energy cyclone. Talk about main character energy. He grips his glowing blade with a death glare, and delivers a brutal slash, carving a literal streak of light into the monster, splattering black blood everywhere. The wound splits open, and it's a total blood fountain situation, zero chill. The beast tilts its head back, mouth agape, letting out a silent, pained roar. As the vet lands, the monster staggers back. That's the signal for the blonde knight to steal the spotlight. The blonde Chad shouts, "Leave the rest to me." He stomps the ground so hard he launches himself like a human cannonball, soaring through the air to style on the monster by aiming straight for its eye. His sword starts crackling with that aesthetic light blue aura. He's definitely about to cook. Eyes locked on the target, he grips the hilt with both hands, pouring every ounce of mana into this finish. He drops a white-hot storm of sword skills, shredding both of the monster's heads into sashimi. The pierced eye slams shut, the beast convulsing in pure misery. Its head literally pops like a balloon in a shower of gore, screaming its final L before it goes quiet. The blonde knight sticks the landing like a boss while the massive body hits the ground, causing a literal earthquake. A foot soldier is losing his mind with joy. "We actually won." Lords Peleus and Dale Lay cleared the raid. The other knights start hacking at the corpse, acting tough. "Eat dirt, you overgrown trash." They're just glazing Lord Dale Lay at this point. The blonde knight relaxes, thinking the worst is over, but the veteran knight just hangs his head. Nah. The vet's face turns deadly serious. This wasn't even the one we were worried about. Another soldier laughs it off, totally oblivious. "Chill out, guys. Lord Lay and Lord Peleus are just built different." He's grinning like an idiot. "We just gotta mop up the other giants and we're Gucci." Right as he says it, a massive shadow looms over the entire squad. Both knights look up, their faces pale as they realize it's him. Dale is sweating buckets, his jaw on the floor. Now this thing is on a completely different power tier. Meanwhile, Subaru's system bar ticks to 99.99%. His fingers are inches from that golden energy orb. He tenses every muscle, putting his whole soul into a flaming fist. "I'm sending your ass to the Shadow Realm to apologize." His eyes flare with pure hatred through the mask, blood streaming down his face. "Kyozo, I'm coming for his head. Consider it a tribute." He turns his back and a golden vortex of raw energy starts spiraling around him like a main character activating his awakening arc. Pure, unadulterated power erupts, forming a massive pillar of lightning that pierces the heavens, absolute top-tier aura check. He's panting, muttering to himself before finally letting his head drop, completely spent. Blood and sweat are doing a messy fusion dance on his skin. He's hit his limit. Haha, so this is it, huh? Is it really over? Suddenly, his eyes twitch, a flicker of life returns. That's the protagonist's plot armor kicking in. His body glows one last time as the system starts spamming notify blocked, mana amplification plus 20%, skill cast speed plus 20%, all stats plus 2, GG. He snaps his head back, blood spraying everywhere, his arm hanging limp like a total frauds, but we know better. A little warning would have been nice, he grumbles, barely conscious. He collapses onto the shattered ground just as the system flashes. Legendary stage 6 clear, absolute Chad move. Meanwhile, this dude Jay is chin in hand, staring at the screen like he's judging an NPC's poor life choices. He mutters, he's pushing himself way too hard. The chat is going crazy, insane difficulty. He wiped again, wonder when he'll respawn? Jay kills the stream. This guy definitely isn't cut out for that safe play streamer life. Right on cue, his phone starts buzzing, someone's calling. Jay picks up. "I just saw Narukami's stream." The voice on the other end is hyped. "Oh, you saw it too? Narukami is legit insane, right?" Jay stays cool. "You're way too excited. Explain it to me like I'm 5. The caller grins. "This guy is going to be a straight-up superstar. Both as a player and a streamer," he adds. "I always thought Narukami leaned more toward player anyway. He's more of a gamer than a content creator." The caller drops the mic. "Exactly, that's what the viewers want. The core hook of the stream is a Narukami that feels 100% real." A blurred image of Subaru flashes in his mind. Narukami isn't a fake streamer, he's a gamer through and through. Jay stands up, staring at the black screen. "That means we're witnessing the birth of a real player, Narukami." Sweat beads on his temples, his eyes lit with a maniacal gleam. In the real world, while the elites are busy over-analyzing meta-strategies, on the live stream, the MC's blood-soaked hand grips the frozen icy floor. He drags his battered body up, breathing heavy. The chat is losing its mind, swinging between roasts and relief. He's up fast! He's actually alive. Finally, the king wakes up. Behind his cracked mask, a golden eye opens, sharp and piercing through his messy hair. Even with his lungs screaming for air, the aura is immaculate. He clutches his forehead, trying to suppress a headache from hell. "Damn it, this fatigue debuff is a joke," he mutters. But when the status window pops up, fatigue 81, he sees the buffed stats and smirks. Nice, stats are up and fatigue is dropping. That last lightning strike was a gamble, but the payout is worth it. As if to reward his suffering, the system starts throwing cash at him like a sugar daddy. Mission Villa completed, plus 10,000 credits. Mission Live Player completed, plus 2,000 credits. Squad bonus, plus 500 credits. He checks the total, 2,400 credits. A faint smile hides under that mask. Not a bad haul for a day's work. But a true gamer is never satisfied. He eyes the skill. Greed, it needs 40,000 credits. He does the quick math. If I take down that giant, maybe I'll have enough? No sooner thought than done. He raises his hand, summoning a blinding orb of electric energy. The confidence is radiating off him. And this is the key to clapping him. The item window pops up, revealing a legendary left. The chat goes nuclear. Legendary? That dropped here? It doesn't even look like a spear. He answers the skeptics, his scarred face glowing in the golden light. He smiles like a pro. "It's only got one use, but you won't even find this on the 8th floor. It looks weird, right? But looks are deceiving." Not letting the audience stay curious for a second longer, He immediately stashed it into his inventory, rolling his wrist to prep for the deathmatch ahead. He explained the mechanics like a straight-up pro. Turns out, high-tier loot can morph depending on specific conditions. The chat was losing it. How does he know that? This guy's talking like a seasoned veteran. Fully kitted out, he tossed that heavy-ass greatsword over his shoulder and strode toward the glowing exit of the ice cave with pure main character energy. He dropped a cold-blooded declaration. Alright, time to fold this thing. The audience was hyped to the moon. Fry that boss. Let him cook. Contrast this absolute Chad behavior to the outside battlefield, where Sir Da was currently jaw-dropped, eyes wide with pure unfiltered terror. Standing before a shadow so massive it blotted out the light with one singular terrifying glowing eye. The two knights were frozen, whimpering like NPCs. The dust settled, revealing the beast's true form, long matted white hair and a roar that literally tore the air to shreds. Its hulking, muscle-bound body rose from the rubble, emitting an aura so suffocating it would make anyone struggle to breathe. The monster's gnarled, savage face let out a deafening scream as the red system notification flashed. Boss spawned. Grok, the giant king who devoured lightning. Watching this absolute canon event of a disaster, one knight completely folded, ditching his dignity to sprint for his life while the others screamed in a panic. Yo, what the hell are you doing? The young knight had basically lost his marbles, crying and laughing like a lunatic. Heh, I told you guys, you have no idea what's actually happening. Shedding his pride in his sword, he dropped to his knees right at the monster's giant toes, praying like a total cultist. Oh, dear God, unlike those other brainless NPCs, he kept smashing his forehead against the shattered stone, begging for his pathetic life. Please, Lord, have mercy on me. Replying to this clown-tier performance, the massive shadow leaned down, blotting out the sky as a bone-chilling, gravelly voice echoed, God, the giant king's golden eye widened with pure fury, glaring at the guy like it was actual trash. You dare equate me to those filthy low-level scum? Just then, the old knight with the zinc beard charged in, grabbing the coward by the collar and roaring in frustration, Hey, what are you doing? Get up! The battlefield was absolute chaos. Screams of command echoed through the life-or-death panic. Peleus, hurry, everyone, run as far as you can. The old knight Peleus's face hardened, his eyes bloodshot, radiating the resolve of someone ready to die fighting. Seeing that, the coward freaked out and started screeching. But it was too late. A strike from the heavens slammed into the ground, creating a bloody explosion that wiped out the area with enough force to send everything flying. The shockwave sent Da flying backward, sweat-drenched and stumbling as he looked back at the carnage, muttering in despair, there's literally no way to win. Gritting his teeth until his veins popped, he realized the brutal reality closing in. There was zero way out. True enough, ahead of him the giant minions had formed a wall of flesh, blocking the town's exit, forcing the poor civilians to scatter like bugs in a hive. We're trapped! Da's pupils were vibrating. He was completely cooked and speechless in the face of this death sentence. In the final moments before the Reaper arrived, his most bottom-tier survival instinct kicked in. He bit his lip until it bled, desperate to find a pathetic way out. Better to be a traitor than a corpse. Da spun around, screaming at the top of his lungs. I know who killed your son. I know the truth. That cheap, low-budget stall tactic actually worked. The giant king stopped the slaughter, glancing over his shoulder with a voice heavy with murderous intent. Who killed my son? The monster pivoted, his massive aura crushing the trembling noble into the dirt. Who? Sweating buckets and with shaking hands, Da tried to pull his sword out, playing the role of the ultimate snitch, pointing his blade toward nowhere. He screamed to divert the monster's rage onto someone else. Over there! That human went that way. He's off gathering power to kill all of you. The coward gripped his hilt, cold sweat dripping down his face, praying for dear life in total desperation. Please, don't realize I'm lying, just go that way. Lucky for him, his trash-tier acting actually worked as the monster turned its head, peering into the dark horizon. But before his fake smile could even fully form, the ruse crumbled. The giant king snapped back around, his eyes burning with insanity as he roared. You lie! Your words reek of deceit. Dale's face is paler than a drowned corpse, eyes rolling back as the insects close in. Is the one who killed my son not here? You two are just pointing those pathetic swords at thin air? If you don't answer right now. Suddenly, a blinding flash of electricity erupts in the distance. Under that overwhelming Mount Tai pressure, Dalian is frozen stiff, teeth chattering like a machine gun, unable to even stutter an excuse. In that split second, a colossal golden pillar of lightning roars into existence on the horizon. The blonde knight stares at the explosion, gasping like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline. A savior? The system coldly ignores his copium, initiating the Thunderbolt protocol. Cut to our MC on a cliff overlooking the burning town. Alright, this is the last one. Meanwhile, the chat is losing its mind. Is it getting bigger? No way, it's still growing. Watching the mountain-sized boss, the MC stays calm. If anything stronger than that spawns, this trial is officially broken. Chat spamming. Run, bro? You're actually gonna fight that thing? Isn't the point of this stage to survive and flee? Ignoring the backseating, he rolls his neck and keeps it short. Nah, it's fine. He taps the holographic UI to select his weapon, muttering, no need to overthink it, just one clean hit is all I need. He manifests a golden sphere of lightning in his palm, eyes narrowing under his mask. This thing is way out of my league. I gotta delete it before it lands a hit. Decision made, he thrusts his sparking arm into the night sky and the system pings, initiating lightning spear. A massive torrent of mana shoots from his hand into the heavens, lightning spear loading. The black storm clouds are ripped apart by millions of golden arcs colliding in a chaotic light show. Then, all that raw energy collapses into a swirling apocalyptic vortex above. Standing in the eye of the storm, he stretches his arm to anchor the power. System progress, 10.1%. However, the lightning starts backfiring into his hand, triggering red alerts. Fatigue increased to 84. The mana is so volatile his palm is literally exploding with blinding static. Gritting his teeth, he leans back, pouring every ounce of will into maintaining the spear's form. Progress, 33.1%. He's forced to use both hands to clamp down on the pitch-black energy leaking out, crackling with golden intent. The system pings. Greed's crown level 3. Resistance failed, he coughs up a spray of crimson blood. Figures, my skill level is way too low to wield a legendary grade item. Swaying on his feet, the system updates. He holds his ground, no choice but to tank it. Chat déjà vu? Dude has been suffering since he got that lightning. Is he actually addicted to the pain now? This man is a total masochist, LMAO. Ignoring the trolls, his golden eyes behind the mask burn with insane focus. In the distance, the Giant King senses the energy and turns around. MC thinks, it noticed me? Chat replies, why wouldn't it? Even my grandma could see that glow from space, bro. Gripping the black and gold lightning spear tighter, he admits, fair point. Hard to miss something this flashy. Progress, 78.5%. The Giant King hears the thunderous crackle, turns its massive head toward the glowing peak, and mutters, lightning. It lifts a gargantuan foot and steps forward, roaring, you're the one who killed my son. It lowers its mangled, aged face, eyes glowing with murderous intent, locked onto the summit. As the monster leaves, Dale waves his sword frantically. Hey, where are you going? I'm your enemy, you idiot. Despite his loud mouth, Dale freezes in place, sweat drenching his face as he stares at the boss's back in pure terror. Ignoring the bait, the Giant King strides through the burning town. A knight below screams, crap, it's leaving. The beast whispers, I'm coming for you, my son. His weathered face twists in tragic grief. You must have suffered so much. He slams his massive foot down, cracking the earth. The sheer force makes the ground explode into debris. Launching off the crater, the monster rockets forward, white hair trailing behind him like a comet. His eyes are bloodshot, mouth wide open in a feral screech. I'm paying you back for every single bit, you fraud. The Giant King's massive frame blurs like a literal tornado, tearing up the landscape as his ugly-ass mug fills the entire screen. He's closing the gap, scaling the mountain with every terrifying, earth-shaking lunge. At the peak, Subaru is locked in, holding that lightning spear for dear life. System notification, spear activation at 88.5%. Hurry the hell up. Before you know it, the Giant King's greasy claws are already gripping the glowing edge of the cliff. Subaru's doing the 50-50 toss-up while the chat is absolute cancer. He's gonna too fast. Is he cooked? It's hit or miss, no middle ground. Pure focus mode, his golden eyes sharpen, dead set on the target, not letting his gaze waver for a single millisecond. Suddenly, a flashback hits him like a truck, some Chad standing in a forest drilling one rule into his brain. Don't ever take your eyes off the target. In the memory, the mentor turns back, stone cold serious. Don't you dare look away. The throw starts the moment you lock on. The master is spitting facts, forget the parabolas, forget the math. Throw that nerdy strategy out the window. Who cares about the trajectory? Forget the weight of the spear, forget its shape, delete it all from your brain. The mentor glances back, flashing a grin at his student, acknowledging that Subaru isn't just another NPC spear user. His memory reveals the face of a true successor, eyes burning with that blue tear, unshakable resolve. Snap back to reality, Subaru cranks that lightning spear above his head, veins popping, system notification, spear activation at event 95%. His gaze pierces through the static of the lightning as he silently asks his mentor, so what exactly do I do? The answer echoes in his head as the mentor smirks. You're not just tossing a stick, kid. The mentor's final flex, it's simple. Don't just throw it, blow that thing to kingdom come. Just then, the Giant King lunges, claws extended, ready to turn Subaru into a snack. A giant hand looms over his face. The chat is losing their minds. Through the damn spear. He's gonna die from hesitation. Still in the windup, Subaru grinds his teeth, just a little longer. Below the cliff, the Giant King is scrambling up, letting out these pathetic guttural groans. Then he plants a massive foot on the edge, pulverizing the rock into dust. Using the recoil, the monster launches himself forward, face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage. He's airborne, hurtling straight into the zone of death, right into the blinding golden arc of the spear. Simultaneously, the lightning energy on the spear hits critical mass, crackling with enough voltage to fry everything in sight. The exact moment of truth. Spear activation 100%, maximum overdrive engaged. Subaru pulls his arm back, funneling every single stat point and muscle fiber into this one decisive strike. He launches that lightning spear like a missile, eyes screaming pure determination. I only cannot miss. The spear shreds the air with lethal mana, dead centering the monster's wide-open, screaming maw. Subaru lets out a battle cry that shakes the heavens, putting his entire soul into the release. The trail of light is absolutely blinding. That spear doesn't just hit, it vaporizes, punching clean through the Giant King's head and exploding out the back of his neck. Follow-through complete, Subaru's arm drops limp, skin smoking and bloodied, still buzzing with the raw remnant of the lightning. Right in front of him, the monster's hollow eyes bulge out as a hole blasted by electric flames burns right through its forehead. Immediately, that massive mountain of meat loses consciousness, teetering before plummeting into the abyss. A blinding explosion erupts from the bottom of the chasm, sending shockwaves of lightning tearing into the heavens. Amidst the glow of the blast, the Giant King's face melts away, his lips trembling as he lets out one final pathetic gasp. His gargantuan body shatters into dust, whispering a final desperate goodbye to his son. On the cliff's edge, Subaru's combat boots skid back, digging firmly into the stone. He coolly turns his back on the smoking crater while the stream chat goes absolute ape mode. No way he actually landed that hit. This is cracked. He's too OP. I've lived long enough to witness this god tier play. Simultaneously, the system UI pings. Target eliminated, lightning energy absorbed, and 7 Thunders trial cleared. The rewards start dumping in like a whale's credit card bill. Level up X3, ST+. The stat sheet continues to scroll. Viad plus 3 plus Mag plus, and 5,000 achievement points gained. Through the shower of loot, a glowing golden crystal drops at Subaru's feet with the notification, Lightning Heart acquired. He reaches out with his battle-scared hand to snatch the crystal, murmuring the Lightning Heart. Is this really it? The moment the stone makes contact with his palm, it detonates in a flash of blinding light. The glare is so intense that Subaru has to wince and squeeze one eye shut, letting out a sharp groan. Critical kill. When he opens his eyes, he's standing in a bizarre purple void, causing him to choke out. What the? He finds himself walking on a mirror-still lake reflecting a cosmic purple sky, bewildered. Where in the hell am I? Out of nowhere, a massive, towering shadow with glowing eyes manifests right behind him, making his soul jump out of his chest. Subaru tries to pivot, but he's locked in place. Something's wrong, and he realizes he can't even scream. He looks down at his frozen legs, panicking. My body. It's completely unresponsive. More creepy, shadowy figures swarm around him as the system spams warnings. They are watching you. Dozens of glitching dialogue boxes screaming. They are watching you swarm his immobilized frame like a digital nightmare. Standing in the center of the void, Subaru looks up at the light above, wondering, are they trying to tell me something? The image of a clenched fist in his mind shatters into a million shards of blinding light. The trippy hallucination breaks as the clouds part, letting down pillars of prismatic, rainbow-colored light. Back in reality, Subaru's exhausted body collapses onto the jagged ledge. The system drop has new main quest. The Thunder Trial has begun. Find clues in the village using the Lightning Heart, but he's already out cold. Chat is panicking. Bro is down again? Why is he just sitting there? Then the automated ping hits. Narukami Subaru has ended the stream, and the viewers realize he fainted again. While later, Subaru blinks awake under the sunset, staring around in a daze. Wasn't that supposed to be a cutscene? He pushes himself up, muttering, ah, right, then adds, my bad, I blacked out for a second. Chat immediately spams, how many times are you gonna faint in one trial? Is this your fetish? 50 Shades of Subaru, but honestly, that trial was legendary. Once he regains his senses, Subaru glares at the semi-transparent system screen, nodding to himself, alright, time to collect these credits. As he taps the screen, a mountain of reward notifications floods his view. Mission complete, 3,000 credits received from Safety Asset, 3,000 from Narukami Subaru, and 1,000 from Urgent Work. His total balance skyrockets to a massive 4,120C. The gritty violence fades instantly, replaced by the chill vibes of a high-end cafe where a gorgeous manager greets him, great work on the trial, babe. Subaru shrugs it off, it was nothing. He glances at the woman and asks, ending the was it really okay? She smiles, waving her hand confidently. It was perfect, actually. The manager geeks out. Yesterday our viewer count shattered the 300K mark. She squints, teasing him. You didn't notice? Subaru is stunned. Over 300K? He looks down, awkwardly scratching his ear. My bad, I was way too locked in to look at the numbers. She waves her hand. No, that was a compliment. Meanwhile, she's internally screaming as he pulls down his mask to take a sip of his drink. Wait, he can just take that thing off? Switching back to her pro-gamer persona, she raises a finger, eyes gleaming. That's a rookie streamer? That's some god-tier energy right there. She flashes a smirk, adding, and cutting the stream when you did? Absolute perfection. That exhaustion of yours? Total buff for the viewers. Hiding his expression behind the metal mask, Subaru stays unbothered. Ah, leaving them on a cliffhanger, right? She smiles coyly, exactly, just like a K-drama keeping the audience hooked for the next episode. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Not one to play hard to get, Subaru lays his strategy bare. I'm planning to check the rewards during the next stream. He adds, that way I can give a genuine reaction. No scripts, no cap. She blinks, jaw-dropping in pure surprise. Looking at this gigabrain rookie, her eyes shine with genuine respect. This kid gets it. The image of their cranky boss jaw pops into her head. Guess the old man was stressing for nothing. The vibe shifts, getting way more relaxed. She slides her hands across the table, beaming and pivots. I've got a gift for you today. Subaru blinks, caught off guard. A gift? She crosses her legs, radiating that mommy aura, her tone dropping into something mysterious. This is a gift you literally cannot refuse, Narukami. Propping her chin on her hand, she leans in, eyes sharp, rocking a smirk that promises chaos. A very special gift. The manager looks him dead in the eye and drops the mission. Search for a streamer named Hi. Subaru gives a quick nod, fingers dancing across his holographic interface, keeping his response short and crisp. Got it. A stream pops up showing a blonde guy with 920 live viewers, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Alright, as the title says, this is today's topic. Or rather, one of them, Narukami II, or maybe he's the OG. Hai lounges in his chair, waving his hands to calm the chat. Don't at me. We gotta watch this first. I'll explain everything step by step. The chat is moving at light speed. Oh, another Narukami vid? Another basement dweller? That test run was straight up cracked. Outside the cafe window, the golden sunset hits the glass, a quiet contrast to the chaos. Subaru's eyes narrow under the mask as he listens to Hai's analysis. While struggling through that painful test, this guy was challenging something else entirely. He essentially gave himself a side quest while speedrunning the main content. Hearing such heavy-duty glazing, the manager suddenly turns bright red, face planting into her hands, completely speechless in front of Subaru. On screen, Hai scratches his neck, pointing a finger at the camera with a smug grin. My bad, let's summarize. No need for a long breakdown, I'll keep it to one sentence. Hai's voice drops, serious as a heart attack, sealing the fate of the man in the video. He is in every single way the one and only Narukami Subaru. The screen zooms in on Hai's cocky face, lit up by flickering neon lights. He smirks, the final word dropped, no further explanation needed. Subaru kills the video, crossing his arms and looking at the flustered manager with a deadpan gaze. The manager probably feels the same, right? She jumps, stuttering, caught in 4K. Shaking off the cringe, she leans forward, eyes wide. Can I ask something? A bit rude? Subaru remains chill, shoot. The manager's face tightens. She hesitates, trying to find the right words. I know it's weird for a manager to ask this. I know it's super unprofessional, but I have to know. The air gets heavy. She bites her lip and swallows hard, bracing for the main event question. Under the warm cafe lights, her voice rings out dead serious. Narukami, why are you even streaming? She stares deep into his mask, hunting for some high-tier noble ideal. It's not just for the money, right? Faced with such high expectations, Subaru crosses his arms, tilting his head in deep thought. Her green eyes light up, mouth slightly open, waiting for some I want to save the world speech. Subaru doesn't let her dream for long, crushing the vibe with a cold, brutal reality check. Now it's for the money, no other reason. The sheer bluntness hits her like a truck. Her face goes from red to boiled tomato levels of embarrassment. She gasps. She shrinks back into her seat, letting out a nervous, awkward laugh to save face. I mean, money is important too. Sorry for the weird question. Subaru just shrugs. Nah, you're good. Sensing the awkward silence, she slaps her lap and forces a laugh to shift the mood. Right, let's talk about the rewards. She slides a folder across the table, getting back to business. That guy Hai? He's part of Azer Sky, a legit streamer with 6 years on the clock. He's the goat of analysis content and has a massive cult following. His takes are always spot on. Propping her hands on the file, she drops the good news. Here's the kicker, we've set up a profit-sharing deal for his recent and future streams. Subaru tilts his head. With who? She spreads her arms wide. With you, obviously, Narukami. Since it's derivative content using your stuff, it covers everything. Ad revenue, super chats, and the VOD archive. Subaru flips through the contract, nodding in satisfaction. For real? Everything's been going W after W since I joined this agency. The manager starts blushing all over again. Twirling a lock of her hair around her finger, she smiles with pure, unadulterated I'm the main character energy. For real? Yep, that's just a little bonus for being this iconic. She looks at him with those thirsty eyes, pitching a collab. Since we're basically soulmates now, how about this? Want to team up with Howie? Hours after the negotiations, Subaru drags his exhausted soul into his empty room, looking like he's about to hit 0 HP. He rips off that heavy metal mask, rubbing his temples while sighing at his own stupidity. Maybe I should have skipped the mask for the IRL meetup, talk about a massive L. As he drops the mask, he winces, man. He definitely didn't need to simp for money that hard back there. The regret is hitting different, and as he stares at his reflection, his eyes go dead inside. The more connections he makes, the more of a clown he feels like. Cold sweat starts dripping, Subaru's spiraling. Thinking about the future, the more he hides, the more he's cooked. To cope, he pulls up the system interface and mumbles as the notifications pop up. 40,000 credits consumed. Skill greedy piling upgraded to level 3. The system isn't done bullying him yet, hitting him with a critical damage alert. Greedy piling rank C skill category 4. Nullifies side effects of users' items and skills. Rank and level can be increased. Credits required. 80,000 C. Subaru's face turns sheet white looking at that price tag. His wallet is crying with a pathetic 120C balance. 80,000 for a rank C skill? Is he actually trolling me? Money should be the priority. Completely out of steam, he flops onto his bed like a corpse. Whatever, he tells himself, at least the Howie collab is the literal savior, that's going to be a fat payday. Just as he's hitting rock bottom, a neon blue light pulses in his palm, sparking a main character epiphany. Subaru's eyes turn cold as ice. He holds up that crystal lily, smirking like a true mastermind. She might have already heard the rumors about me. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Huka is face planting into her pillow, fighting for her life to keep it together. Suddenly, she bolts upright, face redder than a warning light, staring into the void with that brain rot-activated gaze. Because in her head, Subaru is glowing, standing in a field of roses, dropping that cold, edgy riz. It's all about the money. Her heart is absolutely feral right now. Hasuka can't handle the peak fiction in her brain, pounding the mattress in a total down bad breakdown. Exactly, the delusion is leveling up. She visualizes her idol covering half his face, looking all mysterious. Behind this mask hides a secret you can't fathom. If you dig deeper, I'll only hurt you. Slain by the psychological damage, Huka is writhing on her bed, clutching her head in pure bliss. I won't ask, even if I'm dying of curiosity. I won't be a snoopy NPC. It doesn't stop there. Phantom Subaru leans in, looking at her with that heavy-duty gaze. Hasuka, everything started getting better the moment I met you. The dam breaks. She throws her head back, eyes squeezed shut, screaming into the void. Same here, King. The simping turns into violence. She jumps up and starts punching her pillow like a professional MMA fighter, sending feathers flying like a chaotic snowstorm. Ignoring the disaster zone she just created, Hasuka holds her burning cheeks, drowning in a crush that has no cure. Narukami Subaru, a man with a secret no one knows. He's even more of a Chad in real life. Cutting the delusion short, the scene shifts to the 7th floor, where a gloom Gothic castle is bathed in cold moonlight. A jaundiced, ominous light pours from a massive tower window, signaling someone with some serious final boss aura inside. Inside, a jacked dude is crushing pull-ups. His muscles are drenched in sweat, eyes glued to a massive glowing TV screen. On the screen, the streamer Hawkeye is still flapping his gums. No need for a long explanation, so I'll keep it short. Hearing that arrogant tone, the musclehead frowns, his hand gripping the iron bar so hard the veins look like they're about to pop. He growls, his breathing ragged with pure annoyance. I don't like his vibe. Still hanging there, he twists his head around, glaring at his lackey. Decide if this brat is using honorifics or talking down to me. Wait, who even is this guy? In the shadows, a guy in a black suit bows instantly, a streamer going by the name Howie, sir. He boasts an average viewership of 8,000. Hearing that, the musclehead drops to the floor, stretches, and slicks back his wet hair with a mocking smirk. Howie? Oh, I used to do that garbage for a while too. Seeing his master drifting off, the underling steps in to steer the ship. Forget about Hawkeye for a sec, boss. Check out this Narukami Subaru guy everyone's simping over on stream. The guy sneered, oh, so this absolute fraud thinks he's mastered the power of lightning, huh? As soon as that arrogant take dropped, the screen flashed to Subaru unleashing a god-tier lightning strike that shook the entire server. The guy froze, eyes widening, dropping his voice to a low, intrigued rumble. Heh, not gonna lie. That's actually kinda cracked. Think so? The muscle-bound dude's gaze darkened as he tapped into some deep, ancient lore. Lenzer from Blue Eyes Sakosu always said, keeping your eyes glued to the target is everything when you're throwing a spear. The suit-wearing assistant looked gobsmacked. Wait, you actually remember every random comment like that, Amon-sama? But Amon just iced him. I studied everything. How they breathed. Every tiny detail. I absorbed it all. Memories flooded back of those legendary icons who stood at the absolute pinnacle. Amon spat the words out with pure reverence. These were the GOATs, the true players who sat on the throne of the gaming world. Back in the present, he wiped sweat from his chest, his eyes burning with a mix of pride and pure salt. Everyone ignores the facts. Blue Eyes wasn't just Narukami Subaru, it was the whole squad. They were the strongest. His lip twitched as he ground his teeth, dropping a dark, conspiracy-laced hint about the mysterious circumstances surrounding their deaths. Meanwhile on the TV, some clout-chasing streamer named Ha was still glazing the fake, shouting, this guy is the real Narukami Subaru. There's no explanation needed, he's the real deal. Rage spiked. Eamon glared at the screen like he wanted to laser beam it, voice sharp as a blade. What right does that flashy loser have to speak his name so casually? That's the problem with these streamers. They'd trade their integrity and pride for a little clout. Couldn't take the disrespect anymore. He smashed the remote, brutally killing the feed. He tossed the remote and stared down his underling. Disgusting. Why are you even showing me this? The suit-wearing guy started sweating buckets, stammering. It wasn't my call, sir. The minion frantically bowed, pointing the finger. I was ordered to show you this by the boss, Kijo. Eamon narrowed his eyes, sensing a trap. Ignoring the boss's skepticism, the assistant calmly stepped back to grab a cart from a bodyguard who just walked in, explaining, lightning is the symbol of Blue Eyes, and Blue Eyes is the direct predecessor to our Blue Zone. The bodyguard shoved the black-clothed cart into the center of the room. The assistant dropped a bombshell. We have intel that this streamer is literally obsessed with money. He yanked the black cloth off with a flourish, revealing the goods right in front of his master. Eamon's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He stared, completely stunned into silence. Behind the cloth, stacks of gold bars glowed, lighting up the entire room. The assistant smirked, closing the deal. The budget is fully secured. Boss said we're bringing him back at any cost. Standing before the literal mountain of cash, Eamon's jaw hit the floor. Are you kidding me? He rubbed his chin, sweat pouring down his face, completely cooked by the news. Is he seriously just a slave to the bag? The scene shattered, transitioning to the virtual world. A ruined village, NPCs running for their lives, and a system alert crashing down. Stage 2 test initiated. Amidst the chaos, the blonde knight Peleus was screaming orders. Get all the injured to one spot. Treat the critical cases, distribute the meds to the rest. Move. The knight was panting, looking totally wiped after that brutal fight. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his face breaking into a radiant down-bad smile. Ah, Subaru was walking over, cool as ever. Peleus immediately dropped everything and sprinted over to greet him. The savior, you're finally awake. The knight rushed up, looking way too happy. How are you feeling? We were so worried when you collapsed outside the village. We thought you might never wake up. Subaru stepped back, putting a hand up to stop the fanboying. I'm still a little dizzy. Peleus scratched his head sheepish. Oh, my bad. It's only been a day, hasn't it? Subaru steered the convo. Can we talk at the inn later? Peleus nodded enthusiastically. Of course, ask me anything. He waved goodbye, turning back to the cleanup. See you later then. Watching him walk away, Subaru muttered, Peleus is pretty sincere, huh? Meanwhile, the chat was losing their minds. Maybe you should just marry him? Uh-oh. Congrats on the wedding, bro. Back at the inn, Subaru flopped onto the wooden bed under the morning sun. He flicked his wrist, summoning the system UI. Let's start by checking the loot. A golden crystal dropped into his palm with a ping. System notification, lightning heart 30% lightning resistance, plus 20% lightning attack power. Paralysis resistance buffed. After reading the stats, Subaru's pupils dilated. Wait, what? The chat went full brain rot. What's that reaction? Disappointed? Impressed? Probably both, lol. He held the stone up, eyes glinting with a cold, calculated intensity. The stats, they're perfectly optimized for a lightning user. Subaru clenches the gem, a smug grin spreading across his face. This item is absolutely cracked. A sudden knock at the door makes him flinch. He hides the loot and calls out, yeah, get in. The door creaks open and a timid armored hand pushes a basket of fruit into the room first. Subaru is confused and honestly so is the chat. What fruit? Peleus pokes his head in with a goofy grin. Feeling better, Savior? The chat is going nuclear. Is this a date? He definitely couldn't wait to see him. Is the fruit a gift? Lol, the simping is real. Subaru waves him in. They sit across from each other at the wooden table, the fruit basket chilling in the middle. The vibe gets serious. Subaru crosses his arms and goes straight for the jugular. Those legends, they're real, aren't they? Peleus's eyes light up like a neon sign. He grips his gauntlets together, getting hyped. Yes, I saw that light too. It saved our village. Subaru pops the bag open and drops the bombshell casually. Found this inside the giant's corpse. Peleus stares at the glowing crystal like he's seen a ghost, turning pale. That's the lightning heart? No way, golden electricity crackles across his fingers. Subaru narrows his eyes, peering through the helmet, locking onto the knight. You know something about this, don't you? Peleus stiffens instantly and drops a total NPC tier lie. No, I have no idea. The mood just died. Subaru looks done with this guy. The chat is roasting his blatant lying. Dude, everyone knows you're capping. Stop being an NPC and just spill the beans. Peleus bows his head, rubbing his gauntlets in shame. My bad, what I know is just folklore anyway. I don't know the truth or what happened after. Subaru nods encouragingly. It's cool, just tell me everything you've got. Peleus looks him in the eye. There are 2 legends. Subaru repeats, 2 legends? Mythical visions flash, a god hurling a spear, skewering a titan. The first legend says it was used when lightning wiped out the giants. Stroking his chin, the knight looks at Subaru with total fanboy energy, like he's seeing the savior reincarnated, exactly how you took down that giant with lightning. And then the second vision hits. Countless divine and titanic hands fighting over a streak of brilliant lightning tearing through the sky. The second legend claims the gods and giants waged war over the lightning itself. Subaru leans in, hands pressed against the table right next to the glowing stone. They fought over it? Peleus confirms it. Exactly. The knight gestures wildly, fully immersed in the lore. You could call it a legend within a legend. They fought, and in the end, the giants were defeated. Subaru taps his fingers against the table, eyeing the shining jewel. So, someone had to have crafted this. His gaze is sharp enough to cut glass. He analyzes coldly. Who would even make something like this? It's not in the legends, but the purpose is obvious. Peleus goes quiet, nodding decisively. It was made for humans to wield lightning. His profile looks sharp, his eyes like daggers. And the reason humans needed that lightning was the gods and the giants. A painting of gargantuan entities wielding apocalyptic power manifests. Being so massive, human strength is just a joke compared to them. In the middle of humanity's despair, a glowing figure steps up, grabbing hold of that infinite energy. The crystal glows bright in a powerful hand. It was created to fight them and wipe them out. As the story ends, a series of system notifications strobe in front of Subaru's eyes. You have learned the history of the forgotten. You have passed the trial of lightning. A new alert pops up immediately. Lightning skill level increasing via achievement points. His stat board goes berserk, showing a massive power spike. Achievement points 17,500 lightning skill LV1 LV2. A split second later, golden lightning erupts, engulfing Subaru entirely. Everything in the room gets blown away while Peleus watches in pure shock. Lightning skill LV2 LV3. Wait, it's moving to the 3rd floor? Peleus screams through the storm of light. Savior? What the hell is happening? A colossal beam of light tears through the tavern ceiling, swallowing Subaru whole, leaving the knight kneeling on the wooden table, looking absolutely lost. Huh? Space shatters, revealing a massive Roman-style Colosseum city standing tall among the mountains. 3rd floor, here we come. A golden pillar of light slams down from the heavens onto the plaza's massive teleportation pad, instantly turning every NPC's head in the vicinity. As the light fades, Subaru stands tall with golden electricity still crackling off his heels. The chat explodes. Finally, he's hit floor 3. But wait, what does his intention even mean? 2 NPC players standing nearby cross their arms and start hating. Another Narukami cosplayer? Let's see how long this trend lasts before he flops. Subaru ignores the loser's chirping. Suddenly, a system notification pings. Super chat. Love the Karu donated 1,000 credits. Congrats on reaching floor 3. How are you feeling? He glances at the text, muttering to himself, how am I feeling? Yeah, how do I feel? Under the mask, Subaru's eyes go dead as he stares into the void. It's been right here all along. A flashback rips through his brain. A memory of a man turning around to answer a hesitant plea. Okay. Then a ponytailed girl points at his face with a shy, embarrassed grin. Rena, you looked pretty unapproachable at first, you know? She rubs her head, confessing the L-take with a goofy smile. Actually, I lost my friends. Rena stands on her tiptoes, reaching as high as she can to describe someone. Have you seen anyone around this tall? The man rubs his chin deep in thought. Probably taller than you, by about a head maybe? He drops his hand, looking certain. I saw them. Rena's eyes instantly light up. Really, he points the way, and she goes full golden retriever energy. Wow, thank you so much. Without wasting a frame, Rena sprints off, waving goodbye to the kind stranger. But after a few steps, she slams the brakes like she just remembered she left the stove on. Looking absolutely lost, she moonwalks back to his spot, standing there in awkward, crushing silence. The man chuckles at the sight and decides to take the lead. Let's go together. I'm heading that way anyway. The memory of that day washes over him again. Rena's eyes widen in excitement as she looks up and asks, are you sure that's okay? The man walks casually, shrugging. Yeah, I've got nothing going on today. The voice echoes in Subaru's mind, guilt-tripping him. If only I'd just given directions and left back then. The girl follows right on his heels, beaming. That's a huge help. These streets are a maze.
I'm Rena Yoshioka, what's your name?
The man turns his head slightly. Naruki Subaru. Their backs fade into the sunset-drenched street, leaving Subaru with a hollow, lingering regret. I wonder if any of them are even alive anymore. Back in reality, Subaru hangs his head, but the chat refuses to read the room. Super chat. Love Skabaru donated 100 credits. Your feelings right now. Under the metallic mask, his eyes flash with a sharp, indescribable pain. He glances back at the empty plaza and lets out a bitter sigh. I feel like I lost something really important. The chat starts spamming. Did you leave Peleus behind? Why are you being all emo lol? The stream is ending, isn't it? Cutting the vibe short, Subaru smashes his hand onto the virtual interface. He drops one final bombshell before ghosting the server. Also, my next stream is a collab with Hi. The chat goes feral. Are you joking? Too short. Keep it civil in the chat. Ignoring the audience's desperate thirst, the system cold boots and kills the feed. Naruki Subaru has ended the broadcast. Cut to a luxury cafe where high-end chandeliers bathe the busy tables in an expensive glow. Subaru pulls up a chair and breaks the silence. Sorry to keep you waiting. Standing there is a beefy guy in a blue suit. He grins, no worries. Hasuka is on her way. Unlike clearing a floor test, traversing sectors is a real grind. He reaches out for a formal greeting. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Jaw from A-Sky Entertainment. Subaru looks him up and down. Ah, so you're the rude guy from before. Called out on his past behavior, Joe flinches, but Subaru grabs his hand and gives it a firm shake. Nah, I'm kidding. I heard all about you from my manager. A pleasure. After the greeting, Joe sits down with a cryptic smile. I usually leave this to Hasuka, but I had to see you myself. I'm just curious. You're only the second player she's ever hyped up this much. Subaru raises an eyebrow under the mask. The second? Joe tilts his chin up with total Chad confidence. That's right. The first one is obvious, isn't it? Before our boy could even react, that name he's been trying to dodge dropped from the lips of the Blue Ice Guild leader, Subaru. The man's pupils dilated. Subaru let out a dry, ragged gasp. Joe leaned back, arms folded, flashing a grin that screamed, I know your secret. I was honestly shocked to hear someone with such high-tier standards is actually simping for you. A guy who shares the exact same name as Narukami Subaru. Caught red-handed, Subaru awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, dodging the eye contact with a nervous laugh. Ah, haha. Hey, can I ask you something? Might be a bit out of left field. Jaw leaned in, pinning Subaru with a gaze as sharp as a legendary-grade blade. You interested in joining a guild called Blue Ice? The question hit him like a max-level debuff. Subaru's pupils pinpricked in total shock. Catching that priceless caught in 4K reaction, the boss smirked. Doesn't look like you're uninterested, does it? Subaru immediately went back into defensive mode. Why are you suddenly asking me this? Jaw casually reclined, sliding a glowing blue holographic ticket across the desk. Actually, that's exactly why I wanted to meet you. He shoved the ticket towards Subaru, dangling the bait. 5 days from now. It's the entry pass for the tournament on the 3rd floor. Hidden behind his metal mask, Subaru's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He let out a low feral growl. No way. His hand clenched into a white-knuckled fist, and golden lightning began to crackle and pop, literally tearing the atmosphere to shreds. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a hand held a device displaying Narukami Subaru as the stream went offline, leaving nothing but absolute, eerie silence. The thief waifu Rina sighed, staring blankly at the virtual screen. Is it really over already? She turned and walked away, eyes fixed on the gloomy gray-clouded night sky. I wonder, will this ever truly end? Her footsteps echoed with rhythmic precision, her high heels crunching against the grass in the pitch-black forest. The air turned frigid as her heels hammered onto a thin layer of snow with a sharp crunch. Rina trudged deep into the frost-bitten woods. Her silhouette radiated pure, lonely main character energy until she stopped behind the broad back of a long-haired, white-haired guy. She spoke up. Done already? He turned his head slightly, his breath hitching into a plume of icy mist. Yeah, finished a long time ago. Annoyed, Rina stomped over. Then what the hell have you been doing this whole time? He replied with absolute indifference. I was thinking. Right in front of him, the image of soldiers frozen alive, screaming in silent agony, flickered in his memory. A whole squad turned into ice statues in the middle of a frozen battlefield. Should I ice them for good, or let them live and send them back as a message? Back in the present, Rina delivered the cold, hard truth. Just kill them. You already know who sent those NPCs. The white-haired guy closed his eyes. I'm not sure, that's why I'm still thinking. His blue eyes glinted with calculated cruelty. If this was Kyo's move, he wouldn't send such bottom-tier trash to do his dirty work. But letting them leave is a massive liability. What if our location gets leaked because of these brainless fodders? Before she could finish her sentence, she stomped her boot into the snow. Instantly, a barrage of razor-sharp ice blades burst through the snow exactly where she'd been standing. Rina hung in midair, surrounded by a swarm of lethal jagged ice shurikens. Her hand flicked through the air with elegant, deadly precision. With a single wave, all those ice blades instantly switched sides, hovering obediently around her like a loyal guard. Rina reached out, turning every single one of those blades into her own personal arsenal. Realizing her ruthless intent, the white-haired guy shouted in panic, "Wait, stop!" But she ignored his plea. Too late. Rina unleashed a literal rain of ice blades, flying forward at Mach speed. The frozen statues were instantly impaled by the incoming storm, shattering into a million icy fragments. The frozen bodies were pierced, pulverized, and reduced to nothing but frozen debris scattered across the ground. The storm of weaponry went absolute feral, vaporizing every single trace of the enemy like they were mere NPCs. Standing amidst the scorched debris, the white-haired fraud steps up, whining, "How could you be so heartless, sis?" Rena does a 180, her gaze sharper than a legendary tier blade. Whether Kaijo sent them or not, if we let those rats crawl back, they'll expose our survival, you genius. She steps into his personal space, radiating pure queen energy. Your indecisiveness is a major L, be ruthless or get cooked. The guy bows his head. You're right, my bad. Tension spikes, then drops as the white-haired Chad reaches into his jacket and pulls out a buzzing communication device. Rina takes one look at the screen and her aura shifts instantly, shoving the holographic display in his face. Look at this trash. Rena stares at the notification, her eyes wide as she screams in total disbelief. What? Rena's eyes are literally glowing with rage, veins popping as she death grips the hologram. Those bastards. The white-haired dude crosses his arms, trolling her. Does that make you mad, Queen? Rena barks back, obviously. She holds up a picture of some combat boots, absolutely livid, because this is literally our teammate's footwear. He snatches the device, his eyes turning cold and calculating. This is bait. A trap to drag us out into the open. Rena turns away, teeth gritted, hating how these villains are playing 4D chess. That scumbag knows we're still breathing. She turns back to her partner. Even so, we can't just sit here like NPCs. We're taking our stuff back. He nods, eyes closed. I feel you. He opens his eyes, dripping with sarcasm. I'm not a fan of doing things behind people's backs, but that's your specialty, isn't it, sweetheart? Rena rolls her eyes and starts walking away. Talk less, move more. I'd already decided to do it anyway. The white-haired guy panics and grabs the edge of her coat. Wait. He blocks her path, face dead serious. I didn't say go in there and die like an idiot. He grips her wrist, low-key asserting dominance. Let's get tactical. We wait for the tournament winner, then we jack it. Safest play. Meanwhile, at an elite cafe, Joe Teo flashes a virtual ticket featuring the boots, smiling like a snake. This is Teleria, a legendary piece of blue ice gear, the main prize for this tourney. Z leans back, brow raised, interested. Subaru doesn't even blink, absolutely. Suddenly, his entire body starts leaking blood-red killing intent, his voice distorted behind the mask. He's clearly locked in. Getting exactly the reaction he wanted, Joe laughs like a total villain. Nice, didn't think you'd bite this hard. The whole plan relies on your obsession, Narukami Subaru. Subaru's eyes narrow behind the mask. The plan, Joe explains smoothly, since we're streaming under your name, using a relic of the blue eyes as bait is top-tier content. For a split second, Subaru's eyes glow with a feral gold light. His internal monologue is screaming, how dare these maggots touch her stuff? Electricity arcs off his body, his fist clenching so hard he's drawing blood. Using a memorial of X as a marketing gimmick is a death sentence. Noticing the room just got ice cold, Joe nervously stammers, is something wrong? Is there something bothering you, champ? Subaru keeps his head down, suppressing the urge to turn the room into a crater and mutters, I'll do it. Jaw breathes a massive sigh of relief, flashing a grin. That's what I love to hear. Subaru slams his chair back and stands up. I'm out. Jaw stands up to see him off. Sure thing. Can't wait for the collab. As he walks away, he hears the snake call out behind him. I'll be cheering for you from the stream, King. Subaru disappears into the shadows, his mind caught in a war of attrition. I won't let anyone touch it. Never. Back in his room, he flops onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, completely checked out. He starts theory crafting the upcoming days, wondering what the tournament bracket is actually going to look like. Hopefully, it's a 1v1 format that would make things so much easier. He sighed, accepting the L-guess beggars can't be choosers in this rigged world. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Oh, it's Asuka. Our MC immediately went into high alert mode. Subaru shot up, hair looking like a bird's nest, eyes still half-lidded. He sat on the edge of the bed like a total NPC. Messy hair, drowsy face, but his gaze drifted straight to the mask resting on the table. A quick blink and his golden eyes flashed with lethal intent. Deleted. The door swings open and there's Asuka, looking like a total snack in a crimson evening gown, clutching her handbag. Absolute mommy energy. She was blushing hard, clearly flustered, letting out a cute little gasp. Hasuka's eyes widened. Is he seriously wearing a mask in his own room? Before she could spiral, Subaru hit her with a cold shoulder. Get in. She jumped, stuttering like a total noob. Wait, you mean I should come in? Subaru kept his hand on the door, shrugging with pure chat energy. Unless you want to talk in the hallway, I don't care. She panicked, waving her hands. No, I'm already here. She scurried inside, awkward as a L1 player, whispering, sorry for the intrusion. The air in the room got thick fast. Asuka sat stiff as a board while Subaru just lounged on the bed like he owned the place. Her emerald eyes darted around the room, trying to read the situation. Checking out the trashy heater and the empty table, she's definitely thinking, man, this guy is low-tier broke. She cut the surveillance and stared at Subaru's broad back, her hands white-knuckling her purse. Under the mask, Subaru's eyes narrowed. I knew it, he thought. Her mana levels are absolutely off the charts. Looking at the girl in the red dress leaking faint, high-tier energy, he knew for a fact she wasn't just some mid-level manager. Feeling the goosebumps from his glare, Asuka touched her neck, blushing. Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face? Subaru instantly looked away, tone flat. Nah, you said you had the tournament intel, right? Like a system notification hitting her brain, she panicked and pulled out a stack of documents. All right, so sorry. Flipping back to pro mode, she flashed a smile. The tournament is a battle royale format, pure survival. Instantly, his mind flashed to those golden armored tactical boots. A bloodbath was waiting. This is the ultimate everyone versus everyone mode where only the biggest Chad survives. Subaru scanned the documents. Asuka nodded. Yeah, only one prize, so it's a kill or be killed scenario. She gestured to her holographic tablet, going full nerd arena. Level 3 plus only 1k credits entry, no cap on the player count. Subaru tapped his device as she kept yapping. I'm sending you the past records, Mr. Narukami. A quick look and you'll be getting good. Data folders flooded his screen. He swiped through them, thinking, so it's all about this. He closed the device and looked at his obedient manager. I'll study them. Thanks for the effort. Asuka beamed. Anything for the job. But then her smile dropped. She scratched her head, nervous. Also, did you get a message from the director? Subaru frowned. What are you talking about? His golden eyes glowed with intensity as she spilled the tea. Actually, I just got a message. From Blue Zone. The room's aura just hit rock bottom. A mental image of Subaru's mortal enemy appeared. That smirk is just asking to be wiped off his face. The name Kyojo Kazuki echoed in his head and Subaru's bloodlust went crimson. Blue Zone, huh? The shadows seemed to swallow the room whole. Hasuka's anxiety is peaking, eyes locked on the man in front of her. They want a meeting, the big bosses, Narukami. Since they couldn't slide into his DMs, they went straight to our emails. Subaru stays silent, his brain already overclocking. They've finally started moving, huh? She leans in, desperate, trying to explain the vibe. They want to negotiate, probably flashing fat paychecks or exclusive perks to lure him in. Just ghost them. Subaru nods, understood. But Hasuka suddenly freezes, eyes wide enough to swallow a planet. She screams, wait, you're just going to ignore them? Subaru keeps that stoic mask on, voice cold as ice. Exactly, I've got zero interest in joining Blue Zone, and that goes for every other guild out there. Hearing that Chad tier declaration, Hasuka loses it, pumping her fist in the air like she just won the lottery. We did it! This is huge! She's literally glowing, cheeks flushed red with pure fangirl excitement. Honestly, I was so stressed about whether to tell you, but choosing to speak up was the best decision ever. She skips toward the door, humming a tune, and calls back over her shoulder, get some rest until the collab kicks off. As the door clicks shut, leaving Subaru alone on the bed, he sighs. She's acting like she's the one who won the championship. He peels off that annoying mask, a smirk tugging at his lips, muttering, to have an employee this obsessed with the grind, rare. Meanwhile, out in the hall, Hasuka is still whispering yes to herself, clutching her hands in victory. Subaru, hearing this from inside, confirms it. She's definitely not your average NPC. Scene jump. We're inside a massive VR arena, absolute Giga Chad energy. Two figures are standing in the center of the void. It's none other than director Joe T in his fancy suit, paired with a spiky-haired guy in an orange jacket, the Challenger. Joe T scrolls through his holographic UI, smirking as he reads the stream title aloud, Narukam Subaru, the original versus the newbie. A talent audit, huh? He side-eyes the spiky guy with a provocative smirk. Sounds fun, right? I love the all-in energy, kid, but if you lose, you're cooked. You get that? The guy Hawkeye stares at the floor, his face bathed in a menacing blue glow. Bring it. Everything's being live-streamed. I'm ready for whatever happens. To prove his resolve, his pupils suddenly ignite with a golden circular aura. He looks up, radiating pure main character ego. Besides, have I ever lost a fight before? Joe T chuckles at the arrogance. Look at this attitude. But at the end of the day, it's all down to Lord Narukami, right? Hake shrugs with a cocky grin, I guess so. Just then, sharp rhythmic footsteps echo through the hall. Both jump in surprise. Hawkeye shouts manager, while Joe T lets out an impressed oh. Hasuka struts in, rocking a fiery red dress, with Subaru trailing behind, fully geared up in a massive blade strapped to his back. Good evening, she says. Hawkeye is locked in, staring at Subaru, heart racing with the dream of finally hitting the big leagues. This is it, my chance to be the star that lights up the sky. We finally meet. Subaru is busy staring at the massive stadium, muttering, this place is huge. They rented the whole thing for this? His thought process gets interrupted by a high-pitched voice. Hey, nice to meet ya. Hawkeye approaches, hand extended with a megawatt smile. I'm Hawkeye, the streamer. Subaru shakes his hand, playing it cool. I'm Narukami Subaru. Nice to meet you. Man, I can't believe I'm actually meeting Narukami Subaru. Truly, it's an honor to meet a legend. I'm a huge fan. Subaru sweats nervously. I'm still just a rookie streamer. I'm not on your level yet, Mr. Hawkeye. Joe T cuts in between them, flashing a predatory business smile to kill the small talk. Save the bromance for the stream, boys. That's how streamers become friends, right? Let's take this live. As soon as he finishes, a massive blue system notification lights up the arena. Livestream started. Hawkeye flips his personality, waving frantically at the virtual camera. Yo, it's Hawkeye! Thanks for tuning in, everyone. The viewer count starts ticking up, and the chat is already a chaotic blur of hype. The viewer counters are glitching out, flashing rapidly. 3,104, 7,203, and then it skyrockets straight to 120,400. Even Hawkeye is breaking a sweat. He stares at the numbers in disbelief, panicking internally. I heard this collab was trending been 20k viewers on Startup. This is pure insanity. He swallows hard, resets his posture, and points at the masked man standing next to him. Today is the day you've all been waiting for. We finally brought him here. Matching the hype, heavy metallic footsteps thud as Subaru steps forward, his armored boots clicking against the stage. The camera zooms in. Yes, it's truly the one and only Narukami Subaru. Subaru just waves casually. Yo, I'm Narukami Subaru, ignoring the chat, which is currently nuking itself with theories about his identity. Hawkeye seizes the moment, leaning in and bumping his shoulder. I haven't seen his real face yet, but his manager said I might. Narukami-san, what are you hiding? Are you secretly a villain? Or just ugly? The chat goes wild, fueling the fire. Subaru doesn't even flinch. He taps his iron mask, declaring firmly, not at all. Besides, I'm actually incredibly handsome. This peak narcissism triggers a massive donation rain, with credits flying everywhere as fans demand a face reveal. Another massive donation flashes across the screen. Hawkeye is sweating bullets, forced to admit, wow, this stream is more lit than any of my others. Seriously, this influence is insane. He bites his lip, jealous. Sorry, man, but I'm not losing to you. Not in this fight, anyway. Calm down. Get your head back in the game. Hawkeye smiles with pure satisfaction. The vibe in here is way better than I expected. He mutters a response to some random in the chat. Girlfriend? Care? Nah, I don't even have friends, let alone a girl. How would that even work? Down in the stands, Jotu stands with his arms crossed, looking smug as hell. Meanwhile, Hasuka is clutching her chest, praying our streamer doesn't do something stupid and ruin the whole damn show. As the viewer count smashes past 19,000, Hawkeye claps to steal the spotlight. Alright, that's enough teasing our special guest. Time to get down to business. Right on cue, a piercing beep tears through the air and the massive holographic screen behind them lights up with a flashy prompt. Test start. High-intensity stadium spotlights flicker to life all at once, bathing the arena in a blinding sterile white glow. Under those harsh lights, the cold, jagged metal of the weapon starts reflecting a lethal shimmer, the definition of a death trap. Out of the shadows, a legion of heavy-duty combat bots floods the stage, blades drawn and ready for blood. Amidst the chaos, Hawkeye's voice remains annoyingly chill. Why did I choose this test? Let me break it down for you. Back to the test, Hawkeye continues with the same monotone energy. At the same time, the heavy metallic thud of a bot's foot shakes the arena floor. The streamer lays out the first reason. Reason number 1. This test is perfect for measuring pure control. Below, a squad of packing everything from battle axes to massive sledgehammers closes in. The spiky-haired MC smirks, his face radiating pure Chad energy as he speaks. And reason number 2? Because I can prove everything I just said right here and now. Instantly, the giant screen lights up. Leaderboard first, 36 Passass third, Kyojuki, fourth Futasa Kiriel. A 100 credit donation flashes on screen. For real? You think you can beat that record? Subaru nonchalantly cracks his neck and fires back. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have bothered showing up. The atmosphere turns ice cold. The bots tighten their grip on their scythes and sledgehammers. Their sensors glow with a lethal crimson light, locking onto the guy standing alone in the center of the arena. They charge in a synchronized sav rush, swinging weapons and forming a kill circle around Subaru. The leaderboard hangs there, glowing and mocking, a total challenge for the man in the arena. The chat goes feral. This guy's confidence is insane, Lowell. You think he can break that record in one run? Down on the field, the bots keep advancing like emotionless NPCs. Ignoring the noise, Subaru stands like a titan, staring down the electric board. The fans are already switching sides. Wait, he might actually do it. The hype is reaching critical levels. Suddenly, the system triggers a massive bounty quest from the audience. Gekaram drops a challenge. Get 43 points in one run and get 10,000 credits. If you fail, show us your face. Subaru waves it off. Whoa, a bit early to risk the mask reveal, don't you think? But the money rain doesn't stop. Donations keep bombing the screen. Mephephis bets 2,000 credits. It's free money at Loafs. Toilet Press adds 3,000. What, you scared? Another 3,000 from Lava Monster, trash-talking that the pot isn't big enough. Faced with the pressure, Subaru sighs and gives a thumbs up. Thanks for the donos. If I fail, I'll reveal my face. The chat instantly trolls him. Didn't he just say he wouldn't? One sharp viewer drops a comment. Wait, if the rule is only the newbie pays, why split the money 50-50? Jatu, standing next to manager Huka, scratches his chin and admits, actually, you've got a point there. He looks at Subaru warming up and makes a call. For this mission, I'll let Narukami take the whole prize pool. A show icon pops up on the screen. Deal closed. Hawkeye pulls a stopwatch from his pocket, a feral grin stretching across his face. Alright, let's get this party started. His black-nailed thumb hovers over the button. He screams in pure hype, showtime. The giant board flickers. 0. 4 sides, a swarm of savage bots, and one man standing alone in the middle ready to slaughter. In the split second before impact, the system notifications flash. Thunder. Subaru's eyes behind the mask ignite with golden electricity. Arcs of raw power crackle across his body. Fast as a lightning strike from the heavens, he launches himself, tearing through the formation and slamming into the unluckiest bot in the cluster. Subaru's hand, surging with blinding volts, grabs the bot's faceplate with brutal, decisive force. He pile drives the machine into the floor, shattering the tiles into dust. The scoreboard instantly updates. Enemy defeated. The chat explodes. Just a barehanded shot? He didn't even use his cursed sword? This is literally easy mode for him. Hawkeye is sweating bullets in the stands, muttering in disbelief. No way. I'm actually seeing real-life lightning right now. Not giving the audience a second to pick their jaws up off the floor, Subaru reaches back and rips his black sword from its sheath, the blade glowing with red magma-like veins. He swings a gorgeous arc of golden energy slicing through the air, turning the incoming bot army into burning, charred scrap metal. He's glitching through the arena like a total speedrun god, slaughtering everything in sight with the timer barely hitting 239. The chat is losing its mind because math-wise, this dude is on track to clear 70 bots. And the difficulty is about to go from tutorial mode to pure hell. Like it heard the spoilers, a beefed-up robot with a stitched-up blood-red face and a giant axe stomps onto the stage. The camera zooms out to reveal the brutal truth. It's not just one, but a literal army of thousands swarming in like ants, surrounding poor Subaru in a nightmare sea of steel. Timer hits Subaru dashes like a blur, his sword thrusting forward with raw, golden lightning crackling in his wake. He pulls off a gorgeous aerial flip, nuking a squad of bots while the chat spams W and LFG. It's that iconic comeback energy, absolute circus-level mechanics that only a true Subaru main can pull off. He's spinning through the air like a lethal drill, leaving the bots below looking like NPCs waiting for their death sentence. In midair, Subaru's veins pop as his grip tightens on that glowing crimson blade. He heaves the great sword high, channeling every last volt of golden electricity into that razor-sharp steel. With one earth-shattering slam, he craters the floor, detonating a shockwave of black and gold lightning that turns everything nearby into scrap metal. The shockwave tosses those bots around like broken toys, the digital board glitches to 122, and his kill count just skyrocketed to 26. His blade slices through reinforced armor like butter, decapitating a bot and leaving the legend crowd screaming in sheer terror. Absolute savage. Subaru vanishes back into the lightning storm, leaving the trio of Hai, Hasuka, and Joe stunned in silence while the chat loses it. Dragon Skola says he's definitely hitting rank 2. Chickensker says he might actually pull this off. From Hai's v Subaru's massacre is a death-defying dance that has everyone shook, ripped to the devs who had to code this impossible mission. A bead of cold sweat rolls down Hai's face. Those orange eyes are twitching, fully overwhelmed by the aura this guy is radiating. Timer's down to a 13, and the death counter just hit 41. Without skipping a beat, Subaru flips in the air, landing a spinning slash that deletes the red-eyed bot. The metal carcass explodes mid-air, pushing the score to 42 with only 9 seconds left on the clock. He lands clean, casually wiping his mask as the countdown hits a frantic 5. Those piercing gold eyes scan the room with 100% focus. 3 seconds to go. Suddenly, a giant bot lunges with a massive blade, aiming to crush Subaru into the dirt. But faster than light, he kicks off the floor, turning into a black bolt of lightning as the clock hits 02. They zip past each other in midair. A single strike shatters the bot's chest plate, exactly at the 01 mark. The electronic board flickers at 01, the score frozen at 42. Then, system lockdown, the clock freezes at CO, and the legendary record has officially been equalized. 43. In the center of the mechanical carnage, Subaru stands tall and sheathes his blade. System not defeated. 43. The leaderboard refreshes, now showing 2 names sitting at the top. Rank 1 Narukami Subaru, Rank 1 Naruk Subaru. Viewership hits 38,543. Subaru is panting behind his mask while the chat is absolute chaos. 43, is he hacking? No way, that was insane. Hai runs onto the stage, pointing at the legend himself and screaming until his throat gives out. 43 actually tied Narukami Subaru's record. He puts his arm around Subaru, grinning like a shark at the camera. Too close for comfort, right? View count spikes to 39,510. The chat is glazing him hard. Honestly thought he'd only hit rank 2. I didn't even think he'd make top 10. Is this guy just a random NPC? A rain of donations hits. User sent 100 credits. I almost peed myself. Subbed. Hot Thunder. Thanks for the 100 credits. Another donor hits 200. No wonder Hai couldn't stop simping for him, the streamer complains, pulling at his hair. Another girl fan? Change your username, but thanks anyways. Suddenly a massive money bomb drops. Thousking Hai scream in frustration. Guys, do you think this is Narukami Subaru's stream? It's not. Then the screen goes dark as a massive alert pops up. Reinhardt sent 10,000 credits, leaving Hai completely speechless, staring at the screen with cold sweat dripping as he stammers in shock. His pupils dilated to the max, breathless and stunned. For real? Is that actually Ren? Probably a fake account. Why would a top-tier swordsman be here? The one-shot wonder? No way, I just checked his profile. I just real deal. It's the real. It's him. Lol. He's not a whale yet, honestly. He's mid-tier at best. Who cares, lol? That's Ren. The streamer wiped cold sweat off his neck, looking at Subaru in pure awe. Ren, thank you for the 10 credits. I can't believe a high ranker is actually watching this stream. A mental image flashed, a hulking muscular beast sitting on a throne amidst a graveyard of blades, the one-shot swordsman, and the screen flooded with another rain of donations. Ren sent 1,000 credits. I always watch Hai's stream. Narukasan's playstyle really moved me. The chat exploded with Hai pointing at the screen, buzzing with excitement. Really? I'm so honored, while Subaru just walked past silently. Even while smiling, Hai was sweating bullets, siding the masked guy with pure dread. He shivered, thinking, why him? Don't tell me he found out what I did to Isaac. Another notification slapped them right in the face. Ren sent 1,000 credits. Narukami Subaru, do you want to collaborate with me? The chat went ballistic over the rookie's life-changing opportunity. But Subaru just stood there, staring at the invite, not saying a single word. Hai shoved his virtual screen in Subaru's face like he was desperate. Behind them, Joe and Hasuka were holding their breath. Subaru crossed his arms and hesitated before speaking. Hearing that hesitant tone, both Joe and Hookah in the back formed giant O's with their hands, nodding frantically with pale, panicked faces, unable to even breathe. Ignoring the desperate, silent pleas from his manager and boss, Subaru looked straight at a wide-eyed, terrified Hai and dropped a stone-cold line. I want to focus on my test for a while, so that's going to be a bit difficult. The camera zoomed in on the absolute soul-crushing shock on Joe and Hookah's faces. The chat was just as bewildered. What? He just dropped a nuke. Subaru casually bowed to the frozen statue streamer. Sorry, I used up too much energy. Hi, can you handle the rest? The spiky-haired guy stammered. Wait, what? Hey, without waiting for an answer. Subaru turned around and walked off, forcing Hai to snap out of it and reach out in desperation. No wait, Narukami-san? As soon as he passed the 2 statues, his boss and manager Joe suddenly woke up and yelled in pure regret. Narukami-san, why did you turn him down? That's a massive chance to boost your ranker status. Hasuka grabbed her chest, sobbing. I'm honestly shook, too. The young man paused, tilting his head at his sweating boss with a confused look. Is that really something to make such a fuss about? Joe explained urgently. An opportunity to collab with a high ranker is legendary, you know? Subaru lifted his chin, his signature arrogant aura leaking from beneath the mask. So what? If it's just about rank, I'll become a ranker all by myself. That reckless final blow left Joe and Hasuka completely speechless. The atmosphere went graveyard silent, with 3 question marks floating over his head. Rushing in to break the awkward tension, Hai laughed it off and gestured. As expected, a killer stream. I'll send your cut as soon as the revenue hits. The smile vanished. Hai dropped the act, his eyes becoming razor-sharp as he scanned the guy in front of him. By the way, now that the stream is over, can I ask you one thing? He rubbed the black paint under his eyes, his voice dropping into a suspicious tone. When you were fighting earlier, the vibe felt off. Were you not at your best, or were you actually injured? Hasuka, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat. She glanced at Subaru's profile thinking, even Hai noticed his condition as that bad. Was he injured? Under the steel armor masking his expression, Subaru analyzed his opponent. I thought I hit it well, but as expected of the guy who calls himself the Hawk-Eyed Hai. He coolly replied, whether I win or lose, it's a loss for me. The streamer was dumbfounded, scratching his chin in confusion. A loss? Subaru explained in detail. My stream grows because everyone wants to see if they can beat Narukami Subaru. That's the bait that keeps the views climbing. Standing tall amidst the wreckage of the arena, his shadow cast a long, calculating projection. Even if I win the test, I only get temporary hype, but the interest in Narukami versus me would crash and burn. He continued his train of thought while Hai listened intently. And if I lose, everyone will conclude that the streamer Narukami couldn't defeat Narukami Subaru. His eyes drifted to the electronic board, still flashing both their names in first place. He told himself, so in this test, I need a result that elevates both characters. Turning to face them all, Subaru dropped two words that were light but carried the weight of the world. A draw, that's the best outcome. The confession left all three of them with their jaws on the floor. Joe awkwardly probed, so, you could have beaten him if you wanted to? Subaru didn't bother explaining further. He pivoted on his heels, his tactical boots lifting off the metal floor, and tossed back one cryptic sentence. Who knows? Joe looked up at the blinding scoreboard and clicked his tongue in conclusion. Well, the result is already set. The wandering swordsman stopped and glanced back, his eyes hiding a mountain of mysteries. That depends on how you guys choose to interpret it. Subaru's lonely but proud silhouette faded toward the glowing stairs, leaving three pathetic souls frozen in the middle of a scrap metal battlefield. The scene shifted abruptly. A vein-popping, trembling fist clenched so hard it turned white with pure, unadulterated rage. He swung down like a divine hammer, smashing the stone table into 1,000 jagged pieces. Emerging from the shadows of his lion-crested canopy, the blonde-haired musclehead growls, a rank 121 fraud and guildmaster of the Golden Lions. Look at this NPC, standing amidst the debris like he's actually relevant. The floating interface still flickers with that cold, emotionless text. Broadcast ended. The massive hardwood doors creak open, and a trembling lackey pokes his head in, weeding buckets, trying to act tough with a desperate bootlicking grin. Master Ren, is there a problem? Ren's eyes are bloodshot, radiating pure negative aura as he hisses through clenched teeth, that Narukami Subaru you mentioned. The guildmaster stands with his hands behind his back in this dump, a shattered greatsword lying at his feet. Yeah, that streamer Narukami Subaru, he actually had the audacity to reject my offer. The lackey flinches. Oh, you mean that streamer, sir? Standing in the ruins, the lackey tried to glaze his boss by acting outraged. He refused you? How utterly disrespectful. Ren snarls, I wanted to crush him in public to kill those annoying rumors, but now everything's cooked. Ren's face contorts under the red light, teeth grinding in pure saltiness. I don't care about the credits, but my pride being trampled by some rookie trash, that is absolutely unforgivable. As the tension spikes, the lackey bows low, carefully reaching down to pick up the glowing device discarded on the floor. He offers it with both hands, shaking like a leaf. Here, Master Ren. Ren violently snatches the device away, his icy gaze drilling into the guy. And what about the other matter? The lackey scratches his head, scrambling to soothe his boss's rage. About, Master Isaac, we're still searching with everything we've got. He's sweating bullets now, laughing nervously to cover his tracks. Besides, at his age, losing contact for a few days isn't exactly abnormal, right? Before he can finish his cope, Ren's veins pulse with red-killing intent as he grabs the poor guy by the face. With absurd strength, he lifts the grown man off the floor. The lackey is literally gasping for air, choking out pathetic sounds. Boom, magical flames erupt around Ren. He squeezes the guy's throat, eyes glowing with murderous intent. Are you trying to look down on me too? Choking tears streaming down his face, the lackey manages to choke out a desperate plea. Please, have mercy. Ren looks disgusted, then tosses the guy across the room like a piece of trash. The lackey slams into the stone table ruins, sending a cloud of dust and debris everywhere. As the guy wheezes and tries to stand, the polished leather shoes of Ren slowly approach, his deep voice echoing through the room. Since when? The guildmaster's monstrous fiery shadow completely swallows the pathetic lackey. He growls, every word a death sentence. Since when did you start questioning my orders? Absolutely terrified, the lackey spins around to grovel, kowtowing against the floor. Please show mercy, I'll go find him right now. Snap transition to a quiet hallway where virtual flower petals drift down. A phone vibrates incessantly, the screen displaying the nagging boss. Manager Hasuka glances at the flashing screen, her eyes dead inside. Maximum, I'm tired of this NPC energy. She leans lazily against the ornate wall, putting the phone to her ear with zero effort. You there? You sound tired, Chief. On the other end, Joe 2's avatar is literally shouting. Do you hate my calls that much? The boss keeps ranting, spamming her with complaints. Your voice has zero energy. Why can't you talk to me as sweetly as you talk to Narukami? Hasuka grimaces. Here we go again with the Delulu rant. The virtual screen pulses with the rhythm of the boss's tantrum, the call timer ticking past 25 seconds of pure mental damage. Despite the rambling, he's still on it. We've got history, Even if we're strictly business, you called about Ren's offer, right? Hasuka clicks her tongue, cutting him off. Yeah. We can't let a golden opportunity slip by, can we? Her gorgeous face shows her internal struggle as Joe 2 keeps insisting. We can't just sit and watch. You know him best, so why don't you try to convince him as his manager? Show him how big this chance is. Hearing the wisdom, Hasuka's red, plush lips mumble the name of the stubborn boy, Narukami Subaru. Across the line, Joe 2 is tossing an omelet on a blazing stove, phone clamped between his shoulder and ear. His priority is conquering the tower, not these small-time collabs. As a player, I actually respect that. Don't you? Hit with the facts, she retorts sarcastically. Boss, you only get this energetic when you're arguing with me. Losing patience, Hasuka leans against a closed door, coldly announcing I'm hanging up. She ignores the helpless screaming from the speaker. Wait, hold on. Looking at the disconnected screen, Hasuka's eyes turn thoughtful. She sighs even though she talked back. She knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Narukami. She steels herself, raises a slender hand, and knocks gently on the wooden door. Just in case, one more try. She whispers softly, Narukami? The door swings wide open. Subaru is chilling in a hoodie, showing off those gains' absolute peak physique. He hits Hasuka with a casual question, and she's caught completely off guard, blushing like a total NPC. Hasuka's gaze is locked on that metal mask. She's hesitant, basically asking, do you seriously wear that thing 24/7? Subaru just tilts his head, unfazed. It's a comfort thing. Keeping it on feels right for now. He steps out, his silhouette dominating the hallway. He crosses his arms, leaning into the tension. What's wrong? Are you dying to see what's under the mask, Queen? Hasuka is down bad and caught red-handed. She's stammering, waving her arms, panic mode activated. What? No, I mean, definitely not. She's doing the shy girl finger twiddle, looking down. It's just, that mask is how everyone recognizes you as Narukami Subaru. I mean, obviously you are him, but one day, with your real face, under the flickering hallway lights, the mask glints. Subaru cuts her off with a heavy question. Why is everyone so obsessed with Narukami Subaru anyway? Hasuka touches her lip, eyes reflecting pure nostalgia. Honestly, probably because you started from absolute zero as an earthling, yet you were still the GOAT, you were just different gravy. One way or another, you were our only hope. Subaru mumbles it under his breath. Hope, huh? Hasuka's face darkens, the mood shifting from cute to heavy. Shadows swallow half her face. The silence is deafening, maybe you don't even realize it. A flashback to the wasteland, a desolate hellscape. When I first climbed this tower, there was literally nothing here. Just rocks and despair. Monsters everywhere, no food, no credits, no stability. Total garbage tier life. Her voice turns steel hard. The only way to survive was to keep climbing, no matter what. Climbing gave us credits. It gave us a chance at a normal life. She continues, people started believing we could actually claim this world as our own. The top-tier players of that era left us a message. This tower isn't a tomb, it's a conquest. Flashback. A swordsman cleaves a massive one-eyed monster in midair. This is a world we can actually win in. And then, at the peak of the jagged rocks, there's the GOAT. Narukami Subaru planting his black flag in the wind. The legend wasn't just about clearing floors, he was the blueprint for every player. Close up on that iconic cold iron mask, a living legend. You were the first one to show us that we could actually do it. Back to reality. Subaru stares her down, eyebrow arched. You really think that highly of me? The vibe shifts, becoming dangerous levels of romantic. Hasuka leans in, smiling like she knows a secret. Just like your mask, my reasons are a secret too. She drops the teaser and leaves it hanging. Maybe one day I'll tell you. Subaru ain't having it. He spins around, opens his door, and invites her in with a straight face. Look, you're here again, so you clearly want something, right? Sorry for grilling you. Get in here. She freezes, glitching out. The Uno reverse card was too strong. Hasuka scrambles backward, waving her hands, face red in the flare. No, it's nothing important. Seriously, good night. Subaru just stands in the doorway, watching her retreat like she's running from a boss fight. Back in her room, Hasuka is panting against the door, face still burning. I talked too much and lost my chance to convince him. She clutches her burning cheeks. Why does he keep trying to bait me into his room? This is so embarrassing. Subaru just smirks to himself. Hope, huh? Grind time. Subaru is in a virtual white void, fingers flying through holographic menus reading donos. Yo, welcome back to the stream. Thanks for the 1,000 credits, appreciate the luck. The donations are raining like a whale's payday. Golden Leon sent 500. You really not gonna collab with Renhard? Then a whale drops a bomb. Goo 3 minutes sent 5,000. Sup, I'm on from the Gee Guild. Got a proposal. You free? 2007-19 viewers watching him decide his next move. Subaru touches his mask, calculating the ROI. If the stream stats and donos keep climbing like this, his eyes sharpen with pure capitalist hunger. I'll give the public what they want and take the credits as the loot. System notification, Floor 3 trial is now commencing. A massive selection screen appears, Kingdom Osman versus Kingdom Cosman. The system warns, your choice changes everything. Factions will become hostile, quests will diverge, choose wisely. Subaru taps Conrest without a second thought, energy ripples through Conrest selected. Fact, only 3% of players choose this path. It's high risk, low reward for a reason. The virtual space shifts, dumping Subaru into a rowdy, beer-soaked tavern, clinking glasses, mercenaries screaming total chaos. Location, floor 3 rest stop. The Conrest mercenaries stomp through the rotting wooden door. The sight of the masked guy with the massive greatsword stops the tavern dead, instant aggro. A goon with slicked back hair and an open vest showing off a tacky gold chain grins, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth. Newbie? Perfect timing. I was just getting bored. Without a word, the thug stalks forward, eyes locked on the rookie like a predator sensing blood. That guy lunges, violating Subaru's personal space with suffocating pressure, his twisted, manic grin get even more deranged by the second. In less than a blink, Subaru's shadow dodges to the side like a glitch in the Matrix. Subaru's boot flickers up in flash, executing a perfect tripwire maneuver to halt the guy's momentum. Caught off guard, the thug stumbles headfirst, eyes bugging out as he fights to keep his balance. The goon's face is beet red from the sheer embarrassment, barking, "You little rat." He aggressively rolls up his sleeves, glaring at the masked boy. "Watch where you're walking, trash!" Subaru slowly turns around, his cold golden eyes piercing the disruptor. The guy keeps puffing his chest. "The hell? You got a problem, punk?" Unbothered, a flat robotic voice emanates from the metal mask. "Looks like he's the one with the problem." Subaru raises an eyebrow, calling out the bluff. "Cut the act, you clearly bumped into me on purpose." Triggered by being read like an open book, the thug goes full triggered NPC mode, grabbing Subaru's collar with a face like a boiled lobster. "You pathetic E-rank mercenary, you trying to beef with a B-rank?" The commotion draws every drunk merc in the tavern, gathering around for the entertainment. What's the drama? A fight? Another newbie? Who even is that? The crowd erupts into snickers. Vancho is bullying an E-ranker again, classic. Unimpressed by the B-rank ego, Subaru drops his guard, his eyes narrowing with a hidden "B-rank, huh? You mind if I run a little experiment?" Vanko frowns confused. "Experiment? What the hell?" Suddenly, a skill notification blazes to life under Subaru's feet. Lightning veins surge into his leg. Before Vancho can even process the question, Subaru's knee, encased in blinding golden electricity, rockets upward like a high-speed drill. A god-tier knee strike slams directly into Vancho's chin. His face warps, blood sprays everywhere, and he lets out one pathetic screech before his consciousness hits the log-out screen. The absolute raw power sends the massive B-ranker flying into the air, flipping mid-spin before crashing onto the wooden floor with a violent electrical explosion, leaving him a bloody, motionless L. Total Subaru nonchalantly shakes off his hand. The clowns who were laughing a second ago are now frozen, jaw-dropped NPCs. Wait, did he just one-tap him in a single frame? The crowd parts as a middle-aged man with styled hair and a refined beard walks up, stroking his chin with a sharp, judgmental gaze. "Not feeling well, are you? You don't just get launched like that because you're not feeling well." The tension levels up instantly. High-ranking mercenaries surround the newbie. One brute snarls, "Nah, I saw that kid kick Vancho's ass like he's actually cracked despite being an E-rank." He steps forward, ego inflating. "I'm gonna rip that mask off your face along with your skin." They draw their weapons, encircling Subaru from every angle. "Newbie, I'm gonna make this tavern your graveyard." The boy stands his ground, hand slowly reaching for the blade strapped to his back. The golden eyes behind the mask glow with the lethality of a honed blade, locked onto the charging targets. Flash cut. Subaru stands tall in the center of the tavern. Around him, the bodies of the elite mercs are scattered like trash on the floor. The original ringleader is now cowering at his feet, trembling and sobbing. "What the hell is this? This guy isn't human." The refined man with the mustache finally steps up, giving a slow, mocking clap. "Not bad, kid." Subaru tilts his head, eyes guarded, as the man smiles and extends a friendly hand. "I'm Raymond, the rank evaluator." Shaking Subaru's hand, Raymond drops a fresh face. "How many missions have you finished so far?" Subaru replies dryly, "As you know, E-rankers have restricted access to missions." The chat finally wakes up, spamming the feed. "Dust mite, wasting time. Bring in the next box." Lol, is being a menace his way of speedrunning? X-rank banter has been triggered. The mission window pops up in high resolution. For the third floor exam, mercenaries must complete various requests and earn 10,000 achievement points. Subaru's eyes narrow with tactical precision. Raymond explains the tower's shadow rules. The reward for an E-ranker's success is a measly 50 points. Beneath his feet, the mangled bodies of the high rankers lie everywhere. Guy is even embedded in the wall. Raymond concludes that players usually get hard stuck here for over a year. Standing amidst the chaos, Subaru coldly cuts to the chase. "I have to forge my own shortcut. I can't waste a single second. This isn't the time for a casual, leisurely rank up." Raymond strokes his mustache, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "A shortcut? By the way, are you an Otherworlder?" They've been getting pretty rare lately. System info: Otherworlder tower slang for people who claim to be from the heavenly world. The officer crosses his arms, tone getting serious. "That doesn't mean I can give you special treatment. Everything has its protocol." Subaru steps closer. There has to be a way to speed up the process. "What reason do you have to give privileges to Otherworlders? People who are just going to leave eventually?" The room temperature drops, eyes burning with main character energy, secretly deciding to attempt something he never dared in his past life. He declares, loud and clear, "I'll turn your dream into reality. The only way to clear the third floor exam in one go." Raymond's brow furrows, his calm expression replaced by total confusion. "What do you mean?" Behind the boy, a massive phantom of a red lightning cave emerges, crackling with lethal, ominous bolts. Subaru's voice booms with absolute conviction. "The lightning cave. I'll make it belong to." Raymond is so shocked his jaw hits the floor, eyes wide in disbelief. "What? You plan on conquering it?" He screams in warning. "Only A-rankers can take that mission. More importantly, the issue isn't even moving the needle." Subaru shuts him down with a calm, stoic vibe. "I know the war of honor between Osman and Conrest for that impregnable dungeon." The view shifts to a panoramic shot of the Lightning Cave, a special dungeon on the third floor that not a single player, mercenary or knight has ever conquered in recorded history. The third floor world map stretches out. Between the two kingdoms, Conrad and Osman, lies a treacherous mountain range marked with a lightning bolt. The geocaching data confirms. Between the two kingdoms lies an impassable mountain range where they have waged war for decades. Strategic objective overlays keep popping up on the map, highlighting the grind to shut down the rival nation's invasion and secure that sweet, sweet military dominance. Conquering the Thunder Cavern, the ultimate shortcut through the mountains, has been their biggest, would-be nice goal for ages. Back at the tavern, Subaru stands tall in the chaos, holding out his hand to the officer. Grant me A rank clearance, and I'll solo the Thunder Cavern for you. I won't abuse the rank, I promise. The officer strokes his chin, eyes narrowing as he weighs this absolute giga-chad move from the mysterious masked stranger. Silence. The tension is thick enough to cut with a blade. Subaru doesn't blink, shadows dancing across his face as he drops the psychological pressure. It'd be a real shame if you said no. Might have to take you down, too. The live chat is spiraling. Doraemon, run! You're gonna end up like Venture. Under that blatant but undeniably heavy coercion, the officer lets out a heavy sigh and folds. Fine, I'll write you a referral letter so you can join the raid team. The officer holds up a finger, playing the mentor card. The raid team is desperate for warm bodies anyway. The chat breathes a collective sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. Bro really almost crossed the river Styx today. The officer turns on his heel, leaving the mercenaries to pick themselves up off the floor. The raid departs in 5 days. Stay here while I grab that letter. Once the door shuts, Subaru stands alone, but the room is buzzing with holographic quest notifications popping off like a neon sign. If you solo the Thunder Cavern, here's 20,000 credits, 10k credits for the same task, 5k credits. Don't you dare be a coward and quit. Subaru eyes the green system UI with a calculated gaze. 5 days. That's exactly when the third floor tournament wraps up. Did the Blue Zone guys rig the schedule on purpose? The officer walks back, his boots clicking rhythmically on the wooden floor. He's looking moody. Conquering the Thunder Cavern? Honestly, I'm still doubting you. With a hit of nostalgia, he clutches the scroll. Back in my day, I tried that dungeon. Lost half my squad in one go. Subaru snatches the scroll without hesitation. That won't happen to me. The officer is stunned. Huh? Then why did you even ask for the letter? The rookie grips the scroll, eyes burning with intent. Because I'm doing it solo. The chat instantly nukes itself. Wait, he's actually taking the quest? This guy cleared the second floor solo. Yeah, but everyone clears that eventually. This is an unconquered dungeon, bro. Raymond grabs Subaru by the collar, shaking him. Are you insane? That dungeon needs 20 people. You think Conrad's manpower is just a meme? You can't even get 20 people together. He lets go, wiping his brow in pure exhaustion. Honestly, this is just gonna be a disaster. I assumed you had a party. The guy just shrugs. I don't. Subaru's golden eyes flash with a cold, calculated glint behind the mask, at least not right now. Scene change. In a distant, treacherous zone, a silhouette is struggling up rotting wooden stairs hang a sheer cliff. Sheesh, this is no joke. The girl in the black cloak mumbles against the howling wind. You're really gonna solo that? You're so much like Subaru. Except she's watching a live stream. The mysterious girl stops, holding a glowing device that's broadcasting Subaru's POV. Aren't you going to take other challenges, you asking me? I'm just not interested. The screen shows Subaru's stone cold face to 4,000 plus live viewers. I'm just not interested. The chat is going feral. Again? Then the screen cuts to black and the girl's amber eyes widen in shock. Wait, are you kidding me? The system UI glitches a message. Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. She clicks her tongue in pure salt. I thought at least he'd be some good entertainment until I hit the third floor. Oh well, thanks for watching, I guess. She pulls down her hood, revealing black hair dancing in the wind and breaks into a genuine laugh. Huh, he really is so similar. A radiant smile plays on her lips. No matter what anyone says, he just keeps walking his own path. She looks up at the gray sky, feeling like she's still watching his stream in real time. Tucking the device away, she mulls it over. Now that I think about it, he's in the tournament too, right? Suddenly she leaps, shattering the wooden stairs under her feet with pure raw power, eyes sparkling with hype. I think I might want to have a little chat with him. She launches into the air like a rocket, tearing through the storm clouds. Though I kind of hope he doesn't win. Back to the bustling city, Subaru is walking with Hasuka. She beams at him, exactly what I expected from you. Hasuka tilts her head, flashing a blinding smile at the masked man. After all, if it's Narukami Subaru, it has to be this way. It feels so authentic, so hype. Even with the swarm of haters in the chat. As they walk, Hasuka analyzes the vibe. If you just took normal quests, wouldn't that kill the unique energy of your stream? Subaru replies coolly. You think so? Then I guess I owe you one for the advice. They stroll down the gravel path. Hasuka asks. Subaru answers calmly. Until the tournament starts, I'm grinding. I don't know what kind of cracked players I'll be facing, so I need those levels. Subaru's gaze turns cold. He's cooking up a master plan. He needs to test his current output with a lightning element and see if his lightning heart passive is actually S tier or just mid. Behind that metal mask, those gold eyes are burning with pure icy resolve. No one, and I mean no one, is taking Hasuka's keepsake. Meanwhile, in a hallway drowning in sunset vibes, some platinum-haired clown in a designer white suit is throwing a tantrum. Imagine being this pressed. System logs identify this fraud as Naoto Jinzaki from the Blue Zone. He's literally foaming at the mouth, acting like the world owes him a favor. Bro, you're not the main character. Sit down. Naoto struts up to a tavern door looking like he owns the place. I don't care about lightning or whatever, he whines. Why am I wasting my aura on a tier 3 player from the 3rd floor? He kicks the door open like an NPC's main character, phone in hand, looking for trouble. Yo, I'm here, he barks. Suddenly, a deep Chad tier voice echoes from inside. Naoto locks eyes with a bulky blonde guy in a sharp coat. He's just chilling at a table, waving him over. Naoto scoffs, the disrespect is real. The sunset light hitting the tavern is absolute aesthetic goals, though. The blonde giant keeps it professional. You must be Jinzaki from Blue Zone. I hear you've got business with one of our streamers. Naoto leans back, face twisted with pure I'm better than you energy. Yeah. So where is he then? The blonde guy gives a polite, calculated smile. He's not here. He's out handling actual business. Naoto smirks, the definition of a clown. Big words for a rookie. He's got something more important than this? The blonde guy doesn't even blink. Personal business. I can't disclose that. The smile drops. The guy's aura shifts. And for the record, I've already relayed his wishes. That's exactly why he's not here. Naoto is tilted, eyes twitching. The blonde guy keeps it 100. I was planning to discuss this with him directly, but unfortunately, a meeting seems impossible. Naoto's face is pure salt. You just don't want me to see him, right? Trash, if I go back without Narukami, my neck is on the line. Out of patience, Naoto slams the table. Talk about a temper tantrum. You're just gatekeeping the golden goose, aren't you? Think carefully, the guy says. From Narukami Subaru's perspective, joining a big guild is way better than just streaming. They're staring each other down, enough killing intent to kill an NPC. The blonde guy smirks. Don't agree? Well, some top streamers make more bank than pro players these days. He closes his eyes and starts preaching. You know how it is, some players have a total bias against streamers. I've seen your type before. Naoto sneers. You're acting like you want to make Blue Zone your enemy. The blonde guy just shrugs. Let me finish. Folding his hands, he drops the hammer. We prioritize our streamer's choice. We're just here to support Narukami 100%. Naoto laughs like a villain who's about to get folded. You're way too naive. You think Blue Zone is just going to stay quiet? Naoto's gaze goes full psycho mode. You clearly don't get it. Some people aren't scared of your threats or your muscle. Suddenly, the blonde guy stands up. The room gets heavy. That's a S-tier aura shift, pure suffocating darkness. If you're done talking, get lost. Naoto's arrogant face just did a 180. He looks pale enough to be a ghost, sweat dripping like he just saw a rank S boss. He stumbles back, handshaking like a coward. What was that? That insane magical pressure. What the hell? Trying to save face, Naoto screams, Get lost? Who do you think you're talking to? In a blink, the blonde guy kills the aura, waves his hand, and goes back to being Mr. Nice Guy. Talk about mental warfare. Naoto bolts for the door, scurrying away like a rat, but he throws one last I'll be back comment. Huh, was I just hallucinating? You're gonna regret this. The blonde guy just crosses his arms, watching the loser run. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, buddy. System notification. 3 days later. Floor 3, Dungeon of the Abyss. The sky is depressing, and a giant white snake with red eyes and jagged fangs is trying to end Subaru's career. Chaos everywhere. Subaru dodges with pixel-perfect precision, his blade glowing with absolute menace. Those gold eyes are locked in, he's ready to clap this boss. A blade wreathed in crackling thunder slashes through, tearing open the beast's reinforced scales like paper. Blood sprays across the dungeon floor as the monster finally feels the pain. The giant snake writhes in agony, gaping its massive maw and letting out a desperate, bone-chilling roar. The beast's colossal body thrashes in a frenzy, blood geysering everywhere, absolute chaos in the heart of the dungeon. Everything ends in a blink. Subaru touches down, rests his blood-drenched blade on his shoulder, and radiates that cold main character aura. Subaru heaves the greatsword up, his eyes sharpening with lethal intent. Enough testing for today. He launches himself from the air, slamming his lightning-infused sword into the ground. Time to wrap this up, he bellows. The shockwave shatters the earth. Before the beast can even react, Subaru uses the momentum to launch himself again. In a split second, he plunges his glowing sword straight into the serpent's gaping jaw. A deafening explosion rocks the room. The surge of destructive lightning obliterates the scales and finishes the beast for good. As the massive carcass hits the floor, system notifications spam the screen. Boss defeated, level up and all stats are skyrocketing. With the fight over, Subaru kicks back on the bloody corpse, casually fidgeting with his loot. He inspects the Crimson Fang, calculating the value, Snake Fang, probably 10,000 credits. Not bad, adjusted for inflation. Seeing his stats hit level 35, he smirks. 9 levels in 3 days, can't be too greedy, let's call it a day. After cleaning up, he stretches and heads out. Cut to a high-end restaurant where waifu is waiting. The moment Subaru walks in, she waves frantically. Ah, you're finally here. Subaru pulls up a chair, eyebrow raised at her weirdly high energy. What's got you so hyped? Ignoring his apathy, she leans in, eye sparkling. Did you see it yet? Subaru blinks, confused. See what? She looks stunned. You haven't watched it yet? Subaru stays calm. That's literally why I'm asking what you're talking about. Realizing, she claps. Subaru rubs his neck, sheepish. My bad, I was too busy grinding. She laughs it off, looking proud. I've said it before, but for you, it's fine. Even without the video, you've got that natural Narukami Subaru energy. She slides a folder toward him, voice dropping to a whisper. But there's one difference between you and the original. Check it out. He blinks. Huh? He flips it open and scans the page. She explains this is the revenue report from the Haw collab. Check the numbers. 49,780 credits? That's way above projections. Suddenly, the smile vanishes, and she turns dead serious. I can show you reports anytime, but that's not why I called you here. Subaru tenses up. She continues, I have a friend named Sion. He's a degenerate gambler. I mean, a passionate bettor. He's the one who tipped me off. A small text bubble pops up, a friend she's clearly embarrassed to mention. Subaru asks, so, what about him? An illustration pops up as she emphasizes, in these betting pools, the higher the win rate, the lower the payout. It's basic logic. Subaru crosses his arms, locked in. She concludes, basically, you trade high profits for guaranteed safety. Her voice goes cold, eyes sharp as glass. Right now, your payout odds are 6.1. But listen, there's one guy sitting at a measly 1.2. An image of a scale appears, heavily tipping toward a massive hulking silhouette at 1.2, totally dwarfing Subaru 6.1. The atmosphere turns heavy. Subaru glares at the screen. So he's the frontrunner for the championship? Who is he? An image of a muscle-bound giant swinging a spear amidst thunder appears. Her voice rings out like steel. Oma Snyder. She grits her teeth, exposing the truth. He's been camping the third floor for 10 years, obsessed with conquering the Lightning Cave. He's famous, not for streaming, but for his sheer stubborn insanity. She locks eyes with Subaru, warning him, Snyder is likely plotting to hunt you down right now. Your live stream declaration to conquer the dungeon? It's a direct insult to his 10 years of work. The phantom of Oma Snyder appears, burning with bloodlust, as if Subaru is personally mocking his decade-long grind. Overwhelmed, she leans in until she's practically nose-to-nose with Subaru. He breaks a sweat, backing away. Let's put that aside. But you're a bit too close, aren't you? She freezes, realizes the proximity, and turns bright red, scrambling back in pure embarrassment. Flustered, she waves her hands anyway. Just be hyper careful. You're definitely gonna cross paths with him inside the Thunder Cave trial, either during this tournament or the next test. Soon the silent, suffocating darkness swallows the third floor. Clack clack. The sound of wheels echoes in the empty street as a black carriage rolls by. Inside, a minion sneers, finally, boss. Tomorrow you get to face that guy. That arrogant piece of trash actually acting like he can solo clear the Thunder Cave? Please. The red-haired leader waves him off. What a joke, right? He's only barking because he's got zero clue how lethal that dungeon is. The minion chimes in, far no need to even look at an NPC like him. Ignoring the clown show, Oma Snyder sits in silence. It's getting stuffy. Snyder? Snyder slowly cracks open his icy blue eyes, absolute menace. I don't mind, he's got every right to talk his trash. He flicks a gold coin, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass. Despite his short career, he's a new master of lightning. He's exactly the specimen we've been hunting for. The lackeys panic. But he's literally delusional. You don't see it? Just because he learned one lightning spell, he acts like he's the real-life Narukami Subaru. Suddenly, Snyder's voice drops like a lead weight, cutting the chatter. Enough. The cabin air gets heavy enough to choke on, Snyder growls. This isn't the time for petty jealousy. Then he leans in, and I won't tolerate anyone downplaying his achievements. The minion gawks, respect him. Snyder leans forward, cold-blooded. If I have to. As he speaks, his armored hand crushes the gold coin into dust. The minions are low-key terrified, dead silent. They're sweating bullets, thinking he says that, but our captain's pride is clearly bruised. The minion gulps, eyeing his boss, who's literally radiating boss-level aura. That streamer is so cooked. Snyder's gaze darkens, sending a chill down the minion's spine. How's he planning to deal with that monster after talking all that smack? Scene jump, the dead of night. A black and gold mask and a massive greatsword sit neatly on the table. Under the moonlight, Subaru's on his bed, frowning at a stack of documents. This guy's a total weirdo. He's been building hype since 5 years ago. Subaru tracks the timeline, right when he joined the Blue Zone. His eyes lock onto the pages with laser focus. The headlines hit different. Late bloomer takes center stage at the Thunder Cave. Blue Zone's Oma Snyder has hit the dungeon floor, one step away. Subaru whispers the enemy's name, Oma Snyder of the Blue Zone. Connecting the dots, Subaru smirks. I thought he was brave hosting this tournament, but it makes sense if he's got a chosen one ready to go. A cold, cynical crawls onto his face. Tough luck, Kyojo. In the darkness, Subaru releases a wave of killing intent. Too bad for you guys, I'm back. Let's see if everything goes according to your little plan. Instant transition. A bustling, sun-drenched morning in the central market. At a stall, a merchant is lowballing hard. Look, no matter how good the item is in condition, the hunt was sloppy and the leather is full of scratches. The hunter is shook at the abysmal price. He stammers. Huh? That's it? Not backing down, the merchant strokes his beard like a total fraud. Take it or leave it. That's the best I can do. The hunter grits his teeth, defeated. Fine, I'll sell it. As the merchant clutches the red leather, he's internally vibing. Today's a win. Red Beast leather has region properties. These idiots have no idea. But right as he's gloating, thud, a glowing red fang slams onto the counter, making him jump out of his skin. He stares at the masked boy. That Subaru demands coldly. How much for this? Sweat pours down the merchant's face. He frantically inspects the loot, an S-tier material, literally 0 scratches. His inner greed takes the wheel and he flashes a predatory grin. I'm a master negotiator, you poor, clueless challenger. He clears his throat and starts the cap. Condition is decent. B to A tier, I guess. You've got skills, kid. If not for these tiny marks, I'd totally call it S tier. He pulls out his device, acting like he's doing a favor. Unlucky timing, though. Market's flooded with these fangs right now. Demand is dead. Ignoring the cap, Subaru calmly taps on his own device. The merchant hits him with that fake-ass smile, lowballing the price. But hey, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll cut you a special deal. 8-point Subaru strokes his chin, thinking, it's been 20 years, this isn't the worst offer. Just as he's about to speak, a deep voice cuts through the tension. For goods in this condition, I wouldn't pay a credit less than 15 point. A massive shadow looms over him, blocking out the light. Celestial snake fangs are rare, the market price is already set. The scammer goes ghost white, stuttering, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? The cloak titan closes the distance, static electricity crackling around his massive muscular frame. Subaru lifts his head, locking eyes with those piercing icy blue killer optics. You're Narukami Subaru, aren't you? The golden eyes behind the mask don't even blink. Subaru coldly drops the name of his rival, Snyder. Suddenly the scene shifts to a fancy-ass cafe where rose petals are falling in the magical lighting. Sitting across from each other in this luxury trap, Subaru crosses his arms, ice cold. Get to the point. Meanwhile, the nearby maids are whispering, is that Snyder? Let's not waste time, Subaru snaps, his gaze piercing through the mask. We aren't exactly on a date, are we? And then reality hits. The massive savage unit is actually busy shoveling a cute bear-shaped parfait into his mouth. Subaru is literally done. A bear parfait? Are you serious? What is up with this guy's character design? Snyder swallows a mouthful, his voice deep and gravelly. You said you'd solo the Thunder Dungeon, right? Subaru raises an eyebrow, firing back. Yes-o? The giant growls, you've got some nerve, you stray dog. His eyes drill straight into the MC. At first I thought some random player just hit floor 3 and is acting all edgy, claiming he's gonna solo the Thunder Dungeon. He points his parfait spoon at Subaru, challenging him. So you changed your mind yet? Subaru remains unfazed, casually taking a bite of his own dessert. Snyder lowers his voice. I'll admit, you've got half-decent potential, a legit mountain of talent. He stares deep into Subaru's soul. Still, it's hard to believe you're being put in the same league as Subaru Narukami. Exposed, Subaru's golden pupils flicker. He thought this guy was just a weirdo, but the intensity in his eyes is actually legit. Shifting back to zero chill mode, he asks, so you didn't just stop me to give me a participation trophy, right? Snyder puts the spoon down. I have a proposal. His face turns demonic, radiating pure, suffocating kill aura. Retract that statement. No room for debate. He grinds out every syllable. Apologize for that solo clear boast you made the other day. Admit it was arrogance born from pure ignorance. Turn on your stream and apologize from the bottom of your heart. Under that suffocating pressure, Subaru doesn't even flinch. Doesn't sound like a proposal to me. Snyder smirks. I'm not forcing you right now. If I crush you in the upcoming tournament, you'll be forced to acknowledge your own trash tier status. He stands up, his massive frame casting a giant shadow over the entire table. That's when you'll bow down. Unbothered, Subaru looks up and hits him with the counter. Fine, but if I win, he leans back calm as a Chad. You hand over all the intel you've got on the Thunder Dungeon. Since you started this beef, that's the bare minimum you owe me. Without a second of hesitation, Snyder turns to walk away. No problem, there's zero chance I'm losing. He glances back, dropping a final flex, at least not to the current version of you. With that, his massive silhouette and debilitating cloak fade into the sun-drenched exit. Looking at the half-eaten parfait, Subaru falls into deep thought. Gotta respect the hustle, he didn't waste those 10 years for nothing. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the high-rise office building, Seon Entertainment, gleaming under a clear blue sky. Inside the office, the blue-haired guy Sen is glued to his monitor, suddenly screaming, "Huh!" and muttering in pure shock. 10,000 viewers. He swipes through the tournament prize pool, nodding to himself, damn, those prizes are actually S-tier for a reason. And that participant count? Absolute madhouse. Seon leaned back in his chair with a smug grin. Man, if this tournament existed back when I was on floor 3, I'd have entered it in a heartbeat. But then his eyes locked onto the betting odds. He's sweating bullets analyzing Subaru Narukami. High volatility, massive risk. On the other hand is a literal blue-chip stock with verified stats. Total safe bet. He's tapping his head, brain overclocking. With this many participants and Snyder sitting at 1.2x odds, the outcome is already cooked. A whisper in his mind says gambling is a speedrun to bankruptcy, but he tells himself a pro gambler like me values reliability over vibes. Decision made. His fingers tremble as he slides across the screen, mumbling, all right, time to go all in on Snyder. Suddenly, his device lights up, an incoming call. He clicks his tongue and hits answer. As soon as his finger touches the glass, a screeching voice blasts through, making Seon jump out of his skin. Gah, you're trying to give me a heart attack, woman. He stares at the caller ID, sweating nervously, shrinking into his seat. Are you tracking me? Seriously, are you? She doesn't even let him recover before the texts and her angry voice start roasting him. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Fumbling the phone to his ear, Seon stammers, hello? Hookah immediately hits him with that 200 IQ read. You're gambling again, aren't you? Hit right in the feels. Seon covers his mouth, whispering, I knew it. Where'd you plant the bug? The office? My ear canal? Hasuka just goes, huh? What are you even talking about, you absolute weirdo? Anyway, forget that. Tell me about your bet. Seon eyes widen. Huh? You trying to start gambling too? No hesitation. She hits him with, I'm putting a little something on Narukami. Seon turns to stone, then starts screaming. Are you crazy? Do you have zero respect for your own credit score? Walking through the busy street, Hasuka frowns back. What? You think Lord Narukami is gonna lose? Sparks Sif. Look, it's not that I'm dissing Narukami. You gotta look at the stats, the combat styles, and the payout ratios, girl. He's getting heated now. Snyder isn't some newbie. Rumor has it he's got more achievements on floor 3 than the original Narukami. You think some clout-chasing streamer's gonna clap a guy who's been grinding for 10 years? That's pure NPC energy. Hookah just clicks her tongue, annoyed. Suddenly, she smirks, total provocation. Wanna bet? Loser gives the winner their entire paycheck. Old school style. Seon takes the bait instantly. Bet. That's exactly what I wanted. Hasuka's eyes flash with absolute cold-blooded determination. She turns on her heel, walking off with all the main character energy. It's locked in. No takebacks. Seon is triggered by her arrogance. Huh? Hello? Beep beep. He stares at the black screen in frustration. Seriously? Don't just hang up on me. His face drops into deep, brooding thought. Wait, why did she suddenly bring up betting? Did something actually happen? At the same time, deep in the crowded city, Snyder is parting the sea of people like a boss, his massive greatsword strapped to his back. Without looking back, his voice drops low. What's the situation? His bald lackey follows close behind, dripping sweat as he remembers that killing intent from earlier. Boss, that guy isn't a scrub. Seeing his boss stay silent, the lackey swallows hard. Don't tell me you think you're gonna lose, Captain? Swoosh. Snyder stops dead, whipping his head around with eyes sharper than a razor. He's radiating pure, unadulterated main character confidence. Seeing him in person made everything crystal clear. He keeps marching forward, voice booming. There is zero chance I lose, none, absolute zero. High up on a rooftop, a woman hides in the shadows, her eyes locked on the giant moving through the streets below, silently sizing up the top-tier contender Snyder. She lets out a suggestive, mysterious smile. He's got a pretty seductive kind of power, doesn't he? Looks like I don't need to worry about any massive upsets today. Proud banners with guild insignias ripple under the clear blue sky. A few days later, blinding lights flood the massive arena. It's tournament day, baby. Deep inside, Subaru walks down a dark, ominous tunnel. The sound of his boots echoes with rhythmic intensity. He stops in front of a giant locked steel gate. No hesitation, he shoves it open and a blast of stadium light swallows him whole. Strutting into the center of the massive coliseum, our boy enters and the crowd instantly goes feral. Everyone's pointing fingers. Wait, that mask? It's Narukami Subaru? The rumor mill streamer? Another NPC chimes in. The bets are closed, he was second place in the odds. Some absolute casual asks, bruh, then who's rank 1? Subaru doesn't even blink, his eyes lock onto the tunnel entrance across the arena. From the shadows, Snyder emerges, dragging his massive great sword like he's ready to commit a war crime. That look in his eyes, pure bloodlust locked dead on our masked hero. His entrance is like dropping a match in a gas factory. The crowd is literally screaming their lungs out. Snyder, Snyder. The chants are shaking the very foundation of the stadium. Snyder, Snyder. Fireworks detonate in the sky, turning the whole place into a hype fest. As the adrenaline peaks, a gorgeous MC descends from the clouds, absolute mommy energy, with a dazzling smile. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the wait. Gripping the mic, she announces, I'm your host for the main event. I'm Mizuha from the Blue Zone. Let's get it. The tournament is split into prelims and the grand finale. Subaru looks up as the MC's voice echoes. Now, gaze upon the reward for the one true champion of the main event. Her hands glow with golden particles, revealing a legendary item, a deep crimson relic, the boots worn by the god Hermes himself. The MC flexes the mic, declaring, the pride of the Blue Zone, a relic of the legendary blue-eyed Zabki. A pair of gold-trimmed armored boots materializes in midair. She yells, the Teleria are officially here. The crowd loses their collective minds. Subaru eyes the legendary gear, whispering, just you wait. Wait for me? No way. His golden eyes behind the mask ignite with pure Chad energy. I'm taking those shoes back for you, no matter what. Shifting his focus, he glances up at the VIP observation area. Sia's up there, blushing and looking all kinds of nervous. Lord Narukami's about to start his stream. Suddenly she frowns, sensing something foul. Someone's creeping on her. Her heart drops into her stomach, cold sweat pouring as she notices a dark, ominous figure standing right behind her. Under a pitch-black cloak, the stranger hides behind a creepy mask, just watching. Si shudders. She remembers seeing this clown earlier. Suddenly, a neon blue system UI pops up in the air. Subaru Narukami has started a live stream. The feed broadcasts him standing tall in the arena. The chat is already pure chaos bred. W for the W, long time no see. Subaru gives the camera a calm, cool look. Sup guys, it's been a minute. Chat is instantly toxic, only for you streamer. We've been here the whole time. Is this real Thunderslot? What the hell is a Thunderslot? Seems like a bunch of new gen fans only watching the clipped highlights. Jericho, that rookie from LoL, is watching from the cheap seats. Totally weird for doing that while sitting in the actual venue. Subaru checks his screen, eyes twitching. The chat is moving too fast. He can't even read the toxicity. A quest notification flashes in his vision. Quest, cheer for Subaru, reward 30,000 credits if he wins. No hesitation. Subaru whips his greatsword off his back and shouts, thanks for the 30k. Chat goes full keyboard warrior. Glazing hard for that win, huh? Maybe try for second place, fraud. I'm staying right here to watch you flop. The MC cuts the noise, smirking with glowing eyes, and screams, and now, amidst these fireworks, let the tournament begin. Instantly, she gathers a massive orb of green energy, jagged black lightning crackling around her hands. With zero mercy, she slams that swirling mass of pure power down into the center of the arena. The magical sphere detonates, expanding at a speed that has the other contestants looking like total NPCs caught in a render lag. That dark green energy sweeps the floor, erecting a massive magic barrier that swallows the entire space. A contestant laughs like a maniac. Whoa, the scale of this a whole different tier, just as expected. As the chaos erupts, Subaru watches it all, ice cold. So this is the Blue Zone scale. They didn't set this up overnight. The artificial sky turns pitch black and the entire arena is sealed inside a suffocating green-tinted containment field. A cold system notification rings out. You have entered the preliminary round. From the outside, the entire Colosseum is now encased in a massive magic dome, cutting it off from the rest of the city entirely. Space-time is warping, and Subaru finds himself standing in the middle of a fog-drenched forest. System notifications are spamming his UI. The preliminaries are officially live. Death elimination. Everyone else is an NPC target. The match only ends when the survivor count hits 1,000. The death game math keeps hitting his screen. Fighter get cooked. Current survivor count 10,259. Subaru grips his sword hilt. It's a solo carry from here on out. Blending into the shadows, he assesses the situation. Being the preliminaries, maybe nobody is gunning for him specifically. I can just play it safe and conserve my stamina. But the system had other plans, pinging non-stop. Quest registered. Forced death match. 100 credits per kill. It's the only way to level up. Quest registered 1,000 credits if you clap Doncio, 10,000 credits if you take down Oma Snyder. Before he could even process that insane payday, Subaru's ears twitched. Sensing pure bloodlust, he whips around, his golden eyes glowing sharp behind his mask, ready to engage in some high-tier violence. As the round starts, a blur of motion sprints past, thinking, oh, this is already getting spicy. Subaru Narukami is an absolute monster. With a smooth pivot, Subaru unsheathes his gaze ice cold. That guy is worth 200 credits, huh? Meanwhile, the system UI updates the death toll. Only 854 left. Elsewhere in the heavy armored boot crushes the dirt. Unbothered by the chaos, Snyder lugs his massive lance over his shoulder, walking with the heavy Chad-like energy of a boss. His eyes dark with pure disdain, he mutters, "These bottom-tier trash mobs aren't worth my time. I only have one target." His blue pupils flare with a dangerous, lethal light. He growls the name Subaru Narukami suddenly. An attack blindsides him from the rear, but Snyder just casually tilts his head to dodge. He stops, looks back at the loser who tried to sneak him, and smirks. Oh look, an archer with blue hair is aiming straight at him from the bushes. The archer squints, feeling cocky, locking onto his kill. Too close. Immediately, a mob of goons jumps out to jump Snyder. The archer brags, "Alright, pay up the 100 credits for the betting pool." Another guy with a sword yells, "Shh, don't move," while another whispers, "Lucky bastard." One of the ambushers is sweating, "Hey, this feels wrong." Another, "If we don't end him with that first shot, we're cooked," but the leader waves his sword. "Relax, we outnumber him." A bald guy with an axe joins in. "Yeah, he's just some loser stuck on floor 3 for a decade." Surrounded by these clowns, Snyder tightens his grip on the lance, his voice dropping to a freezing depth. "Your strat isn't bad, but you chose the wrong lobby to grief. You really don't know your place." The sword wielder charges, trash-talking. "Big words, huh? Trying to act tough before you get bodied?" Before he can finish his cringe monologue, a shockwave of steel flashes. The guy's head goes flying, blood spraying like a fountain while everyone watches in pure shock. The headless corpse hits the floor with a thud. The archer freezes, eyes bulging in absolute terror. Covered in cold sweat, the archer stammers, "Wait, what the hell just happened?" He stumbles back in despair. That wasn't even in his weapon's range. Not giving them time to process the L they're about to take, Snyder spins his lance, creating a massive magical cyclone. He drops the cold judgment. "I've seen 1,000 NPCs like you before." Flexing his aura, his muscles engorge, his blue eyes flashing as he delivers a world-ending lance sweep. A gargantuan wave of energy rips the earth apart, sweeping everything in its path like a reaper's scythe. The entire squad of ambushers is sent flying into the sky, their bodies turned to scrap by raw, unchecked power before they can even scream. Standing tall in the center of the dissipating storm, Snyder drops the mic. "Listen closely. Shortcuts don't work in this tower." Radiating a dark purple, oppressive aura, he steps over their corpses, declaring, "The only thing that can protect you here is your own strength." From a distance, other players witness the horror, standing frozen, faces contorted in total, unadulterated fear. Simultaneously, the massive screens around the arena light up, broadcasting Snyder's absolute flex to the entire spectator crowd. Back in the jungle, the giant is absolutely tweaking, swinging his spear like he's clearing a trash mob. The shockwaves from his roar are literally shaking the server. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby is in pure chaos. Some bottom-tier NPC is mauling at his prey. "Yo, stop running! It's just a test, don't be a coward." Yeah, tell that to the guy currently speedrunning his way to the afterlife. It's not even a fight at this point, it's a massacre. In total contrast to the bloodshed, a mysterious woman in a black cloak and mask is just chilling, legs crossed, silently observing the carnage like she's watching a Netflix series. Her amber eyes glint as she appraises Snyder. This guy's got serious aura compared to the other NPCs. No cap, he's definitely hitting the top-tier leaderboards if he keeps climbing. But then her face contorts in pure irritation and she starts low-key complaining. "Ugh, come on, cut the crap already." The camera pans to the spectator stand. C is gripping her chair, absolutely losing it at the screen. "I can't stop thinking about this. Fight with some dignity. You're all just a bunch of pathetic cowards." Also in the stands, Hasuka is busy doom-scrolling Subaru's stream when she suddenly freezes. "Huh?" The cloaked woman is sitting right next to her, those golden eyes glowing. Subaru Narwami. Hasuka turns, shocked. "Wait, you know him?" Seeing the opening, she gets all excited. "Oh, that mask's your fan too, right?" The stranger stays calm. "Yeah, sure." Hasuka beams, puffing her chest out with pride. "I'm Hasuka. I've been a loyal fan for 20 years now." She politely asks, "What about you?" The cloaked figure stays silent, giving zero info. Meanwhile, back in the Death Forest, the system notification shows the survival count dropping like my KD ratio. Survivors, 1342. Subaru stands in the middle of the carnage, muttering, "Wait, what was the kill count just now?" The chat starts glazing him immediately. Visual 97 kills. Final resort, 08. Spitu, he just finished off the runners too, so that's 98. He looks up at the darkening sky, already knowing the endgame is near. He stretches, looking bored as hell. 200 credits per head? Kinda mid if you ask me. But then a light bulb moment hits. His golden eyes start sparkling with pure menace. He pulls out a crackling bolt of golden lightning and smirks. "Maybe I should announce my presence and lure these rats to me." The chat goes absolutely feral. 5 minutes left. What is this madman doing? Jenny Arfield. Does he hate farming? Reverse psychology god tier strat. Everyone is hiding and this chat is basically pinging his location. That's pure winner energy. Zero hesitation, he whips his hand up and a barrage of blinding golden lightning blasts into the sky like a flare. The destruction levels are off the charts. The energy collides, creating a massive electrical shockwave that lights up the whole forest. The entire map is bathed in a blinding golden glow, ancient trees are getting pulverized, and the ground is straight up vibrating. The raw power is insane, shockwaves wiping out everything in its path, turning the forest into a literal electric inferno. Everywhere in the woods, the fog gets torn to shreds by these lethal crackling bolts. Out of the dense, smoky mist, a cloaked figure steps out with main character energy. Beneath his feet, the corpses of unlucky players are scattered everywhere, painting the ground crimson. Snyder wipes the blood off his face, his blue eyes flashing with pure psychotic intent. Found you. But Subaru just stands there, totally unfazed, and drops the coldest line. I'm the one who found you. The chat's losing its mind. Big fish hooked. Let's go! Okay, this one has gotta be worth at least 10k credits. Snyder 10k credits, don't even let him breathe. Subaru locks in, his bloodlust reaching max levels. Perfect timing, I'm ending this right here, no need for extra flair. At the same time, the system quest pops up for Snyder. 1,000 credits for Dauncey, 10,000 credits for Oma Snyder. He smirks, 10,000 credits? Looks like I'm getting paid sooner than I thought. Both of them are locked in a standoff in the clearing, the air thick enough to cut with a knife. The survival counter keeps ticking. Survivors, system says 202 more need to be deleted before the prelims wrap up. Subaru narrows his eyes, doing the math. Out of nowhere, Snyder lunges with his spear, but Subaru dodges it like it's nothing. A wave of dark purple magic roars out, forming a massive slash that rips through space, targeting Subaru. Snyder grips his spear tight, muttering, only 202 left, still plenty of time to play. Facing the lethal blow, Subaru grips his glowing red magic sword with both hands, thinking so that wasn't a skill, that was pure martial arts. Snyder goes full berserk, swinging that spear like a maniac, purple-black slashes raining down like the literal Grim Reaper. He's screaming internally, if I lose track of that spear tip, it's curtains for me, banking on that extended range to cheese his way to victory. The ground is literally crying, shattering under the sheer weight of these apocalyptic strikes. Subaru locks into a stance, his demon blade erupting in a violent surge of dark aura. System notificate equipped. Consumes user's HP to skyrocket stats. Passive greed share LV4 activated to tank the debuff. No pain, no gain, baby. Subaru's completely draped in red-black energy, eyes glowing like a golden apex predator. The aura is absolutely immaculate. He doesn't even dodge, he just stares down a horizontal slash that could cut the sky in half. With a flick of his wrist, Subaru parries the attack with a counter so heavy, it's practically bullying. The collision of these two forces creates a shockwave that literally nukes the forest. In a blink, Subaru's crimson eyes flash with a "you're already dead" vibe. Snyder tries to exploit a split-second opening, spinning his spear for a lethal poke. That spear tip was aiming for a lobby screen, but Subaru sidesteps like he's playing an FPS on easy mode. Using the momentum, Subaru pivots, channeling every ounce of his energy into his legs. Mid-air, these two are locked in a high-octane dance of death, perfect parries, followed by unhinged counterattacks. Subaru swings for the neck, but Snyder manages to block it with the shaft of his spear, barely hanging on. The recoil sends Snyder flying back, skidding through a trail of red energy. Both land and reset, the silence in the air heavy enough to cut with a knife. Total sweatfest energy. After a bit of poking and prodding, Snyder looks confused. Why aren't you using your lightning? Subaru just brushes the dust off his shoulder like a total Chad. Waste of time. He turns his back, already acting like the match is over, which, let's be real, it basically is. Snyder freezes, staring at the survival ticker as the numbers plummet. Survivors. Snyder grinds his teeth. Waste of time. Is that what I am to you? Connecting the dots, he loses his mind. Don't tell me you were just stalling for time this entire match? He stomps the ground until it cracks, launching himself forward like a heat-seeking missile. No hesitation, he spams spear strikes, closing the gap at a speed that would make a pro athlete blush. But Snyder is struggling, watching the system counter drop. Survivors, 1,003. Subaru smirks. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're actually trying? Snyder roars. You little piece of trash. Then dong. System notification. Survivors 1,000. Preliminary round concluded. Before he fades away, Snyder glares at Subaru with pure, unadulterated salt. Be ready for when we meet again. As he dissolves into blue pixels, Subaru replies with ice-cold riz. Sure thing. Till then, keep those 10,000 credits warm for me. Everything goes black. System. Teleporting to waiting room. Light floods in. Subaru is in a white void. System. Welcome to the waiting room. 30-minute break initiated. He slumps against the wall, chest heaving, clutching his shoulder. Man was hitting his limit at the end there. His stream is absolute chaos. 11,000 concurrent viewers. Goated, don't end the stream. My heart can't take this. Absolute cinema. Subaru thinks if that fight went any longer, 10,000 viewers. He remembers C pointing at the screen, dead serious. The manager said that's the streamer's wall. You break 10k once, and you're officially built different for this industry. Staring at the number, Subaru mutters, 10,000. Guess I actually pulled it off. The stream and the match both ended perfectly. He tries to convince himself, but his expression drops. Still, even a monster like Snyder couldn't clear the third-floor lightning cave. This difficulty is cooked. The scene cuts to a cozy wooden cabin tucked away in the middle of a lush forest. Staring at the clear blue sky, a voice echoes with a heavy bored sigh. A long-haired silver fox dude is standing on the porch, looking like he's playing spot the difference with his own life. Like, what am I even doing with my life every single day? He holds his system device up to the sky and yells in frustration. Snyder is literally dominating right now, and why is a guy like him even on the third floor? He runs a hand through his hair, mumbling his analysis. The lower the floor, the harder it is to gap close the level diff. If this Subaru Narukami has any edge over Snyder, it's gotta be that lightning ability of his. Squinting at the screen, he muses. Of course, if he actually has the same talent as that person, we might see a massive plot twist comeback. His face immediately drops. Then again, looking at the current state of things, that's probably not happening. Back to Subaru, a system notification pops up. Quest complete. You have received 9,800 credits from Ana Futesu. Almost instantly, another alert hits. Quest complete. You have received 9,800 credits from Bongo Pasta. The chat is absolutely unhinged. Emao is literally farming rewards like a greedy gremlin even while tension is peaking. Massive L for his bank account, but this guy is pure greed incarnate. Tapping his fingers on the virtual UI, Subaru acts cold. If they're giving it away, I'm taking it. Thanks for the donation, losers. The system immediately tax evades his wallet with a flashy notification. 80,000 credits deducted. Greedy pile skill leveled up to LV. 4. Remaining balance 16,029 C. Turning his back on the screen, he mumbles the stats of his newly upgraded skill. Greedy pile rank B skill LV5. Nullifies side effects from skills and items used by the user. Rank and level can be upgraded. Credits required 160,000 C. Subaru smirks. Rank B already, huh? His eyes glint with pure, calculated malice. If that's the case, then the plan is finally a go. Meanwhile, the viewers are roasting him. Why so quiet? Bro is definitely having a brain AFK strategy meeting. He's a greedy clown, but honestly, the aura is kind of fire. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Under the moonlight, a massive Colosseum-style arena towers over everything. In a private room, Mizua stands frozen, staring at a pair of mechanical boots floating inside a protective case. She looks at the loot, whispering in disbelief, is this for real? The thief targeting this thing is actually here? A bead of sweat rolls down her forehead. The tension is palpable, and the identity of that person is, suddenly, a voice from behind cuts her train of thought. Miha turns around to see a guy bowing at the door, reporting that reinforcements have arrived. She's stunned. Wait, what? Again? Who's leading them this time? A massive, towering figure walks into the room with a voice like a landslide. It's me. Seeing the newcomer, Mizuha stumbles back in a panic. Why would someone like you bother coming down to the third floor? Striding in, the buff Chad Kurokawa frowns and replies, the guildmaster is in an absolutely abysmal mood. Mizuha stands there, nervous as hell, and probes, is it because of the Subaru Narukami situation? Kurokawa shoves his hands in his pockets, voice dropping low. While Subaru, Narukami, and Snyder are definitely problematic. He stops, glancing behind him. A different kind of headache has shown up. Meanwhile, in the noisy stands, a gorgeous waifu is casually chatting with a cloaked figure next to her. Under the hood, the stranger's golden eyes are scanning the room, sus as hell. She smiles with hidden intent. For someone carrying that much massive mana, you're pretty bold. The cloaked guy is sweating bullets under his hood, thinking, why the hell is she here? He pulls his hood back, revealing a soft, scholarly face, and gives a forced smile. I'm tame. Calling me a she is a bit embarrassing, you know? Say giggles, but you're radiating the aura of someone truly extraordinary. I can tell you've been grinding for a long, long time. Her eyes narrow, turning sharp. And hey, Tame, that face of yours, you're using a disguise spell, aren't you? System note, disguise spell, a technique used to alter one's physical appearance. Caught red-handed, Tame breaks out into a cold sweat, his brain overclocking. What is up with this girl? If I test how deep her vision goes, don't tell me she's an assassin sent by Kaijo. She seems way too calm for a killer. Seeing the guy panic, the woman just keeps smiling. I'm sure you have your own reasons. The stronger they are, the more they tend to hide their true selves. Suddenly, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a gaze colder than my ex's heart. Her eyes darkened with pure intimidation. Let's get this straight. You're not here to tank the tournament, are you? Temmie smirked, his golden eyes radiating absolute chaotic energy. And what if I am? Boom, a crimson aura exploded around her like a nuke. She hissed, every word laced with venom. I'll stop you even if it costs me everything. Back in the waiting room, a flash of pure lethality made Subaru snap his neck around. His expression pure unadulterated shock. System notification blinked into existence, icy and heartless, rest period over. Our boy barely had time to scream before getting dragged into the absolute meat grinder of a battle. Next event, main event start. A random NPC player panicked. Wait, what's happening? Subaru glanced over, sweating bullets, thinking, he's right next to me and I didn't hear a single footstep. Zero presence? This guy is high tier. A massive banner flickered in the sky. King of the Hill claimed the territory. Some players looked up, absolutely shook. A pint-sized fairy waifu fluttered out, smiling like she isn't about to send these guys to the lobby. What's King of the Hill? Easy. Every player gets a territory to start. A hologram popped up with the UI rules. Max 2 players per tile. Defend your turf, steal theirs, and don't die. Simple, right? A red alert flashed. Defeat a player to seize their territory. The fairy did a victory spin. B-team claim their land, own the board. Easy clap. Final rule, drop most land at the end wins. The fairy struck a pose. Who will be the new owner of Terraria? We find out in 2 hours. Alright, let the slaughter begin, she chirped. The entire arena lit up like a neon dance floor, partitioned into colored tiles. Everyone got teleported to their designated spots. Subaru stood still, eyes scanning the lobby. Everyone's just staring each other down. Predictable, he thought. Nobody wants to move first. A cold, calculating smirk hid behind his mask. Fighting now only gets you 1 tile, but wait until game? You can snowball the entire board. The pro plays to wait and farm. But that logic went out the window when some unlucky NPC got his head lobbed off in a fountain of blood. Subaru flicked his crimson blade, looking at the fresh corpse with zero sympathy. Actually, I'd love to wait, but I'm burning 300 credits just to be here. Time is money, literally. Suddenly, Snyder launched himself forward, moving at speed that literally blurred the air. The absolute unit Snyder started his own speedrun, bisecting some poor soul with a weapon that looked like it came from a nightmare. The arena turned into a bloodbath. Shadows were flying everywhere, spears piercing through anyone who tried to block. One guy with a sword was shaking, literally white-knuckled, begging, "Wait, I haven't even done anything yet." Zero mercy. The attacker cleaved him in two, blood everywhere, and the giant Snyder? He's got one thing on his mind: where is Subaru Narukami? Corpses piled up, and Snyder just stomped over them, his weapon dripping with gore. The giant's face was twisted in pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes glowed, sweeping the map for his prey. From the top-down view, this place isn't a tournament, it's a slaughterhouse. Tiles stained with blood, bodies everywhere. The chaos peaked. Everyone's losing their minds, blood-red eyes everywhere. Snyder and Subaru are just clearing the lobby like it's a chore. Subaru paused, glanced at the carnage next to him, and did a quick vibe check. He turned his back on the mess and bolted the other way, blade ready. Snyder spotted him from across the map and roared, his aura peaking, "Oi, where are you going? Trying to run away?" The chat was absolutely roasting the giant. He's lost it. "Oh, you want to talk? Get lost, bro." Subaru ignored the noise, muttering coldly, "Not right now." His face stayed hidden in the shadows, focused on one thing. "I need those credits." The chat went wild again. "Man's a menace. I hate how greedy he is. Sfu, let him cook." His blade dripped red as it rested above the head of a player who finally met their end. Standing tall over his latest victim, Subaru isn't impressed. These rank 3 players are straight up mid. He glances at his blade. The gap between him and Snyder is way smaller than he thought. Suddenly, the system pings. Player Jia Chao has entered the territory. Subaru frowns as another notification drops. Territory locked, 2 players detected. Fast travel disabled. Heavy boots stomp onto the dirt, blocking his path while Subaru just stands there, sword hanging low, waiting for the smoke. Enter the bald guy with the goatee, spinning his staff like he's in a circus. "You're Subaru Narukami off." The chat is already popping off. "Is that a green zone player? Thought he was Snyder's errand boy." This is getting spicy. The bald NPC grins, already calculating the loot. "If I clap this guy here, Big Brother Snyder is gonna lose his mind." Seeing the chat spoilers, Subaru grips his magic sword tight. "Green zone, that's all you got?" Jiao Chao screams like a total NPC and charges with his staff. "Sorry, Captain, but you're cooked." Subaru parries the storm of attacks like it's nothing. The clash of steel and magic sparks everywhere. Caught off balance, Zhou Chao tries a desperate jump attack, but Subaru just sidesteps with peak movement, dodge diff. The second he lands, Subaru cleaves the staff in two. Zhou Chao's face goes from confident to absolute horror. The impact from that clean cut sends him flying backward. His brain hasn't even processed that his weapon is deleted yet. Before his back hits the dirt, the tip of the magic sword is already at his throat. Zero mercy. Standing over the pathetic loser, Subaru sighs, bored. "I'm taking back what I said earlier." He looks at the body and mutters, "What even was that?" Chat is roasting him now. One-hit wonder? More like one-hit trash. Imagine getting into the green zone with this bottom-tier skill. Red system alert flashes in his face. Player Snyder has entered the territory. Chat goes wild. "Oh, it's going down. Finally, the main boss arrived." From the shadows, a pair of eyes glow with pure bloodlust. Narukami doesn't waste a frame. Snyder charges like a rabid beast, swinging a spear with full force. "Finally caught your tail, rat." Subaru's reflexes are cracked. He blocks. The shockwave of their clash creates a blinding light show. He's gritting his teeth, eyes locked behind the mask. Sparks are flying. This is high-level gameplay. With a massive flex, Subaru parries the giant spear, negating the burst damage. Snyder goes for round 2, his eyes widening as he senses the energy radiating off Subaru. "Use your lightning, kid." The tension is lethal. "If you don't, my next move is ending you." Chad is simping for the villain. Wait, is he actually letting him power up? A true gentleman. Absolute W. Subaru just slides back, ready to dance. Both sides reset their stance. Subaru's hand brushes the hilt, prepping the lethal skill. He turns his back, totally unfazed. Snyder sneers, "What, you running away?" Subaru holds up 2 fingers, yellow sparks flickering. Coldly he replies, "I'll grant your wish. System, lightning activation initiated." His hand crackles with static. Notifications flood the screen. Thunderheart equipped, lightning resistance plus 20% paralysis. Subaru adds the finishing touch. Greedy greed LV, recoil nullified. His entire body is now encased in black and gold lightning, cratering the ground. He stares Snyder down. Running away is for the weak. Snyder's pupils shrink to pinpricks. He's sweating buckets. Materializing an attribute into a weapon? No way, he's actually built different. Subaru raises a literal spear of pure lightning, the pressure cracking the air. "Still think I'm running away?" Facing death, Snyder tries to hold his ground, trembling. "Don't." Subaru cuts him off. My turn to ask. A massive bolt of black lightning slams down like divine retribution. Subaru's voice echoes, "Are you going to run?" Snyder's face twisted into a mask of pure hysteria. He grit his teeth, convinced that smashing this thing would finally let him transcend his limits. A feral, unhinged grin spread across his face as he let out a roar of arrogant defiance. No, the scene blurred as a memory flooded back. On a quiet street, John Chow hesitated. "Captain, can I ask you something rude?" Snyder replied coldly. Asking that question is already rude enough. Ignoring the frost, a sweating John Chow pressed on. "I just don't get why you're obsessed with the Thunder Cavern. With your stats, you could easily clear floor 5 or 6. Snyder stared into the distance with a hollow look, tone detached. "Well, why indeed?" John Chow stood there like a total NPC, mouth agape. They kept walking until Snyder explained calmly, "Guys like me, we get so obsessed with something that we usually forget the why." John Chow was cooked, snapping, "No way. What kind of answer is that?" A subtle smirk curled on Snyder's lips. "Call it faith if you want to sound fancy, or an obsession if you're being blunt, but there is one thing I'm sure of." He turned back, eyes locked in absolute iron resolve. "Whether I overcome this or not, my life is going to change." That seasoned, weathered face wore a smirk of pure confidence as Snyder dropped the final word, "And that is exactly why I can never give up." Deep purple energy swirled violently around Snyder's fist as he roared, shrouding his entire body in an aura of pure malice. He pulled back his spear, muscles coiled. "I have a feeling you're about to become my second biggest obsession." His eyes flashed with lethal intent as he poured every ounce of his power into a strike that tore through the air. Without a second of hesitation, Snyder launched himself like a cannonball, raining down absolute destruction from above. Facing that overwhelming power, Subaru's boots sparked as he planted his feet firmly, ready to acknowledge the weight of the guy's 10-year grind. He blasted off the ground, turning into a streak of golden lightning that ripped through the night. "I'm not holding back." Mid-air, two titanic forces, one blinding gold, the other deep, suffocating purple, collided with zero mercy. The black spear and the magic sword clashed, sending a shockwave so powerful it shook the entire map. Through the blinding glare, both of them let out a roar, their faces twisted with pure bloodlust and determination. A split second later, a massive explosion of light detonated, shredding the ground and warping the very space around them. The recoil expanded violently, pulverizing the arena floor into rubble as a storm of raw energy engulfed the stadium. Finally, the accumulated power erupted into a pillar of light that pierced the sky, brilliant, apocalyptic, and raw. The camera cut to the stands, where the audience was holding their breath, witnessing this absolute peak-tier boss fight. Under her hood, T's golden eyes widened in shock, rendered completely speechless. Beside her, that gorgeous queen's lips curled into a smile of pure pride. She stood up, flicking her hair with that main character energy, declaring to a stunned Tame, "I am Narukami Subaru's manager." She let out a dramatic laugh, waving her hand. "I mean, if the tournament gets ruined, the streams go down with it. I couldn't just stand by and watch that happen." The cold-blooded assassin from moments ago turned into a total fanboy, face blushing, eyes sparkling as he squealed, "You're really his manager? No way. I can't believe it." The manager's sweat dropped, remembering the grind. "It's real, all right. I had to go through hell to get this position. Ignoring all those blind haters was a total nightmare." Dropping all his dignity, Tame grabbed her hand, fangirling at max level. "That's legendary. I watch his streams religiously. Look here, ever since the Wolf Warrior fight, even the manager joined the hype. Wait, so you're an OG fan? Were you a fan of blue-eyed Narukami Subaru from the start?" Their wholesome idol-chasing session was suddenly cut short by a blinding light surging upward. The climax of the battle exploded, a pillar of light vaporizing everything in the arena. The whole crowd went silent as the manager, and Tame stared, eyes glued to the massive, flickering big screen. Sensing a major L coming, the manager frantically looked down at the device in her hand, her face turning ghost white and her eyes wide with sheer terror. Shaking with pure terror, he stammered, "This can't be happening." Back on the scorched battlefield, the air is thick with smoke, lightning crackling against the shattered, jagged earth. Out of the haze, two figures emerge, one standing like a total Chad, the other slumped over like a complete NPC. Snyder coughs up a lung, blood spilling from the mouth of a man who thought his ego alone could carry him. Even with his HP hitting rock bottom, the big guy tries to stand, but oops, there's a giant flaming hole right through his torso. Talk about a skill issue. With his stamina bar officially depleted, Snyder's legs finally give out. He hits the dirt in his own pool of blood, capping off this mid-tier deathmatch. Subaru turns his back, cold as ice, leaving the corpse behind. He doesn't say a word, just throws a side-eye through his mask. Golden electricity still dancing around him, he drops a final "see you later" vibe, ghosting the loser like a true villain. System notification: 283 strongholds conquered. A massive holographic screen lights up the arena, the champion is crowned, and the name Narukami Subaru is burned into the Hall of Fame. Under the spotlight, Subaru's eyes glow with that cold, "I just cooked everyone's" satisfaction. Fireworks blow up the sky and the crowd goes absolutely feral, screaming for their new king. Up in the stands, the manager is clutching her chest, jaw on the floor. "Girl, we're all simping for that main character energy right now." She glances over at Tame Me, who's sitting there looking tense, eyes locked onto the ring like he's plotting something salty. The assassin's yellow eyes narrow, he's coping hard, his internal monologue screaming impossible while he calculates his next L. Finally, it's time for the prize ceremony, and you know the drill. The Elf MC zooms into the air, mic in hand, hyping up the crowd. "Let me announce the winner one more time for the people in the back." She points to the glowing ring, her voice booming across the stadium like a total pro. The glorious champion of this tournament is... The lights hit him dead center. Subaru stands tall, soaking in the roars of the crowd chanting his name, Narukami Subaru. The MC flexes her sharp claws, keeping the hype at 100 while a loot box containing the mechanical boots descends from the sky. "The moment you've all been waiting for, the legendary prize goes to the victor," she shrieks. On the balcony, the second the loot box drops, Tame Me dips, stands up and hits the exit button. Ignoring the hype, the hooded weirdo fades into the shadows like a total edgelord, leaving the manager confused as hell. Back in the ring, the barrier dissolves, releasing a wave of high-tier mana glowing around the item. The black and gold armored boots drop perfectly into Subaru's hands. He stares at the loot, lost in the sauce, thinking back, this is the first time in 20 years. His eyes go wide behind the mask, pupils dilated, reflecting the shine of his well-earned W. A trauma-filled flashback hits him, some angry dude, screaming his lungs out. Cut it out! Little Subaru is on the ground, crying over a book while this bully rushes him. I told you not to touch my shoes. Other voices join in, toxic as ever. Whoever stepped on them, show your face right now. A big guy with messy hair steps in to block the bully, laughing. What's wrong with you? Going full-blown psycho again? Big guy's just chilling with a toothpick, rubbing his gut, acting like a total menace. You're way too stressed, man. God, I'm so stuffed. Turns out this guy was wearing the precious boots the whole time, literally crushing the heels. The bully loses his mind. My shows! Tensions hit a breaking point, and the scrub lunged to swipe the loot. I told you don't touch, these are precious, you absolute NPC. Without skipping a beat, he drove a knee straight into the guy's gut, sending him flying. Seriously, how many times do I have to teach you a lesson? The memory fades, snapping Subaru back to reality. A bitter yet arrogant smirk curls at the corner of his lips. He eyes his loot while the live chat is already spiraling. Narukami Subaru, once a total bottom-tier loser, is officially becoming too cracked to handle. These vultures are just waiting for him to sell, because surely a broke player like him would take the bag, right? Ignoring the thirsty crowd, Subaru just turns his back, dropping a cold, I'm not selling it. Simpi is left stunned. Excuse me? Subaru explains like he's bored. Oh, the chat is begging me to sell because it's worth a fortune. She shoves the mic back in his face, totally fishing, right? I bet you could easily clear a few million credits. Subaru just deadpans. Doesn't matter what the offer is, it's not for sale. That triggers the crowd. They start losing their minds, screaming their bids. Sell it to me. I'll pay the market price. I'll pay anything. I've got S-tier gear in my inventory, bro. A chaotic bidding war erupts right on the arena floor. 2 million credits, 2.1 mil. Forget that. I'll drop 2.5 mil plus 3. No, 4 million. The ear-piercing noise hits a limit. Subaru just scowls, whispering, you guys are giving me a headache. System alert, lightning mana active. A surge of golden electricity crackles and snaps, wreathing his body in pure, high-voltage intimidation. The lightning erupts like a warning shot, a display of raw power that silences the entire stands. Standing in the center of a literal storm, Subaru locks eyes with the mob, his gaze sharper than a blade. He slams the door on their pathetic hopes. Let me make this clear. I'm not selling it, not even for 10 million credits. Totally shook by his killing intent, the MC is sweating bullets, forced to give the audience a nervous smile. He said what he said. After killing the vibe, Subaru just walks off the arena floor like he owns the place. I'll be taking my leave with this. The champion's silhouette fades into the dark tunnel, clutching his priceless reward, closing out a performance that was pure unfiltered flex. Meanwhile, across the city, night falls over the old brick districts. The festival banners hang limp in the wind, signaling that something shady is about to pop off. The street is dead silent save for the faint golden light spilling from a few windows, the calm before a total chaotic storm. Suddenly, in a hidden alley, a beefy dude with a glowing red spear and a girl wielding a bow are just standing there, waiting for something to happen. The guy checks his virtual HUD, his brows furrowing in genuine shock. He actually joined and took the crown. This was completely off our radar. The girl, Hiyori Hanamaki from the green sector, gets hyped. Insane, right, senpai? He even folded Snyder. Do you think he's actually the real Narukami Subaru? Her senior crosses his arms, deep in thought. Who knows? Word on the street is the new Subaru can do everything the original could. Seeing his confused look, Hiyori teases him. Wait, you don't know the difference? They call the blue-eyed one the original and that streamer hacked the new one. Senpai, your trends are lagging, man. He scoffs, totally unimpressed. That's ridiculous. Besides, isn't the logic reversed? It should be. Whatever the new Subaru can do, the original can do better. Hiyori blinks, naive as ever. Huh? Isn't that the same thing? The man just shakes his head, dead serious. Hiyori looks annoyed, muttering under her breath. So annoying. Blue-eye fanboys are. Suddenly pivoting with a goofy grin. Wait, why are you mumbling? Whatever, aren't you hyped for what happens next? She sighs, pulling him back to the mission. Nothing's happening yet. We're on a job, remember? He turns to leave, tossing one final line. The objective is clear. Let's go catch a thief. Realizing he's sulking, Hiyori rushes after him, whining, Senpai, are you throwing a tantrum? Hey, wait for me. But the second they step out of the alley, a pack of mysterious cloaked figures emerge from the shadows, surrounding them completely. Back to our guy, Subaru is still live, chat flying at 11,000 viewers. This design isn't outdated at all. It's gorgeous. So, these are the legendary shoes. They're gonna be worth a mountain of credits. Subaru pulls off his mask, revealing a melancholic expression. He strokes the shoes gently, whispering like he's talking to an old friend. Soya, even in this form, I'm just happy I could touch you again. He confesses to his thousands of viewers. Thanks for the quest. Because of it, my heart doesn't hurt as much. The chat goes absolutely feral. Wait, he acts chill, but is he actually heartbroken? Don't underestimate these credit-hungry demons. Systemed alerts, item info revealed, Teleria, movement speed plus 25%, jump power plus 15%, Subaru mutters. Alright, let's see what you can do. The crowd is murmuring again, he's kinda weak, right? Bro, you guys are clueless. A speed-boosting item is S-tier rare. Any ranker would sell their soul to the abyss just to get their hands on one. Subaru just keeps his eyes locked on his comms device. A message from his manager, Hasuka, pops up. Narukami-kun, you done with the stream yet? There's a sketchy NPC hanging around and it's giving me bad vibes. Subaru furrows his brow. What is she cooking? A barrage of text follows. Please be careful. They're definitely eyeing your loot. Meanwhile, in the middle of a crowd straight out of a rave, the assassin Tame stands frozen in a hooded cloak. He's clutching his head in total agony. What the hell am I doing over these shoes? But then a flash of pure cold resolve lights up his golden eyes. Tame clenches his fist. Welp, guess I'm past the point of no return. He starts moving, his gaze sharper than a legendary grade blade. Blending into the swarm of people, he mutters a curse under his breath. Just gotta sever those ankles, easy money. Back at the plot, Subaru pulls up to a high-end building bathed in moonlight. He kicks the door open to a moody, dimly lit bar and a familiar voice hits his ears. Manager Hasuka is perched at the bar, waving him over with a look that's equal parts relief and panic. Over here, Hasuka is radiating absolute mommy energy at the counter. She hits him with a smile, congratulating him on the fat W. Subaru takes a seat and she smoothly slides a drink his way. I already ordered for you. Thought you'd be drained, so it's non-alcoholic. Subaru skips the small talk. Spill it. What's up with those texts? Her frantic warning messages flash in his mind like a status screen. Hasuka hesitates, swirling her cocktail. Actually, I ran into this super weird person in the audience. A flashback hits, Hasuka sitting in the stands next to a hooded figure radiating serious main antagonist aura. Subaru tilts his head, intrigued. Hasuka replies, looking deep in thought, yeah, a female gamer wearing a Narukami mask. She takes a sip and continues. At first I thought she was sus, but we actually started vibing. She's a huge fan of yours, so we had plenty to talk about. Then Hasuka's face goes stone cold. She holds up a finger. But the second you'll grab that victory, her expression did this. She mimics a scowl. She looked like she'd just been dumped, bro. If she was a real fan, she'd be cheering, right? Then she just vanished into thin air. Hasuka sighs, recalling the chaos. I tried to chase her, but she's up stealth. One thing's for sure, she's no NPC. Subaru takes off his mask, his eyes narrowed in deep focus. Someone good enough to ghost a pro like Hasuka, who also claims to be a fan. Hasuka suddenly gasps. Oh, and when I asked if she was a fan of Subaru Narukami, you already told me that. Hasuka waves her hand dismissively, looking adorable. No, silly asked if she was a fan of Blue Eyes. She continues, finger on her lip. She gave me this look I can't even describe. It was like, she agreed but also didn't? She definitely didn't deny it. Hasuka twirls the tiny umbrella in her drink, hunting for the right words. How do I put this? She gazes off into the abyss. Then she locks eyes with Subaru, looking cryptic. It was like she was feeling nostalgic. The second the word nostalgia drops, Subaru's pupils shrink. He stands up so fast his chair hits the floor with a crash. Without a word, he sprints out, leaving Hasuka completely bewildered. Huh, Narukami-kun? She cries out in confusion. Meanwhile, on a high rooftop, a woman sits perched like a predator, her black hair flowing in the night wind as she watches the city. It's Kyo the assassin, looking absolutely lethal and stunning under the full moon. She lets out a weary sigh, her voice dripping with resignation. I figured it was going to be something like this. Suddenly, T drops onto a nearby rooftop, sounding absolutely insufferable. Kyozo, you've really lost your touch, haven't you? He keeps spewing trash-tier banter. If you came yourself, that's one thing. But did you really think you could take me down with a move like that? Kyozo exhales in pure frustration, muttering to herself, and the worst part is, he's actually winning. Back on the ground, Subaru is sprinting through a deserted street when a group of NPCs blocks his path. The lead clown smirks. Where's the fire, kid? Did winning go to your head? Are you high on that dopaminergic rush, or what? Up on the roof, Kyozo is chatting with another mysterious white-haired waifu who just spawned in. 10 seconds, she says, then shakes her head and corrects herself. No, I can swipe it in 5. Her gaze turns ice cold as she clenches her fist. Don't worry, that's the one thing he treasured most. I won't let it fall into anyone else's hands. But a second later, she's clawing at her hair, screaming in pure cringeworthy defeat. I can't believe I had such an epic entrance only to end up like this. She clutches her head, her voice trembling with massive internal conflict. For some reason, I just can't find the willpower to go that far. On the roof, Kyozo whispers the real reason for her hesitation, her voice lost in the night wind. Because everything you do, it's exactly like the Subaru who died. She brings her hands up to cover her face, letting out a sigh of total helplessness. Suddenly, she snaps out of it, shouts in irritation, whatever, and turns to leave, throwing out a savage warning. If you set foot in the green zone, I won't hold back. As she walks away, she tosses a final threat over her shoulder with a darker tone. Next time, I'm taking your head, not your legs. The white-haired woman watches Kyozo's silhouette fade into the night. Kyozo looks back with a soft smile, her eyes gazing tenderly at the city as she whispers to herself, someday I want to talk to you. If I could speak to you directly, maybe I'd finally feel like I actually met Subaru. Just like that, her image dissolves into nothingness, leaving only leaves dancing in the wind. Back in the alley, Subaru is panting, doubled over as his brain hits a major plot twist realization. Why didn't that capability cross my mind until now? He lifts his head, drenched in sweat, as a wild theory starts to cook. What if those Teleria boots were just bait to draw out the blue eyes? He stares down at his own shoes, his gears turning at max speed. What if Rina, who is literally a master of infiltration, showed up to get them back? He recalls the mysterious girl running through the crowd, realizing why she was so desperate to hide her aura. A blurry memory flashes, his eyes narrow behind his mask as he senses Sider's mana from a frost flower. A person who could be Rina has definitely appeared. Is it possible? A chaotic vision of 4 people falling in a whirlwind hits him. Are they all still alive? Subaru takes a deep breath, trying to keep his composure. No, stay calm. It's way too early to jump to conclusions. He stands tall, surveying the bustling street, his mind analyzing, if that was Rina with her personality, there's no way she'd just stand by. Just as he's thinking about the Zoe relic, a worried voice calls out from behind. Narukami Hasuka caught up to you. She's panting, asking, are you okay? Subaru just gives her a one-word answer. Ah, the manager is still stressing because he just dipped from the bar like that. Hasuka asks with genuine curiosity, was that the suspicious person? Subaru shakes his head, trying to mask his thoughts. No, I thought it was someone I knew. Yeah, but it probably wasn't her. Hasuka suddenly bows her head, her expression turning serious and uncomfortably honest. She stands right in front of Subaru amidst the crowd and looks up, her eyes sparkling as she drops the most brutal line of the season. You don't have any friends, do you? Subaru is absolutely mogged, standing there completely speechless. Hasuka keeps that innocent energy going, adding, let alone a girlfriend. Subaru, with a literal dark cloud hovering over his head, turns away. Let's just go home. He just keeps walking, leaving Hasuka behind like a total NPC spamming gestures. Wait, did I actually annoy him? Meanwhile, in a shady alleyway, our resident masterminds, the senior and Hiyori, are still camping like total tryhards. Hiyori is leaning against the wall, literally gasping for air. Sigh, she groans, looking absolutely done with life. Senior, my feet are killing me and I'm starving. Can we wrap this up? I'm bored to tears. She stares at the senior, who's glued to his UI screen like he's checking his crypto portfolio. Yo, say something. Did we just ghost our target? The guy's golden eyes flare up. Talk about main character aura. Nope, Hiyori jumps as he shoves the screen in her face. How are you so chill, she asks. A text from Kazuki just popped up. Retreat. Hiyori loses her mind, waving her arms like a glitching bot. What? Retreat? Are you kidding? After we spent all this time waiting? The senior stays ice cold. He said if they were coming, they wouldn't just watch from the sidelines and let someone else steal the loot. Hiyori's brain just disconnected. Wait, so we were stressing over literally nothing? The senior turns away, walking with that I know something you don't energy. He drops a bombshell, his voice dripping with lore. He also said even if it's a trap, they'd still show up if it's them. Hiyori stutters, a terrifying realization hitting her like a truck. Wait, is the person we're hunting actually? She looks up at him, asking the question everyone thought was a myth. Didn't you say that was just a baseless rumor? The guy stares at the full moon and sighs. I was hoping it wasn't true too. Ignoring Hiyori's mid-tier panic, the senior continues with absolute gravity. If Kazuki went out of his way to get involved, then that rumor is 100% canon. Cut to Subaru standing solo on a skyscraper rooftop, bathed in moonlight. Dark thoughts are rent-free in his head. The rumor that Subaru Narukami died because of a betrayal by the Blue Eye Guild. His eyes narrow behind his bangs, talk about cold-blooded intent. He stares down at the neon-lit city, letting the freezing night wind mog him. He pulls up his system UI and frowns, so that's why none of them have surfaced since then. A flood of old news articles hits his screen, exposing all the dark secrets. The Blue Eye Schism. Did Subaru Narukami get backstabbed by his own squad? Kyoto Guild leader stays silent on internal drama. The drama is peak. Memories of a cloaked figure standing in a blizzard flashback. Subaru thinks it's been 20 years. Kyozo's probably long gone and completely out of reach now. His face locks into pure grindset mode. He knows that as a rookie, if he wants to catch up to Kyo, he needs a serious power-up. He remembers the golden thunder spear he crushed his enemies with during the tournament. A total copycat move, but effective. Remembering that boss fight against the behemoth, Subaru analyzes his skill. Legendary item from the second floor, the thunder spear. I actually pulled off that one-time use technique. He holds out his hand, golden electricity crackling and dancing like a pet. He mutters, I thought I knew everything about lightning, but then he crushes the orb of mana with a cocky, prideful smirk. Looks like there's still plenty of room to cook. His mind drifts to ancient legends. Images of gods and giants loom large. Text box appears, the power that both gods and giants craved, and beneath it the power humanity seized to defeat them. A figure glowing with raw energy appears amidst the shadow of elite hunters. Maybe, Subaru thinks, bowing his head slightly. With shadows masking his face, he hasn't even scratched the surface of his true potential yet. Suddenly, a vision of a jagged, lightning-scared mountain flashes in his mind. The Thunder Cave. Standing tall against the night sky, his silhouette screams absolute resolve. Subaru has his next destination. If I conquer that place, I'll definitely level up. The full moon watches over his vow. Secrets of the thunder and the path to becoming a god-tier combatant. It's all there. Scene change. We're skipping the angst for a high society tea party dripping with macarons and premium pastries. Manager Hasuka is face down on the table, chin propped up, cheeks puffed out in a massive pout. She's fuming. She glances at the tiny comm screen on her desk, dropping a cold zero-emotion line. Huh? I can't hear you. Speak up. On the other end, that blue-haired streamer NPC, the one who tried to flame Subaru, is literally on his knees bowing like a pro. He's screeching, I'm so sorry, I totally went overboard. Ignoring the pathetic whining, Hasuka keeps vibing with her tea and maids, smirking. Sorry babe, still can't hear a thing. Say it a go-hairs, full malding. I said I went overboard. Enough, right? Just pretend you heard me. Hasuka drops a critical hit, straight up savage. I don't listen to the voices of broke losers who gambled it all away. Triggered, the guy lunges at his webcam, face all twisted, screaming, but you made a massive bag off me, didn't you? He goes on a pathetic rant, sobbing about how much she leached from him, claiming he can't even pay his electricity bill. Hasuka, no queen, please. I'm literally begging you. Hasuka rests her chin on her hand, smile still on point, but her words are pure razor blades. You planning on paying me back with just words? The blue hair is basically a puddle of tears on the screen, losing all his dignity, screaming, what do you want me to do, bark like a dog? Woof woof. Hasuka just gives him the ew look. Stop, you're making me cringe. Suddenly, Hasuka's eyes narrow, that high IQ manager instinct just kicked in. She shifts posture, face going full serious mode, eyes glowing with schemes. Tell you what, how about you do a little favor for me instead? Meanwhile, a bell chimes at the pub door, signaling a new player has entered the lobby. Subaru walks in quiet as a shadow. At the bar, the bartender is just casually wiping a glass, while some dude in a dusty ragged gray cloak is slumped over, drowning his sorrows. Subaru struts in, the wooden door thudding shut behind him. The pub's warm lighting hits him as he heads straight for the bar, where the ragged Snyder is still mourning over his foamy beer. No hesitation, Subaru pulls up a chair right next to him and hits the bartender with that Chad energy, make it two. The bartender just nods, bet. Taking the drink, Subaru gives it a little swirl, his masked gaze dripping with irony. Cheap swill, thought a big name guild would have better taste. Snyder finally looks up, revealing a battle-hardened face with a stubble beard, his lips curling into a bitter smile. You always were like that. Back then, I had so many squad mates that if I paid for everyone, my wallet would have been cooked in seconds. He stares deep into the white foam, eyes lost in a canon event from the past. I'm used to this taste now. Even if I drink the expensive stuff, I don't feel a thing. Subaru turns slightly, probing him. You paid for everyone every single time? The guy nods, giving a self-deprecating laugh. Yeah, if I didn't, I wouldn't have the face to look at them, right? Subaru raises his glass, contemplating the lore. They really followed your ego straight into the Thunder Cavern. The guy holds his glass up, voice heavy with depression. Same here, but we were all broke back then. We couldn't even dream of guild support like today. Plus, our stats weren't even good enough to flex about hunting being easy. The vibes get heavy, and their wooden mugs collide with a loud thud, foam splashing everywhere, two souls bonded by trauma. The guy hangs his head, his voice crushed by the weight of the grind. You need credits for the challenge, but if you die mid-run, you lose everything you invested. A flashback to the dry, gloomy dunes. He continues, the only way for players like us was to keep grinding. The memories keep flowing, just like that day. To afford the challenge fee and squeeze out a few level ups, we went on a raid together. A tired party trudges through the scorching desert. Subaru asks softly, like touching an open wound. That day, huh? The guy replies, voice trembling. Yeah, that day suddenly, from beneath the sand, a giant sky serpent erupted from the earth. It lunged with that disgusting blood-red maw. We were done for. The party scrambled in a panic, totally mogged by the boss's overwhelming stats. A raid that 7 low-level noobs had no business touching. Under a blood-red sunset, the corpses were just lying there. Subaru asks, his voice low, so, what happened in the end? 4 died. The guy corrects himself, the pain cutting deep. They weren't just teammates, they were a flashback of his younger self, eyes wide in horror, drenched in the blood of his fallen friends. Back to the present, his face contorts in pure agony, teeth grit tight. They were my best friends. Subaru bows his head, shadows masking his eyes. He drops the heavy question. Did the guy shakes, shoulders collapsing under his tattered cloak. Hate you? He repeats the question like he's self-flagellating. Did they hate me? Subaru sits in silence, looking at him with deep, weary understanding. I've been cursed at before, he sighs, to the point where I got tired of hearing it. The nightmare rushes back, choking the man. The toxic accusations echoing in his ears. What's so great about the Thunder Cavern anyway? This is all your fault, if only you weren't so stubborn. Subaru stares at the guy's trembling back, reliving every bitter memory. He basically sent his own homies to the Shadow Realm. Visions of distorted demonic faces scream in the man's head, torturing him with one bloody question. Why are you still breathing? Subaru's eyes widen, the empathy is hitting hard. He cuts through the nightmare, slams his hands on the table, and growls. That's enough, right? The guy turns, sporting a self-deprecating smirk. Oh, what's this? Pity? You actually feel sorry for me? Subaru locks eyes with him, analyzing the situation with ice-cold logic. Most people would fold it after something like that. The man bolts upright, his eyes flaring with pure unadulterated rage. Folded? They died because I'm the one who dragged them into this. Silence washes over Subaru. He's locked in, listening every word. If I quit now, what happens to the fallen? Their sacrifice becomes mid-tier trash, doesn't it? Snyder leans on the bar, head down, crushing his beer mug like it's a stress ball. That's exactly why I'm obsessed with the Thunder Cavern. He lets out a bitter laugh. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't get it. Suddenly, the guy snaps his head toward Subaru. His tired, dark-circled eyes catch a flicker of rare, genuine spark. But because of you, I can finally see some hope. Subaru is actually shook. His signature with melee care falters into pure confusion as he asks, Hope? Snyder drops his voice, the heavy tone echoing through the quiet tavern. Let me tell you right now, here's what the Thunder Cavern is actually like. Scene shift to a tiny wooden shack hidden deep in the forest, flickering yellow lights glowing under a silent, star-filled sky. Inside, footsteps echo on the floorboards as a frantic voice mutters, Don't tell me they actually sniffed us out. He paces back and forth, mentally self-destructing. Maybe I was just being too naive. A muscle-bound dude with long white hair emerges, biting his thumb in sheer anxiety. If Kyojo had this plan cooked up from the start, he pulls out a glowing communication device, his brain overclocking. To see through Rina's stealth skill, he ruffles his white hair in frustration, faint traces of mana leaking out. Man, he's absolutely stressed. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen into something lethal. A wave of pure killing intent floods the room. System notification. Kojak Kazuki flashes in his mind. He stomps his foot, and an explosion of ice mana cracks the ground, spreading like a spiderweb. Standing in the middle of a swirling ice vortex, he growls out a threat that could freeze hell over. Don't think you're getting an easy exit. Out of nowhere, the device in his hand buzzes, making him jump, his blue eyes wide with pure WTF energy. A message from Rina pops up featuring a cat profile pic. My bad, then a barrage of troll messages follows. Sorry, couldn't swipe the shoes. Not a big deal, right? Reading that, Kazuki's jaw hits the floor, his face twisting in absolute disbelief and rage. A gut-wrenching scream tears through the silent forest. What the actual hell is this? Skipping that comedy hour, we're at a cathedral-like mansion the next morning, and the system sofa Subaru Narukami has started a live stream. The chat goes wild. Yo, hi, where are you? Yo, the architecture is S tier. A flashy donation pops up. Are you tackling the Thunder Cavern today? Subaru looks dead at the virtual cam, spitting facts. Yeah, I'm clearing it. That's exactly why I started this stream. The viewers are gassing him up. Knew it. Think he'll one-shot the boss on his first try? While he's vibing with the chat, Subaru stops dead when a voice chirps up behind him. Excuse me. He turns to see a purple-haired guy in a fur-colored jacket flashing a friendly smile. You're the streamer Subaru Narukami, right? Subaru responds with zero emotion. Yeah, that's me. The purple-haired dude chuckles, scratching his head. What a coincidence, we also got a quest to clear the Thunder Cavern. Behind him is a whole squad of eye-candy NPCs, dressed like they're hitting a red carpet. He pitches, since we're all here for the quest, Narukami-san not squad up. The crowd starts buzzing. Wait, are they famous? My lucky day, we get to see them in a collab? Subaru glances at his device. An emergency DM from his manager, Hasuka, Narukami-kun. Those people are just a random squad trying to leech off your clout. Back to the glammed-up squad begging for a carry. If you're here for the quest, Narukami-san, we really should team up. He stares straight into the guy's soul, his voice dropping an octave. What exactly do you mean by that? The other members stepped up, flashing fake, greasy smiles. We'll tag along to the lightning cave, surely we can be of some help? The purple-haired fraud gestured dismissively. Not that we're trying to ride your coattails or anything, bro. Narukami Subaru stood frozen in the massive cathedral, his gaze icy, watching NPCs act out their desperate script. A heavy, weary sigh escaped from behind his mask, the sound of someone done with this mid-tier drama. Suddenly, he reached out, playing along for the sake of peace. I get it, let's just give it our best shot, the purple-haired simp chirped. That's the spirit. Subaru shook his hand, his tone colder than a rank F dungeon in winter. If you guys are here for a request, there's nothing I can do. The guy chuckled like a total clown. Haha, fair point. Subaru kept it real. It's out of my hands, the system's just built different. He turned his back, boots with gold-rimmed armor clicking sharply against the floor, major drip alert. He glanced over his shoulder, giving the group that half-lidded look of pure disdain. I can't just go around killing everyone because I'm in a bad mood, you know? The purple-haired guy broke into a cold sweat, his fake smile glitching. Wait, what did you just say? Ignoring the visible fear, Subaru lowered his voice. However, let me make one thing crystal clear. His eyes flared with a lethal golden glow, his aura suffocating the air around them. You're just randoms on the same road, not my allies. The scene shifts to a fortress, a crimson flag with a black insignia snapping in the wind. Talk about high-tier aesthetic. System notification, arrival at the outskirts of the Conrad Kingdom. Under the massive gate, a mob of mercenaries was acting like a bunch of lost NPCs. Whispers broke out, wait, isn't this crowd a bit too extra? Another replied, no way this many mercs are here just for the lightning cave. Standing out was a beefy giant, his face a roadmap of scars and a wild beard. He squinted his paper, annoyed. Ranky? That dungeon runner guy? I thought even if he lacked skills, he'd at least have a decent eye for talent. System notification, Conrad's ranks mercenary. Damon. The livestream chat is popping off. LMAO, he's getting treated like a ranky here too. Lol. Damon loomed over Subaru, looking down his nose. Oh, you're an otherworlder, aren't you? Explains a lot. He crossed his arms. People like you usually treat your lives like trash. Disrespected to his face, Subaru just muttered, should we turn these guys into vultures instead? The chat was instantly glazing his ruthlessness. He knows about the vulture title, the rank E Slayer. If he turns them into vultures, he's gonna cook them. Suddenly, Subaru's eyes narrowed, a streak of blood flashing across the screen, the icy realization hitting hard. Air smells too much like blood. Abruptly, a jacked mercenary with tattoos roared at his confused minions, a blood-red aura swallowing him whole. You idiots, why are you just standing there? Move, Subaru analyzed. That's human blood, not monster blood. Cut to another base, a majestic castle with blue banners bearing the royal crest flapping in the sun. System notification, outskirts of the Osman Kingdom. In the courtyard, the tension was thick enough to cut with a blade. One side, a scarred, bearded man holding onto his trauma. The other, a long-haired, ponytail-wearing jerk with main character syndrome. The bearded guy gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon, every word dripping with pure annoyance. What did you just say? The ponytail guy smirked, hands casually in his pockets. Are you deaf? I said pull half your troops and we'll join this raid. System notification, Polly from the green zone. Trying to keep his cool, the bearded man pushed back. Is this Kaijo's direct order? Polly leaned in close, his mocking smile widening. It's President Kaijo to you. He patted the guy's shoulder with aggressive disrespect. Did you mess up again? Since you lost the guild's precious assets, it's only natural the president is keeping a close eye on you. Ignoring the murderous glare, Snyder kept twisting the knife. Are you going to say it wouldn't have happened if it were you? Don't state the obvious. It's pathetic to spend 10 years on the third floor just to lose to a rookie. Honestly, if it were me, I wouldn't waste 10 years of my life in a dump like this. Done with the disrespect, the bald guy snapped, raising his spear. What the hell did you say? Just because the captain is staying quiet, you think you can talk trash? Polly easily parried the spear with one hand, face totally unbothered. You should be grateful I'm here. This time we might actually conquer the lightning cave. Blocked, the bald guy turned to the bearded leader. Captain, should I take him down? But Snyder just coldly ordered, leave him. This raid team is full of rookies anyway. Replacing them isn't a problem. As he walked away, he muttered to himself. The priest followed, confused. Wait, what? Out of all that nonsense, what could possibly be true? The bearded man's face hardened with a mix of resolve and past trauma. He whispered, "This time we will conquer the lightning cave." Back with Subaru's ragtag squad, they were heading deep into a dark, jagged canyon. The chat was still scrolling like crazy. No matter how you look at it, he's not soloing this. The side characters have arrived. Narukami is low-key fuming. Leading the pack was Damon, the guy who called Subaru rank E. He frowned, whispering with his guard up, "This place is seriously weird." He looked up, rambling about how the door opening at fixed intervals smelled like some artificial setup. Viewers were roasting him. Who is this old man talking to? Talk about a midlife crisis. And the MC hasn't even said a word yet. Damon's scarred eyes narrowed, signaling the group behind him. Look at that, looming ahead was the lightning cave. A structure of pitch-black stone, sharp like giant fangs reaching for the sky, surrounded by electric bolts ripping through space. That is the lightning cave. Damon gestures to the entrance with pure main character syndrome, acting like he owns the place. The entrance is basically a death trap, constantly bombarded with lightning to keep the NPCs out until the cooldown ends. Some random purple-haired extra asks how many times he's been here. Damon puffs his chest out, bragging. He starts glazing his own stats, claiming barely 10 mercs have survived this place, and he's one of them. Total NPC energy. The purple-haired guy asks, if it's so lethal, why bother? Damon points at them like he's the king of the world. Unlike you clowns, I don't have spare lives to burn. The chat is already flaming him. LMAO, this old man is yapping too much for an audience that doesn't exist. The guy sweats, asking why he's even here with them if he's such a pro. Damon's eyes get all dark and brooding. I'm here for one thing only. He grips his weapon like a total chunabu, the lightning trace. Once I get it, I'm retiring from this life. My man is literally sick of the grind and wants that early retirement. The blue-haired dude shuts him down. You aren't even trying to clear it. You're just chilling because you have zero clue what's actually happening in there. Damon gives Subaru a look that screams I mog you, barking especially rank E trash, don't touch anything. If you're gonna die, do it quickly. The fans in the chat are losing it. Rip Subaru, our boy is getting bullied. Someone save him. Ignoring the trash talk, Subaru stays locked in, eyes glued to the giant stone gate getting absolutely fried by millions of volts. Suddenly, Damon snatches a squirrel from the bushes, acting like a total villain. The lightning stops and the gate opens in an hour. The poor squirrel is literally shaking, just a helpless victim in this dude's weird power trip. To prove how alpha he is, Damon casually tosses the squirrel right at the gate. Talk about a villain arc for no reason. The moment the squirrel hits the perimeter, boom, a massive bolt of lightning deletes it from existence. Zero mercy. Damon turns back with a smug face. See, keep your mouth shut and wait until then. The chat is going feral. Bro, we gotta wait. Someone give us a romance arc to pass the time. While everyone's arguing, Subaru just steps up. His mechanical boots clicking on the stone sounds like the start of a boss fight. Damon screams, hey, rank E, are you deaf or just asking for a one-way trip to the graveyard? Subaru ignores the noise. His brain is running simulations. This is just like the Millennial Mountain trial on the second floor. The crowd is whispering, what is this guy doing? Is he speedrunning his own funeral? Wait, Narukami? Subaru stops at the danger zone, golden mana crackling in his palm. System notification, Heart of Lightning is resisting the gate's effect. Electrocution resistance active. A golden aura explodes from his body, creating a legit vortex. The crowd gets blown back, screaming, how is he not turned to ash? System notification, the lightning gate is evaluating your eligibility. Subaru reaches out, challenging the gate head-on. Golden lightning from his body clashes with the blue bolts of the gate in a wild light show. System notification, lightning is reacting to the gate. His mana resonance is peaking, amplifying his power to insane levels. Even his Heart of Lightning is synchronizing with the gate. Like it finally found a worthy Chad, the aggressive blue lightning sudden chills out. It starts circling his bare hand before vanishing into thin air. System notification, lightning gate deactivated. Hidden item lightning trace revealed. The storm dies down and a golden leaf-shaped item with a glowing blue gem drops right at Subaru's feet. The item is shimmering with prismatic light, the kind of rare loot that makes every player go, I need that. The crowd is speechless. Damon's jaw's on the floor. No way, the lightning trace? He grabs his greatsword, losing his mind. How in the hell did he just do that? Subaru picks it up, thinking, was it just waiting for someone actually competent to show up? The chat is glazing hard. Sheesh, why he's the GOAT. Talent just hits different. Suddenly, a massive shadow lunges from behind. Subaru's eyes shift, a lethal axe swing is aimed right at his neck. System notification. You have been attacked by a member of your own raid party. Subaru dodges with zero effort. Damon is standing there panting, eyes full of greed. System notification, counterattack penalty disabled. Damon grinds his teeth, looking like a total fraud. You just got lucky. Hand it over, kid. Subaru brushed off his shoulder and turned to face the mercenaries, who were already weapon ready. Why would I listen to you, NP sneered. You're an otherworlder, right? Obviously, all the loot here belongs to us locals. Another goon stepped up, shoving his axe into Damon's face. Listen, even if you're not from this world, you're still terrified of dying, right? Subaru tilted his head, his tone chillingly calm. He's not wrong. He analyzed the situation. Even if death in this trial wasn't permanent for players, the agony was one real. Images of players screaming in pure trauma flashed in his mind. Not to mention the PTSD and mental breakdown, these horror-level experiences leave scars that stick around long after you log off. Damon grinned evilly, his blood-stained axe shimmering. Everyone crawls when they face death. We're pros at farming players like you. The purple-haired rookie's team started shaking, faces ghostly pale. Damn it. So the rumors about the mercenary Conrad slaughtering players were true? I never should have come here. The purple-haired guy stuttered, desperately trying to de-escalate. Mr. Narukami, let's talk this out. We can reach a peaceful resolution. But before he could finish his pathetic plea, a literal bloodbath unfolded. Shing! Subaru sliced the upper half of Damon's lackey clean off. Subaru's eyes glowed with a dangerous aura. Well, they just gave me every reason to finish this. With a lethal swing, he sent another mercenary to the Shadow Realm. Blood sprayed everywhere. Subaru's voice was ice-cold and hype as hell. Turn these guys into loot drops. Damon's eyes bugged out, his face twisted in pure terror. He shrieked, "Impossible, you're supposed to be a ranky trash mob. What the hell is going on?" In a blink, Subaru blurred forward like a phantom. His magic sword pulsed with a sharp blue light, aiming for the distracted mercenary. The blade tore through Damon's armor like paper. He barely dropped to his knees in the nick of time to dodge a killing blow. Subaru paused, looking down at his enemy with dead eyes behind his mask. "What, does your rank's ego not allow you to finish me in one hit?" Damon roared like a cornered beast. "You tricked me, you piece of trash. Who the hell are you?" Ignoring the screeching, Subaru delivered a critical strike, lopping off the guy's arm. A red arc of blood painted the air, followed by a gut-wrenching scream. Completely drained, the mercenary collapsed, shivering on the floor. He wheezed in utter disbelief. A magic sword user? Damon glared at the blood-soaked blade, grasping at his last shred of dignity. "You coward, relying on your gear to act tough?" Standing tall above the defeated loser, Subaru replied calmly, "Don't project your L's onto me. If you're that pressed, you should have saved your pennies and bought one yourself." Subaru added casually, "Though, I guess you won't be needing one where you're going." Damon lost it, veins popping. "Don't you dare mock me." Before he could finish, Subaru swung his sword. "Game over, system. You have defeated Damon." In the distance, the purple-haired guy and his rookies stood frozen, pale as sheets. Seeing the carnage, he could only gasp, "Bruh." Subaru turned, holding up the glowing item while eyeing the newcomers. "You guys want this too?" The purple-haired guy broke into a cold sweat, waving his hands with a cringe-worthy sycophantic smile. "No way, it's yours, Mr. Narukami." Right on cue, the massive gates of the Thunder Cavern groaned open. A ghostly red light spilled from within. The path of death was waiting. Subaru turned his back on the corpses without hesitation. He flicked the blood off his blade and started walking. "Shall we?" As they ventured deeper, the scenery was nightmare fuel. Crimson cliffs and blue lightning crackling overhead. The group trailed behind him, feeling the suffocating pressure of the cave. The red-haired girl leaned in to whisper to the purple-haired guy. "Is it really okay to follow him?" He hissed back. "What do you mean?" She stuttered. "I mean, he's clearly not a normal human." He shrugged, trying to act chill. "It's fine, as long as we don't do anything stupid like those guys earlier. Besides, as long as we don't get in his way, Subaru Narukami won't just snap." He smirked, peeking at his phone screen. Streamers live for clout, right? He has to play nice with viewers like us. He's still coping, thinking, "I'll just ride Subaru's coattails. I'm gonna be rich off his luck." He winked at the red-haired girl, feeling slick. "As long as no one finds out about these posts, we're golden." Suddenly, a barrage of violent lightning strikes slams down, creating an electrified cage that locks the entire area in a high-voltage trap. The group of fresh meat NPCs descends into absolute chaos, pointing and screaming, "The exit's blocked! We're cooked! Weren't these paths empty 5 seconds ago?" In the middle of the madness, a memory of a rugged, bearded man echoes in Subaru's mind. "Listen up, kid. The first thing you'll face in the Thunder Den is the Thunder Wolf Pack." Right on cue, shadows shift as a pack of oversized, crackling wolves emerges, baring their fangs and lunging with pure, thundering bloodlust. Ignoring their pathetic pleas, Subaru blasts forward with his blade, leaving the purple-haired fraud to scream in despair. "Lord Narukami, are you just going to abandon us?" Charging into the fray, Subaru recalls the kill strategy, though there's only one way to speedrun this encounter. The flashback sensei continues the play-by-play. Usually, people assume the biggest beast is the boss, but these mobs are different. Subaru's eyes track the pack with predator-level precision, locking onto the runt of the litter. That's the alpha. System notification. Thunderwolf Alpha identified. Difficulty elite. Subaru slides under a massive wolf's lunge, leaving it yelping like a kicked puppy. At the exact frame, he channels kinetic energy into his mechanical boots. System active. Skill, air step. He launches into the air, soaring through the cave's glowing sky. System update. Airwalking duration. 3 seconds. Hovering in the air, he carves a perfect arc with his blade, whispering a name from the past with heavy nostalgia. "Zoe, right?" A flash of his former partner's radiant smile cuts through his mind. "This is the rush you love, isn't it?" Below him, the pack of thunderwolves looks up, glowing eyes tracking the predator who's aiming his blade directly at their king. Without a hint of hesitation, his sword descends at light speed, piercing the silence of the dark cave. With a crisp, flawless landing, Subaru sticks the move right in front of the alpha wolf. The beast swings a massive paw for a critical hit, triggering a shockwave of electric mana that sends Subaru flying into the dirt. Subaru slowly stands up, his golden eyes cold and calculated, locking onto the rest of the pack. The hunt has only just begun. The massive wolf roars, charging at Subaru, but our MC just calmly raises his blade. System notification, lightning elm imbued into nameless sword. The blade erupts in black and gold lightning. Subaru coldly declares, "Eye for an eye, thunder for thunder. My lightning is just plain faster than yours." A devastating vertical slash splits the monster in two, spraying red and black blood and static electricity across the cavern walls. Subaru stands tall over the corpse. The wolf pack whimpers Thunderwolf Alpha. Stats up. STR1, AG1, V-Twist 1. Meanwhile, in another corner of the hellhole, the trash tier squad is barely holding on. One of them wheezes, "Damn it, they just keep coming. How many are there?" Right then, the bearded man's lesson hits Subaru again. Once the boss drops, the whole pack belongs to you. His eyes glow behind his mask, radiating absolute monarch-level pressure. He drops the command with pure, unadulterated swagger, "Sit." The entire pack of ferocious beasts instantly sits, obedient as golden retrievers in front of their new master. System notification, authority established. Thunder Wolves are now under your command. Back to the fodder squad, they're shaking like leaves, desperately trying to fend off the closing fangs of the strays. The purple-haired loser whips his head around, jaw hitting the floor as he sees Subaru casually hanging with the pack. "Lord Narukami, what the hell is happening?" Subaru just sighs, time to head inside. He glances over his shoulder, signaling his new squad of furry pets. "Let's go." The Thunderwolves stampede right past the useless squad, leaving them shook and absolutely speechless. Wait, what just happened? The sight of Subaru striding forward with a personal bodyguard of monsters leaves the leeching NPCs completely brain-rotted. Why are the wolves acting like that? After moving a bit further, Subaru stops, his eyes narrowing as he maps out his next big brain play. Standing before a junction lined with jagged, demonic-looking rocks and constant thunderclaps, he nods to himself. Yeah, this is a prime spot. The predator's gaze flashes again. Subaru commands his fluffy subordinates howl. "Obey my minions," the wolf pack howls in unison, a thunderous roar echoing through the cavern as lightning mana literally shreds the fabric of space. Absolute cinematic peak. Purple hair NPC is losing his mind, clutching his ears like a total scrub. "Lord Narukami, what the hell are you doing?" His whining gets cut short as the night turns blood red. A swarm of giant insectoid nightmares with glowing green eyes descends like a plague, straight up jump scared by the howl. The loot goblins are bricking it, running for their lives towards Subaru like total frauds. "Stop it, you'll attract all the monsters." "Are you actually brain dead, man?" Subaru ignores the L-tier panic, unsheathing his crimson blade with main character energy. He swings, clearing the perimeter with one move. "This is how I play Cope harder." He hits the purple-haired loser with that emotional damage. "Don't worry about me, I've got my pack. I'm good." The guy cries back. "But what about us?" Subaru doesn't even look back, his eyes narrowing with pure villain protagonist aura. "I told you at the start, didn't I? We're just travelers sharing a path, nothing more." He charges into the swarm, leaving the leeches to get shredded by the bugs. His final parting shot, survival is a solo queue, try to keep up. Cut to the real world. Inside a luxury suite, a massive suit and his bespectacled secretary are watching the carnage on a big screen. The secretary is sweating bullets, looking nervous as hell. Is it really okay to do that? The suit smirks, eyes locked on the screen. That's the streamer's call. There's no such thing as okay in this game. The secretary is literally chewing her nails, still shook from the gore on the broadcast, but this is way over the line, isn't it? On the screen, it's a straight-up hellscape. The leeches are getting torn to pieces by giant mantises and wolves. Weapons shattering, limbs flying, an absolute bloodbath. The suit raises his tablet, a twisted grin forming. Sure, normally he'd get cancelled for this, but this is a special case. The tablet shows the receipts, a social media post of people looking for a free carry through the Lightning Cave with Subaru. The post is pure cringe. No better chance to get ahead in Conrad than this. 10 slots only. Plus, the comments are full of shameless freeloaders begging for a spot. If you're in Conrad, just follow him quietly. Narukami will be so tilted, lol. "I couldn't clear this floor before, so I'm grateful." The manager smirks, stroking his chin like a tactical mastermind, a free carry. "We don't even need to speculate, we have the receipts right here." He stares at the screen where the leeches are begging for their lives. Truth is, they aren't even skilled enough to sniff the Lightning Cave. Even an Uber ride isn't free, right? The secretary looks at him, sketched out. I wonder if the audience sees it that way? Wouldn't it be better to just let them tag along to avoid the backlash? The manager shoots back. If it were only once, maybe. The secretary looks intrigued. Which means, the manager says, turning his back to reveal the cold truth, if word gets out that he carries for free, he'll never have a moment's peace. Give them a finger, and they'll take the whole arm. His face is pure, calculated malice. Subaru Narukami is setting an example. He's teaching them that free rides are a delusion that'll get you killed. Back in the cave, Subaru's magic sword slices through a monster, spraying green guts everywhere. The lighting is dark, but the gore is vibrant. The bodies are piling up. Strength +1, stamina +1, focus +1. Absolute W. Subaru's face is covered in alien blood, his eyes behind the mask cold as ice. He walks through the graveyard of wolves and insects. This is clearly a solo run, right? The chat is going crazy. Some are stunned, others are hating. Why would they even go if they're useless? Still, he went way too far. Subaru stands tall, crimson blade, stabbing into the ground. To anyone thinking of freeloading in the future, take note. The chat is divided. Based honestly, I'm unsubscribing. I feel bad for them. Close up on those razor-sharp eyes, prepare yourselves to suffer the same fate. The footage of a blood-drenched Subaru standing over his kills is broadcast live to the whole world. Breaking the tension, the manager bursts out laughing like a total maniac. Aha! Scaring the life out of his secretary. He wipes a tear, genuine respect in his voice. He's not so shallow that he doesn't how this plays to his audience. Every word, every kill, it's all calculated content. His smile is predatory and satisfied. I have to give it to him. He's top tier, both as a player and as a streamer. Suddenly, the secretary's phone buzzes. The caller ID flashes on the screen with a bossy, high-maintenance name, the annoying boss. Meanwhile, a top-tier goddess, blending traditional elegance with modern that-girl energy, is strolling down the street while multitasking on a call. "Manager, I'm busy. Hang up." On the other end, her manager is literally sweating buckets, screaming about Subaru Narukami. She furrows her brows, dropping that cold, dismissive aura. "Narukami-kun, what about him?" The manager's voice drops, his eyes scanning the void in pure paranoia. "Let me ask you something. Did you tell Narukami there was a recruitment post for a dungeon carry?" Her golden eyes narrow, absolute mommy energy right there. She replies effortlessly, "Yeah, I did." The manager gasps, "So this was your big brain play from the start?" Click. She hangs up mid-sentence. "Huh? What plan? If you're gonna keep talking nonsense, I'm out." The manager is left literally shrinking into a puddle of despair, staring at his dead phone screen. The manager sighs, turning to his assistant. "Welp, she's built different. You saved that recruitment post?" She nods. "Everything is locked and loaded." He props his hands on his knees, standing up with the killer intent of a pro PR fixer. Next step, show the world that Subaru Narukami has a top-tier agency backing his every move. Moving away from the glitz and glam, we cut to the absolute hellscape of the Thunder Cavern, where packs of wolves are out here trying to secure their dinner. We're in the POV of Polyan, the arrogant merc with zero riz. He's out here flailing his sword, drowning in blood, and looking like a total fraud. The long-haired guy is losing his mind, screaming until his voice cracks. In total contrast, Snyder, the Chad with the beard, is standing there like a statue. Arms crossed, massive spear on his back, two lackeys waiting on standby. Total I'm the main character vibes. The long-haired scrub cleaves a lightning wolf in half, screaming in pure beta rage. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? You hate that I joined the raid, right?" Snyder doesn't even blink. His gaze is cold, sharper than a legendary tier blade, sweeping the battlefield like he's bored. Suddenly, his massive hand grabs the gear mechanisms his spear. He mumbles, "Found you." Like a railgun shot, he hurls the spear, it shreds the air, glowing with raw blue mana. The long-haired scrub is getting mauled by wolves, face twisted in pure fear and jealousy. "You bastard, don't play games with me." Before he can even finish his sentence, the spear screams through the air, impaling the alpha wolf right in the skull. Blood everywhere, a clean one-tap. Polyan bats a wolf away, trying to keep his ego afloat. "Yo, thought you finally decided to join in. Turns out you just sniped one measly mob? Pathetic." Snyder doesn't even look at him. He just drops a single heavy command, "Sit." The scrub's face contorts in rage. "Huh? You talking to me?" Polyan pulls his sword, ready to go full NPC mode. "You've been asking for it, you piece of trash. Let's see who's actually stronger." Suddenly, one of his lackeys screams, "The wolves!" Everything changes. Every single lightning wolf freezes mid-attack. They retreat and bow down, creating a circle around the mercs. The group is left absolutely flabbergasted. What the hell is happening? Polyan's face goes ghost white, sweat dripping like a faucet. He turns to Snyder, eyes wide with pure terror. "Yo, what did you just do?" Still calm as a cucumber, Snyder drops the ultimate truth bomb on these clowns. "You don't know a thing about this dungeon. Actually, the whole Blue Moon Guild is full of smooth-brained NPCs just like you." He turns his back, delivering a verbal beatdown that's gotta hurt his pride more than the wolves. "Get your trashy self home unless you want to look like a total clown in front of your own squad." Polyan is left stuttering, unable to process the L he just took. You're just gonna leave us here with these monsters?" Snyder and his squad just walk off, leaving them behind. His figure fades into the red mist, radiating pure Chad energy. Back to Subaru. The true king of the dungeon is strolling through, his mask glowing with a haunting, eerie green light. Suddenly, the groundstrosity with a jagged, slime-dripping maw blocks his path. System notification. Boss monster, thunderbug detected. No hesitation, Subaru just lunges forward. The monster lunges, jaws dripping with poison. Subaru just holds his hand up, ready to tank that hit like it's absolutely nothing. Boom! With insane speed, lightning erupts from his hand, shredding the monster's entire body into confetti. The shockwave clears the area. He's absolute peak drip, zero angles missed. He brushes the slime off his glove. Snyder's raspy voice echoes in Subaru's head. "Everything went smoothly for me, until that point. It took me 3 years just to get that far." The bearded man's words sound like a warning from a veteran. But then I realized everything beyond that point, that's the real Thunder Cavern. In front of Subaru stands a massive red gate. Is this what Snyder was talking about? As if to confirm, the heavy stone gate groans and starts to creak open. System update. Entering the first Thunder Chamber. A massive 3D notification pops up right in his vision, signaling the start of a death match. Trial by Thunder initiated. Without missing a beat, Subaru strides in with that main character aura. Right on his tail, his massive lightning wolf is ready to maul anyone who looks at his master the wrong way. The giant stone door slams shut behind him. He's scanning the area, thinking honestly. The lightning cave looks like any other mid-tier dungeon. His Magitech boots thud against the cracked ground. According to Snyder, the real madness starts now. System notification. You have entered the first lightning chamber. As the challenge notification pops up, a massive hyper-tailed dragon mural etched into a pillar catches his eye. He reaches out, brushing his fingers over the ancient carvings, totally intrigued. The chat is losing its mind. What a painting? I just see random lines, bro. Flashback to that bearded, scarred mercenary, his eyes weary and haunted. The first chamber, it took me 5 years just to clear that hellhole. Zoom in on the claw-like carvings. Chat's popping off. Is that a dragon, maybe? Looks like a giant foot to me, lol. A flicker of blue static zaps across the relief. A sharp-eyed viewer types, "Am I tripping, or did that thing just move?" Meanwhile, Snyder's voice echoes in his head like a flex. "I wonder how long it'll take you." The mural erupts in light. The dragon's eyes snap open, blasting a blinding blue glow straight at our boy. System judgment. Evaluating qualifications for the lightning trial. Golden light envelopes Subaru in his pack. He smirks thinking, thunder lightning. They're both just different flavors of raw power, same energy. The dragon on the wall begins to manifest, magic surging like a tsunami. So, you're wondering if this cave's loot matches my specific lightning attribute? Under the crushing weight of the blue magic, Subaru stays calm, analytical, hard to say. Even if the elements match, the skill sets might be completely different. Suddenly, a colossal magic dragon, forged entirely from crackling blue lightning, roars to life and tears through the air. Even under this suffocating pressure, Subaru doesn't blink. System warning. Enemy identity Ragnello, the lightning judge. A memory hits him, Snyder nursing a drink, warning him, "You beat the wolf warrior, sure, but don't even think about trying to take on Jacko." Subaru wipes the sweat off his chin, laughing to himself. What kind of person do you take me for, Snyder? I can tell just by looking at him that he's out of my league. And besides, I'm not here to fight if it's not part of the mission. Snyder's voice drones on like a textbook. Ragnell's trials are different every time. In front of him, the lightning condenses into a glowing humanoid entity. The mercenary's voice drops, pure terror in his tone. Sometimes he forces you to endure millions of lightning strikes. Other times, he seals your senses and traps you in total darkness. The illusion plays out a tiny human with a spear standing against a lightning behemoth. Or worse, he summons a gargantuan monster and forces you to dance with death. Ragnell lets out a roar that shakes the dungeon, eyes locked on Subaru. He booms, Ancient. So you are the one who dares to challenge the trial of lightning? Subaru tilts his chin up, unfazed. That's me. The chat is busy roasting him. Yeah, lol, look at this little clown acting tough. Ragnell lowers his massive head, sounding amused. Interesting. You've already proven you have the qualifications. A spark jumps in Subaru's eye as the dragon commands. Take out the item you've been hiding. Subaru slowly reaches into his pocket, thinking, the lightning mark? Snyder didn't say a damn word about this. The dragon, crackling with electricity, mutters, so you managed to open the gate of lightning yourself. Subaru reveals the glowing stone in his palm, wondering, wait, nobody else has this? Not even that bearded spear wielder? The dragon scoffs. They didn't open the door. They just happened to find a rock formed by the condensed nutrients here. Surrounded by surging lightning, the truth hits Subaru like a truck. Thinking about it, of course they don't have it. Nobody else here wields my kind of lightning. Duh. Ragnell rears his neck back, energy pulsing, and declares, now I shall grant you your trial. Subaru stares at the stone, his face going blank as the dragon drops the ultimate troll demand, swallow it. System update, lightning mark. A crystal remnant formed after the lightning echoes, Subaru sweating bullets. This thing is worth a fortune. Chad is absolutely dying. He's thinking about selling it to retire early. Now he's gonna get yeeted into the abyss. Subaru squints, checking the vibe. You sure about this? Chat is in peak chaos. Bet it tastes like spicy rocks. LOL, watching the first person get cooked by a snack in real time. His hand tightens around the crystal. His brain is doing the math. Is the reward for the trial actually worth more than this shiny piece of loot? His face says it all. Total regret. He justifies his greed, thinking about it. This is a waste of... I'll save it. Who knows, I might need it for the next round. No more hesitation. Subaru tosses the stone into the air and catches it like a snack. If he quits now, he's not the main character we know. He wipes his lip with that rugged Chad energy, his eyes locking in with pure pride. Can't be a blue A if you aren't doing the craziest thing in the room. One aggressive swallow and it's down the hatch. The system immediately bugs out, confirming this absolute madness. You have consumed the mark of lightning. Subaru's pupils instantly dilate, veins popping around his eyes like a roadmap to pain as the notification hits. Lightning trial initiated inside your body. His body starts convulsing and ragdolling. Blinding bolts of lightning erupt from his very core, tearing through the night like he's being tortured by the gods themselves. Hard cut. Leave the bro to suffer for a second. Let's check on our gorgeous, tired as hell manager. She's vibing in her messy room, feet up on the desk, spamming her controller and raging at a total NPC. She's losing her mind, genuinely stressed over her employee's life. Does this kid know how much that rock costs? She's low-key glazing over how much Narukami loves money. Narukami, hope you're not dead yet, she mutters. Just then, her tablet starts buzzing, an incoming call from Sion. She picks up, one eyebrow raised in judgment. Yo, Sion, you're getting there already? That was fast. I guess you were pretty close. She chucks the phone aside and flops back into her chair, letting out a massive, soul-crushing sigh. The stress is real. But the universe hates peace. The phone rings again, her face goes from tired to ready to throw hands. Bro, what now? As she listens to the other end, her expression drops. Her sharp eyes narrow, listening to the whispers, I'm sorry. Seriously. She drops the sass, voice cold and cutting. Whatever, just keep your promise. Don't come crying for it later. The woman on the line hits back, that's why I called. There's no backing out now. You know me, I'm a competitive beast. She stays dead silent in the dark room, glowed up by the massive monitors, and just whispers, see ya. Good luck with the supervision. Her haughty eyes drift down to the tablet, which is still displaying Sion's profile. A mix of calculated ambition and pure exhaustion flashes across her face. The burden of leadership is hitting hard. Meanwhile, in a high-tier luxury hall, a suave dude named Sion is staring at his tablet, sweating bullets. He's panicking, whispering into the void, impossible. Behind him, a lone figure in a cloak approaches the majestic city gate as the sunset hits. System, 5th floor, martial arts shrine. He steps forward, whispering to himself with nostalgia. Never thought I'd be back here. Back to soup are shut tight, deep in a state of unnatural, eerie silence. But the chill doesn't last. A blinding flash of lightning yanks us back to reality. Lightning trial progress. Active. In the middle of a pillar of light that's literally tearing the sky apart, our boy gets launched into the air, tanking the full brutal fury of nature. His eyes roll back, bloodshot from the electrocution. The system is still being a total jerk with the notifications. Lightning mark stabilized. Magic power +1. He slams his bare feet into the ground to hold his ground. Veins are bulging, the status alert is flashing red, and his stamina is tanking. 67. His whole body is glowing with white lightning. He's screaming in silence as the torture reaches his internal wires. It's pain on a cellular level. He grits his teeth, clutching his shoulders, trying to hold it together. No, this feels different. The system hits him with the red wall. Lightning mark spreading. Body paralyzed. Control lost. The mark is seizing your nervous system. He's sweating bullets. This is a genuine I'm cooked moment. As his eyes glare in pure agony, the system pulls a clutch save. Lightning heart resisting the lightning mark, Subaru's brain kicks into gear. The heart and the mark are reacting to each other. Breaking through the paralysis, he lunges forward through the electric chaos, muttering, "This heart was supposed to be gear, not a side quest." System magic power +1, fatigue 81. He drops to one knee, gasping for air, eyes analyzing the situation with big brain energy. They look the same, but the vibe is totally different from the mark. His hand is shaking from the voltage, but he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a glowing gold crystal. He's connecting the dots. Maybe forcing me to eat the mark was a hint to consume the heart too? He grips the gold crystal, feeling like a genius. His ape item smats unlocked, lightning heart. Effects, +30% lightning resist, +20 lightning attack power, status shock immunity. No hesitation, he's done being careful. He opens his maw and straight up chugs the gold crystal. Gulp. He collapses into a puddle, wiping his mouth, waiting for the fate-deciding notification. Lightning heart resisting the lightning mark. Instantly, the water beneath his feet starts tweaking as blue and gold lightning spirals together in a violent dance. He stands tall, channeling that main character energy, as golden bolts rip through the darkness and shroud his body in pure high-octane aura. Watching this absolute madman speedrun his own evolution, the giant dragon overhead descends, actually shook by the glow-up of this tiny human. Rang leans his massive snout in, eyes crackling with electricity, looking pleased as hell. "So, you finally figured it out, didn't you?" Under the shadow of such a massive beast, the protagonist's golden glow doesn't fade. It burns even brighter, like he's hitting his final form. Muscles bulging, he channels every scrap of lightning into his chest, turning his heart into a literal fusion reactor of pure power. He grips his chest, feeling the wild rhythmic thumping of nature itself, and whispers with pure adrenaline. This is the heart of thunder. The dragon narrows his eyes, sounding snarky but low-key impressed. To possess a treasure like that and not know how to use it, what a pathetic waste of gear. The guy is panting on his knees amidst the lightning storm, taking the dragons roasting like a champ. But the fact that you realized it on your own? Not bad, kid. Drenched in sweat like he just finished a marathon in a sauna, the MC glares back heated. You kidding me? I almost got deleted back there, man. Ignoring the salt, the dragon lets out a deafening roar and blasts off into the clouds, leaving behind some cryptic plot exposition. The last Thunder user couldn't handle this power. But you might actually be the chosen one. If you're vibing with the grind, smash that like button, sub for more, and drop a comment so the algorithm doesn't hate us. Suddenly his golden eyes snap open and system notifications start popping off like fireworks. Skill, Thunder level 3 upgraded to level 4, system error. Breakthrough achieved. Skill, Thunder reached level 5. It doesn't stop there. The UI screen flickers and drops the ultimate reward. System update, your lightning affinity has evolved to S rank. Scene shift. We're back outside the dungeon where a group of grizzled, sweat-drenched warriors is camping at the gate. Snyder's blue eyes go wide with pure confusion, muttering a name like it's some cursed secret. Under the blood-red sky of the ruins, the squad stares at the empty space where the boss should be. It just vanished? The bald dude with the spear scratches his chin. "Cap, don't you think it's weirdly quiet, or am I just tripping?" The bearded captain sighs, confirming the dragon is definitely gone. The bald guy has a wait. "What?" moment. "Well, now that you mention it, yeah, did you make it disappear, Cap?" The captain shakes his head, eyes cold and focused. "I didn't even start the trial yet." He drops a galaxy brain theory. "Someone else got here first and cleared the map." The ponytail guy freaks out. "Someone else? You mean Subaru Narukami actually pulled this off?" The captain goes quiet. "Maybe, but how the hell do you just delete a dragon?" Ignoring the logic, the ponytail guy rages. "I don't care if it's a lizard or a tattoo. If Subaru is ahead of us, we gotta move. You want him to scoop all the loot for himself?" The captain side-eyes him with pure disdain, voice dropping an octave. "You think I came here for some mid-tier loot?" The guy breaks into a cold sweat, but then... The captain's lip curls into a sadistic, hyped-up grin. "Finally, a variable. Besides me, someone else actually has the aura to reach the end of the thunder path." No more stalling, he steps forward, his boot crushing the stone, announcing his arrival. He lunges at his teammate, eyes full of murderous intent, whispering, "I'm so hyped right now. If anyone ruins this mood for me, you're cooked." The ponytail guy backs off, trembling. Alright, I get it." The bald guy pats his homie on the shoulder to chill him out. "Don't sweat it. I fought that guy in the tournament once. He folded me in one hit." Ponytail guy. "And?" The bald guy stares ahead, clearly shook. "Because once we pass this checkpoint, even 2 Subaru Narakamas wouldn't be enough to handle what's coming." Ponytail guy is still confused, but the captain isn't waiting. He leads the way, heavy sword in hand, barking orders. If you want to witness the historical moment the Thunder Path is conquered, just staying alive is your only objective. The ponytail guy is sweating bullets, internal monologue screaming. Wait, the old man isn't even sure he can clear this solo? What kind of final boss nightmare is waiting for us? The squad stops dead in front of a massive door, glowing like it was forged in the pits of hell. The captain puts his gauntleted hands on the heavy slab, pushing with everything he's got. Behind this door is the end of the line. And right now, Subaru Narukami is probably waiting for us. The door creaks open, the red light hitting the captain's scarred face as he drops the final line. Inside, a massive hall is revealed, and the aesthetic is pure gothic misery, complete with a blood-red carpet that screams danger. System notification, you've entered the second lightning chamber. At the end of the hall sits a jagged, menacing throne. A prompt pops up with major red flags. Please take a seat on the throne. Heavy footsteps echo through the gloom as our brave party of NPCs marches into the abyss. The captain takes the lead, trying to look all high-tier and main character coded while his fodder followers scope the place out. He furrows his brow, looking like he just saw a mid-tier loot drop, and mutters he's not here. The long-haired guy next to him gets pressed. Bruh, what is it now? The captain sighs, I'm talking about Subaru Narukami. Longhair loses his cool. Are we really still glazing Narukami? He probably just sat on the throne and speed ran to the next area. Get over it. The captain keeps walking, totally unbothered. No, that's impossible. The subordinate starts tweaking, and why would you think that exactly? Before he can finish, the bearded captain stomps his boots onto the red carpet leading to the throne. Suddenly the system goes absolutely ballistic. You have trespassed into the throne's domain. Boom! A massive pillar of blue lightning slams from the ceiling like a meteor, pure destruction incarnate. The shockwave sends the entire party flying like trash mobs. The subordinates are screaming for their lives, absolute skill issue. Through the thick smoke, a cold, ruthless text box appears. Lightning Knight spawning sequence initiated. From the crater emerges a fully armored knight, draped in crackling, space-tearing lightning. Pure aura. The fodder is losing their minds. Is that a boss monster? How is a human turning into a literal lightning god? Amidst the chaos, the captain stands his ground like a Chad, staring down the entity. You aren't moving an inch unless you beat that knight. That's the guy. The knight draws his weapon, and the bearded captain speaks in hushed, terrified tones. The wall I could never climb, the absolute unit that folded me before. The helmet glows with lethal blue voltage. System identification, Lightning Knight. Pilius, the captain's memory flashes back to a tavern conversation with Subaru. I am Pelias, the voice echoed. Probably the first time this boss ever bothered to drop his name for a challenger. Subaru clinked his glass, wondering, just a coincidence. The captain crosses his arms, both trials involve lightning. Betting they're the same guy is just high IQ plays. Subaru narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, why isn't it common knowledge? The captain smiles sadly, because I'm the only one who knew his name, and even then, I didn't know who the hell he really was. A flashback of the captain getting absolutely cooked, collapsed in a pool of his own blood before the knight's blade. Back to the present. The veteran's eyes are sharp as a razor, whispering to Subaru invisible presence, there's definitely a link between this boss and your lightning powers. As the tension hits 100, the bearded captain is sweating bullets, eyes locked on the sparks, thinking, I really hoped you'd beat me here first, Subaru. Before he can finish the thought, heavy metal hits stone, clack clack. The lightning knight approaches, every step shattering the floor with raw electricity. The boss points his colossal spear at the captain, voice booming with legendary pressure. So you've returned, mortal? Unfazed, the captain drops a savage taunt. You're waiting for someone else, aren't you? Not me. The knight responds with icy indifference. You're pretty sharp for a nobody. A smug grin creeps across the captain's face as he hits him with the ultimate jab. Find the guy you're actually waiting for yet? The boss keeps it 100. Not yet. The grin drops and the captain draws his spear, roaring at his squad to move. Surround him. Take the opening. The long-haired guy hypes up the rest of the fodder to go full Leroy Jenkins, cutting off the boss's retreat. The mob rushes in to grief the boss from all sides. Seeing this absolute clown show, the captain screams, Stop! He reaches out to stop the brain-dead NPCs, cursing their suicidal stupidity. But it's already too late. The knight swings his blade, releasing a crimson crescent wave of pure mana that deletes everything in its path. Blink, and that brutal slash tears through space, launching the whole squad into the air while blood paints the scenery. Leaving his teammate's severed torso floating in a puddle of gore, the captain charges forward, screaming like a total clown. Nice party trick, scrub! His electric blue eyes are bloodshot with rage as he spits. That weak-ass shot doesn't work on a lightning knight, kid. Ignoring the warnings, the long-haired idiot dives from midair, spamming his sword at the boss like a maniac, yelling, Stop yapping! If you won't do it, I will. His blade clashes against the knight's shield with a shower of sparks, but the boss just flexes. Talk about a massive counterflex. The idiot's weapon shatters instantly, turning into shrapnel flying everywhere. The tough guy's pupils shrink to pinpricks, cold sweat drenching him as the Reaper's scythe rests against his throat. Under the suffocating pressure of that blue lightning spear, the long-haired scrub can only choke out a pathetic, damn it. Shifting focus away from the bloodbath, we cut to a cave dripping with stalactites, glowing like molten lava. Subaru is hunched over, his cracked mask leaking blood from the strain of his rock-eating sickness. Suddenly, those golden eyes snap open, flashing with a god-tier aura that screams, I'm back, baby! He stumbles up from the lightning-scared floor, muttering, How long was I out? The chat is already flaming him. L plus ratio, his signature move is passing out, LOL. Subaru stands up, unfazed. The donation board, it's, I'm tired of watching you pass out. Collab with Subaru Narukami next time. The chat is pure chaos. Narukami Sububaru El Mao, is this guy even a real assassin? His live viewer count just skyrocketed to 11.97 million. Memories of a talk with Hawkeye, the blonde guy, flashed through his mind. His brain-rot strategy is ticking. Partnering with Hawkeye is decent PR, but if he collabs with Narukami, who pulls way more views, that's where the real bag is. Calculating his commission while staring at his hands crackling with mana, he smirks. Fine, let's give the audience a show. Ugh, we're about to see a new bro in the Subaru cinematic universe. LOL. System notification, status window activated. Name Subaru, agility 34, stamina 36, focus 31, mana 48, fatigue, He glances at that red 71 fatigue stat, his eyes showing a flicker of concern. He mumbles, these numbers are looking mid-whatever, time to carry the team. And boom, cut back to the death zone, where the Lightning Knight's spear is coming down like a guillotine on the long-haired guy. In a split-second clutch, the bearded captain charges in like a bolt of lightning, blocking the lethal blow to save his feeding teammate. An ear-splitting crash rings out as the captain's lance and the bald guy's spear slam into the boss's defenses, creating a massive magical explosion. The long-haired guy is shaking, face pale as a sheet, whispering in terror, is this the gap of 10 years? He glances at his teammate behind him, trembling. Hey, you don't actually think the guild sent you here because they don't trust the captain, do you? The bald guy stares down at him with pure disdain and drops the ultimate truth bomb. You're just a disposable tool, bro. Cold sweat drips down his face. The long-haired guy's pupils dilate as he realizes he's nothing but cannon fodder. Up front, the captain is locked in a high-octane duel with the knight. The truth leaks out amidst the clanging steel. It was all just to bait the captain's pride. The long-haired scrub looks up, shell-shocked. Subaru Narukami beat Snyder, didn't he? Right then, the clash tears reality apart. The captain's lance and the boss's blue lightning spear are trading blows in a power struggle of pure aura. Outclassed, the bearded captain slides back from the impact, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I couldn't even land one decent hit. His eyes are filled with despair, sweat pouring off him. He asks himself in the ultimate stalemate, how many more minutes can I hold out? Right now, the rest of the squad moves in, swarming the boss. The captain bites his lip, calculating 2 minutes at most, maybe 1 if we were unlucky. The boss doesn't even blink, slamming his steel-plated heel into the ground with world-shaking force. He swings his polearm in a perfect arc, unleashing a massive crescent of energy that sends the entire warrior squad flying like autumn leaves in a hurricane. Ignoring his shredded, blood-soaked body, the bearded captain lunges forward, desperately pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into one final charge. He raises his spear high, roaring as he bets his entire life on this singular strike. It's now or never. A bone-shattering clang echoes through the hall as his spear collides with the knight's defense, sparking an explosion of blinding light at the point of impact. But life isn't an anime, and the captain's pride and joy weapon shatters into 1,000 pieces against the boss's absolute defense. The bearded man's pupils shrink to pinpricks. Reality freezes as he realizes he's staring death in the face. Total domination. The lightning knight towers over him, blocking out the light, his voice like a demon lord delivering a final verdict. You've grown quite a bit, haven't you? Isn't that? Before he can finish, a streak of golden lightning zips in from nowhere, carving a glowing scar right onto the rim of the invincible knight's helm. Boom! The boss's massive shield takes the brunt of a golden lightning blast, shaking the very foundations of the hall. A shockwave of raw mana tears up the floor, sending the knight skidding back, leaving everyone in the room absolutely shook. Forced to drop his guard for the first time, the boss lowers his shield, looks at the interrupter, and growls in confusion. Who are you? From the shadows, a black-haired youth steps onto the stage, draped in a golden lightning aura so drippy, the fallen captain just stares in awe. Despite being bloodied and bruised from the previous beatdown at the front gate, the money-grinding MC steps up with maxed-out aura, his black and gold lightning crackling in a lethal dance. Subaru Narukami struts past the kneeling captain, dropping a cold S-tier one-liner. Stand down. He swings his blade, now wreathed in golden voltage, and glances back at the bearded uncle with pure snark. With that pathetic look on your face, you're just getting in my way. The hype hits 100-100. The masked youth stands with his back upturned, blade pointed at the ground, golden lightning roaring, ready for a 1v1 carry. No time for yapping, he launches himself like a railgun, the ground beneath him detonating from the sheer force of his departure. An earth-shattering impact. The golden blade clashes against the blue lightning spear, their ultimate power clashing and tearing the very fabric of space. Faces mere inches apart through the sparking gap of their weapons, the lightning knight lets out a deep, cryptic growl. Long time no see, my savior? A deafening metallic scream rings out as the masked youth's golden blade slams into the knight's blue spear, sending a shower of sparks flying like a fireworks show. Both monsters tear into each other, exchanging blow for blow as their clashing gold and blue mana turn the hall into a literal light show. Subaru tilts his head, dropping a bomb as if he's already read the entire script. I've already heard the story. The monk standing behind them just stares like an NPC who forgot his dialogue, mouth agape. Wait, what the hell is actually going on here? Ignoring the confused mobs in the gallery, the invincible knight slowly reaches up, his armored gauntlet touching his cold helm. He bows his head slightly, his voice heavy with nostalgic grief. I'm not sure if you still remember my face. The helmet hits the floor, and the knight declares with booming authority, but allow me to introduce myself once more. The hall goes silent as the helm falls, revealing a grotesque half-human dim face, jagged teeth, and glowing haunting eye sockets. I am Peleus. The chat goes absolutely feral. Peleus? That's him? What happened to his face? What the actual Peleus laments, after that day I didn't know where my benefactor went, but I kept praying I'd see you here one day. How much time has even passed since then? The undead knight smirks bitterly. As I suspected, my savior is from another world. I lost track of time myself. I stopped counting after 100 years. Subaru's eyes narrow behind his mask, his brain overclocking. If the lightning trial is just a repeatable simulation, why does this guy remember him? Peleus explains to break the tension after learning of the existence of otherworlders. I started to think that perhaps my savior didn't belong to this world either. The atmosphere turns cold. Subaru stands tall, eyes sharp. What happened to the villagers, and why the hell do you look like that? Memories of tragedy flash back, crimson flames devouring the horizon. After that day, the giants kept invading, and in the end, the village was wiped out. I was the only one who survived. The screen shows a young, handsome Peleus. Tears stream down his armor, thick with blood. I swore to myself I would become strong, just like my savior. Little Peleus steps into the abyss of the cave, hunting for the power that once fueled a legend, finally arriving at this cursed spot. In the crushing silence, the lightning stone floats, pulsing with a lethal, blinding glow. He's finally found his prize. His tattered hand reaches for that blue lightning, but for a scrub like him, the cost of this power is way steeper than he bargained for. Flashback to reality, his face is a contorted mess of pure agony, cursed to be blind, shackled to this cave for eternity. He sees the knight standing tall with a heavy spear in that empty hall, waiting forever for his savior, a ghost story with no ending. Suddenly, blue mana erupts, swirling at his spear tip as it tears through space itself. This is his final desperate wish. He points that destructive spearhead right at his savior, begging for the sweet release of death. Zoom! Peleus charges like a lightning-infused berserker, seeking his final escape. Subaru's face goes stone cold. He's hit his limit, and he's done playing nice with this NPC. Time to go all out, he thinks, and golden lightning explodes from his chest like a nuclear core. System alert. Lightning heart activated. Fatigue, 78%. Straight up glowing with main character energy, Subaru stands tall, bathed in black and gold lightning. I'll grant your final wish, old man. The collision literally tears the screen apart. Blue lightning versus golden lightning, it's pure cinematic peak, then cut to a peaceful, sun-drenched field. We find our campus goddess strolling, looking drop-dead gorgeous, but with that I messed up look, is he still mad at me? She's tearing up, simping hard, blaming herself for not snagging that item when she had the chance. Suddenly, her eyes go wide, and she gets that I'm cooked feeling crawling up her spine. Camera pulls back to reveal a wooden cabin frozen solid in a desolate wasteland. She gulps, realizing the guy is absolutely tilted. Scared out of her mind, she tries to hide behind a giant chunk of ice, peeking like she's trying to steal a secret. The second she pops her head out, she's sweating bullets. The sheer cold pressure is insane. Boom! Razor-sharp ice shards rain down. She's dodging like a pro, screaming, "Chill, bro. Are you actually trying to unalive me?" Through the frost, heavy footsteps crunch on the frozen water. The sound alone is enough to give you nightmares. An absolute Chad with disheveled hair walks out of the shadows, radiating "I'm going to end you" vibes, calling out Rena in a bone-chilling voice. The haughty goddess face instantly shifts into a legendary "I'm screwed" meme. Eyes popping, mouth agape, she is straight up terrified of this oppressive aura. All dignity gone, she drops to a 90-degree bow, begging for her life. "Take my life as penance. I'm sorry a million times over." The tension breaks as the ice Chad puts his hands on his hips. "Did you throw the match on purpose?" Caught red-handed, she stammers, but he cuts her off with that no-cap glare. "Spit it out." Getting roasted by that gaze, she's sweating buckets, biting her lip in surrender. When he demands to know why, she stammers. "I didn't see his face, but he moved exactly like Subaru, so I thought, hey, maybe letting him win is fine. He's probably not a villain." Hearing that grade A simp logic, the ice Chad just closes his eyes, completely done with her drama. He turns his back, totally over it. "You've been through a lot. Just coming back in one piece is enough for me." She's acting like she just hit the jackpot, breathing a huge sigh of relief. Thinking she's off the hook, she asks, "Are you really letting me go?" He's ice cold on one condition. He flips the script, grinning like a menace. "Fix the cabin exactly like it was before." Behind him, Rena turns into a chibi meme, wailing, "What? You were the one who trashed it." Back to the main event. The fight is vibrating the very fabric of reality. The long-haired guy is sweating. Is this really level 3? There isn't even an opening to breathe. In the arena, Subaru and Peleus are going full throttle, their energies clashing and distorting space. It's pure visual flex. The bearded captain watches from the sidelines, narrowing his eyes at the fatal flaw. Peleus is blind. That's his end. Spotting the opening, Subaru slams a lethal kick into the chest of the screaming, glitched-out zombie boss. Blue lightning crackles off his boot, obliterating everything in its path, but his stamina bar is flashing red at 81%, majorly cooked. Subaru gets a galaxy brain idea, thinking if I mask my aura, I can create a total blind spot. Peleus growls, "You really think a low-tier trick like that is gonna work?" Suddenly, a spear flies out of nowhere and skewers the boss's arm. Subaru flashes a cheeky smirk at Snyder. "Damn, Pops, you're real considerate." Talk about a major assist. Getting played like a fiddle, slams his armored foot into the floor, screaming, "I'm not done yet." The undead knight roars, using his remaining hand to wind up a brutal, wind-tearing uppercut straight at Subaru. But Subaru's IQ is literally infinite. He effortlessly twists midair, vanishing and leaving the boss shook to his core. Now hovering directly above the boss's head, he trolls, "Up here, bozo," as he stomps on thin air. System notification VIP skill activated, grants true flight for 3 seconds. From way up high, Subaru spirals down, unleashing a golden sword strike that literally splits the sky and buries itself into the lightning knight's skull. An explosion of pure light wipes the floor, and as the curse burns away, the boss looks up peaceful. I'm sorry for being a nuisance until the bitter end. You're my savior. The zombie shell shatters, revealing the soul of a handsome guy bathed in a holy blue glow. He's literally outmogging everyone with that gratitude. A massive pillar of blue light erupts like a final goodbye, sending the knight to the afterlife while the smoke clears. Peleus's legendary spear finally hits the floor, shattering into shimmering shards on the cold stone. The hall goes dead silent, and the other warriors are just standing there, NPC-coated and frozen. Subaru brushes the dust off his shoulder and coolly turns toward the massive throne at the end of the red carpet. Just as he's basking in his main character aura, a razor-sharp dagger flies at his head, but he just tilts his head to dodge. The bloodlust behind that mask is insane. The culprit is the long-haired scrub, fuming and spitting salt. Is this any different from what Snyder did? What a coward, using dirty bottom-tier tricks. The long-haired loser points at Subaru, trying to incite the crowd. He's exhausted. This is our only chance, everyone. Gank him now. The only response to his hype call is an awkward, soul-crushing silence. The warriors are just staring at each other like, is this guy for real? Realizing he's solo queuing this disaster, the guy turns beet red. Are you guys deaf? This is the guy the captain has been hunting for ages. Just end him already. The hall remains quiet as a grave, and the guy is left standing there sweating bullets, clicking his tongue in pure frustration. His face twists into a ratty, scheming expression as he glares at Subaru. He's convinced the MC is out of juice and has no lightning left to burn. He spins around and starts barking at Snyder. What are you doing just standing there, Snyder? Ignoring the bottom-tier trash talk, Snyder just stands there with his bandaged stump, looking like a total Chad who couldn't care less about the drama. The grizzled captain rolls his eyes, points at his bloody stump, and shuts him down. You want me to do what with this arm? Leave me out of your suicide mission. Getting hard countered, the long-haired guy starts stuttering about rewards and guild pressure, but Snyder cuts him off. Who cares? The loot is his. I'm just here to clear the dungeon. I don't give a damn about guild politics. Completely cooked by that logic, the guy's face turns pale, his brain goes AFK, and he can't even form a sentence. Turning faster than an ex-girlfriend, he drops all his pride and starts groveling to Subaru with a fake parasitic smile. Hey Narukami, I've actually got a special proposal just for you. Subaru stood there, weapon chipped to hell, listening to this NPC yapping his mouth with some desperate bait. Join the Blue Zone, and I'll hand over the entire reward from the Lightning Dungeon, plus executive status in the guild. This isn't just a personal offer, it's official. The dude's smooth talking, but his brain is sweating bullets, calculating how to snake the loot for himself. He's clearly planning to backstab everyone the second he gets that lightning power. He strides forward with all the professional negotiator energy he can muster, arms wide like he's trying to be the bigger man. What do you say? With these terms, we've got no reason to keep beefing, right? Subaru tilts his head, eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent behind that blood-stained mask, and hits him with a reality check. Why would you ever think that? Before the words even land, a golden streak tears through the air, slicing right through the long-haired NPC's neck as Subaru drops the coldest line. I decline. That negotiation ended real quick. The dude's head slid right off his shoulders, and blood sprayed like a fountain, painting the hall a nice shade of crimson while Subaru just walked past the corpse like it was trash. Standing over the body of the guy who tried to jump him, Subaru's aura is absolutely oppressive, the kind of main character energy that makes everyone else in the room shut up and sit down. Glances back at Snyder, the bearded veteran who's currently trying not to hyperventilate, and drops a casual. Snyder, you coming, or are you just gonna watch? Snyder stares at the ground, knuckles white as he grips his bandaged hands, holding back a storm of emotions before growling. More than that, I need to know what's actually waiting at the top. Two absolute chads standing in the middle of a war-torn ruin. Subaru tosses his chin up, daring him. So you're asking me to let you tag along? What, are you scared? No time for small talk. Snyder turns to his loyal squad, eyes hard, and gives the order. All of you, retreat. The soldiers are stammering like NPCs, but Snyder isn't backing down. This is my final command as your captain. His voice drops, heavy with the weight of someone who knows he's reached the end of the line, and consider this my final request as your comrade. Even the bald grunt is straight up sobbing now. Snyder's gauntleted hand drops, and then out of nowhere, he jams his own blade straight into his leg. Crimson blood gushes out, soaking the stone, but he just grinds his teeth and burns his bridges, looking at Subaru. How's that for a commitment? Watching this absolute madman commit ritual self-damage just to secure a spot, Subaru's eyes widen beneath the mask. He's actually impressed by this guy's legendary levels of insanity. Bleeding out onto the floor, Snyder limps forward, sporting a rugged, defiant grin that's honestly kind of terrifying. A crippled escort. That's a pretty fair trade, don't you think? Subaru weighs his options. What do we even do here? Instantly, two system windows pop up like they're waiting for the signal. Guess there's no turning back now. A true Chad move, accepting the party invite. Subaru gives his blade a quick flick, spins around, and strolls toward the spiked throne glowing with that top-tier loot energy. Fine, let's go. His metal-capped boots thunder against the stone steps, leaving the ruins and the pathetic fodder behind. The destination finally hits a massive Gothic throne covered in jagged spikes, radiating an overwhelming golden god-tier aura that makes the whole room feel tiny. Seeing that legendary sight, Snyder's eyes nearly pop out of his skull, sweat pouring down his face as he chokes on the sheer pressure emitting from the throne. Subaru doesn't even care about the old man's deer in headlights look. He just saunters up the steps and drops into the throne like he's the king of the server. The moment his back hits the cushion, his pupils contract to needles, a surge of ancient forbidden power floods his system. His consciousness gets ripped out of reality and dragged into a chaotic hallucination. System notification, you have claimed the throne of the abandoned roar. Memories flood his brain, showing the true world-ending power of a mysterious entity. Subaru's eyes are locked, wide open, unable to even blink. He's gasping for air, struggling to process the massive dump of data frying his synapses. Flashback sequence initiated. Subaru stays silent on the throne, clicking his tongue as he analyzes the incoming lore. The scene shifts to massive, towering stairs leading to a gate pulsating with ethereal blue light. The gate creaks open, a massive, heavy sound. Blinding light explodes outward as a figure slowly emerges from the depths of the void. A golden armored boot slams into the stone, sending shockwaves of pure destructive energy tearing across the floor. Out of the light steps a man with flaming red hair and pitch-black golden armor, radiating the absolute aura of a world-conquering tyrant. The red-haired guy's eyes glow with a sharp golden light so piercing it feels like it could delete the soul of any NPC brave enough to look him in the eye. He spins around, coattails snapping with that main character energy, his voice booming with pure authority. My current vessel simply can't handle the raw pressure of this lightning. With a gaze colder than a polar ice cap, he drops the ultimate Chad move. That's why I can't claim the throne just yet. But mark my words, I'll be back once my body is strong enough to contain this power. His silhouette fades into a blinding flash, leaving behind one last cryptic flex. I only came here to tell you that. Father boom, the giant gates slam shut, swallowing the light and locking away that remnant of the past forever. Back in reality, Subaru's gloved hand grips the throne's armrest so hard the enchanted stone starts cracking like a cheap smartphone screen. He rises from the throne, unleashing an aura shockwave that sends debris flying and obliterates the lingering sparks of lightning. The moment he steps away, the massive throne crumbles into gray dust. The chat is already trolling hard. LMAO, the chair gave up the ghost the second he stood up. Honestly, looks like a total fraud. People say Nikki is heavy-handed, but this is just sad. As the dust settles, Subaru runs a hand through his hair with a sigh. I see how it is. Even the stream viewers didn't catch that secret cutscene. He turns around, and suddenly, an orb of deep blue energy crackling with lethal lightning manifests out of thin air, hovering right above his head. Subaru snatches the orb out of the air like it's nothing. The chat is spamming for loot reveals. Share the W King. Don't gatekeep. System notification. Lightning dungeon cleared. Received. Empty lightning heart. Underneath that mask, Subaru's eyes curve into a as the loot shower hits his stats. Level +3, strength +2, agility +2, stamina +2, focus 3. Achievement points available at Guild Center. He inspects the glowing orb. The UI shows empty lightning heart, untradeable, locked. The chat is losing its mind. What is that thing? Is it legendary? Are you gonna eat it or what? Subaru mutters in disgust, unimpressed with the rewards. For the level of difficulty, this is mid at best. Is this just another variant of the Thunderbolt heart? Old man Snyder limps over, looking absolutely bamboozled. What the hell was that? You pulled that out of a pile of dust? Seeing the grizzled veteran's curiosity, Subaru hides the orb and just shrugs with zero chill. Who knows? Imagine grinding a dungeon for days just to be ignored by the MC. Snyder is left standing there, mouth agape, suffering from pure emotional damage. The old man forces a bitter smile and sighs in defeat, so even the guy who looted it has no clue what it is. Snyder lets go of his competitive ego, sounding tired but resigned. God, I guess the only way to see the ending of my 10-year grind is to keep watching your streams until the very last second. Subaru turns around, hitting him with that final boss aura. The end? We're only just getting started. You're leaving this floor now, right? Not waiting for an answer, Subaru starts walking, pulling out his phone to squeeze some extra cash out of the simps. If you're watching, don't forget to donate. Oh right, gotta finish these quests. The chat is on cue. It's payout time. The ritual continues. Subaru is laser-focused on his gains, ignoring Snyder's salty commentary. Is loot really the first thing you do after clearing a dungeon? You're a total weirdo. System. Quest completed. 20,000 credits transferred. 10,000 credits transferred. Subaru scrolls through his phone, voice dropping to a tone that signals immediate danger for the viewers. Thanks to everyone who tuned in until now. The chat instantly smells the betrayal. Wait, no way! Don't do it! Stop! Ignoring the desperate screams, Subaru stares into the camera for the ultimate streamer rage quit. The chat goes nuclear. You traitor, get back here! Subaru, the virtual screen glitters and dies, leaving only the final cold text. Subaru Narukami has ended the live broadcast, complete silence. Cut to a wooden room. The silver-haired boss sits back, arms crossed. He's always like this, isn't he? Beside him, the elegant late secretary sighs with a faint smile. He really had to drive people crazy. But honestly, that's part of his charm. The silver-haired boss tilts his head, probing her with a knowing grin. So, how did it feel seeing Narukami Subaru in the flesh? She looks confused. What do you mean? She stands up, pacing back and forth, analyzing the situation. He looks similar, I guess. But no matter how much I think about it, there's no way that's actually him. That's what I wanted to hear. That damn mask makes it impossible to see his face. I've been wondering if he's just another poser trying to mimic Subaru. Right, I mean, I held on to a sliver of hope for a second, but let's be logical here. An image flashes in her head, the real Subaru running for his life from a pack of crazed, muscular fanboys. Ren argues firmly. First off, he hates being the center of attention. He'd never lower himself to become a content creator, let alone wear a mask of his own face. Another chibi meme pops up showing him lugging a massive greatsword. She delivers the final logical blow. Second, unless he had some insane plot armor reincarnation trope happen, he literally shouldn't be able to reset his progress back to floor 1. Her face goes dead serious, a bead of cold sweat dropping. If that streamer is actually the real Subaru, it means he managed to break both of those laws of the tower. The tension breaks as they both burst into laughter, realizing how ridiculous they sound. Duiana waves it off. Yeah, that's impossible, right? Leaving the comedy behind, the scene shifts to the 5th floor, the martial god sect. Majestic towers pierce the moonlight, introduced by the system as the absolute authority, the only force in the martial world second only to the martial arts alliance. Our guy is strutting down the red carpet like he owns the place. Total main character energy. This hall, pure unadulterated, I have the highest stats in the lobby vibes. Leading the pack is a blue-haired dude in a clean suit, flanked by 2 goons in masks who look like they're ready to speedrun a murder. Yeah, this place is where our boy grew up. Our blue-haired NPC is sweating buckets, looking like he's about to get isekai'd to the gulag. Am I a criminal or something? He mutters. The guard, a total buzzkill, just hits him with the, "You got a problem with that?" Blue hair immediately loses his nerve. Nah, nothing, my bad. The guard doesn't even flinch, just yanks his sleeve. Keep the commentary to yourself, NPC. Save the drama for the guildmaster. Whipped into submission, blue hair just shrugs. Fine. He's usually the guy who doesn't ask for favors, but if the boss is calling him in, you know the plot is about to thicken. The doors swing open, massive, golden, and engraved with dragons that look like they'd solo your favorite verse. The pressure radiating off this gate is pure S-tier intensity. Standing in front of the gate, our boy's throat is dry, palms sweaty. Bro's having an internal crisis. Can I actually speak without getting mogged into oblivion? The giant golden doors groan open, blinding him with light. He takes a deep breath, praying to his plot armor, and steps into the throne room alone. The interior is pure flex. Gold, dragon pillars, and there he is, the final boss of the martial arts world, standing like he's waiting for the raid party to wipe. He's rocking a purple robe, hair tied back, radiating "I'm the top ranker in this tower" energy. This is Lin Tianji, the 2 powerhouse of the whole setting. Blue hair stands tall and bows low. Guildmaster, it's been a minute. Hope you're still keeping that S-rank health. The boss doesn't even open his eyes fully, but his voice alone has more aura than 1,000 leveled up mobs. Come on, kid, lose the stiffness. We're family, remember? The bearded boss flashes a fake wholesome smile that screams I'm definitely the villain. System. Rank 6, Guildmaster of the Divine Sect, Lin Tianji. Even with the family talk, blue hair is still trembling like a level 1 rookie. He loosens his tie, suffocating from the sheer pressure. Yes, uncle. The boss asks about his life, and blue hair is back to being a submissive NPC. Living the dream, uncle. Lin Tianji puts his hands behind his back, looking like he's about to drop some lore. Blue Sky Entertainment is doing numbers. Heard some kid named Narukami Subaru is making a name for himself? Blue hair flinches, shocked. Wait, you knew I was working there? The boss just brushes it off like it's mid-tier gossip. Details don't matter. Tired of his secrets being treated like side quest, blue hair leans in, veins popping. They might not matter to you, but they matter to me. The boss doesn't even get mad, he just stays calm, which is somehow way scarier. Let's change the topic, shall we? Lin Tianji cuts straight to the point. You didn't come back here for a family reunion. You brought me an answer, didn't you? They lock eyes. The Siumi Huka's response? Blue hair asks. I spoke to her myself, he confirms, standing his ground. Blue hair grinds his teeth. She refused. That was her final word. The boss's eyes narrow into slits. The air temperature drops to 0. This guy is literally radiating your already cooked energy. Shadows start crawling up the walls as the boss lets his aura rip. Glowing green energy spirals around him like lethal vipers. She refused? Bold. Do you even know what you just invited, kid? Blue hair is gasping for air, crushed by the weight of the boss's intent. No, he chokes out. You didn't know? The boss mocks. You really are just an errand boy, aren't you? Flashback. Hasuka's cold, unbothered face. My answer is no. Tell him exactly that. Back to reality, blue hair is drowning in pressure, thinking she's my friend. I couldn't let her face this alone. The boss laughs. So you're just a delivery guy for Hasuka? Blue hair finally cracks. Fine, I lost a bet, okay? An invisible hand grabs his throat and lifts him into the air. He's choking, blood spitting out. Is that why you're here? The boss screams. Bam, he's tossed across the room like a ragdoll. The boss, still floating in his dark aura, drops the final ultimatum. Then pass on my message. Face down in the dirt, bruised and bloody, blue hair hears the death threat. If she keeps acting out, I won't just take her head. The boss's shadow merges into a terrifying silhouette. His voice echoes like a cursed debuff. Her hideout and everyone she's ever talked to. They're all getting wiped off the map. Cut to a rainy, empty street. Pure doom. 2 silhouettes stood huddled together under the glowing awning of a building. A girl was glued to her tablet, scrolling through a forum post that was blowing up. The post exposed the toxic faces of those bottom-tier parasites clinging to Narukami Subaru. 7.75 years, 53 comments, and a whole lot of salt. I used to be in a squad with one of these parasites named Vu, and the guy is straight up trash. Used teammates as human shields and dipped as soon as the loot dropped. Can you believe we're running into him again? LOL. The chat section below was absolute chaos. I've run into that piece of trash thief too. He even used decoys to jack high. We couldn't do squat. I posted the evidence in a separate thread. Go look. Whoa, this is actually legit. Narukami-sama, I actually believed in you, bro. Reading through the comments, Hasuka placed a hand over her heart, a look of pure relief washing over her face as she let out a satisfied sigh. She turned and asked, the manager was the one who steered them in the right direction, right? How the hell did you pull that off? He replied calmly, I stayed up all night, pulling an all-nighter, hunting down every single one of them. The manager rubbed the back of his neck, his face showing clear signs of stress. At first, public opinion wasn't great. People were asking what if they're actual players trying their best instead of just leeches. So I leaked the truth that they aren't actually skilled players. He added a pathetic self-justification. I mean, that's just the truth anyway. As they stood under the awning, the man offered comfort. No need to blame Narukami-sama. What he did was actually the right call. Hasuka turned away silently, replying, I'm not blaming him. Before being his manager, I was his #1 fan. Hearing that, the manager smirked in satisfaction. Then keep it that way. A manager's gotta be the fan-in-chief, after all. His expression softened, his eyes glowing with genuine concern. Hasuka, you've become so much more lively since you started handling Narukami-sama. When you first joined, you were always so gloom and doom. Now you're proactive and you actually smile. The manager suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair, leaving her blushing in total confusion. Simping is important, but my subordinates are just as important to me. I hope we can keep working together like this for a long time. Hit with that sudden riz, she just stood there like a frozen NPC. Seeing her brain-dead expression, the manager asked, What's with your face? Hasuka scrambled back, stuttering an excuse to get out of there. I'll take my leave first. Inside her head, she was screaming, He's hitting me with the cringeworthy lines again. She dashed out into the rain, leaving the guy behind, frantically raising his umbrella and calling out to her. Hey, take the umbrella! As she ran, she yelled back, No need, just leave me alone. But deep down, she was sulking. Why is there only one umbrella? That's exactly what's disappointing about him. Scene shift to a cozy room. Subaru is sitting cross-legged, holding a sparkling blue orb, thinking he has zero clue how to actually use this thing. He takes off his mask, revealing a flawless, god-tier face, inspecting the gem at eye level. It looks like a literal candy. I don't think I should try eating this to test it, though. Suddenly, a flashback hits. The red-haired badass emerging from the gate, a flash of light erupting in Subaru's mind. A scene that only he could see. The arrogant face of that stranger appears again. It triggers Subaru's deduction skills just like on the second floor, where he met the giant in the footage and found the answer. Would anything change if I met that man? Back to reality, Subaru is sitting on his bed, his muscular shirtless back facing the door. A woman's voice calls from outside. Narukami-sama, it's me. He replies, cool as ice. Come in. The door cracks open, and Hasuka pokes her head in, her face red as a beet, struggling to form a coherent sentence. A moment later, she's perched on the edge of the bed right next to Subaru, mumbling shyly. We didn't necessarily have to meet in here. Subaru looks over, his voice deadpan. It's raining outside, walking around is a hassle, right? Hasuka sits upright, face blushing hard, darting her eyes around the room with nervous energy. Alone in Narukami-sama's private room, in her mind, a sparkly, rose-tinted hallucination pops up. The god-tier man unzipping his jacket to reveal a shredded six-pack. Back in reality, Hasuka clutches her cheeks, twisting in pure down bad agony, her face red as a ripe tomato. Suddenly, she snaps out of her daydream, frantically grabbing her documents and clearing her throat with excessive energy. Once the next floor exam is finished, you'll finally get your ranking, Naru-sama. Subaru just sits there, looking completely confused. She immediately opens her laptop on the bed, her fingers flying across the keyboard while her cheeks remain flushed. Let me explain the ranking system. Subaru stays cold. I probably know more about that than you do. Back in my old guild, I even did deep dive research on the rankings. A memory flashes, a lonely silhouette standing in front of a hazy system menu. The moment a player clears to the 5th floor, the system assigns a rank to everyone being calculated. Your rank is? Even if the exact calculation method hasn't been leaked, there are general criteria. First, performance in the exams carries the most weight. The impact you have on the world you belong to, and the evaluations from other players. A brutal battle between two players is shown with rankings next to them. Rank 182, 2325 Palin, rank 2.2387 SBO, and factors like battle results against other ranked players. The conclusion? There are countless complex factors tangled together. Back in the room, Hasuka taps the desk lightly, her eyes full of expectation. I'm so curious what rank you'll get, Narukami-sama. Lately, your popularity has skyrocketed because viewer reactions are also one of the criteria. A super cute chibi growth chart appears, showing the insane speedrun growth of the stream, from 2 viewers on the first floor to 3,000 on the second, and hitting 10,000 on the third. While Hasuka marvels at the meteoric rise, she adds, In our company, we only have people like Narukami Subaru. Her expression suddenly turns serious, her shimmering eyes looking up at Subaru with a plea. By the way, I have a request. Could you reconsider the partnership with Narukami Subaru that you promised the viewers earlier? Subaru tilts his head, confused. Huh? Why? Hasuka's face darkens, a bead of cold sweat running down her cheek. She whispers a world-shattering secret. Actually, Narukami Subaru has a nickname. A terrifying illusion appears. The shadow of a guy in a black suit with a gold mask, his entire body radiating an explosive black and gold destructive aura, the king of destruction. Hearing that Chunibu-ass name, Subaru just blinks, bewildered. What did you say? Dude doesn't exactly look like the type to have a legendary title. Huka shakes her head, hard pass. But in his own weird way, he's actually a total freak of nature. A whole squad of streamers rolls up, dripping with main character energy and pure arrogance. He's collabed with over 20 streamers so far. And then, the scene shifts to the Destroyer King landing a kick so clean it deletes the entire collab squad into pixels, vaporizing them into thin air while they scream in agony. Not a single trace of them left. Absolute zero. Back in the bedroom, the vibe is straight up suffocating. Subaru frowns. The fishing streams were fire, so why is everyone ghosting? What's the actual problem here? Hasuka holds up a finger, eyes cold, looking more serious than I've ever seen her. It's like a massive curse. Rumor has it, any streamer who touches base with Narukami Subaru is basically buying a one-way ticket to hell. Subaru turns away, zero hesitation in his eyes. But surely he's not the problem, right? Hasuka stammers back, yeah, I guess. I mean, he's been with the company forever. After a heavy silence, Subaru snaps around, his eyes burning with that I'm him determination behind the mask. Fine, let's do it. Cut to the lavish, pristine main guild hall on the 3rd floor, where sunlight is streaming through these massive windows like a high-budget render. Subaru stands in the center, kicks off the stream for 11,289 viewers and gives a lazy deadpan sup. The chat immediately blows up. Bro looks depressed. LOL, wake up, man. This is the most hollow stream I've ever watched. He shoulders his massive greatsword and strides toward the counter, declaring time to settle the books. The chat goes feral. Oh, I love a man who gets straight to the point. He reaches the counter and some bearded NPC desk clerk is sitting there, bored out of his mind, lazily barking, present your mercenary ID and completion certificate. Chop chop. Subaru drops the certificate on the desk without a word. The clerk picks it up, acting all entitled. He holds the paper up to his face, reading every line. Then suddenly his eyes pop out of his skull, pupils shrinking, cold sweat drenching his forehead. No way. The clerk literally launches himself out of his chair, slams his hands on the desk, and leans in, stuttering like a malfunctioning bot. From the Thunder Cavern? How the hell is that even possible? Chat is already roasting him. Career change 4? LOL, the economy is down bad, I'm dying. After a mental breakdown, the guy starts laughing like a psycho, slamming the red stamp onto the paper with all his might. I've verified it, still can't believe some freak actually cleared that Thunder Cavern. A massive purple system notification glows so bright it nukes the screen. Quest, clear Thunder Cavern, complete reward 300,000 achievement points. You have passed the Conrad Kingdom exam, the viewers are losing their minds. 300%. That's actually insane. LOL, 30x the normal reward, bruh. 2 short notifications pop up for Subaru, require met. Do you wish to end the exam? He turns his head, his voice low and smooth. So shall we get going? A blue pillar of light shoots up under Subaru's feet. His body dissolves into glittering data blocks, vanishing from the hall. Teleporting to the 4th floor, a whole new world opens up with clear blue skies, warm sunshine, and gorgeous fairy tale castles. Welcome to the place where dreams go to die. The epic vista of a massive kingdom spanning over green hills appears. This is where the highest number of players are still hanging on. Welcome to the 4th floor, Erasmus. Rows of old-school European architecture pop up, straight out of a Disney movie. They call this place a trap because eventually everyone here forgets their own dreams. Subaru stands in the middle of the picturesque street and pulls out his phone to end the stream. Well, that's a wrap for today. Chad is sobbing. Just seeing those rewards was enough for me. Stop hogging all the W's for yourself. He looks up at a massive mansion. The definition of excessive wealth and lets out a dry, looks expensive. A girl in a sleek butler uniform walks up. Why aren't you going inside? Subaru scratches his head, looking awkward. I feel a bit out of place here. The girl smiles encouragingly. Mr. Narukami, you're already a top-tier mid-level streamer. The maid leads the way, checking in. Please get some rest. What should we do about the future streaming schedule? Like the exam start dates and content. Stopping before a fancy door, the maid offers a professional smile, her eyes showing total loyalty. I'll draft up the schedule and update you shortly. Before she leaves, there's one place I want to visit first. As soon as she finishes, a familiar voice hits her with the shade. You're late. The blue-haired guy is squatting by the stream, splashing water on his face, looking exhausted. Sorry, work held me up. The girl stands behind him, arms crossed, cutting him off cold. Stop doing things that don't fit you. Apologizing isn't your style. The blue-haired guy tilts his head, cracking a nostalgic smile. Remember the stream behind the Godsec Mountain? Being here makes me miss when we were just kids. We used to play until it got dark and our guards would show up out of nowhere to drag us home. He points to the crystal clear water, but the girl stays silent, stone cold. He droops his head, staring at the reflection. I thought we were proper adults by now, but honestly, nothing's changed since those days. Hearing that, the girl physically recoils, her face turning pale as a ghost, pupils dilated in pure horror as the guy drops a bombshell. Your uncle, your father, knows everything. He knows exactly where you've been and what you've done. The blue-haired guy's face darkens, eyes filled with genuine anxiety. Hasuka, maybe we should just quit this gig. Leaving all that depressing baggage in the past, the scene cuts hard to the 8th floor at the Blue Region Guild House, a high-tech, neon-drenched urban sprawl of massive skyscrapers. A dude with full-sleeve dragon and phoenix tattoos is chilling on the couch, side-eyeing his tablet like it's a chore. What a pain. The screen is flashing 3 spicy headlines. Streamer Narukami Subaru rejects recruitment from the Blue Zone, new Lightning Master beefing with Blue Zone, and Blue Zone's rep hits rock bottom after constant L's. The guy takes a sip of his whiskey, the amber liquid swirling, and mutters coldly, another rejection, huh? The Blue Zone Vice Guildmaster, Akari Motosi. Suddenly he taps his earpiece, leaning back with major power trip energy, his tone shifting to pure bootlicking. Yes, Guildmaster. The assassin's blood-red eyes flash with malice as his gravelly authoritative voice drops the T on the Subaru situation. We're moving to the next phase. Back to Subaru's stream with 5,391 viewers. A donation pops up. Mission Villa Inn sent 100 credits. You planning to break something else this time? Chat's already going crazy. He's about to break the game, lol, they aren't wrong. Subaru stands in a white void, checking his system UI overflowing with aura. Yeah, your progression speed here scales with your physical stats. So, I'm gonna speedrun this. The stands go wild. GigaChat energy, bet he's done his homework. Took me 3 years. This guy is cracked. Purple system notifications glow around him. 3 credits spent. Starting floor 4 challenge. A lush, dense forest materializes. Welcome to the War Forest. The system starts dropping the lore. 2 teams of 4 are locked in a deathmatch. The map pop-up shows 3 main lanes. Top, mid, and boss lane with a massive jungle in between. Defend the base or get wrecked. A massive explosion shreds a main tower. Level up by farming mobs and kills. Destroy the enemy core to win. The cycle repeats until you reach challenger rank. Subaru spawns at his base. All stats nerfed to 50% capacity. His name tag, Narukami Subaru, glows at his feet. Bronze, huh? He strides into the Dark Forest. System, gain points by winning team fights. Subaru's internal monologue, 6 months minimum. A rank tier list pops up. Bronze, Silver, Platinum, Diamond, Challenger. Subaru keeps analyzing. For most, this Floor 4 trial is a literal canon event they never survive. The final prompt hits. Challenge ends once you hit Challenger rank. Subaru finds his 3 NPC teammates waiting. System, defeat enemies, rank up, destroy the core. 3 beefy teammates spawn with their ranks showing. Rogan, Nint, and Victor. The pink-haired girl is clueless. Wait, what? While the musclehead rages, is this a bug? Subaru just stays silent. The musclehead glares at the girl. Isn't that the famous Narukami Subaru? She scoffs. If that were the Narukami, he'd be dead already. He corrects himself. Nah, I meant the streamer guy. The tank goes full talk, pointing at Subaru, a streamer. You're telling me this NPC is allowed to throw our game? Having a bronze trash tier on the team, we're absolutely cooked. Subaru hits him with that cold stare. If you're gonna cry about it, why don't you just leave? The guy loses his mind. What did you say, you arrogant piece of? The girl jumps in. Chill, we're allies. Don't throw the match already. After the awkward peace offering, she looks at Subaru with total disdain. We're already at a disadvantage, so try to keep up. Everyone take a lane. Narukami, just stay in the jungle and look for enemies. You got it? Or is that too hard? Subaru just shrugs. Sure, internally he's already mapping the macro. Jungle is the most strategic role, but they clearly don't trust me with a lane. Cute. The tank whispers to the girl, a bronze scrub can't even time his jungle clears. The chat is roasting their idol. He's literally the team's deadweight. The strongest floor 3 player is stuck with these NPCs. Rip. Bro is a bronze player lost in a plat lobby. Minions spawn in 30 seconds. Another teammate acts like the shot caller. Good luck, everyone. The tank lugs his giant hammer, muttering as he walks away. Bronze trash acting all high and mighty. Being a streamer doesn't make you special. Plus, that mask is cringe and outdated. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something ahead. He stops, confused. The tank marches into the lane, facing an enemy archer and 2 minions. An archer? Type disadvantage for them. I'm winning this. I guess I'll just have to carry this team myself. The long-haired enemy pulls back his bow, shooting a smug, provocative smirk at the tank. Out of nowhere, an enemy assassin leaps from the brush, dual blades flashing as he lunges at the tank's back. The tank grinds his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he roars. Damn it, you guys baited me? In a split second, the blonde assassin lands a brutal strike to the tank's chin, sending him flying backward. Just then, a streak of dark energy pierced through the air and slammed into the assassin, making the poor guy let out a pathetic scream. Huh? The archer in the back knocked his bow, face pale as he realized his backup had just vanished into thin air. Wait, where the hell did they go? A blinding arrow of light whistled out of nowhere, skewering the archer's chest and spraying blood everywhere. That was his final oof moment. Oh, the last teammate stood back, sweating bullets with a fake smirk. Good thing at least one person in this squad isn't a total fraud. He whipped his head around and froze. Subaru was standing tall on a rock, his spear still crackling with dark lightning. Meanwhile, some bronze-tier NPC was getting absolutely cooked by enemy mobs in the background, screaming in pure despair. Ugh, we're pushing the tower, boys. Suddenly, a foot descended from the heavens, crushing a minion, followed by a golden light trap that exploded in the middle of the enemy formation, making them howl in agony. System notification, Narukami Subaru has slain R. System notification, Narukami Subaru has slain Leandri. The chat is literally exploding. Absolute god-tier prediction shot. After clearing the battlefield like a boss, Subaru walked off, leaving his 3 teammates standing there looking like complete NPCs. What the hell was that guy even doing? The musclehead stood there, hammer on his shoulder, jaw on the floor. What the hell just happened? The chat went straight for the jugular. Bro's shivering in his boots. Can't blame them. He's looking pretty mid right now. Subaru turned back to the frozen meathead and barked an order. You done yet? Clear the minions and push the tower. You moving slower than a bronze-tier trash mob or what? The guy couldn't even talk back. Suddenly, a new mission from Mission Villa Inn popped up on the stream screen. Mission Villa Inn has registered a mission. How about clearing floor B within 1 month for 20,000 credits? The chat went feral. 1 month? Isn't that too short? What's the record, anyway? A flashback of Subaru's insane past fights played as the chat answered. The record is 3 months, not even 2. This guy's a literal demon. I believe it in Naruki Subaru. Another mission from a whale popped up. Narukami Subaru's class has registered a mission. I'm betting 20,000 credits on that same challenge. The chat is pure drama now. Everything he does goes viral. There's a rumor the Blue Zone has had their eyes on him for ages, but he's been ghosting them for years. A landslide of missions from donors flooded the screen. Absolute Support has registered a mission, same as above, plus 10,000 credits. Water Archboot Insect has registered a mission. Is registering missions the new meta? Fine. Add another 10,000 credits. The screen showed a blood-soaked field of corpses. The bitch Sot has registered a mission. It's getting heated in here. 10,000 credits. The chat is analyzing the Blue Zone drama. Humans are fickle, and this guy loves his bread. Maybe if you stack enough cash, he'll actually care. A massive bounty popped up. The ultimate challenge, boss has registered a mission. If you clear it in half a month, I'll drop 50,000 credits. The chat went dead silent. Is your money even
Safe? Are you serious, man? 0% win rate.
That's too much plot armor to ignore. A cataclysmic explosion leveled the enemy base. System, you have destroyed the enemy's main tower match end. Subaru stood in a white void. You earned 147 points. Rank promoted from Bronze 3 to Bronze 2, the viewers were stunned. 147 points? Is this a glitch? Usually you only get 20-30. Two familiar donations lit up the screen. Boss Assess donated 10 credits. Stop playing around. Boss Assess donated 100 credits. How about a side quest for the spin-off? A new mission from Save Access appeared with a spicy clause. If you lose even once, you pay back every single credit I've ever donated. But if you hit Challenger with an undefeated streak, I'll drop 50,000 credits. Subaru stayed silent. The chat was losing it. Bro looks pathetic now. They're just desperate to get their money back, lol. Challenger? Impossible. You don't have to accept this, man. The eyes beneath his mask flickered with electric blue light. Subaru accepted the challenge. Clear as day. Fine, let's do it. The loyal fans were torn. Stop, bro. Subaru, money isn't everything. But damn, I love that confidence. Good luck, King. A final donation notification blinked. Boss Fates donated 100 credits. Now this is worth watching. Forget the crazy betting, the scene shifts to a quiet forest under a sunset. A girl's narration kicks in. My name is Dodon. She's a girl with brown hair and a bow, wearing skin-tight combat gear and a black feather cloak, standing with her hands in her pockets like a total queen. My streamer alias is Mizu Maiga. I can't laugh when I want to, and I can't cry when I want to. Her face suddenly glitched, her mouth stretching into shark-like jagged teeth. Tears streaming down her face, she shrieked in agony. Huh? Because I am? A system box popped up. 50. Commonly known as the Streamer MD. During her stream, Mizu Mega was swinging her sword, yelling at her 47 viewers. No, I'm serious. I cannot you guys believe me. Fine, that's it. No stop rank grinding until I hit Diamond. The chat is pure toxicity. You're just gonna derank, even if you make it. It's hopeless. Platinum fits you best. A gorilla stream is just a waste of time. She suddenly burst into tears, clutching her chest like a damsel in distress. Huh? If I wasn't streaming, I would have hit Challenger eons ago. I'm just playing around with you guys because I have no other way to make a living. You know that, right? Talk about a personality shift. She puts her hands together and beams with a radiant smile, acting like the last 10 seconds of drama never happened. Aha, come on now, don't be so mean. Let's pull ourselves together and get this win. Suddenly, mysterious silhouettes materialize behind her out of thin air. Her jaw hits the floor as she realizes she's been matched with a dream team of absolute legends. Dookie, Diamond B Dawn, Platinum 1 Tvic, Platinum 1, and one name that makes her lose her mind. Narukami Subaru, Silver 4. She's absolutely shook. Mizumiga lunges at Subaru, mouth agape, pointing at his signature mask while screaming, "That mask, you're that up-and-coming streamer Subaru, right?" She immediately turns away, clicking her tongue in pure disgust. Muttering, "Give me a break. Out of everyone I get paired with a silver scrub? If we'd met later, at least this would be decent PR." Suddenly, a quest notification from Boss Fez pops up in front of Mizumiga. Her jaw drops as she reads the fine print. Boss Fez has issued a contract. I'll give you 30,000 credits if you throw the game. She stammers, "Wait, what?" A bead of sweat drips down her temple and Mizumiga's lips curl into a sinister smirk. "Oh, Boss Fez, thanks for the mission." Her live chat goes nuclear. Are they seriously asking us to grief? This is so blatant, LMO. You're about to get ratioed by the new viewers, girl. She turns back, flashing a suggestive pose, tugging at her collar and hitting the camera with a lethal seductive grin. Now, everyone, please stay calm. It'll be fine, as long as we don't intentionally lose, right? A moment later, Subaru is checking his tablet. Gareem just took out Didon. Didon's been deleted 4 times already. Lord Narukami will handle it, we're fine. But isn't this going to be a disaster if the base gets destroyed? Subaru pockets the tablet, his eyes turning cold and sharp. It's time to crash their party. Peering through the bushes, he catches Mizumiga getting ganked by 2 enemies. She accidentally misses a skill, leaving herself wide open, while letting out a fake-ass scream. Oh no, Subaru just sighs, recognizing the classic throwing play. Intentional griefing, trying to lead the team to a loss, huh? Instantly, a massive butcher swings a giant axe, sending Mizumiga flying as blood sprays everywhere. Another system notification rings out. Gurm has eliminated Deed and Mizumiga's lips twitch into a smug, satisfied smirk. Subaru's chat is furious. She's smiling, don't you see it? She's throwing, and she thinks she's being subtle about it. Subaru watches the dissolving corpse of Mizumiga from a cliffside, deep in thought. That was a blatant throw. No normal player would be that reckless, even going as far as self-sabotage. Who is she? A viewer in the chat spills the tea. That's a streamer named Mizumiga. Boss Fez paid her to throw the match. Subaru draws his blade, his eyes burning with Chad energy. I see, so that's the play? Boss Fez, don't get comfortable. The chat is thirsty for the drama. I just jumped in, but this is legit real? Honestly, the cringe is real. Dark electric currents surge around Subaru's blade. He looks down at the virtual battlefield, his voice echoing with cold intent. The credits you all bet on the other side? I'll make sure they stay exactly where they belong. On the other side of the forest, a muscular man with an elite mustache snorts. That mask. He stands shirtless, flexing his absolute unit of a physique and squares up against Subaru. You're that streamer, Narukami Subaru, right? Subaru adjusts his mask and fires back. Did you get a quest telling you to solo me? The guy scoffs. Sadly no, though I wish I did. The man crosses his arms, oozing confidence. Even if I did, you'd be cooked. This is the Forest of War, kid. A diamond doesn't lose to a silver. Everyone knows silvers are hard capped at 75% stats. Subaru responds with chilling calm. If everything were decided by stats, they wouldn't call this a challenge. Triggered by the sass, the guy grinds his teeth so hard a vein pops on his temple. A violent purple aura explodes around him, cracking the ground beneath his feet. He roars, looks like someone got an ego boost from all that glazing in your chat. His arms morph, transforming into massive stone slabs. He clenches his fists, ready to end it. Let me give you a warm welcome to the 4th floor, brat. Golem arm activated. Subaru watches his opponent, analyzing the transformation like a pro. Not exactly something you see every day on the 4th floor. Suddenly, a golden lightning storm erupts from Subaru's back. He cracks a menacing smirk. Perfect timing. I've been dying to test this out. Electricity envelops Subaru's entire body, the sheer aura shaking the very earth. He declares with absolute dominance, I'm pretty sure you can handle the new heart I just acquired.